In a world beyond the Milky Way outside the jurisdiction of Earth, a line on the speech draft read, "I love going to work. Going to work makes me happy." Who in their right mind would love going to work? Chen Yang stood on the company's annual meeting stage, speech in hand, delivering his lines. Below the stage, the leaders watched Chen Yang with amused smiles. Chen Yang had no choice but to mechanically recite the words on the draft, forcing a thin smile despite his unwillingness. He did the hardest work in the company for the lowest pay. Others started at 10,000 a month while he only earned 7,000. He had not had a proper rest in 2 years, and this year he was once again forced to work overtime. It was downright inhuman, and in such circumstances he even had to be dragged on stage by that bastard leader Zhou Kan purely for their amusement. How could anyone be expected to endure this? Yet Chen Yang swallowed it all, for the sake of survival. There was a mortgage waiting at home and a wife he had been married to for 2 years. For the happiness of his family he could only endure. "I love going to work." A burst of laughter rose from below the stage. Chen Yang felt utterly embarrassed. The theme of this speech was supposed to be sincerity. Yet no matter how he tried, the line kept coming out as a question. Zhou Kan bared his teeth in a grin and clapped. "Chen Yang, show some sincerity and I'll give you a red envelope." His words drew even louder laughter from leaders and employees alike. Others might simply find it amusing, but Zhou Kan truly looked down on Chen Yang. Of course, Chen Yang had himself to blame. In part, during one team building event he had committed a grave workplace taboo. He had revealed his real situation, that he could not afford to lose this job. He still remembered Zhou Kang's slight smile as he patted his shoulder. "Xiao Chen, work hard. I have high hopes for you," Zhou Kan had said, nodding with hidden implications. After that, Chen Yang's barely manageable life changed drastically. Overtime, then more overtime, he was used like two people in one. Holidays. There were no holidays anymore. Any accomplishments he achieved were entirely claimed by Zhou Kan. When it was time to distribute bonuses, Chen Yang was never included. If everyone were treated this way he could perhaps accept it, but the company was full of young staff and even Zhou Kan was 3 years younger than him, only 23. He was the only one treated like this. Promotion and a raise. That was out of the question. After all, everyone knew he would not quit. A graduate from an ordinary junior college, jobs were hard to come by, and most importantly he had a mortgage to pay. 3,500 a month. No matter what happened he had to grit his teeth and endure. His life had become so drained that even his sex life vanished. He reached home at 9 or 10 every night and his wife Fong Ning looked at him with growing displeasure. "Keep going, hurry up." Seeing Chen Yang in a daze on stage, Zhou Kan urged him impatiently. Just as Chen Yang adjusted his mindset and tried to begin a third time, a voice that was neither icy nor overly mechanical suddenly sounded in his mind. "At last, this system has found the most miserable corporate workhorse of the era. This system is the happy Tycoon system. When you are in a good mood you will receive rewards from the system. Every time your emotion value reaches 1,000 points you may also draw a lottery." Chen Yang froze. Happy Tycoon system. A lottery. In this era few people were unfamiliar with so-called systems, and Chen Yang was no exception. Even if he had little time to read novels he still occasionally saw such things mentioned on short video apps. But what was this happy Tycoon system exactly? Was it literally as it sounded? Did he truly get rewards just by being in a good mood? Sensing his confusion, the system replied automatically, "This Tycoon system's core is to keep the host in a joyous mood. As long as the host is happy you will receive rewards and may also gain extra emotion points for additional lotteries." So that meant he had a cheat, and one that required no endless missions. All he had to do was feel happy to obtain rewards. A chuckle slipped from him just thinking about it, lifted his mood. Detecting that the host is in good spirits. Reward cash, red envelope of 660,000. Emotion value 100. His throat tightened. Was this real? 660,000? His heart pounded, hands trembling. 660,000. He only made 7,000 a month. That was several years of his salary without food or drink. "I love going to work my ass. Screw this." He suddenly roared into the microphone. "Huh? What's going on? Has Chen Yang lost his mind? Look at Zhou Kang's face, TSK. The employees below stared at him in utter bewilderment. They whispered to one another. After all, Chen Yang had spoken straight into the microphone. His voice had been loud and brimming with rage. The leaders' expressions all soured, especially Zhou Kan, whose face turned frighteningly dark. The mocking smile that had been on his face froze instantly. His gaze turned icy as he looked up at Chen Yang, then shifted left and right to gauge the other leaders, especially the young boss. The young boss's brows were furrowed. No one knew whether this was some planned program effect or if the employee had truly snapped. Face ashen, Zhou Kan could not make sense of it either, but in order to ease the tension he forced his expression into a twisted smile and addressed Chen Yang. "Don't improvise. Just read according to the script." He finished with a smile and nod toward the other leaders, trying to smooth things over. Chen Yang, however, felt a surge of exhilaration. That earlier curse had vented 2 years of pent-up resentment, and now hearing Zhou Kang's words he completely let himself go. Now that he had a system and 660,000 already in his account, his life was basically secure. What was there left to fear? Read your damn script. I've worked myself to the bone in this company for the lowest pay at my level, and what the hell are you, Zhou Kong? He shouted. Every achievement I made you stole. Every bonus you swallowed. And that filthy business between you and that older woman Zhang Xixia from the next department, don't think I don't know. You used my money to go have your fun. I'm done enduring this. I quit today. Damn. Hearing Chen Yang let it all out in one breath, everyone present was utterly stunned, gasps echoing through the hall. Chen Yang had done what they had never dared to do. It was like a thunderclap shaking the sky. Zhou Kong had been throwing his weight around and bullying ordinary employees for a long time. Many harbored grievances, though Zhou Kong never pushed them quite as far. They had often felt sorry for Chen Yang. In their place they would have quit long ago. How had he endured until now? Today it seemed everything had finally exploded. Zhou Kang's breathing grew rapid. How did Chen Yang dare? In front of the entire company, damn it. This was open rebellion against heaven itself. Had Chen Yang gone mad? Did he no longer care about his mortgage? A man who had never truly regarded Chen Yang as a person now had 10,000 curses raging in his heart. The venue fell eerily silent. The young boss frowned, turned to look at Zhou Kong, then slapped the table. Bang. Chen Yang, are you out of your damn mind? Get off the stage right now. Zhou Kong roared, slamming the table as he stood up. Chen Yang exhaled in one long breath, feeling delightfully refreshed after saying his piece. Congratulations, host. Mood greatly improved. Reward 1 million in cash, emotion value 100, and you have received Zhou Kang's intense anger. Extra emotion value 400. Current emotion value 600. Damn, another million. Chen Yang muttered, ignoring Zhou Kong completely. He pulled out his phone for a quick look. 2 text messages glared on the screen. He silently counted the digits, ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, and grinned. The total was 1,660,002 yuan. As a top-tier corporate drudge of this era, how could he not be thrilled to see yet another 1 million in cash appear in his bank account? Chen Yang's hands were shaking. There was even this so-called emotion value lottery function which could actually collect other people's anger toward him. He just did not know what kind of prizes it might draw. Thinking of this, Chen Yang tore the speech manuscript in his hand into shreds and flicked it away with a casual wave, inwardly cursing that he would never work another office job for the rest of his life. Watching Chen Yang's behavior, Zhou Kong ground his teeth in fury from the audience, yet did not dare to provoke him too much. That single name Zhang Xixia Chen Yang had just uttered had frightened him into a cold sweat. He only hoped Chen Yang would just hurry up and leave so that afterward he could still spin a story claiming that this employee had personal grievances and was spouting nonsense out of resentment. But would Chen Yang really let him off? Even though Chen Yang had already decided to leave, as he stepped down from the stage he tossed back casually that Zhang Xixia, who sells insurance next door, has been serving you well, hasn't she? With that he strode off with a carefree air. What the hell does that mean? Someone muttered. The first time Chen Yang had mentioned Zhang Xixia, everyone had been too stunned by his actions to notice this detail. But now hearing it again, things suddenly felt off. Zhang Xixia, the middle-aged woman selling insurance next door, did she really have an affair with Zhou Kong? Right, no wonder that old dog Zhou Kong always had us buy car insurance and the like from her. Turns out he had something going on with her. Tisk tisk, Minister Zhou's tastes are heavy, she's old enough to be his mother. I even bought my maternity insurance from her. Seriously man, you're a single guy with no girlfriend, what are you doing buying maternity insurance? Because of Zhou Kong, of course. He said we'd have to buy it sooner or later and there was some promotion. He finally gave me a bottle of mineral water. The more you think about it, the scarier it is, brothers. How did we never notice before? Chen Yang really is meticulous. Of course he is. Chen Yang is the most capable one in our screenwriting department. He's written so many viral short dramas. Without him, would our female streamers be this popular? Seeing the other employees whispering with such expressions, Zhou Kang's face turned ashen. Chen Yang had not been wrong, he did indeed prefer older women, a matter that could be traced back to his aunt. Yet on one point they were mistaken, it had not been deduced from any meticulous analysis by Chen Yang. Zhou Kong, confident he had Chen Yang perfectly under control, often made him play chauffeur. Once through the rearview mirror, Chen Yang had personally witnessed the scene. Business talks. What kind of business could a media company possibly have with an insurance saleswoman like her? You. Zhou Kong wanted to hurl more insults, but Chen Yang was already walking away with a cheerful smile. His top priority now was to hastily explain everything to the young boss beside him. After Chen Yang left, the annual meeting could hardly continue after such a commotion and ended hastily. Back at the company, he took away the script he had stayed up all night writing and the content for the female streamers' live broadcasts. As for the shabby lunchbox that had accompanied him for 2 years and the motivational sticker his wife Fong Ning had given him reading "Work hard to change your life," Chen Yang ignored them entirely. He no longer needed to strive. Leaving aside what would come later, the 1.66 million currently lying in his bank account already put him ahead of most ordinary people. And this was only the beginning. With a cheat like this, his future held no worries. As for whether hard work truly changed one's life, Chen Yang had his doubts. Zhou Kong was a living counterexample. That man's education was worse than his. He had not even graduated high school, yet at 23 he was already lording it over him, all because of some connection with a certain company executive calling him Little Chen every other sentence. Just thinking about it made Chen Yang seethe. Without looking back, he left the company. Reaching the ground floor, he instinctively walked toward the bus stop. Passing by a noodle shop, he was drawn by the rich aroma wafting out and suddenly snapped back to his senses. Damn, with that much money in my bank card, why am I still taking the bus? I should be calling a luxury ride. Typical newly rich pauper, just haven't switched mindsets yet, he grumbled at his own stupidity. Still, he was in no rush to head back. Fang Ning was also attending the annual meeting today at 6:30 in the evening. She definitely would not be home yet. He had not eaten dinner and was a little hungry. Staring at the noodle shop by the street, Chen Yang swallowed. This place was quite famous, especially for its richly fragrant large meat noodles. They said their cattle were slaughtered fresh that very day. Chen Yang did not believe that, but the smell was undeniably divine. White-collar workers from both sides of the street loved to eat there. He had never tried it himself simply because it was too expensive. 38 yuan for a bowl, 58 for the extra meat version. Chen Yang truly could not afford it. His monthly salary was about 3,500 went to the mortgage. Another 3,000 went to Fang Ning, leaving him with only around 500 yuan a month for himself. Bus rides cost 4 yuan a day. 120 went to bus fares, 80 to phone bills, leaving just 300, Chen Yang's entire discretionary income. At 1 meter 80, Chen Yang weighed just over 130 kg, a textbook case of malnutrition. Boss, 1 large meat noodle, the full deluxe version, and a can of beef stew, he ordered. Alright, please wait a moment. After scanning the code to pay, a voice announced payment received 112 yuan. The large meat noodles extra meat version cost 58, the full deluxe 106, the beef stew 6. The payment notification sound drew fleeting glances from the others. 100 plus yuan was affordable to anyone, but spending that much on a single bowl of noodles was enough to make people look twice. So fragrant. This beef is incredible, a whole bowl piled high with meat. This is bliss. When the large meat noodles were served, Chen Yang dug in with big mouthfuls. The broth burst with flavor, the aroma flooding his taste buds as he could not help mumbling to himself. From this day on he would let his family live the life of the wealthy. Chen Yang vowed inwardly. Congratulations to the host for feeling happy once. Reward 10,000 yuan. Emotion value 10. Another reward, spend 100, earn 10,000. Pure profit. This time, though both the money and the emotion value were less than the previous 2 times, it must have been rewarded according to a happiness threshold. After all, he had not quite reached the point of being so ecstatic over a single bowl of noodles. When he was almost finished eating, a familiar delicate fragrance suddenly drifted into his nose. This scent was Su Qing. Sure enough, when Chen Yang looked up, a beautiful feminine silhouette entered his field of vision. Large eyes, long hair, about 1.70 m, with skin so fair that even the thick winter clothes could not conceal her alluring figure. Of course, Chen Yang had also seen her with less on those long fair straight legs, and especially the generous bust had left an indelible impression on him. Su Qing was the top streamer of Xinjiang media, commanding tens of millions of fans. Her long legs carried her to the seat opposite Chen Yang, drawing the attention of everyone in the shop. Su Qing, what are you doing here? At this time, the annual meeting shouldn't be over yet, Chen Yang asked. Leaning lightly against the chair, arms crossed, Su Qing looked at him. With the atmosphere ruined so awkwardly, it wasn't any fun. I just left, she said. What happened to you today? Why did you do that? Are you really planning to resign? Su Qing asked. Yeah, I'm done, he replied. Then what about your mortgage? Almost everyone at the company knew that Chen Yang was short on money. I've won the lottery, I won't need to work anymore. Winning the lottery. Su Qing furrowed her brows slightly, glancing at the large meat noodles on the table and sighed. Chen Yang, how much can you really earn from the lottery? A few thousand or tens of thousands? How long could you spend it anyway? Are you really expecting to win one? 67 million. If you are just being impulsive, I can talk to the boss about it. You can still maintain some dignity in keeping your job. Chen Yang waved his hand, saying no need for that, Su Qing. Just consider me a rich second generation returning home to inherit the family fortune. Hearing Chen Yang's response, Su Qing shook her head, deeply suspecting that he must have been stimulated by something. He was talking nonsense one moment about winning the lottery, the next about being a rich second generation. Alright then, rich second generation. But we've worked together for so long, we should at least have a meal together. Su Qing finished speaking and left the noodle shop. Watching Su Qing's departing figure, Chen Yang knew it wasn't that Su Qing cared that much about him. It was just that without him, Su Qing wouldn't be as popular. There were many beautiful women online. Why was she able to become an internet celebrity? Most of her viral videos and highlight livestream content were planned by Chen Yang. Due to Su Qing's presence, many men and women in the noodle shop were paying attention to Chen Yang's side. Naturally, some of their conversation was overheard. Winning the lottery. Rich second generation. People nowadays really know how to pretend. That outfit of his must be from a bargain site, $9 with free shipping and you can haggle. There were quite a few unusual gazes. But Chen Yang didn't care. He finished his meal and wiped his mouth. After taking one last sip of the beef stew, he let out a breath. He took out his phone and opened the ride-hailing app. A luxury car was a must. An MPV was necessary. One with boss chairs, a 7-seater. He had to experience it today. Chen Yang's home was on the outskirts of Yuhang City, which was a super first-tier city though not yet a direct-controlled municipality. The cost of living was high while the economy was average, unable to compare to the likes of Shanghai. When he bought his house, he put down a deposit of 200,000, borrowed 650,000 and had a 30-year mortgage with the total house price reaching 1,260,000 including interest. The noodle shop was 13 kilometers from his home and the price of the luxury business car was starting at 88 and 293 upon arrival. Soon Alfred stopped at the entrance of the noodle shop. The driver got out and waited by the door. Dressed in a suit and tie, he smiled while waiting for Chen Yang. Under the gaze of others, Chen Yang opened the door and walked towards the business car. "Hello sir," the driver nodded and smiled to greet Chen Yang. As the electric door opened, Chen Yang sat inside. The driver jogged back to the driver's seat. "No way, that guy can't really be a rich second generation, right? I can't see it, must be a taxi. But he must be wealthy too, or did he really win the lottery? Otherwise, who would take such a car out?" This scene was noticed by the people in the noodle shop who began to discuss it. From their perspective, if that beautiful woman had still been there, it might have been to show off, but she had already left. It seemed this was just his everyday life. Considering the extravagant large meat noodles he ordered earlier, he really was a wealthy person. The Alfred, though not top tier, was something that had once been out of reach for Chen Yang. With its genuine leather luxury interior, as he settled into the boss chair, it adjusted automatically to the most comfortable position. There was a large TV in front. It felt spacious. What a delightful experience. Chen Yang thought happily to himself that he must buy one of these cars someday and take his parents and wife out. Driving such a car must be quite enjoyable. Congratulations host, your mood is quite good. Reward of 50,000 yuan. Appear wealthy in front of others. Emotion value increased by 30. Please keep up the good work. The car started smoothly heading home. This scene just so happened to be witnessed by Su Qing sitting in the car. "What are you looking at? Let's go, that hot pot place has really delicious food. I made a reservation a long time ago. If we are late it will be a disaster," urged Tang Yue sitting in the front passenger seat of the Audi Q7. "Oh okay. Damn it. This Chen Yang made me lose so much face. I'm firing him right now. Let's see how he lives from now on. With his education level, where can he find a job that pays 7,000? Zhou Kong said angrily to the HR representative Zhang Yan. "Are you sure, Minister Zhou?" Zhang Yan asked. Chen Yang gave Zhang Yan the impression of being honest and easy to manipulate, strong in ability but low in education, a top-tier workhorse. But she didn't know why he suddenly exploded today. It would be a pity to fire him like this. People like him are hard to find. "Sure, how could I not be sure? He made a fool of me today and you saw it too." Alright, Chen Yang was under Zhou Kang's supervision, so he would insist, and Zhang Yan naturally had no reason to refuse. Also send out a notice to everyone. Chen Yang is being dismissed for insulting his superior, spreading rumors and other offenses. And also send notifications to all his emergency contacts. Let everyone know he has been fired and let him lose face. Zhang Yan shrugged indifferently after hearing this. If they want to do it, then let them. Chen Yang has connections. If anything happens, he can handle it himself. At 9 o'clock in the evening, a taxi was filled with excitement and anticipation. Sitting beside her was her good colleague and close friend Zhou Yingxue. "Ning Ning, you are so amazing. You were publicly praised at the annual meeting. If only I could be as excellent as you," Zhou Yingxue said playfully while linking arms with Fang Ning. "After 2 years of hard work, I've finally reaped the reward." Fang Ning held the certificate for excellent employee awarded at the annual meeting along with the notification of her promotion to team leader, filled with hopes for the future. Fang Ning worked as a staff member in a medium-sized company and today she was finally promoted. From now on she could lead a team on projects. Correspondingly, her salary had leaped from 5,000 to 12,000. This huge salary increase made her feel a bit dizzy. Hee, it's really about hard work. Everyone in the company knows that Minister Shen likes you. The way he looked at you during the annual meeting was intense, I noticed it. Hearing Zhou Yingxue's teasing, Fang Ning's cheeks flushed slightly as she pinched her waist. "Don't say that I and Minister Shen are innocent. Haha, don't pinch me, I was wrong. I know you are married and you both are innocent. I've said it 100 times, but don't you really have any thoughts? Minister Shen is young and wealthy. He became a minister at 30 with a promising future. I heard his family has a lot of power. If I were you, I would have remarried long ago. I really don't understand why you are hanging on to one tree." Hearing this, Fang Ning's expression became heavy. The gap between her and Chen Yang was growing larger. She had worked hard for 2 years to be promoted from an ordinary employee to a team leader, with her salary more than doubling. In contrast, what about Chen Yang? His salary had not changed at all in the past 2 years, barely enough to cover his living expenses with the 3,000 he gave himself each month. He was really not making any effort and showed no progress. Mentioning Chen Yang, Fang Ning's heart grew heavy. They had met in university, dated for 2 years, and had been married for 2 years after graduation. For Fong Ning, Chen Yang was not the ideal marriage partner. Her choice to marry him was mainly due to the urgent need for 100,000 yuan for her mother's medical treatment at that time. At this moment, Fong Ning's feelings were quite complex. She furrowed her brows and sighed softly. He could not keep pace with her. What's wrong? Are you having feelings? It's better to break up with Chen Yang early. People should aim higher. Do you really want to spend a lifetime in hardship with him? He's quite good to me. TCH's Fong Ning replied. Her phone rang. Looking at it, it was a message. She initially thought it was some advertisement, but upon seeing the name Chen Yang in the first line, she clicked on it. Seeing how seriously Fong Ning was reading, Zhou Yingxue leaned over and teased, "Is our Minister Shen concerned about Ning Ning?" However, the sender on the phone screen was clearly indicated. Notice from the Human Resources Department of Xinjiang Media Co. Ltd. Due to employee Chen Yang publicly insulting leadership, spreading rumors, and refusing to comply with company arrangements, we hereby notify that the labor contract with him will be terminated effective today. Ah. Your Chen Yang was fired. Doesn't that mean you'll have to support him now? Zhou Yingxue said in surprise. What on earth was Chen Yang doing? Fong Ning thought this but did not reply. Meanwhile, Chen Yang, who had arrived home early, was preparing to give Fong Ning a surprise. He planned to gift his wife a car with a fabricated reason that he had won the lottery, which was the easiest to accept. If it weren't for the late hour, he would have to buy a branded bag to cheer Fong Ning up. She loved such luxury items, but his mother-in-law's health was poor. She had just undergone a hysterectomy 2 years ago. After washing up, he lay on the bed eagerly waiting for his wife. However, after waiting for over 2 hours without her return, he had called, but Fong Ning did not answer. Unknowingly, Chen Yang fell asleep. This was not his fault. He had been working late nights, waking up earlier than roosters and sleeping later than dogs. Suddenly relaxing made him extremely drowsy. After an unknown period, a series of clanging noises caused Chen Yang to open his eyes a crack. Drowsily, he saw Fong Ning in a red dress, the loose neckline revealing a smooth white cleavage, both sexy and alluring. Chen Yang's sleepiness vanished instantly and he put on a smile. You're back. Fong Ning had a cold expression, not even glancing at Chen Yang as she swung her sexy legs over to her own side of the blanket lying beside him. Turn off the light. Her voice was icy and Chen Yang, used to it, did not get angry. This state had persisted for a year and a half, yet for the sake of that promise, I will always be here for you. Chen Yang firmly believed that Fong Ning loved him, otherwise she wouldn't have married him. After all, Fong Ning had been the campus belle. If she didn't love him, why would she marry? Turning off the light, Chen Yang knew she wasn't asleep. A full stomach stirred his desires. Feeling financially secure brightened his spirits. The once fatigued body was now rejuvenated. He turned to face Fong Ning's back, tentatively reaching for her waist. However, just as his fingers brushed against her smooth skin, Fong Ning instinctively swatted his hand away. Fong Ning, I have money now. Before Chen Yang could finish, a sharp gasp startled him awake. Are you thinking about that all day long? With a bang, Fong Ning reached out and pressed the bedside lamp switch. The room instantly lit up, leaving Chen Yang confused. He couldn't understand why Fong Ning reacted so strongly. He sat up, leaning against the headboard. Fong Ning also sat up, glaring fiercely at Chen Yang. What's going on? Chen Yang asked. What's going on? Fong Ning's gaze was fierce, a look Chen Yang had never seen before, filled with an extreme disgust that made him very uncomfortable. You have money now. Where did you get the money? Did you steal it or rob it? Or have you finally received your year-end bonus after 2 years? Chen Yang, you were fired. Don't think I wouldn't know. The notice from your company has come to me. Fong Ning's eyes were menacing, her breathing rapid, her chest heaving as if she wanted to devour Chen Yang. Chen Yang was taken aback. This Zhou Kong. How insidious. No dear, let me explain. I really have money. Chen Yang quickly took out his phone to show Fong Ning. But seeing Chen Yang's actions made Fong Ning even angrier. Are you planning to deceive me with your secretly hidden stash? After saying this, she ignored Chen Yang's phone and got out of bed to grab a bag from the cabinet. Look, it's a branded bag, LV, over 30,000. Can your so-called money afford this? Chen Yang, what have you been doing for the past 2 years? Why can't you just work hard? You were fired at 26, are you even a man? Do you know that I got promoted after working for 2 years, making 12,000 a month? But what about you? Hearing this, Chen Yang felt aggrieved. While he hadn't made money, he couldn't be accused of not trying hard enough. As a junior college student from an ordinary family, wouldn't he have switched jobs and lived freely if it weren't for this family? With his abilities, finding a job that paid 5,000 shouldn't be difficult. But for the sake of that promise Chen Yang had been enduring. He frowned slightly and took a deep breath. Where did you get the money to buy the bag? Of course, it's from my own efforts. Chen Yang's words seemed to strike a nerve with Fong Ning, and after a brief pause her emotions suddenly became extremely agitated. Yingxue is right, you're just a useless man. Chen Yang, let's get a divorce. The mention of divorce instantly ignited Chen Yang's anger. I already said last time that if you bring it up again, we'll get divorced. Fine, let's do it. Fong Ning was not the first to propose divorce, she always brought it up during arguments. Chen Yang believed he had done his best, he had paid his share of the bills. But Fang Ning hadn't let him touch her for over a year, he was about to explode. Now that he had the system, why should he continue to suffer? With this thought, Chen Yang instantly felt relieved. To hell with it. As soon as Chen Yang said this, Fang Ning immediately replied, "Alright Chen Yang, this is your promise, don't regret it. Let's go get divorced tomorrow, whoever doesn't go is a dog." "Alright, anyway we have no children and nothing to divide, so it's settled. The house belongs to me," Fang Ning said angrily. "Fine, then the savings belong to me." "Savings? Spend it all, but I can pay you back slowly." After saying this, Fang Ning picked up her blanket and turned to leave the room. "Goodness," Chen Yang exclaimed, this was a double blessing. Ding. Congratulations host for releasing dissatisfaction, you are rewarded with 100,000 yuan and an increase of 100 emotional points. With the system, my wife, whom I hadn't been able to touch for over a year, willingly initiated a divorce. What could be better than this? The next morning outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, Chen Yang held the divorce certificate while Fang Ning stood beside him. He unexpectedly signed decisively, leaving Fang Ning both joyful and somewhat irritated. Joyful at the prospect of freedom, yet irritated by Chen Yang's lack of hesitation during the signing. But who cares? Starting today, I am finally liberated. Ying Shui was right, she deserves a better man and a beautiful life awaits me. Chen Yang, do not let us meet again. Over the past 2 years you've given me 700,000 yuan plus my mother's medical expenses totaling 170,000. I will return half a 50,000 to you as soon as possible. Before tonight, if there's anything you need to take, hurry and take it. At 5 p.m. I will change the locks. Let's part ways peacefully. Hey Ying Shui, I have good news to tell you. As for that house, it was purchased after we got married and there are still hundreds of thousands in loans remaining. Let her deal with it herself. Now with 184 million in the bank, it's more than enough to buy a regular one-bedroom apartment outright. I won't go back for now. Spending, buying a house and raising my emotional points are my priorities. Currently I have 740 emotional points. Reaching 1,000 points allows for a lottery draw. This morning Chen Yang specifically checked the lottery pool, which contained various mysterious rewards including special abilities and items. However, among them there is one reward with a probability of winning as high as 50%. That one caught Chen Yang's greatest interest. 100 million. A 50% chance to win 100 million would make one truly wealthy in an instant. In the city of Yuhang, being rich and being poor is a completely different experience. When you're poor, you feel the burden of a struggling economy, suffocated by the pressure of daily necessities. But if you're rich, haha. On Shanyang Road you can experience what it means to enjoy various services that offer a delightful escape. If you want to try something, just add an hour or maybe 2. On Hepping Street you can experience all the luxurious brands inside Wanxiang City, where various salesgirls flatter you with smiles. You can also experience what it's like to buy luxury cars, often accompanied by a lovely saleswoman. There's a saying that in high-end luxury car stores every car sold means one less beautiful saleswoman. And then there's the vibrant nightlife on Haitang Street, a dreamlike paradise for countless men. Thinking of this, Chen Yang immediately decided to change his outfit. This shabby outfit worth less than 100 yuan should have been replaced long ago. Earning money is the top priority. Driver to Wanxiang City on Hepping Street. Casually hailing a ride, he sat in the back seat. The driver was very polite and the ride was smooth, a completely different experience from an economy option. As they entered Hepping Street, a 50-story building came into view, the iconic structure of Yuhang City representing its most prosperous. They soon arrived at the parking lot on the second basement floor of Wanxiang City and the driver got out to open the door for Chen Yang. After getting out, Chen Yang tipped the driver 20 yuan. The smiling driver nodded repeatedly, wishing him a good journey. He took the elevator directly to the first floor of the mall, filled with high-end brands LV, Chanel, Gucci, all available. Chen Yang often wrote short plays featuring scenes of showing off in luxury stores. However, he had never actually encountered these luxury goods and didn't know where to buy them. He could only wander around. If he saw something he liked, he would buy it as he could afford it. The LV store looked nice, a well-recognized luxury brand suitable for young people. However, just as Chen Yang was about to enter, he remembered something. Didn't Fang Ning buy a bag from their store last night? She even said she couldn't afford it. Thinking about it felt somewhat unlucky, so he decided to check out other stores. As Chen Yan wandered in front of the Hermes store, he suddenly heard a familiar female voice, causing him to stop in his tracks. It was He Jing, Zhou Kang's mother. Unexpectedly, she was a salesgirl. No wonder she bore an air of a wealthy woman. Once Chen Yang had been picked up by He Jing when Zhou Kang brought him out to drive right at the entrance of Wanxiang City. Zhou Kang was already 23, so He Jing should have been of an age to retire. Yet for some reason she looked only in her 30s, definitely not nearing 40. Tall, fair-skinned with an alluring figure, her smile exuded charm, truly a tempting mature woman. The key was her perfume. It would not be an exaggeration to say she retained her allure. From what Chen Yang understood, Zhou Kang came from a single-parent family, having stayed with He Jing after his parents divorced. He Jing was very polite, completely different from Zhou Kang's character. He remembered her repeatedly emphasizing in the car that Chen Yang was a good kid. They had to help each other in their work and resolve any issues together for mutual progress. Unknown to him, He Jing was apologizing to a middle-aged man. Inside, a man and a woman of similar age were arguing. The man was quite angry, rudely pointing at He Jing and scolding her. Suddenly a bold idea struck Chen Yang. He remembered that the system had previously recorded Zhou Kang's anger points, which had instantly added 400 points. If he could build a good relationship with He Jing or even win her over. Wouldn't Zhou Kang be furious if he found out? Wouldn't that cause a surge in emotional points? With that thought, Chen Yang smiled and stepped into the Hermes store. "I'm sorry, sir, but we really can't process returns. This doesn't comply with store policy," He Jing said, her voice laced with grievance as she slightly bowed her head in apology. "Why can't I return this item? It deviates from the color I ordered." "Look here and here," the middle-aged man pointed at the collar and a border at the bottom of the shirt. "This is your issue. Why can't I return it? I've been a loyal customer of Hermes. Is this how you treat your customers?" "Exactly, dear, let's not buy anything from here anymore." The middle-aged woman chimed in. He Jing felt extremely wrong. She was the one who had attended to this customer and was sure she hadn't made a mistake. Yet for some reason the finished product did show slight discrepancies. It was different from what was reported by her. Today 2 customers came to pick up their goods and discovered this issue. Now they were demanding a return, causing a dispute, while the headquarters claimed the finished product matched what He Jing had reported and did not support the return. She just couldn't figure out where the problem lay. However, for He Jing the most important thing at the moment is to stabilize the customer. Otherwise, if a return is initiated along with a complaint, it could turn disastrous. If things go badly, she would not only have to bear the cost of the return but could also face dismissal. This custom-made outfit costs as much as 120,000 yuan. She simply cannot afford that. Finding a well-paying job is not easy. She has been working at Hermes for 5 years, and if it weren't for her decent looks and sales skills at her age, she wouldn't qualify to be a sales assistant here. There are many beautiful young women nowadays, and she truly cherishes this job. After struggling alone for so many years, she has to pay her mortgage and support Zhou Kang. Thinking of this, He Jing felt aggrieved to the point of tears. "I'm sorry, I truly apologize, sir. Please don't rush to return the item. I will definitely give you an explanation." "Explanation? What can a sales assistant like you provide me? All I want is a refund. Your internal matters have nothing to do with me. Do you understand?" The middle-aged man spoke harshly. "Hello, welcome to Hermes." At that moment another sales assistant saw Chen Yang enter and quickly approached to greet him politely. With a customer entering, they prioritized serving him. He Jing was so focused on apologizing that she didn't notice Chen Yang. "Hello sir, how can I assist you?" the beautiful sales assistant asked politely. Chen Yang's gaze was fixed on He Jing, asking, "Is she my friend? Is she in some trouble?" Upon hearing that He Jing was his friend, the female sales assistant relaxed her expression. She wasn't there to make a purchase. "You're He Jie's friend. Here's what happened." After a brief explanation, Chen Yang understood the situation. Chen Yang now had 2 choices. First, he could pay to help He Jing resolve her trouble, thereby earning goodwill for his future plans. Second, he could abandon this plan, save the 120,000 yuan, and indulge himself elsewhere. Chen Yang glanced at the submissive He Jing and pondered in his heart. Jing Jia is in big trouble. She might lose her job. The nearby female sales assistant clearly had a good relationship with He Jing and was analyzing the situation. Chen Yang thought for a moment and ultimately made his choice. He chose the first option for 3 reasons. First, he realized that whenever he felt happy, his emotional value only increased by at most 100. However, when Zhou Kang or anyone else experienced anger towards him, the emotional value increased much more. Of course, it could also be that the pleasure derived from seeing those he disliked suffer was even stronger, leading to a greater increase. The system didn't provide detailed explanations. Second, just thinking about the opportunity to have Zhou Kang call him dad made Chen Yang feel quite pleased. Third, He Jing's alluring figure, which he had been longing for over a year, was equally tempting. With that thought, Chen Yang stepped forward to stand in front of He Jing. "Alright, why make things difficult for a sales assistant?" Upon hearing this, He Jing looked up, slightly furrowing her brows, and asked with confusion as she recognized Chen Yang's face. "Xiao Chen." Chen Yang at 1.8 meters tall towered half a head above He Jing, smiling as he extended his hand to indicate that he would handle this matter. Before He Jing could respond, the middle-aged man became even angrier. "How are you speaking? What do you mean by making things difficult for her? Who are you? Does this concern you?" The middle-aged woman chimed in. Chen Yang, uninterested in arguing with them, directly stated, "So how do you want to resolve this?" "How to resolve it? Can you afford to refund 120,000? The middle-aged woman scoffed. She had already been sizing Chen Yang up since he appeared. Dressed in shabby clothes, he looked like an ordinary person, the type that pretends to be wealthy despite being poor. Clearly just a naive youth trying to stick up for that sales assistant. "So you're saying that if you get the 120,000 you can just leave?" Yes, as long as you can hand me the 120000, we promise not to pursue it any further and we'll leave immediately. Alright, I'll transfer it to you, Chen Yang said nonchalantly. Hearing this, He Jing became anxious. Chen Yang was just an ordinary employee they had only met a few times. How could she let him spend so much money for her? No, Xiaochen, this is too much. I can't let you do this. I'll call Zhou Kong right now. He Jing realized that to keep her job she had to bear this cost herself. Working here she averaged over 100,000 yuan a month. However, she also had to pay her mortgage and take care of herself, so there wasn't much left every month. At this moment her only option was to contact her son Zhou Kong. Years ago she separated from Zhou Kang's father and raised Zhou Kong alone. Later, when Zhou Kong became an adult, he reached out to his uncle. His uncle is a high-ranking executive at Xingchen Media. That's how Zhou Kong became the head of the screenwriting department at Xingchen Media. As for He Jing, she remained self-sufficient, never having any contact with the Zhou family, not even spending a penny of the money Zhou Kong earned. However, Chen Yang directly pulled out his phone and said payment code. How the middle-aged woman snorted coldly, took out her phone and opened the payment code. She wanted to see if this poorly dressed young man could really afford the 120000. If not, she would make him regret it. Click. The sound of a successful scan echoed. Chen Yang entered the amount 120000, pressed the password and put away his phone. Is it really here? 120000. The middle-aged woman was very surprised. Alright, let's go, dear. Since the money was in place, they no longer lingered, they had come to resolve the issue. As the two of them left, several sales assistants gathered around He Jing. Jing Jia, who is that person? Is he a relative of yours? He Jing shook her head. He's my son's colleague. Oh. Just a colleague, and he paid 120000 for you. With the matter resolved by Chen Yang, He Jing felt immense gratitude. Xiao Chen, thank you. I will definitely pay you back for this money. Chen Yang waved his hand. Jing Jia, you're being too polite. If you want to repay me, just help me pick out a few suitable clothes. I'm not very familiar with luxury goods, but you are a professional. He Jing was already grateful to Chen Yang, and how could she refuse such a request? Moreover, this is her area of expertise. Alright, I'll take a leave to accompany you out right now. No need to take leave just yet, we can talk about that later. I see a few nice clothes here at Hermes. Please introduce them to me first. The clothes here. He Jing wanted to say that the clothes here were quite expensive, often ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. However, having just been helped, she couldn't say that directly in front of her colleagues. Though she didn't know much about Chen Yang, she had heard from Zhou Kong that he didn't have much money. Ding. Congratulations, host, for accomplishing what you wished to do. A reward of 1 million yuan has been granted, please continue your efforts. Chen Yang felt elated. He initially thought he had wasted 12,000, but the system truly cared for his feelings by directly rewarding him with 1 million. Glancing at the balance on his bank card, it read 2699,215. There was no way to spend it all, it was simply unspendable. Chen Yang was executing his grand scheme of seduction. On the other side, Fong Ning was equally in high spirits as she shared her divorce news with her close friend Zhou Yingshui. The two agreed to meet for shopping, and after tiring themselves out, they settled in a Starbucks for coffee and chit-chat. What was Chen Yang's expression back then? Did he cry? Zhou Yingshui asked. Oof. Fong Ning snorted coldly. Just thinking about it makes me angry. He professed his love for me, yet when it came time to sign he hesitated not at all, which truly infuriates me. What's there to be angry about? He must have realized he was unworthy of you, which is why he couldn't bear to cling to you any longer. How did you divide your assets? We only have that one house, the savings have long been spent by me. As for the house, it certainly belongs to me, Fong Ning declared with pride. Those 2 years of his mortgage payments were for nothing, they both chuckled. Ning, quickly post on your social media to celebrate. Fong Ning took out her phone, snapped a photo of her half-finished coffee and added a caption. Just in my 20s, yes, my marriage has ended badly. I married to pursue happiness and I divorced for better happiness. Keep it up. Immediately after posting, various single men began liking the message. Also messages like, sister, good job, keep it up, appeared. Meanwhile, on the other side. Alright then, He Jing thought to herself, recalling how Chen had helped her so much earlier. She resolved to give Chen Yang enough face later, not wanting others to think that Chen couldn't afford it, but rather that it was because they weren't suitable that he didn't make the purchase. He Jing was confident in this, she had that much ability. This one looks good, can you introduce it to me, Jing Jia? This. Chen Yang's words disrupted He Jing's rhythm. Even the other salespeople turned to look at Chen Yang. The reason was simple, that coat was worth 80,000. Handsome guy, you really know how to choose. This is the latest model in crocodile skin for winter, priced at 80,000, said the female salesperson who had greeted Chen Yang upon his entrance. Chen Yang was indifferent, after all he didn't mind spending on himself. If his mood improved he might even earn emotional value. I'll go try it on. Oh alright, since Chen Yang spoke, He Jing could only comply. Thinking about how she would smooth things over later. Jingjie, you're about to hit it big. If this deal goes through, your commission will be enviable. One of the salespeople said enviously. This. Jing genuinely didn't know what to say. A few minutes later, Chen Yang emerged wearing the coat along with a matching sweater, pants and shoes. Although Chen Yang was on the thinner side, it was indeed true that clothes make the man. As soon as he changed, his demeanor immediately improved. He felt pleased. So Jingjie, does it suit me? He had a bit of charm. Seeing Chen Yang come out gave Jing a refreshing feeling. Looks good, handsome guy. Before Jing could respond, a colleague interrupted. As long as it looks good, buy it already. You're buying it just like that. A few salespeople were somewhat stunned. Are you buying just this coat or the whole set? Of course, the whole set. Chen Yang replied. Ah. This whole set costs 130,000. The coat is 80,000, the sweater is 10,000, the pants 2,000 and the shoes 2,000. Chen Yang smiled after hearing this, then took out a bank card. Jingjie, go ahead and swipe it. Upon hearing this, Jing was startled. Didn't Zhou Kong say that Chen Yang came from an ordinary family and had no money? What was going on? Jingjie, what are you dawdling for? Go ahead and swipe. Chen Yang urged. Well, handsome, this coat can only be purchased by members, and to become an Hermes member requires cumulative spending of 150,000. Other salespeople explained. I see, Chen Yang thought. He usually wrote mindless short dramas and hadn't noticed this detail. Then if I buy something worth 20,000, won't that be enough? Yes, sir. Hearing this, Chen Yang looked around and suddenly spotted a bag. I'll buy that too. It was a women's bag priced at 28,000. Is this enough now? Chen Yang asked. Yes, sir. Receiving confirmation, Chen Yang handed his bank card to Jing. Jingjie, go ahead and swipe it. Oh, Jing mechanically replied. She was truly perplexed. What kind of identity did her son's colleague have to be so wealthy? With a triatancy attitude, she swiped at the register. Ding, card swiped successfully, total expenditure 158,888. Really? The purchase was successful. Jing looked at Chen Yang in disbelief. So it turns out he was this wealthy. He had been so low-key before. A person like him actually served as a driver for her and her son each time. At this moment, Jing couldn't understand why Chen Yang, being so rich, still needed to go to work. Chen Yang swiped his card without even blinking, which indicated that this amount of money surely meant nothing to him. Thinking of this, Jing couldn't help but blush. She had been overthinking. She quickly felt happy. With this, not only did Chen Yang help her resolve her troubles, but he also brought her such great performance. How could this not make her happy? With that thought, she quickly stepped forward. Little Chen, thank you. I'll treat you to dinner later. Hearing this, Chen Yang smiled, thinking to himself, Jing is quite understanding. So he readily replied, of course. However, Jingjie, you have to take a leave to accompany me out. I still have many things to buy. Sure. Jing did not refuse and readily agreed. With such great performance, what was wrong with taking a leave? Ding. Congratulations, host, for spending 158888 yuan for yourself. A reward of 5 million yuan has been granted. Mood elevated, emotional value increased by 10, current emotional value 750. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chen Yang glanced at his bank card. 75403327. Soon after, Jing changed her clothes and walked out of Hermes with Chen Yang. Behind them, the other salespeople expressed their envy. Jingjie is truly amazing. Yeah, it seems this month's sales champion will be Jingjie. The end of the year is coming and I want to sell too. Hey sisters, what do you think is the relationship between Jingjie and this little pup? I wonder if Chen Yang took any of the stuff. If he didn't, he'll just throw it out. Suddenly Fong Ning showed a look of realization. What's wrong, Ning Ning? Oh, there's still a gold necklace and a gold bracelet at home. Chen Yang wouldn't have stolen them, would he? Then you should hurry back and check. If they've been taken, that would be a huge loss. I'm going back right now. Fong Ning said as she quickly got up. Ingshue, let's meet again later. I have to hurry back. After saying this, Fong Ning rushed out of Wanshan City to catch a taxi. As she walked, she muttered, Chen Yang, if you dare to take my treasures, I won't hesitate to cause a scene at your parents' place. Poof. After Fong Ning left, Zhou Yingxue picked up her bag and walked out of Starbucks. Starbucks is located inside Wanshan City, and once she stepped out, she planned to see if there were any new bags. Although she couldn't afford them, she still wanted to take a look and appreciate the goods. She couldn't let a fake bag trick her one day. However, while she was idly browsing on the first floor, something suddenly caught her eye. Wasn't that Chen Yang? How did he come out of Hermes and there's a woman with him? Wait a minute. Is he wearing the latest Hermes collection? Where did he get the money? Could it be that Ning Ning guessed correctly and sold her gold necklace and bracelet? No, I must follow and take pictures to tell Ning Ning. Zhou Yingxue thought to herself as she followed along. Jing, having finished her leave, changed clothes and walked out of Hermes with Chen Yang. Chen Yang admired her and said, "Sister Jing, you look really beautiful, more stunning than those celebrities." He Jing, dressed elegantly, exuded an alluring fragrance that made Chen Yang unable to help but compliment her. Usually He Jing often hears male customers compliment her beauty, but it's the first time she's been praised by a man at least 10 years younger than her. This made her cheeks flush slightly. Flattering words, "I'm already 13, an older person can't compare to those young." However, despite her words, the smile at the corner of her mouth couldn't escape Chen Yang's eyes. "No way, Sister Jing, you look at most in your early 30s, you are still far from being old." No woman dislikes being told she looks young, and He Jing was no exception. Chen Yang's few words made her feel quite. She smiled and said, "No need to keep calling me Sister Jing. Aren't you about the same age as Zhou Kong? You should call me Aunt Jing, you know. I'm only a few years younger than you, I'm 26, call you Aunt Jing." "I can't say that," Chen Yang said, sincerely, giving off a vibe that he wasn't lying. Plus, after changing into a new outfit, his demeanor elevated to a new level. If he had worn the previous outfit, he would have seemed like a lackey. But now, with this wealthy image, saying such words felt entirely different. Not only did he not come off as greasy, but he also exuded a sense of humility. "Xiao Chen, I felt you were quite dull in our previous encounters, but I didn't expect you to be so charming. Wasn't there a child around before?" "Ha! What?" "Nothing, I just meant." The two chatted as they walked, and after a few exchanges, He Jing was giggling and covering her mouth. Meanwhile, Zhou Shui was frowning in the shadows. "I have to say, today's phones with tens of millions or even billions of pixels are incredibly clear." Through the camera, the two looked like a couple. Could it be that Chen Yang is cheating while married? It must be like that, otherwise how could Fong Ning say she didn't hesitate when signing? Take a picture, take a picture. It will strengthen the sisterly bond when I show it to Ning Ning later." Chen Yang glanced at his Redmi K60, which he bought for 2,000 yuan and is still paying off in 24 installments. "Sister Jing, I want to change my phone. Can you accompany me?" "Sure, which brand do you want to check out?" He Jing asked. "What brand?" Chen Yang thought. It seems that it's now common for people to have two phones. One Apple, one Huawei, this is becoming the standard. "I remember there's a large Apple store inside Wanshan City. Let's go check out Apple first," Chen Yang said. "Sounds good." As He Jing spoke, the two walked towards the Apple store. Watching Chen Yang with his old Redmi K60, she wondered why someone with so much money would still use such a broken phone. Could it have some special meaning? Even she was still using an iPhone 13 Pro 256GB. The Apple store was busy with people checking out various display devices. "Sir, which product would you like to see? I can introduce it to you." As soon as they entered, a young man in his 20s approached them. "The latest model, please," Chen Yang replied. "Sure, sir. We just launched the Apple 17 series with different styles and configurations. You can take a look." The young salesman began introducing the phone's features to Chen Yang. "No need," Chen Yang said, "it'll take that 17 Pro Max 2TB. Chen Yang didn't hesitate at all. After spending over $1 million on Hermes, what's a phone worth? "Sir, are you buying this directly?" The price for the 2TB model is 17999 The salesman was somewhat surprised. Generally, customers compare or hesitate when buying a phone. "Yes, I'm buying it directly." "I want to." Chen Yang's words made the salesman marvel again. It's nice to be rich buying a phone for 36000 without batting an eye. "All right, sir, please wait a moment." After saying this, the salesman turned to leave, not overly surprised. In Wanshan City, there are indeed many wealthy people. However, He Jing felt a bit envious. Spending almost 400,000 on a phone nearly equaled her 4 months' salary. Is this the life of the rich? Noticing He Jing's slight daze, Chen Yang asked, "What's wrong, Sister Jing?" "Oh, nothing." Regardless, she was someone who had seen a lot. Realizing her lapse in composure, she quickly added, "Why are you buying two? Is it a gift for your wife?" Chen Yang's marriage had been mentioned by Zhou Kong. After hearing this, Chen Yang smiled. "Sister Jing, I don't have a wife anymore, but I do plan to give one to my beloved." "Didn't you already get married? How could you not have a wife?" He Jing was somewhat surprised by Chen Yang's claim of having no wife, thus overlooking his statement about gifting one to his beloved. Chen Yang pretended to smile bitterly. "My wife left me because she thought I was poor." He then put on a sad expression. "Ha! No way, she left you because you were poor." He Jing found it hard to understand. If someone like Chen Yang was considered poor, what would it take to be wealthy? Yet she didn't think Chen Yang was lying. After all, there are all kinds of women nowadays. Isn't it true that a male celebrity worth billions can still be disliked by his wife? "Hello, sir, please come over here to make the payment." Soon the salesperson said to Chen Yang. As expected, the transaction was successful, totaling 36498, which included the phone charger and other items. After receiving the phone invoice and shopping bag, the two left the Apple store. "Is there anything else you need to buy?" He Jing asked. The new Apple phone is indeed impressive both in appearance and performance. She would love to buy one, but unfortunately her finances are tight, and with a debt of 120,000 to Chen Yang, she could only dream about it. Chen Yang held the phone. He once could only dream of feeling delighted. The texture and smoothness are truly remarkable, far beyond his old Redmi phone. Congratulations, host. Your mood is delighted, rewarding you with 100,000 yuan in cash and 10 emotional points. Why is he so happy? He Jing was puzzled. It was just a phone after all. Why does it make Chen Yang so happy? Perhaps wealthy people experience joy from acquiring new items. She could only think this way. Meanwhile, Zhou Xue was astonished, having been secretly filming throughout. She saw everything clearly. Wait, how much could 2 pieces of jewelry sell for? How could he afford so much? Could he be supported by that older woman? But that doesn't make sense. Chen Yang just paid for it. She couldn't understand and could only keep following. Let's go to Huawei. Ha! You want to buy more? He Jing asked. Yes, let's buy that Huawei foldable phone. Oh, He Jing didn't ask further. Whatever Chen Yang wanted to buy, she would go along. 10 minutes later, he bought 2 Huawei foldables again. And Chen Yang paid for it. Zhou Xue said, holding her phone while wearing a mask and hat. Hiding from a distance, she was shocked. He had just bought an Apple phone. That box was definitely the 17 Pro Max. He then turned around and bought Huawei's latest foldable phone, the Mate XT, an extraordinary masterpiece. Each of these was a dream device for her. And he bought 2 at once, spending around 7,000 to 8,000 in a short time. She had wanted to buy it for a long time, but with her spending level it was simply unaffordable. Her installment payments were already overwhelming. Looking at the Hermes shopping bag in He Jing's hand, how much did that cost? Zhou Xue breathed heavily, as if she had discovered a new world. She didn't rush to tell her best friend Fong Ning, but wanted to investigate this matter on her own. Why was he buying so many phones? He Jing only thought about it in her heart without asking. She saw Chen Yang holding an Apple and a Huawei phone, while the other 2 along with the invoices were tossed into a single shopping bag. After exiting the Huawei store, Chen Yang walked towards Wanshan City. He Jing accompanied him, asking Chen Yang, where are we going? It was already 1030, still a bit early for lunch. Chen Yang thought for a moment. Let's go, accompany me to buy a car. Buy a car? Don't you have one? He Jing asked, thinking that since Chen Yang was so wealthy he must have a car. She analyzed along the way. Chen Yang must have come out to experience life, and his previous help with her son's driving indicated a good relationship between them. Rich, handsome, warm-hearted, and a sense of security. He Jing labeled Chen Yang, feeling happy that her son had such a good friend. Hearing He Jing's words, Chen Yang shook his head. I'll be ready soon. Can you accompany me, Sister Jing? I'm willing to accompany you, He Jing replied. As the 2 exited the mall, a Maybach was already parked at the entrance. After confirming the license plate, Chen Yang took He Jing into the car. While getting in, the driver kindly placed his hand on the door edge to prevent her from bumping her head. The 2 sat in the back seat, looking at the luxurious interior of the car and the water and snacks that were only provided in special cars. He Jing felt complex emotions. Although the back seat was spacious, their bodies were tightly pressed against each other. Chen Yang was being intentional, and He Jing did not refuse. Although she was wearing thicker clothes in winter, it had been 23 years since she sat so close to a man other than Zhou Kong. She still felt a bit unnatural. Unconsciously tightening her legs, her cheeks flushed slightly. She stole a glance at Chen Yang, who wasn't looking at her. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief. What was she thinking? She was her son's friend. Why did she suddenly feel a heartbeat? How embarrassing. Chen Yang did not think much of it. He was just intentionally testing He Jing's attitude towards him. What car are we going to see? After saying this, He Jing's face turned even redder. Why did she stutter? She wasn't someone who had never seen the world. In the end, she attributed her loss of composure to having watched too many domineering CEO dramas. How could a young and wealthy man like Chen Yang be interested in her? No, how could she have such thoughts? He was merely her son's friend. At this moment her mind was buzzing, and she didn't even notice Chen Yang's mention of the Bentley. Seeing the 2 get into the Maybach, Zhou Xue hurriedly hailed a taxi. Driver, follow that Maybach. Yu Hang felt a bit congested even though it wasn't peak hours. What should have been a 20-minute ride took the driver a full 40 minutes. 160 yuan Chen Yang paid directly online. After that he got out of the car with He Jing. After getting out, He Jing patted her chest, trying to calm herself with the cool air outside. Earlier Chen Yang had intentionally or unintentionally had some physical contact with her in the car. For example, his hand occasionally brushed against her leg. Although it was through her pants, it still made her heart race. Arriving at the 4S store. Chen Yang, are you going to buy a Bentley? He Jing asked upon entering the 4S store. Chen Yang nodded yes, he intended to buy a Bentley. Currently he had over 7 million in his bank account, and he wanted to keep his car budget under 3 million. He estimated that after buying the car the system would also grant rewards, and with the remaining money he would buy a house. As for why he wasn't buying a sports car, Chen Yang's reasoning was, first, the budget wasn't enough. Second, the end of the year was approaching, he had to go home this year. He hadn't visited his parents in 2 years, and sports cars have low chassis, making them unsuitable for showing off back home. At this moment a salesperson in a tight suit walked over briskly. With a smile on her face she asked, "Are you Mr. Chen?" Chen Yang glanced at the petite woman in front of him, guessing she was the salesperson he had contacted online. Nodding after receiving a response from Chen Yang, the salesperson's smile brightened even more. "Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Zhang Ting from the Bentley 4S store on Bay Road, the one who contacted you online just now." After a few simple pleasantries, Zhang Ting poured 2 cups of tea for Chen Yang and he Jing then began to inquire about Chen Yang's car purchasing needs. A few minutes later, Zhang Ting stood up after gaining a rough understanding of Chen Yang's needs and said, "Sir, according to your requirements we have 2 models available that are suitable for you. The Bentley Flying Spur and the Bentley Bentayga, both priced around 3 million yuan. She continued, "Mr. Chen, would you like to take a break or look at the cars now? We have the cars available for you to experience first. Just take a look, there's no need to rest," Chen Yang replied. "Alright, this way please, sir," Zhang Ting responded, guiding Chen Yang to the display area. As the year-end approached, even high-end brands like Bentley saw a considerable number of customers coming to view cars. Salespeople were bustling about providing services. However, most customers looking at cars here were generally between 35 and 40 years old. Chen Yang, being in his 20s, was still the only exception, especially with He Jing beside him radiating a sophisticated aura, drawing many curious glances. "Sir, look, this is the 2026 model of the Bentley Bentayga." A large black SUV appeared before Chen Yang, instantly captivating his gaze. As for why Chen Yang preferred SUVs, it was partly because his family favored larger vehicles suitable for showcasing wealth. Secondly, the spaciousness was beneficial for emergencies. This car comes in several styles equipped with. Skipping the details for brevity, Zhang Ting introduced it in one breath for 10 minutes. However, Chen Yang didn't remember much. For him it was simply stylish regarding various functions. Whether Chen Yang understood it or not was irrelevant, he would not be limited to just this car in the future. "Mr. Chen, what do you think?" "Not bad, I really like it. Can I take it for a test drive?" "Of course, just a moment, Mr. Chen, I will apply for it now." However, it was still necessary to experience the car before taking it for a drive. Opening the door, Chen Yang sat inside. Looking at the luxurious interior, his heart raced uncontrollably. A car of this caliber was something he had never dared to dream of. Even a Toyota Avalon was a dream for him. 20 minutes later, Chen Yang drove the brand new Bentley Bentayga on the road with He Jing in the passenger seat and Zhang Ting in the back. Chen Yang drove steadily, a smile of satisfaction often gracing his lips. Zhang Ting in the back seat was also quite happy. It seemed this deal was secured. This luxury car was indeed comfortable, far better than her son's Accord. She initially believed the Accord was great, but compared to this it was like comparing heaven and earth. He Jing thought to herself, unable to resist glancing at Chen Yang's profile. The impression he gave was truly pleasant. Since being abandoned by Zhou Kang's father 23 years ago, she hadn't found another man who matched up. She had also fortified her heart, determined to raise Zhou Kang alone, absolutely not relying on a man. But as time passed, who wouldn't want someone to protect them? Yet reality remained reality. There were men pursuing her, but she understood in her heart that they were merely interested in her body. When it came to money, who would really help her? She didn't care for small favors. He Jing absolutely would not think of trading her body for money. However, Chen Yang's performance today stirred a ripple in her heart. The feeling of being protected was truly wonderful. 1,200,000. Even wealthy individuals rarely helped others without expecting something in return. Who wouldn't want to live such a life without financial pressure? Struggling alone was truly exhausting. If only Chen Yang were a bit older, perhaps she would have a chance. He Jing shook her head at this thought. Now that Zhou Kang was older, maybe it was time to find a man to rely on. Back at the dealership, Zhang Ting asked, "So Mr. Chen, are you satisfied with this car?" Chen Yang nodded. Though very satisfied, he still said, "Let's take a look at another Flying Spur." "Alright, sir. The Flying Spur is positioned as a luxury sedan equipped with. You can take it for a test drive first." After a few minutes, Chen Yang still decided to buy the Bentayga. "Let's go with the Bentayga then, how much?" Upon Chen Yang's inquiry, Zhang Ting felt joy in her heart. Was he going to buy it? Typically, customers contacted online rarely came in ready to buy. "Hello, Mr. Chen, if you need to customize, the price ranges from 2.3 million to 3.98 million. How long will that take?" "Customization would take between 1 to 2 months, but we have a model available, the long wheelbase version, priced at 3.6 million. Chen Yang frowned slightly. While 1 to 2 months for customization was acceptable, the time was too long. "I'll take the available one for 3.6 million. Chen Yang said casually. As soon as he finished speaking, both Zhang Ting and He Jing felt their hearts race in their chest. How much money did Chen Yang actually have? 3.6 million was likely a sum she could hardly dream of earning in her lifetime, yet he bought it just like that. So impressive. "Alright, sir, I will go get the contract right now." Zhang Ting was also extremely excited at this moment. She had never encountered someone who decided so quickly. It's worth noting that Bentley's annual sales in Huagua are only around 3,000 units. On average, each dealership sells about 10 units. As Zhang Ting left, Chen Yang felt somewhat excited. Just yesterday he was someone looked down upon by his wife. He had been an exploited top worker, yet in just one day he transformed from an ordinary life to a distinguished Bentley owner. This feeling of joy could probably only be understood by someone who had won a 5 million lottery. Slowly moving closer, he touched the Bentley emblem, feeling his back straighten. The car buying process was quite complicated. After signing the contract and making the payment, over an hour had passed. The time had already reached noon. However, the moment the payment was successful also meant that Chen Yang officially became a Bentley owner. Ding! Congratulations to the host for purchasing their first car, feeling excited and joyful. Reward 10 million yuan, emotional value 100. Please continue to strive and enjoy happiness, host. Hearing the system's prompt, Chen Yang felt an immense sense of relief. He finally considered himself someone of importance. Zhang Ting's face was also filled with joy. She had broken the sales record. It took less than 2 hours from the customer entering the door to completing the transaction. The subsequent tax payments and such would all be handled by the dealership. With the temporary license plate in place, Chen Yang could drive away directly. You bought a car worth over 3 million just like that? He Jing asked from the passenger seat as they drove. Why not? Hearing this reply, He Jing instinctively swallowed hard. Buying a car felt more satisfying than buying a pair of black stockings. Gulp. In contrast to He Jing, Zhou Yingxue was even more shocked. Chen Yang, he bought a Bentley. Zhou Yingxue had been following closely, clearly seeing Chen Yang purchase a Bentley. That car cost over 3 million and the woman beside him didn't seem wealthy enough to gift such an expensive car to Chen Yang. Zhou Yingxue was in shock, standing frozen in place. Is this true? To verify the fact, she specifically took a taxi back to Wanxiang City and went to Hermes, falsely claiming to be a friend of Chen Yang. She then described the appearance of a woman named He Jing and eventually found out that woman was just a sales assistant and all those clothes were paid for by Chen Yang himself. At that moment she was completely certain Chen Yang was a wealthy tycoon. After receiving this news, it took her a while to regain her composure. She took out her phone and opened the chat with Fong Ning. She was about to share this news with Fong Ning, but just as she was about to send the video, a thought suddenly popped into her mind, stopping her in her tracks. Zhou Yingxue furrowed her brows, breathing rapidly, her gaze sharpening. She muttered, "I'd befriended Fong Ning, flattering her just to wait for the day she rises and takes me alone. But now that Chen Yang is so wealthy and divorced from Fong Ning, why can't I pursue Chen Yang directly?" With this thought, she deleted the freshly edited text and the video she was about to send. Having been with the company longer than Fong Ning and being a college graduate while Fong Ning was merely a vocational school graduate, yet Fong Ning was still working under her. Clearly she had played a crucial role in several previous projects, yet the credit always went to Fong Ning. The reason was merely that Minister Shen Han had taken a liking to Fong Ning, leaving her as just a supporting character. How is that fair? How much effort had she put in over the years? But what was the return? Whether in looks, ability, or figure, she was at least not inferior to Fong Ning. Thinking of this, Zhou Yingxue took a deep breath and finally made up her mind. While not many had discovered Chen Yang's identity, she had to act quickly. Oof. That green tea bitch Fong Ning playing both sides. Previously she had said quite a bit of bad stuff about Chen Yang just to please her, not sure if Chen Yang had found out. In truth, her previous thoughts were that she and Chen Yang were similar people working hard but not getting good results, and she held no prejudice against him. Upon careful analysis, she had a natural advantage, the reason being her family background was poor and she had focused solely on her career, leading to never having been in a relationship. This meant that her innocence was her greatest asset. As long as she could win over Chen Yang, who needed to work. To hell with that. At that point she would also make Fong Ning flatter her. She absolutely could not let Fong Ning find out about Chen Yang's identity first. Among her acquaintances, Shen Han was the richest, but unfortunately he was interested in Fong Ning. Compared to Chen Yang, he was nothing. Meanwhile, Chen Yang and He Jing walked out of a Chinese restaurant. The meal cost nearly 3,000, which was the most expensive meal He Jing had ever had. Chen Yang felt the same. He had never eaten anything extravagant before, and the food at the restaurant was quite delicious. They got into the car and Chen Yang started the engine. Where to next? He Jing asked. I saw a jewelry store over there, let's go buy some accessories. Oh. Hearing Chen Yang's words, He Jing thought to herself, perhaps he was buying for someone special, as a man like him surely wouldn't need such things for himself. Is it for a girl? A few minutes later, He Jing couldn't help but ask. Of course I wouldn't wear such things, he replied. Upon arriving at the store, Chen Yang walked towards a counter amidst a chorus of welcome. I would like a bracelet, please. Certainly, sir. Sister Jing, pick one that you like, Chen Yang said. Ah. I'll choose. Yes, I know nothing about this, as long as you like it, it's fine. Alright, He Jing replied. As a 39-year-old woman, the allure of a gold bracelet was no less than a man's obsession with luxury cars. Every generation has its preferences, just as some people still love mink coats. He Jing loved gold jewelry. She became increasingly happy as she chose, finally selecting her favorite, weighing a total of 150 grams. The gold price here was 1,100. Without hesitation, Chen Yang swiped his card to pay. A successful transaction notification sounded. 165,000. Who could capture Chen Yang's heart? He Jing walked out of the jewelry store enviously alongside him. For the entire afternoon they drove around eating, drinking and shopping. It wasn't until after 4 in the afternoon that Chen Yang drove back to the 4S dealership. The license plates had already been processed. Chen Yang also had the dealership apply a super dark tint to the windows. By the time they left the 4S dealership it was already past 6 in the evening. It was dark now and Chen Yang was well aware of where He Jing lived. It was a relatively upscale community. The car slowly entered the community and stopped downstairs. "Thank you Chen Yang, I really had a great time today. I will pay you back as soon as possible." After saying that, He Jing prepared to get out of the car. However, just as she was about to open the door, her hand was suddenly pulled back by Chen Yang. The sudden action startled her. "Ah. What's wrong Chen Yang?" Chen Yang didn't beat around the bush or want to take a gradual approach. He fixed his gaze on He Jing's eyes. "Sister Jing, be my girlfriend. I fell in love with you at first sight. Your angelic figure and charming smile deeply captivated me." "Ah." Faced with Chen Yang's sudden confession, He Jing's mind went blank. Her breathing became rapid. For a moment she was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond to Chen Yang. "Sister Jing, you don't have to rush your reply. Think it over and I'll come to find you tomorrow." At that moment He Jing's mind was buzzing. She had just received a confession from a man 13 years younger than her. It wasn't until the Bentley slowly drove away that she realized she was still holding a pile of shopping bags. Worth hundreds of thousands, with 2 phones, a piece of jewelry and a bag valued at 28,000. Could it be that he really fell in love with me at first sight? Thinking of this, her cheeks instantly flushed. In the past there were men who had given her gifts, but they were all just a few thousand worth and their words were very direct. They just wanted to play with her. She had never agreed to any of those. Did that mean these gifts were meant for her? What did Chen Yang mean? Did he just want to play around with things worth hundreds of thousands? In an instant He Jing fell into a conflict, both puzzled and yearning. No, she shook her head. "He is my son's friend, isn't that crossing a line?" With this thought she went upstairs alone. However, the impact of a domineering CEO falling for a divorced woman with a child was too overwhelming, causing He Jing to toss and turn all night without sleep. Chen Yang drove away in the newly purchased Bentley, thinking, "I don't believe you won't fall for me." To be honest, he did quite like He Jing. Spending the entire afternoon in such a confined space, he had nearly lost control several times. "How about I take a drive around Xiangyang Road?" Chen Yang murmured. As soon as this idea came to mind, he couldn't hold back. Just as he was about to step on the gas and speed off, his phone rang. Generally the people who called him were either family or a few close friends. He parked the car and took out his phone. It was a WeChat message. When he opened it he was puzzled to find it was Zhou Yingxue who had sent him a message. Wasn't she Fong Ning's friend? What did she want with him? Chen Yang furrowed his brows slightly. He had seen this woman a few times and she was quite attractive. Standing over 1.60 m, she appeared petite next to Chen Yang, who was over 1.80 m. Her skin was very fair. If a person's beauty were rated as 5 points for just being decent, then Zhou Yingxue would be rated 7 points. There was a summer once when Fong Ning invited him to dinner with Zhou Yingxue. That day she wore a dress and the deep neckline was something Chen Yang vividly remembered. It was deep and ample, but more than just her looks. Zhou Yingxue didn't leave a very good impression on Chen Yang. She seemed like someone who favored the wealthy. All she thought about was money, and he recalled Fong Ning mentioning her last night. It seemed that Zhou Yingxue had spoken ill of him behind his back. But now what did she want from him? He opened the message to take a look. "Hello Chen Yang, can we meet? I want to talk to you about Fong Ning. Fong Ning's matter." Chen Yang showed no interest. He still wanted to indulge and enjoy himself. However, just when Chen Yang was about to put down his phone, another message from Zhou Yingxue made him change his mind. It was a picture taken when he walked out with He Jing at the entrance of Hermes earlier that morning. "What does she mean? Is she following me?" Chen Yang replied, "Is there something?" Almost immediately he received a response, "Let's meet." Chen Yang thought for a moment. Location: Yingcheng Street, Green Garden Community, East Gate. "I'll wait for you there." Zhou Yingxue sent her location. Chen Yang took a look. It wasn't too far, just a 10-minute drive, and it was quite close to Xiangyang Road. "Fine, let's go take a look and see what she really wants." As he spoke, Chen Yang started his car. A few minutes later he saw Zhou Yingxue standing at the entrance of the community. To his surprise, as soon as his car appeared in her line of sight, she waved. She even knew about his car. The tinted windows of a Bentley make it hard to see inside from the outside. Plus it was night, which led Chen Yang to draw conclusions. The car parked smoothly and Zhou Yingxue opened the door and sat in the passenger seat. The moment she got in, Chen Yang was taken aback. It was winter with temperatures around -10 degrees, yet she wore a skirt and had only a coat on top. Wasn't she cold? Once inside, Zhou Yingxue waved her hand. "Hi, it's been a while, Chen Yang." She smiled warmly and greeted him enthusiastically. Chen Yang considered that he had no real grudge against her and most of his negative impressions were mere assumptions, so he didn't act too cold. He replied, "In such cold weather, wearing so little, aren't you cold?" "Cold? Do you like me dressed like this?" Zhou Yingxue said playfully, a mischievous smile on her face. Being teased like this by a woman suddenly made Chen Yang unwilling to back down. Do I like you dressed like this? If I liked you undressed, would you show me? The two were not very familiar and this was their first private meeting. After those words, Chen Yang was a bit surprised by his own boldness. If it were before, he would never have said such a thing. Perhaps this was the confidence that wealth brought. However, to Chen Yang's surprise, Zhou Yingxue did not show any anger but instead replied shyly, if you like, I can show you. Cough cough. Chen Yang was choked by her words, coughed lightly 2 times, feeling that he was at a disadvantage, and changed the topic to something serious. What do you want from me? What does that photo mean? You didn't bring me out just to chat, did you? This car is yours, right? Zhou Yingxue dropped her playful attitude and asked directly. Chen Yang did not hide it, but it made him feel a bit displeased. Yes, it's mine. Did Fong Ning send you? Upon receiving confirmation, Zhou Yingxue was determined. Seeing Chen Yang's cold demeanor, she quickly explained, no, of course not. I've long been fed up with that bad woman. Oh. Chen Yang was somewhat surprised to hear this. Weren't you two close friends? Poof. Zhou Yingxue crossed her arms and complained, I had no choice, she's so selfish. Do you know why she divorced you? Chen Yang wasn't too interested, but listening wouldn't hurt, so he didn't interrupt. She. Zhou Yingxue knew that at this moment it was best to be honest. If Chen Yang discovered later that she had deceived him, the consequences would be dire. So she didn't embellish the story, it was just as it was. After a while, Chen Yang roughly understood. Over the past 2 years, a leader named Shen Han had been looking after Fong Ning. That was also the reason she could rise quickly. However, Fong Ning still had some principles and never agreed to be with Shen Han, though she occasionally gave him hope, keeping him on a string. This led to a significant allocation of resources in the department to Fong Ning, while Zhou Yingxue became one of the victims forced to play a supporting role. As time passed under subtle influences, last night Fong Ning completely exploded and chose to divorce. Chen Yang, do you think Fong Ning has become arrogant? She always talks about hard work and even comforts me from time to time. It's disgusting to think about it. Hearing this, Chen Yang was indifferent. During the divorce in the morning, Fong Ning had a huge scene, ultimately skipping the cooling off period, and they signed the papers. She really has no vision, she doesn't even know Chen Yang Gige's strength. Who shall regret it? Chen Yang listened while Zhou Yingxue kept talking. For some reason, Chen Yang had become her brother. What do you want from me? Chen Yang truly didn't want to continue idle chatter with her. Having spent an afternoon with He Jing left him feeling uncomfortable, and now Zhou Yingxue was dressed like this. As a 26-year-old young man, he couldn't resist such temptation and needed to rush to Xiangyang Road. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yingxue displayed an extremely alluring gaze and even pushed her chest forward. Chen Yang Gige, you must be lacking in women, right? Can I be your woman? What the hell? Chen Yang suddenly understood. She knew he had money and was proactively coming onto him. Chen Yang was somewhat astonished. Was money's allure really so powerful? He hadn't spent a single penny on her yet she was offering herself up. Seeing that Chen Yang didn't respond, Zhou Yingxue immediately made a move that set his blood racing. She pulled her collar and said, so Chen Yang Gige, do you like it? At this moment Chen Yang was utterly shocked, it was simply too dazzling. After being tormented all day and having not touched a woman in over a year, he instinctively swallowed hard. If he could still hold back now, would he still be considered a man? After a few minutes, Chen Yang decided to change locations. Where are you taking me, brother Chen Yang? Zhou Yingxing asked. How about the Xinghe Bay Hotel? Wow, brother, is that a 5-star hotel? I've never been there before, Zhou Yingxing said shyly, pulling out her ID from her jacket pocket. Seeing Zhou Yingxing so well prepared, Chen Yang couldn't care too much. Being single, he wasn't afraid of any traps, he just wanted to have a good time. With the roar of the Bentley's engine, Chen Yang drove straight to the hotel. It wasn't long before they arrived at the hotel. As soon as they got out of the car, a security guard approached to inquire. Hello sir, do you need assistance with parking? The security guard was over 6 feet tall and in his 20s. Chen Yang marveled at the excellent service of the 5-star hotel. Nodding, he handed the keys to the security guard. Brother Chen Yang, this hotel is so grand. I've never been here before, Zhou Yingxing said, clinging to Chen Yang's arm in a delicate manner. With close contact with Chen Yang, Zhou Yingxing felt relaxed, presenting herself as someone who could be easily influenced, her emotional value at its peak. For her, Chen Yang might be her only opportunity to meet a real wealthy person in her life, so she naturally had to spare no effort. It was also Chen Yang's first visit, but he had to maintain a calm facade. The entire entrance was covered in red carpet with 2 bellhops opening the doors from either side. As they entered the lobby, a beautiful receptionist immediately approached to greet them. In a form-fitting suit with stockings and high heels, she stood about 5 feet 7 inches tall, her smile sweet. Hello sir, welcome to Xinghe Bay. Do you have a reservation? Chen Yang shook his head. I came here on short notice. Is a reservation necessary? The receptionist hurriedly smiled. No sir, it's just that if you don't have a reservation, some rooms may no longer be available. Her words were quite gentle, but Chen Yang understood that it meant the cheaper rooms were gone. However, he didn't care, saying, just give me the most expensive one. It wasn't that Chen Yang was trying to show off, he firmly believed that expensive things had no flaws besides their price. What he needed to do now was to make himself happy. Currently we have luxury rooms and presidential suites. The luxury room costs $6,999 while the presidential suite is $9,999. Which one would you like, sir? So expensive. Staying one night costs more than my month's salary. Zhou Yingxing thought to herself. Is this the life of wealthy people? Looking around, even the hotel lobby rivaled a palace. There was a fish pond, a ceiling gleaming with golden light and luxurious chandeliers. She estimated that even after a year of hard work she might not be able to afford a single light fixture here. Resting her head on Chen Yang's shoulder, she decided to cling to him. Let's go for the presidential suite and book it for a week, Chen Yang replied. There were over 12 million in his bank card. He wasn't lacking in money. It wasn't that he wanted to stay with Zhou Yingxing for a week. It was mainly because he didn't have a place to stay and he hadn't bought a house yet. Alright sir, this way please, the receptionist guided Chen Yang to check in. Zhou Yingxing blushing said, are we staying for a week? I'm afraid I. What are you thinking? I currently have no place to stay, so I'm paying for a week. Oh, Zhou Yingxing thought, feeling conflicted. Did this mean she had been acknowledged by Chen Yang? The beautiful receptionist in front couldn't help but shiver. She had seen many wealthy people. But to have such open discussions in public was a first for her. Hello, please show your identification. Chen Yang took out their IDs and handed them to the receptionist. Hello, you are checking in for 7 days at $9,999 per day, totaling $6,993. A deposit is also required, which is 1.5 times the room rate, amounting to $104,989. Of course, you can also use a credit card as collateral. Chen Yang shook his head. No need, I'll just give you cash. Alright sir, your total payment is $174,982. Hearing this, Chen Yang took out his bank card, just swiped the card. Okay sir. Please keep your identification safe. If you have any questions or needs, feel free to contact our staff. Xingha Bay Hotel is at your service 24 hours a day. After the transaction was successful, Chen Yang took the IDs and, accompanied by Zhou Yingxing, followed the staff to his presidential suite. Zhou Yingxing was so shocked that she couldn't speak, her body stiff and her mind buzzing. Did he just pay over $100,000 to stay in a hotel? This action of Chen Yang once again reshaped Zhou Yingxing's worldview. After working hard for a month and only earning $5,000, it was unbelievable that she spent more in one night than a rich person. Is there any justice in this? This further confirmed Chen Yang's identity as a wealthy person. Zhou Yingxing's gaze became resolute. No matter what Chen Yang asked for later, she would ensure to fulfill it. Perhaps tonight was the moment that would determine her fate for the rest of her life. Taking every opportunity as if it were the last had always been Zhou Yingxing's motto. Hello sir, this is your presidential suite. If you have any questions, feel free to contact us, the staff politely bade farewell. Chen Yang opened the door and was immediately dazzled. It was enormous, estimated to be at least a few hundred square meters. A large luxury bed, floor-to-ceiling windows, a massage bathtub, and even a gym. Wow, brother Chen Yang, this is so luxurious. Zhou Yingxing couldn't help but exclaim. Looking at the well-equipped presidential suite, she wished she could stay here forever. Brother Chen Yang, I'm going to take a shower now. The design of the bathroom perfectly matched Chen Yang's taste, shrouded in a sense of mystery that was all the more alluring. With the sound of splashing water, when Zhou Yingxing came out again, she radiated warmth, and the fragrance of shower gel wafted into Chen Yang's neck. Her hair was damp, wrapped in a towel, and the sight of her fair legs and delicate toes left Chen Yang in a daze. A night without conversation. Looking at the luxurious decoration of the presidential suite, Ding, the system detected that the host was happy and rewarded 2 million cash, awarded emotional points 300, current emotional points 1150. Congratulations, the emotional points have reached over 1,000, granting the host the chance to draw a lottery. Would you like to draw, host? Hearing the system's prompt, Chen Yang instantly perked up. He quickly replied in his mind, draw, I must draw. Okay, host. After the system's reply, suddenly a virtual roulette that only Chen Yang could see appeared before his eyes. The roulette was divided into several sections with various props and a big section marked with 100 million cash. Chen Yang was excited, internally drawing 100 million. 100 million. Clicking to draw. With a thought, the roulette began to spin. After 10 seconds, the roulette showed signs of stopping. At the top was a red pointer. 100 million, Chen Yang silently recited in his heart. He watched as the roulette was about to stop on the 100 million cash prize, feeling immensely excited. He had already thought about how to spend it: luxury sports cars, private yachts, and mansions. These were all things he wanted to buy, but the next scene suddenly left Chen Yang disheartened. Just as the pointer was about to point to the 100 million grand prize, the roulette unexpectedly came to a sudden stop. Congratulations, host, you have won a mysterious prize, zero magic. Damn it. Chen Yang cursed angrily. He actually didn't win the grand prize of 50%. What use is this zero magic? Can it be used as money? Chen Yang couldn't help but complain to the system. Ding, the system replied to the host, the effect of zero magic is. At this moment, a function panel for the item named Zero Magic appeared. Zero Magic. Function whenever the time passes midnight. The user's physical state will instantly return to its peak condition. Return to peak condition. Does that mean no matter what state I am in it will restore? Chen Yang asked. Yes, host. How can one enjoy life without a good body? No matter what disease the host is infected with or if they are missing limbs, as long as there is still a breath, if they survive past midnight they can recover. Wow, that's incredible. Chen Yang was instantly overjoyed. This is something money can't buy. Would the host like to use it? Of course I want to use it. Only a fool wouldn't. Okay, host. As soon as the system's voice fell, the item named Zero Magic appeared, glowing silver white. About the size of an egg, something inside seemed to be spinning continuously, emitting bright light. Zero Magic slowly approached Chen Yang's heart and he held his breath, not daring to move. As it got closer, it suddenly emitted a white light and disappeared. Is this entering my body? Chen Yang murmured softly. What effect will it have? Approaching midnight. 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute. 0 hour. Suddenly Chen Yang felt his body instantly return to its peak condition. Even his originally thin physique changed. This feeling was simply too exhilarating. There is actually a paragraph here. The next morning Chen Yang woke up early. After getting dressed, he originally planned to go have breakfast, but Zhou Yingxue simply couldn't get out of bed. Brother Chen Yang, you go ahead, I need to lie down for a while. She had stayed up too late last night. Chen Yang didn't push her, so he directly instructed the hotel staff to bring breakfast to the room. Not long after, someone knocked on the door. Chen Yang opened it and took the breakfast. Even the breakfast at a 5-star hotel was sufficiently lavish: crab porridge, sea cucumber porridge and some side dishes. Zhou Yingxue caught a whiff of the aroma and, feeling hungry, forced herself to get out of bed and get dressed. The two sat at the table, and after eating for a while Zhou Yingxue finally spoke. Brother Chen Yang, what is our relationship now? Zhou Yingxue asked, filled with anticipation. Although she believed she had performed well last night, she knew that for wealthy individuals like Chen Yang, merely this was not enough to completely ensnare. What kind of relationship do you want? Chen Yang questioned back, knowing that Zhou Yingxue was merely after money. But he was even more curious about her true thoughts. I want to live the life of a wealthy person. I don't want to struggle anymore. Chen Yang was very pleased with this answer. If Zhou Yingxue dared to say she wanted to marry him, he might just give her some money and cut off contact from then on. But just some money was exactly what Chen Yang wanted. Spending some money on a woman was nothing, and it definitely didn't make him a simp. Only those who spend money and end up with nothing to show for it can be considered simps. For him, it was merely a mutual benefit. Zhou Yingxue stared at Chen Yang without blinking, a hint of panic revealed in her heart. After a moment, Chen Yang responded. If it's just a matter of keeping you, I have no shortage of money, but I hope you understand that I can't offer you any formal title, and marriage is out of the question. Chen Yang spoke this plainly, straightforwardly, and it was quite hurtful. However, he had to do this to fundamentally eliminate potential troubles in the future. As for whether she could accept it, that was not within Chen Yang's consideration. If it didn't work out, he could always find someone else. Having long been immersed in the media industry, he believed many female streamers would willingly accept. Hearing this, Zhou Yingxue clearly felt a sense of loss, but she quickly adjusted and showed a faint smile. Of course, that's enough. For Zhou Yingxue, having a formal title would be better, but she did not crave it. Having experienced the harsh realities of society, she knew that having money was more important than anything else. Chen Yang nodded in satisfaction, then reached out to pat Zhou Yingxue's head. She obediently responded by pressing her face against his palm, showing her absolute compliance. Withdrawing his hand, Chen Yang took out his phone and directly transferred 50,000 yuan to Zhou Yingxue, saying, "You can use this money for now." Chen Yang didn't make any direct promises, he just wanted to do as he pleased. There was no need for monthly payments of 100,000. Depending on her performance, it could range from hundreds of thousands to millions. Thank you, brother Chen Yang. Seeing the transfer from Chen Yang in WeChat, Zhou Yingxue smiled happily. 50,000 yuan wasn't a huge amount, but for Zhou Yingxue, who had a monthly salary of only 5,000, it represented a year's worth of income without eating or drinking. Her credit card was about to explode with debt. With this money, she might not be able to pay it all off, but it would at least give her some breathing room. Although she couldn't compare to those women who charged 500 a night, 50,000 was still quite a lot, and she felt it was worth it. No wonder I've heard that once a woman sells herself, she can never return to shore. This money comes too quickly. After having breakfast, the time had already reached 8 o'clock. Chen Yang still needed to pursue He Jing. After changing his clothes, he asked, "Are you staying at the hotel or going to work?" Zhou Yingxue thought to herself that she couldn't yet determine how long Chen Yang's interest in her would last. She couldn't settle down as a caged canary just yet. What if Chen Yang suddenly disappeared and she lost her job? How would she live then? Thinking of this, Zhou Yingxue joked, "I still have to go to work. Tonight I'll wear my uniform and we can play dress up, how about that?" Chen Yang chuckled at her words, pinched Zhou Yingxue's little nose and smiled, "Sure, you little enchantress." Seeing Chen Yang's affectionate gestures made her very happy. With Zhou Yingxue performing so well, Chen Yang wouldn't treat her poorly. The two left the hotel, and as per her request, Chen Yang first took her back to her rental apartment in the green home. Changing into a different outfit, she couldn't wear the dress she had on last night directly to the company. They set off again, heading towards the office building of Zhou Yingshu's company. Being driven in a luxury car was the life she longed for. Thank you, brother Chen Yang, for taking me. Zhou Yingshu expressed her gratitude again. Chen Yang interacted with her, and as they passed by Wanxiang City, he asked, is it okay to be a bit late to the company? At this time it was already 8:50 and she was supposed to start work at 9. Sure, whatever brother Chen Yang says goes. Hearing this response, Chen Yang drove the car to the underground parking lot of Wanxiang City. What are we doing here? Is he going to take me to meet the woman from Hermes? Zhou Yingshu analyzed in her mind. But what could the purpose be? Thinking of this, she took out her makeup kit to touch up her makeup. The two got out of the car and arrived on the first floor. Zhou Yingshu linked her arm with Chen Yang's and followed him without saying a word. This direction was indeed towards Hermes. Her gaze was firm. Was it time for a fashion showdown? However, she thought too much. Chen Yang wasn't that boring. Before they reached Hermes, Chen Yang led her into the Louis Vuitton store. Zhou Yingshu's heart suddenly leaped with joy. Could it be that Chen Yang was going to buy her a bag? This time she guessed correctly. As soon as they entered, Chen Yang said, Fong Ning has an LV bag, so we'll buy you one too. Ha! Really? Thank you so much. In front of everyone, Zhou Yingshu kissed Chen Yang on the cheek without feeling shy at all. The saleswoman who came forward to welcome them showed an awkward expression. Hello, welcome to the LV brand store. How may I assist you today? One beautiful sales associate greeted them politely. Chen Yang wrapped an arm around Zhou Yingshu's shoulder, saying, go ahead, find one you like. Zhou Yingshu replied and started looking at various women's bags together with the sales associate. The prices of LV bags varied greatly. The entry-level ones were even around 7,000 or 8,000, while the more expensive ones could reach millions. Under the sales associate's guidance, there were several styles she liked, but she didn't dare to choose any. She was afraid Chen Yang would be unhappy and think she was greedy. In the end, she picked a shoulder bag that cost 23,000 yuan. Brother Chen Yang, is this one okay? Zhou Yingshu asked. Chen Yang glanced over. How much is this one? 23,000, is that okay? After hearing this, Chen Yang frowned slightly, feeling it was a bit cheap. Zhou Yingshu was startled by his reaction and quickly spoke, this one isn't great, let's change it. She pointed to another handbag which cost 8,005. Then, like a little cat, she observed Chen Yang's expression. This. Chen Yang was speechless. Was she a qualified gold digger with such taste? He still felt it was expensive, but this was already the cheapest option. Did he not deserve it? Zhou Yingshu suddenly felt a bit wronged. However, the next moment Chen Yang casually pointed, that one, bring that one over. The several sales associates in the store and Zhou Yingshu looked towards the direction Chen Yang was pointing, their expressions turning to surprise. They had thought this man was reluctant to spend money on this lady. After switching several times, they didn't expect he thought it was too cheap. That bag was worth 280,000. Zhou Yingshu was equally shocked. Brother Chen Yang, are you really going to buy me this bag? Don't you like it? I think it looks pretty good. I like it, of course I like it. For her, 280,000 wasn't an astronomical number, but it was enough to move her to tears. Chen Yang nodded after hearing her. That one it is, buy it. Alright, sir. Zhou Yingshu's breath quickened, a wave of joy welling up inside her. Until the payment was successfully completed and she was holding the bag in her hand, she still felt it was like a dream. This was the latest super trendy shoulder bag from LV this year, and carrying it out would certainly make a statement. The feeling of being pampered was truly wonderful. After paying, Chen Yang casually tossed the receipt into the shopping bag and handed it to Zhou Yingshu. It's yours now. Zhou Yingshu nodded in response. As she took the bag, she felt a lump in her throat, realizing she finally had someone to rely on, though it was a bit overwhelming. Seeing Zhou Yingshu lost in thought, Chen Yang waved his hand. Let's go, we'll take you to work. Hearing this, she smiled happily and hurriedly took a couple of steps, one hand holding the shopping bag and the other linking her arm with Chen Yang. Wishing you a pleasant shopping experience and welcome to visit us again. With the farewell of the sales staff, the two returned to the underground level and got into the car. As they drove out of the mall, Zhou Yingshu, seated in the passenger seat, held her beloved bag. She turned her face, her eyes fixed on Chen Yang, feeling a bit puzzled. Why does he seem to look more handsome? Is it just my imagination? What are you looking at? Chen Yang asked. Nothing, just feel like you look really handsome. Chen Yang smiled slightly. Of course, the zero magic had indeed transformed his physique and he now exuded a sense of vitality. 7 times a night was nothing out of the ordinary. The two engaged in casual conversation, and a few minutes later they arrived at the office building. I might not stay at the hotel tonight, let's contact each other then, Chen Yang said. Alright, brother. Before getting out of the car, Zhou Yingshu gave Chen Yang a quick kiss on the cheek, then opened the car door, grabbed her bag and bid farewell. She waited until the car was out of sight before turning to leave. It was already 9:30. Zhou Yingshu, who was half an hour late, was not in a rush, happily waiting for the elevator. She worked at an advertising company called Semi Advertising, located on the 21st floor, which was considered above average in the industry. How did Yingshu get out of a Bentley? Fong Ning mumbled to herself, frowning as she went downstairs to buy breakfast. Sister Jing, quickly tell me who was that little puppy yesterday? A colleague of He Jing from Hermes asked. Last night He Jing was restless, unable to sleep due to Chen Yang's words, and the last time she checked the time it was already 4 in the morning. She had been wondering if Chen Yang would send her a message during the night, but was somewhat disappointed when nothing came. This morning she forced herself to work through her drowsiness, preparing as the store had just opened. Seeing He Jing looking listless, a petite beauty in the store teasingly asked, What little puppy? He Jing replied, puzzled. Oh, Sister Jing, don't pretend it's the young man who helped you out yesterday. Little puppy. Are you talking about my son's friend? Why call him a puppy? He Jing was unfamiliar with such internet slang and didn't understand its meaning. Sister Jing, why are you pretending? Your son's friend wouldn't help you pay 120,000 for such an expensive bag. However, the female colleague still explained the meaning of little puppy. Upon hearing this, He Jing immediately shook off her drowsiness and her cheeks flushed slightly. His name is Chen Yang, he's really not my little puppy, and that bag might not even be for me. She spoke softer towards the end, and her colleague lightly nudged her with her shoulder. Hey sister, if you don't want him, could you introduce me? We're about the same age, even being a lover is fine. Alright, enough, don't think too much of yourself. Why didn't you act so warmly when he first came in? You ought to correct your attitude first, hurry up and get to work. At that moment a store leader-like figure spoke in a deep voice. Oh fine, the beauty pouted and left quickly. What should I do? In the midst of her busyness, He Jing ultimately made up her mind. It was nearly 10 o'clock and Chen Yang returned to the underground parking lot of the mall. He decided to check out the Hermes store first, having not bought any breakfast. It was a bit awkward timing. If he had breakfast now, would he still eat at 11:30? Thus he decided to tease a bit first and arranged to have lunch with He Jing later. Welcome to Hermes. Oh. Little puppy. The beautiful saleswoman named Jia Hongyue, who had just teased He Jing, was 25 years old. Seeing a customer enter, she quickly welcomed them, but when she saw that the visitor was Chen Yang, she instinctively blurted out little puppy, then awkwardly covered her mouth and turned to run. As she ran, she exclaimed that after not seeing him for a night, the little puppy had become even more handsome. Was she calling me little puppy? When did I become a little puppy? Chen Yang looked bewildered. He had spent several 100,000 yesterday, so nearly everyone knew him except for those who were resting. After Jia Hongyue ran away, others came forward to greet him. Hello, are you here to see Sister Jing? Chen Yang nodded. Yes, is Sister Jing at work? She's in the storage room, I'll go call her now. Sister Jing. Little puppy is here. Jia Hongyue excitedly called out to He Jing from a distance. Oh, He Jing simply replied with a word, having made up her mind the age gap between them was simply too great to agree to Chen Yang. Otherwise she wouldn't know how to interact with him in the future. After all, he was a good friend of her son Zhou Kong, how could that relationship be defined? Seeing He Jing frown, Jia Hongyue asked, Sister Jing, why aren't you excited? Hongyue, there's really nothing between us, don't say anything random. Sister, then I beg you. Jia Hongyue put her hands together with a flattering expression. My good Sister Jing, if you don't want him, please speak a few kind words for me, I want him. He Jing did not respond but took a deep breath, trying to maintain a serious face as she walked with Jia Hongyue towards the store hall. At that moment Chen Yang was idly entertaining the beautiful cashier at the checkout. As a writer of short drama scripts, he had excellent dialogue skills combined with his handsome face, which naturally created a sense of intimacy. In just a few exchanges he made the beauty blush, her heart racing. He Jing saw this scene and instinctively felt a bit uncomfortable, forcing herself to maintain a neutral expression. Chen Yang, what do you want to talk to me about? The way she spoke was casual, as if addressing an ordinary friend. Hearing He Jing's voice, Chen Yang smiled and turned to look at her. Sister Jing, I came to see you, shall we have lunch together? This turn of events completely shattered He Jing's facade. Chen Yang was so handsome that it made her heart race and her heartbeat surged, her face instantly turned red. Jia Hongyue was stunned, thinking, Sister Jing, why are you blushing? That wasn't your attitude just a moment ago. Hearing these words, He Jing struggled to rein in her emotions. No, she had to clarify their relationship immediately, otherwise she would inevitably fall deeper. She nodded softly, alright. Damn. My head's splitting. Last night Zhou Kong had drunk heavily with his superior until the wee hours, chasing career advancement. Today was his day off. Upon waking he was seized by dizziness and blurted a curse. Mom, I need water, Mom. Receiving no reply, he groggily reached for his phone. Hell, already 1030 That damn Chen Yang, if it weren't for him I wouldn't be suffering like this. Next chance I get I'll make him pay. Knowing He Jing had already left for work, Zhou Kong staggered out of bed in search of water. He filled a glass in the living room, then wandered into He Jing's room. He remembered the hangover pills were kept in his mother's bedside drawer. Over the past 2 years frequent business banquets had made him reliant on them, and He Jing for convenience stored them in her own drawer. Otherwise Zhou Kong would invariably misplace things after using them, rendering them impossible to find. Crouching down he retrieved the pills, swallowed them whole and gulped several mouthfuls of water, relief flooding through him. He took another deep breath. Mom's room smells so lovely, far more fragrant than Zhang Xixia's. With that musing he turned to leave, already imagining seeking solace from Kai Kai. A pleasant thought until his gaze fell upon the table inside the room where several shopping bags sat. Hermes Huawei Apple. Zhou Kong frowned. His mother worked as a luxury sales associate. Hermes bags were unremarkable. But these were clearly full and lined up neatly, almost militantly. Would his fastidious mother ever leave them like that? Had she gone shopping? Where did she get the money, or even the phone? Puzzled, Zhou Kong approached the table and opened one bag. Sure enough. A brand new Hermes handbag. 2 sealed smartphones. And, astonishingly, a man's overcoat. What the hell? What does this mean? Whose coat is this? Did she buy it for herself or for some other man? And what about those 2 phones? Where did she get this kind of money? Could it be? Instantly sobered, Zhou Kong launched into a rapid, breathless monologue. A terrifying notion surged into his mind. It must be a man who bought them. Mother has a lover. No. Absolutely not. After all these years he could never accept his mother being with another man. She belonged to him exclusively. His chest heaved, a suffocating tightness gripped his lungs. Just then a receipt slipped from the bag onto the floor. He picked it up. Hermes Women's Shoulder Bag 2025 Prestige Edition 28888. Good heavens, the receipt confirmed it, nearly 30,000 yuan. Who on earth had seduced his mother? Wait, check the payee name. Maybe she'd bought it herself. Clinging to that last sliver of hope, Zhou Kong shifted his gaze, only to feel his breath vanish entirely. There, stark and undeniable, it read, payee Chen Yang individual. Shit. His head spun violently, truly physically dizzy. He collapsed unconscious, remaining so for nearly an hour before stirring awake. Chen Yang. Chen Yang. Then a sudden realization: even if his mother did have a lover, it couldn't possibly be that Chen Yang. He had no money at all. It must be a coincidence, same name, different person. Only then did Zhou Kong exhale slowly, though anguish and confusion still coiled tightly within him, leaving him slumped on the floor, mind utterly blank. Chen Yang, let's go. It was now 1130 a.m. Lunch break. He Jing spoke to Chen Yang, who had already reserved a restaurant. It was a Western bistro on the 6th floor of Wanxiang City Mall. Great Sister Jing, I booked our table upstairs. Chen Yang rose and walked beside her out of the Hermes boutique toward the elevator. For he Jing, that hour had been pure torment. She dared not take leave, she had no valid excuse. All the way she remained silent. On the 6th floor they spotted the sign Jimmy's Bistro. The restaurant exuded elegance, refined decor, hushed sophistication. But he Jing had no heart to appreciate it. Guided by a waiter they seated themselves. After ordering, the waiter confirmed their choices and departed. Western restaurants prized quietude, and now with only the 2 of them present, Chen Yang broke the silence. Sister Jing, I'm utterly sincere about you. Have you considered my proposal? Today he Jing wore her hair swept high, a warm beige overcoat, a crisp white turtleneck beneath, and classic blue jeans. The ensemble should have radiated vitality, but her face betrayed exhaustion. Chen Yang understood her sleepless night following his confession meant she did harbor feelings for him. Glancing cautiously around to ensure privacy, he Jing replied, Chen Yang, thank you for liking me. But it simply can't be. We're too far apart in age, 13 years. People would talk. You may just be infatuated with an older woman caught in a passing fancy. But I can't, truly I can't. You should seek someone younger, or your own age. We're ill-suited. Besides, I'm Zhou Kang's mother. How could we possibly? Her voice tumbled out in one breath until Chen Yang gently but firmly clasped both her hands. Sister Jing, what does any of that matter? I love you. Truly. Her pale slender hands jerked instinctively like a spark leaping across a gap, but failed to pull free. A delicate flush bloomed across her cheeks. Under ordinary circumstances such boldness would have ignited her fury, perhaps even a stinging slap. Yet with Chen Yang not a trace of disgust stirred, only a quiet trembling shyness. Could it be she was accepting him? The thought flickered through her mind, and her eyes meeting his darted away. Chen Yang's heart leapt. There's hope. Sister Jing, you're breathtakingly beautiful. You look barely past 30. Don't speak of age as if it's a flaw. You possess a grace most women lack. I adore precisely that. Isn't there an old saying? 3 years older means gold bricks in your arms. So why not hold a few more? I want you, my rare, radiant, mature woman. We're both unattached, why shouldn't this be possible? At those words a final long-held resistance within he Jing dissolved completely. After over 2 decades of solitude, how could she not yearn deep in the quiet hours, for tenderness, for warmth in the dark? In youth, disillusionment with men had hardened her heart, leaving her alone for years until loneliness became familiar, almost comfortable. However, he Jing still said, but what about Zhou Kong? You two are good friends. It's fine, Jing Jia. As you said, Zhou Kong is my good friend, but he is also your son. He will bless us. You have worked hard for so many years raising him alone. He must want you as his mother to be happy. Chen Yang's words were reasonable and He Jing felt they made a lot of sense. The phrase raising Zhou Kang alone is very hard, struck directly at her inner pain. I am afraid I will drag you down. After a long pause, He Jing finally managed to say this. Chen Yang chuckled at this. He took out his Huawei folding phone and lightly tapped it. He Jing immediately heard a beep on her end. Looking at it, she exclaimed, Chen Yang, why did you transfer me 100,000 yuan? Jing Jia, you want drag me down? I'm not short on money. If you need money in the future, just tell me. I will support you from behind and you will definitely eat well. Upon hearing this, He Jing was moved and it completely touched her tear point. She remembered when she was still an innocent girl back then. Zhou Kang's father was already 26 years older than her. At that time she was immersed in a fairy tale of love but was ruthlessly abandoned by Zhou Kang's father after getting pregnant. She didn't know what she was thinking, but she resolutely gave birth to Zhou Kang. Determined to become an independent woman, but all these years, there was nothing but heartache. And this man in front of her had already spent nearly 30,000 in just 2 days. To think that she earned about 5,000 from sales yesterday. Even if he was just playing around, that was still sincere. Thinking of this, He Jing felt that Chen Yang truly loved her. Alright, I agree to you. As soon as these words came out, Chen Yang felt a surge of joy, thinking that money indeed works. He then stood up and sat beside He Jing, gently wiping the redness from the corner of her eyes. Thank you, Chen Yang, she said, overwhelmed with joy before smiling. By the way, Chen Yang, the things you bought are still with me. I forgot to return them to you yesterday. Oh, Chen Yang said as he wrapped his arm around He Jing's delicate waist. Her waist was very slim without an ounce of excess flesh, a rare sight for someone who was 13. He Jing's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly pushed him away. No, not here, she said. Although those around couldn't hear their conversation, they could see, and she felt a bit embarrassed. Jing Jing, those were meant for you. Hearing this, He Jing's face lit up with joy. Are all of those for me? Yes, including that piece of clothing returned by a customer. I thought it would fit the child, so I decided to give it to. Is Chen Yang really falling in love at first sight? You are so bad, we haven't even started yet. What child are you talking about? That's your brother. Though she said this, she felt very happy inside. Chen Yang not only spent so much money on her but also thought of her son. That piece of clothing was merely a slight color deviation from what the customer wanted. It was hardly a defective product, yet it was given away for 12,000. From every angle, Chen Yang was attentive and considerate. With such a man, she and her son would surely be happy in the future. Thinking this, He Jing buried her head in Chen Yang's embrace, not caring if the waiter serving the dishes was watching her. She lightly bit her red lips and sweetly said, Chen Yang, how about we change Zhou Kang's name to Chen Kang? Upon hearing this, even Chen Yang, who had been writing mindless short scripts for 2 years, was taken aback. This idea was a bit too big. However, he quickly replied, I'll follow your arrangements as long as the child accepts it. You are so good. I believe Kong Kong will understand. When the feelings ran deep, the dishes were all served. French foie gras for the appetizer, 2 portions of steak, and dessert would come last. Chen Yang called the waiter and ordered a bottle of red wine. He Jing straightened up. Chen Yang, I can't drink, I have to go to work later. Don't go to that lousy job, I will support you from now on. Upon hearing this, He Jing was moved but still shook her head. No, what if one day you don't want me anymore? But taking a leave is fine. After saying that, He Jing took out her phone and sent a message. She then lifted her glass and took a sip with Chen Yang. Feeling completely relaxed, she finally noticed the upscale nature of the restaurant, which obviously came with a hefty price tag. Chen Yang truly was thoughtful. The two of them were affectionate and their meal lasted over 2 hours. He Jing draped one beautiful leg over Chen Yang's thigh using a spoon to feed him a bite of dessert. It melted in his mouth and tasted delightful. Chen Yang smiled with satisfaction, completely oblivious to the strange glances from those around as they happily exchanged affection. After finishing their meal, they stood up and approached the cash register. The total bill was over 3,000 and He Jing's face was filled with affection. Congratulations, host. Your mood is excellent. Reward 200,000 cash, emotional value 10, current emotional value 160. Hearing the system notification, Chen Yang smiled, realizing he wasn't losing out at all. As they exited the restaurant, he held He Jing's delicate white hand, their fingers interlocked. He Jing's face flushed slightly, feeling a bit self-conscious about the gazes of those around. However, thinking that she managed to find a boyfriend who was over a decade younger than her was an accomplishment. What was there to be afraid of? Let others say what they want. Therefore, she simply went along with Chen Yang's intentions. Life is truly wonderful. She found a boyfriend in just 2 days and he was so young, handsome and wealthy. Her life was completely turned upside down, and as she came to her senses, He Jing felt as if she were in a dream. On her way to the underground parking lot, she unexpectedly encountered Jia Hongyue, who was currently seeing off her customer. He Jing's face turned red, instinctively wanting to break free from Chen Yang's hold. However, their hands were tightly intertwined and she couldn't escape Jia Honyue's gaze. Jia Honyue looked at the two of them with a mischievous smile but didn't say anything special. He Jing felt a bit embarrassed, wondering how the other girls in the shop would talk about her. Once in the car and driving out of Wanxiang City, He Jing unexpectedly found a few strands of hair on the center console. She picked them up and pouting asked, "Whose hair is this, Chen Yang?" "Ha." Chen Yang glanced at it, quickly realizing this must be Zhou Yingchu's hair from last night. Hers was longer than He Jing's. However, he calmly replied, "Isn't this yours?" He Jing shook her head. Although she had also sat in this car yesterday, she couldn't possibly mistake her own hair. She felt a bit unhappy. It was clear that after Chen Yang left her place last night he had another woman in the car, but after thinking it over it was unrealistic for Chen Yang, being young and wealthy, to have only her as a woman. As long as he treated her well, that was enough. So she replied, "Husband, don't lie. I don't mind as long as you treat me well." After saying this, He Jing's little face turned as red as a ripe apple. The word husband was too unfamiliar to her. Chen Yang did not expect that He Jing would be so understanding. If it weren't for not wanting to let Zhou Kong take advantage, he would have really considered giving her a few million to spend. Originally the two planned to go out for a stroll to cultivate some feelings, but since He Jing had consumed half a bottle of red wine, she was somewhat tipsy and fuzzy now, so they could only send her home first. As for Chen Yang, this little bit of alcohol was nothing to him. It did not affect his ability to drive at all, and he was not afraid of anyone deliberately causing trouble. At worst, he would just pay for damages. If he lost his driver's license, he could always hire a personal driver. Otherwise, he would definitely do so in the future. Moreover, although the Bentley Bentayga was not as extravagant as a Lamborghini, Ferrari, or Rolls-Royce, it was still a luxury car worth over 3 million. Generally speaking, cars on the road would intentionally or unintentionally avoid him. As long as Chen Yang did not crash into anyone himself, the probability of an accident was almost zero. Without any surprises, they arrived at He Jing's residential area and parked the car well. Glancing at He Jing, she was already in a semi-dazed state, and Chen Yang wondered if the alcohol had such a strong effect. After all, it was just a bottle of French Clermont Poiretat red wine priced around 1,500 yuan, mainly because his family did not have anything too good. "Sister Jing, we're here." He Jing replied, opening her eyes and raising her head, her gaze somewhat hazy. Chen Yang hurriedly got out of the car and walked to the passenger side to open the door. "It's fine, I can walk," He Jing said as she got out of the car, her mind still relatively clear, but she walked a bit unsteadily. Chen Yang quickly wrapped his arm around her waist. Taking out the elevator card, they went up to the 9th floor, which was where He Jing lived. Her home was in building 3, over 80 square meters. As they went upstairs, Chen Yang thought how nice it would be if Zhou Kong was at home. He would surely be furious if he saw the scene. That emotional value would definitely rise. However, he felt a bit disappointed when He Jing took out her keys and opened the door. He did not see Zhou Kong. At this moment it was 4:30 in the afternoon. Chen Yang thought to himself that Zhou Kong probably had not finished work yet. The two of them sat on the sofa and Chen Yang looked around. The room was simply decorated but very clean. He Jing sat beside him, taking off her outer coat. Her slightly loose sweater revealed her fair neck, and Chen Yang could not help but take a glance. "Is it nice?" Chen Yang's actions caught He Jing's attention, and she asked him with affectionate eyes, "Of course it looks good, Sister Jing," Chen Yang said as he wrapped his arms around her slender waist and leaned in a little closer. He Jing did not shy away at this moment. She resembled a girl in love, her face filled with affection. Chen Yang looked at her starry lips and could not resist giving them a light peck. He Jing did not reject this gesture. She was not a young girl. Since he had given her so much money, what could it be for? Since she accepted it, developing that kind of relationship was bound to happen sooner or later. Without any defenses, she allowed it to happen. After kissing, Chen Yang even tasted her lips, saying, "Sister Jing, your lips are so sweet." "Ha! Are they sweet?" He Jing's face turned red as she raised her hand to touch her lips, then tasted them, saying, "Where's the sweetness?" "Sister Jing, how can you not taste it? If I say they're sweet, then they're sweet," Chen Yang said with a mischievous smile. After speaking, he covered He Jing's head with his hand and kissed her deeply. At first, He Jing was a bit shy, appearing inexperienced. But gradually she seemed to find the knack for it. Not knowing if it was the effect of the alcohol at this moment, she finally said, "Sister Jing, are we going to the hotel or staying here?" Just here. Let's go to the room. Kong Kong has been coming back late these days," He Jing said, wrapping her arms around Chen Yang's neck, unwilling to part for even a moment. Chen Yang's lips curled slightly as he picked He Jing up in his arms. "That side is my room." He closed the door, not caring about anything else. This section of 500 words is only visible to members. Censored. "Kong Kong, are you feeling unwell?" Zhang Saixia looked disappointed. She was originally in a good mood, but now it had turned into this situation. Zhou Kong was feeling downcast. At noon his mother's situation caused him to break down, and in the afternoon he went to Hermes seeking clarity. However, the staff in the store said his mother had taken a leave of absence and no one answered the phone. At that time He Jing was dining with Chen Yang. To avoid being disturbed, her phone was on silent. Feeling incredibly dejected, Zhou Kong could only seek comfort from Zhang Saixia. Zhang Saixia was 42 years old, in the prime of her life. Upon receiving Zhou Kang's message, the two arranged to meet at the hotel. But unexpectedly Zhou Kong was completely out of sorts. She felt a little disappointed. As the saying goes, a woman at 30 is like at 40 and at 50. Zhou Kang's face looked worse than if he had eaten something terrible. At this moment he was downcast and originally had at least 10 minutes. He thought to himself that he must have been affected by the situation at noon. Damn it, none of the Chen Yangs are good people. He felt a bit dejected and said, let's meet again next time. After speaking, he disregarded Zhang Caixia and walked directly out of the hotel. Zhang Caixia, angry, complained on the bed. In the past 2 days she had done what she needed to do at the company and it was nearly 6 o'clock, so she decided to go home and see if her mother had returned. She took a taxi and arrived downstairs at her home in about 10 minutes. As she took the elevator and opened the door, she murmured, Mom should have returned. Her mother's coat was thrown on the bed. But where is she? Normally at this time her mother would have prepared dinner waiting for her. Why today? Could she be in her room? Thinking of this, he hurriedly ran towards He Jing's bedroom. However, just as he was about to push the door open, he heard some indescribable sounds. Damn it! That sound was all too familiar. How could he not know what was happening inside? His mother brought a man home. He instantly felt as if the sky had fallen. His mother indeed had a man. Thunderclaps rang in his ears. How could he accept that? He gritted his teeth in anger, wanting to burst in and interrupt the two. He was practically grinding his back teeth to dust if he just went in and saw the two naked then in the future. With that thought, he weakly took 2 steps back and sat down heavily on the ground. Chen Yang cheerfully tended to the potted plants on his nightstand. He adored such simple living things. Ding! Detected elevated host morale. Awarded 20 million yuan in cash. Mood value increased by 300. Current mood value 460. Chen Yang, what time is it? He Jing suddenly asked. No idea, what's wrong? Oh. Quick, check my phone, I can't reach it. Alright, Chen Yang sighed resignedly, propped himself up slightly and reached for the phone on the nightstand. 8:05. What's the rush? At his words, He Jing shot upright, breathless with urgency. It's all your fault, we're running late. Kong Kong will be home any minute. Hurry up, get up now. She sprang out of bed, slipped on a robe and tugged insistently at Chen Yang's arm. Chen Yang, move. We won't make it in time. Ah, Sister Jing, just moments ago you were calling me husband so sweetly. Why the sudden formality? Chen Yang teased lightly. Enough, no more jokes. Get up now. You'll have plenty of chances later, but if Kong Kong walks in on us, it'll be mortifying. We need to let him adjust gradually. I'm afraid he won't understand, not yet. Fine, I'm up. Seeing her genuine distress, Chen Yang abandoned his teasing. He stretched languidly, pulled on a pair of briefs and swung his legs off the bed, ready to head for the shower. Let's go, Sister Jing, he said, slipping an arm around her waist as they approached the bedroom door. But the moment it swung open, a familiar face filled the doorway. Shock froze upon that face, astonishment, disbelief, confusion, then erupted into blazing fury. Ah, Kong Kong. You're back already. Why didn't you call ahead? He Jing recovered first. She stepped back from Chen Yang, flustered and faintly blushing. Zhou Kang's hand, poised to grasp the doorknob, had clenched into a trembling fist. His jaw muscles quivered uncontrollably. His eyes burned with incandescent rage, locked onto Chen Yang, then exploded into a thunderous roar. Chen Yang, I'll kill you. How dare you touch my mother? I swear I'll tear you apart. Zhou Kang seethed inwardly, had never imagined that behind the door would stand the one face he loathed most. And worse, Chen Yang stood there grinning, utterly unrepentant. He could scarcely believe it. The man who'd just been with his mother was Chen Yang himself. Unbearable. Unthinkable. With a guttural cry, he lunged forward, fists raised. He Jing cried out and threw herself between them, arms wide open. Kong Kong, calm down. Your Uncle Chen and I love each other deeply. Let me explain slowly and honestly. Love. Mom, what are you saying? You love him. He's penniless, a total failure. And you know he's already married. Mom, move now. Let me beat this scoundrel to death. His chest tightened, suffocating with disbelief. How could his own mother have fallen for Chen Yang? He Jing bristled, instantly, voice sharp with indignation. Zhou Kang, never speak of him like that. Your Uncle Chen is extraordinary, brilliant, capable, far from a failure or a pauper. The moment the words left her lips, she faltered, her cheeks flushed crimson. Zhou Kang, witnessing it, only grew more enraged. How could you, Mom? Chen Yang, I don't care how you tricked her, I will destroy you today. Veins bulged across Zhou Kang's temples, his mind went blank, overwhelmed by the visceral agony of seeing his most cherished person stolen by his greatest enemy. Ding! Detected surging fury directed at the host by Zhou Kang. Mood value increased by 600. Current mood value 1060. Chen Yang's heart leapt, his efforts had borne fruit. Zhou Kang's reaction pleased him immensely. He couldn't resist adopting a benevolent, almost paternal tone. Kanger, my dear brother, let's agree on a new arrangement. I'll call you little brother and you may call me father brother. How does that sound? Go to hell. The word struck Zhou Kang like a physical blow. Dizziness washed over him, limbs shaking violently. Mom, step aside, now. With a sharp shove he sent He Jing staggering sideways. She gasped, stumbling, nearly collapsing, until Chen Yang caught her, deftly drawing her close against his chest. Are you all right, Jing Jing? It's natural for a child to struggle, to feel hurt, confused. He'll stand beside you every step of the way. Then turning to Zhou Kong, he offered a crooked knowing smile. Thank you, husband. You've been so patient. Seeing his mother nestled in Chen Yang's arms, blushing tender vulnerable, Zhou Kong let out a strangled cry. Reason shattered. Even if he struck her by accident, he would end Chen Yang. Yet he overestimated his strength. At just over 1.7 meters tall and carrying extra weight, Zhou Kong stood no chance against Chen Yang 1.8 meters tall, honed by Zero Demon's enhancements. Zhou Kong threw a punch only to have his wrist seized midair. A swift twist sent searing pain shooting up his arm, wrenching a yelp from his throat. Let go, his snarled head cocked sideways in fury. Chen Yang ignored him, shoved hard. Zhou Kong stumbled backward, limbs flailing, barely catching himself. Regaining his footing, he charged again, teeth bared, eyes wild. This was the first time He Jing had ever seen her gentle obedient son unleash such raw, unrestrained fury. A pang of sorrow pierced her heart. Did he truly believe she didn't deserve happiness? Damn it! As expected, Zhou Kong fell once more, subdued with the same effortless precision. This time the grip was tighter, agonizing. His mouth twisted, saliva dripping, tears welling. Desperate, he pleaded, "Mom, make him stop. I'm dying." But He Jing's expression remained cool, unwavering. "Kang Kong, you needed this. I've spoiled you too long. To strike your Uncle Chen without cause, that's not who you are. Reflect deeply." Without another glance, she turned and walked out to shower. Mom! Mom! Ow! Abandoned by the one person he loved most, defending another man, he felt utterly broken. His hatred for Chen Yang deepened into something feral. Ding! Detected intensifying fury from Zhou Kong toward the host. Mood value increased by 300. Current mood value 1360. Only 2 people remained in the room. Chen Yang released Zhou Kang's hand. "My dear boy, call me Uncle Chen." Wincing in pain, Zhou Kong realized he stood no chance against Chen Yang and refrained from striking again. He shook his aching shoulder. "Chen Yang, you've got the guts to come after me, but leave my mother out of it. Zhou Kong, I believe you've misunderstood me entirely. I truly care for your mother, and we're genuinely in love. Jing has been single for years. Finding someone who stirs her heart was no small miracle. You must understand that. Besides, I hold absolutely no interest in dipping sauce, so put that notion aside. Go to hell." "Is that even what I meant?" Furious and humiliated, Zhou Kong dared not raise a hand. He simply couldn't win. His shoulder throbbed so fiercely he could barely lift it. Ding! Host detected. Zhou Kang's anger emotion value increased by 200. Current emotion value 1560. Chen Yang nodded, savoring the moment. What a treasure indeed. He needed to escalate the provocation. "Zhou Kong, you're far too agitated right now, you need time to cool down." "Very well, Jing, and I will stay elsewhere for a few days. Use that time to reflect." "What the hell do you mean, Jing? Who gave you permission to call her that?" "Wait, stay elsewhere." Chen Yang, listen carefully. If you dare follow through on this, I'll take you down with me, 1 for 1. Believe it. Ding! Emotion value increased by 200. Current emotion value 1760. Chen Yang chuckled, inwardly elated. He raised his hand, intending to pat Zhou Kang's shoulder in a gesture of camaraderie. But the motion startled Zhou Kong so badly he stumbled backward. Just then He Jing emerged from the bathroom, freshly showered. Spotting her, Zhou Kong dashed forward and cried out, "Mom, I beg you, don't be with Chen Yang. He's deceiving you. He approached you only to exact revenge on me, or worse, to toy with you. Mom, you can't fall for his trickery." Zhou Kong pleaded desperately, tears welling in his eyes. Hearing this, He Jing flushed with indignation, then sank into profound disappointment. "Zhou Kong, how utterly base of you. I'm nearly 40, what could Chen Yang possibly gain by deceiving me? Revenge. Preposterous. Why fabricate such an excuse? I simply cannot fathom why this upsets you so deeply. You and Chen Yang have always gotten along well. Why does this union disturb you so profoundly?" No, it's not true, Mom. You've misunderstood entirely. We get along terribly. At work I've exploited him relentlessly, made him my personal driver, withheld his bonuses, and ultimately fired him. This is revenge, Mom. Enough, Zhou Kong. You're just like your father, willful and ungrateful. I shouldn't have let you reconnect with your uncle. One truly becomes stained by proximity to ink. Chen Yang doesn't care about petty sums. He's already spent over 200,000 yuan on me. You're projecting your own petty mind onto a man of integrity. Don't equate everyone with your biological father." He Jing was genuinely furious, unleashing a torrent of rebuttals. 200,000. Zhou Kong whirled toward Chen Yang. "You really went Allen, didn't you? Mom, hear me out. Chen Yang has no money. Either he sold his house and land or he took out massive loans." He Jing scoffed inwardly. She knew better than anyone whether Chen Yang had funds. Zhou Kong was only spared her indifference because he was her flesh and blood. "Trust me, Kong, Chen Yang is a good man. As mother and son argued, Chen Yang stood nearby wearing an expression of pure unadulterated excitement. He wasn't merely spectating, he was spinning the lottery wheel. Before him shimmered the familiar prize wheel. He swallowed hard, hoping, praying, for the 100 million yuan jackpot. Granted, his bank account already held several million. Yet whoever turned away from more wealth, especially after tasting the exhilarating rush of unrestrained spending these past days? He craved extravagance, mansions, yachts, private jets, legions of beauties, hypercars worth hundreds of millions. And he couldn't rely on the system rewarding every purchase with cash. Heart pounding, he tapped the wheel once more. With a 50% chance, surely this time would be the one. The wheel spun. Chen Yang watched breathless with anticipation. Congratulations, host, you've won a mysterious prize. Put. Chen Yang nearly choked. How could it be so difficult even at 50% odds? In that instant he thought bitterly of Pinduoduo. What a shame, the fragment was stolen by a little mouse. 100% instant knockout poem. Would the host like to master it? Snapping back to reality, Chen Yang studied the prompt. Not an item this time, but a skill. He consulted the skill manual. 100% instant knockout poem. Function when deployed. The secret technique guarantees instantaneous unconsciousness, regardless of where the palm strikes. Force exerted is irrelevant. A martial ability. Chen Yang mused silently. Logically speaking, this was a law-abiding society. On short video platforms one often saw two grown men spitting insults inches apart, yet neither dared throw a punch for fear of footing the medical bill. Superficially useless, yet upon reflection Chen Yang chose to master it. True, he'd soon hire bodyguards. Wealthy men rarely lifted a finger themselves. But desperation could drive even the meekest to madness. The system registered his confirmation, and a wisp of white mist coiled into his palm. No sensation whatsoever. System, how do I activate this? Response: activate via intent alone. Chen Yang grasped it instantly. His gaze drifted to the still bickering pair, He Jing visibly seething. Why can't you see reason, child? If you persist like this, go calm yourself at home. Mom, What if he tested it on Zhou Kong? Without hesitation Chen Yang stepped forward. Conger, look how upset you've made your mother. Before Zhou Kong could react, Chen Yang casually tapped his shoulder, a gesture that seemed almost consoling. Zhou Kong whirled around, mouth already opening to curse. You. Mid-sentence his vision blackened, and he collapsed unconscious. Chen Yang confirmed he hadn't exerted the slightest force. Was it truly this miraculous? Jing, what's wrong with Zhou Kong? Chen Yang feigned innocence. He'd expected panic or blame from He Jing when Zhou Kong suddenly dropped. Instead she remained utterly unruffled. Help me carry Kong to bed. Shouldn't we take him to the hospital? Chen Yang asked. She shook her head. No need. He's likely exhausted and suffering mild hypoglycemia. It's happened before. I'll make him some sweetened water. All right. After laying Zhou Kong in bed, Chen Yang checked him, merely unconscious, no danger to life. Minutes later, I'm sorry Chen Yang, I never imagined Zhou Kong would react so strongly. It's fine Jingjia, children need time to adjust. Thank goodness you're not angry. It was getting late and Chen Yang had originally planned to take He Jing out for the night. However, it was his own fault for conducting an experiment on Zhou Kong. A mother couldn't just throw her child out to have fun with a boyfriend. As for staying overnight at He Jing's house, Chen Yang considered it, but He Jing shyly expressed that they could do whatever they wanted in the future. Chen Yang was not in a hurry, so he didn't press the issue. Once downstairs he unlocked the car. Luxury cars were indeed superior, even the sound of unlocking was quite pleasant. Sitting in the driver's seat he habitually glanced at his phone. Over a dozen missed calls. Chen Yang opened it up to check. Zhou Yingxue had called 5 times and an old classmate from the village Li Hai had called once. As for the rest, they were all from his mother. Chen Yang felt a sense of foreboding. It was clear that his mother had found out about his divorce. There was no choice, he had to call back or she would worry herself to death. He dialed and it rang 5 or 6 times before connecting. However, as expected, a roar came from the other end of the line. Chen Yang, you little brat, you don't even tell the family about such a big thing as getting divorced, huh? After listening to the complaints from the other side, Chen Yang, who had gradually calmed down, replied apologetically, sorry mom, it happened a bit suddenly and I didn't have a chance to say anything. Then you tell me why you just decided to get divorced. Fang Ning thought I was poor and I couldn't stand the nagging, so I said I disagreed from the start. The phone call lasted over 20 minutes, during which Chen Yang mostly apologized or told lies. He even told her not to worry about the family, that there was no need to care about work and that he had recently done some small business and would definitely come home for the new year. Chen Yang smiled wryly and shook his head. His family had been reluctant from the beginning when the two of them got together. The reason was that Fang Ning's mother was ill and needed 100,000 yuan for treatment. Then there was also 20,000 yuan needed for a down payment on a house. 30,000 yuan all at once was quite a burden for an ordinary family in a village. Of course, this was not the main issue. The key was that Chen Yang's family felt that getting married right after graduation was a bit unreliable. If they divorced, it would be nearly impossible to come up with the betrothal gifts. But Chen Yang insisted and his parents had no choice but to support him. The family even owed some money and Chen Yang decided to repay it together after returning home for the new year. Chen Yang did not return Li Hai's call, his mother had already mentioned it. Li Hai was getting married at the end of the year and there was less than a month left. He heard it was someone from the neighboring village, very beautiful and stable. She had even introduced herself to him, but Chen Yang had not looked at that time, he was already with Fong Ning. Li Hai's call was probably about this matter. As for Zhou Yingxue, it was clear she was probably checking to see if he was returning to the hotel. Not thinking too much, he started the car. After about half an hour, Chen Yang arrived at the Xingha Bay Hotel. He parked the car and entered the hotel. Pushing the door open, it was dark inside. Zhou Yingxue had not returned. However, upon entering the bedroom, Chen Yang smiled. Zhou Yingxue was wearing a tight suit, deliberately leaving one button of her top undone, revealing her fair skin underneath. She had said in the morning that she wanted to play dress up and she indeed wore it back. This outfit was probably her formal attire for meeting clients. At this moment she was lying back and had already fallen asleep. Chen Yang glanced at the time, it was just past 10. Had she fallen asleep so early? Chen Yang felt a bit envious. When he used to work like a horse, he would just be getting off work at this hour. Chen Yang shook his head and picked up the blanket to cover her. However, as soon as he reached out, Zhou Yingxue wrapped her arms around Chen Yang's neck and gave him a passionate kiss. "Woo, Chen Yang, why did you come back so late? You little minx, pretending to be asleep, are you?" Chen Yang supported Zhou Yingxue's chin and gave her a fierce kiss on the lips. Zhou Kong had bathed after falling unconscious. Why was there a scent of a woman on him? Zhou Yingxue thought to herself. As soon as she got close she could smell it. That's why it's said that women are very sensitive beings. They possess an innate ability to observe details even without realizing it. This is also known as the sixth sense. Here 1,000 words are omitted. The next morning, Chen Yang breakfast is ready. Women adapt very well. She couldn't get out of bed the previous day, yet the next day she was already accustomed to it and got up even earlier than Chen Yang. By 8 in the morning she was already washed up and had arranged breakfast waiting for Chen Yang to eat together. After he got up and washed up, they had breakfast and went downstairs together. It wasn't that Chen Yang was particularly willing to take Zhou Yingxue to work, he was just doing it on the way. He needed to stir up some emotional value from Zhou Kong. After dropping her off, he was just in time to look for He Jing. As long as he was with He Jing, Zhou Kong would continue to generate anger points. For some reason Chen Yang felt as if he were under a spell. Not winning that 100 million grand prize made him feel uncomfortable all over. Arriving downstairs, "I'm going to work now, bye." Before getting out of the car, Zhou Yingxue playfully pouted, then reluctantly entered the office building. At a restaurant downstairs. "What's wrong, Fong Ning?" Shen Han asked. He saw Fong Ning frowning and looking in one direction, looking somewhat serious. Hearing Shen Han's words, she shook her head. "It's nothing, Minister Shen." This morning Shen Han had invited her to have breakfast just downstairs from the company. Through the window she saw Zhou Yingxue getting out of that Bentley again. For 2 consecutive days she had taken the same car to work. She even carried such an expensive bag. She was very surprised when she saw it yesterday. She had even eagerly asked Zhou Yingxue if she had a boyfriend. Where did that bag come from? But for some reason Zhou Yingxue seemed like a different person, no longer being truthful and just vaguely brushing off questions. Suddenly she was not as enthusiastic as before. The simplest change was that before noon Zhou Yingxue would actively go downstairs or order takeout for 2 cups of coffee. 1 cup for each of them. However, yesterday there was none. Even when leaving work she took the initiative to greet him. When he asked her out to sing karaoke at night, she refused. This was quite unusual. Did Zhou Yingxue find a wealthy boyfriend? One even better than Shen Han. How could that be? Seeing Fong Ning a bit distracted, Shen Han hesitated for a long time before finally asking Fong Ning, "What do you think about our situation?" Upon hearing this, Fong Ning frowned. "Minister Shen, you know I just got divorced. Please give me some time, okay?" This response left Shen Han somewhat dissatisfied. Logically she should have no feelings for that ex-husband, so what does she mean by this now? However, he still replied, "Alright, I understand. I hope you can move on soon." He didn't want to push too hard, after all he had already waited so long. What's another moment? A cooked duck won't fly away. Fong Ning nodded, her gaze drifting towards the window. Meanwhile Chen Yang was driving towards Wanxiang City and happened to spot a cafe. He thought about going in to try it out since there was no point in arriving early at He Jing's place. The cafe was called Luyo Coffee, known for its high prices, very famous in Yuhang. A cup of the cheapest coffee costs over 200 and the more expensive ones can go up to 1,000 yuan per cup. He had always wanted to try it when he was working, curious about how it differed from his usual instant coffee. After parking, Chen Yang walked inside. The entrance wasn't very large. The interior had a nice decor belonging to that industrial style. As soon as he entered, a relatively young female server approached to greet him. "Hello, sir. Welcome to Luyo Coffee." Chen Yang nodded and followed the server to a windowside table. Not quite understanding, Chen Yang listened as the server began to introduce the menu. "Hello. Our shop offers coffee made from beans sourced from different regions, all brewed by hand dripping method for a slow extraction. Different beans and brewing methods result in different flavors. For example, this rare coffee bean from Panama is crafted by a Turkish coffee master, taking about 8 minutes to prepare, priced at 1,000 yuan. Chen Yang nodded. "I'll have this one." "Alright sir," the server politely responded before turning to leave. The cafe wasn't very crowded and the environment was quiet. Most of the patrons were dressed in suits discussing business matters. Chen Yang thought it was normal at such prices who could afford to drink a cup. It would only be the wealthy or those discussing business collaborations who would come here. About 10 minutes later the coffee was served. Chen Yang took a sip and savored it. Wow! The coffee immediately brightened his senses. It was luxurious. It felt delicate and smooth, completely devoid of the bitterness typical of ordinary coffee. He almost smacked his lips but held back. Ding! Congratulations, host. You are feeling happy. Reward 1,000,000 yuan cash. Emotional value increased by 10 points. Current emotional value 780 points. Just as the system's notification finished, a woman suddenly appeared in front of Chen Yang, smiling. "Hello, you must be Mr. Lu. Sorry for being late, I sincerely apologize." Chen Yang looked up. The woman was about 1.7 meters tall, in her 20s, dressed in a sharp business outfit with a beautiful face and an impressive figure. She held a briefcase and reached out to shake Chen Yang's hand, but halfway through she withdrew it, possibly because Chen Yang was drinking coffee. Before Chen Yang could speak, the woman directly sat down in the chair across from him. Although he didn't know her, Chen Yang had no intention of asking her to leave. If she wanted to sit, that was her choice. Besides, she was quite attractive. If Chen Yang had to rate her, she would score at least an 8 out of 10. After sitting down, the woman placed her briefcase on the table. "Hello, Mr. Lu. I'm Li Cece, the one who spoke with you on the phone yesterday. I sincerely appreciate your interest in investing in our SEMA advertising. Here is some information about our SEMA advertising for you to review, Mr. Lu. Investment. She must have mistaken me for someone else. Beautiful lady, I." However, just as Chen Yang began to speak, Li Cece's phone rang. She looked at it, her expression somewhat shocked. The screen showed Lu Bo, and Li Cece immediately realized she had mistaken the person. Looking around, she indeed saw a man waving at her not far away. She then apologetically nodded to Chen Yang. "Sorry sir, I mistook you for someone else." After saying that, she put away the documents she had just taken out and turned to walk towards the man named Lu Bo. Chen Yang noticed. No wonder, he had a similar outfit, wearing a Hermes jacket, and their builds were also similar. "Hello, Mr. Lu. I am from SEMA Advertising." Beautiful women are always appealing, so Chen Yang couldn't help but shift his gaze. However, their conversation didn't seem to go smoothly. Within just a few minutes, Chen Yang saw Li Cece suddenly become angry, slam her hand on the table, and storm out of the cafe. After finishing his coffee, Chen Yang didn't linger any longer, settled the bill, and left the cafe. As for the woman named Li Cece, apart from her beauty, he remembered that the company Fong Ning worked for was also SEMA Advertising. By the afternoon, in a restaurant, "Chen Yang, why did you transfer me money again?" He Jing was almost in tears from the emotion her son Zhou Kong treated her like this, yet he was still so kind to her. "Sister Jing, don't you still have some mortgage left unpaid? Hurry up and pay it off, I don't want you to struggle so much," Chen Yang replied with a smile. But. "No buts, just accept it," she said. Okay. Chen Yang's reason for giving her this money was actually purposeful. He decided to provoke Zhou Kong a little more, who knows, he might win another lottery. He Jing accepted the transfer, and Chen Yang said, "Sister Jing, I think you were right last time. Zhou Kang's name should be changed to Chen Kong. This way it can bring us father and son closer together." Upon hearing this, He Jing immediately agreed without hesitation. "Okay, I'll go talk to her." Mentioning yesterday, He Jing immediately felt sorry for Chen Yang. "I'm sorry I didn't let you stay at home last night. I will take a leave now." 20 minutes later, at a hotel near Wanxian City. "What did you say?" "My mom has taken leave again." Zhou Kong looked confused. He had inexplicably fainted yesterday. He just got up this morning, and after arriving at work he felt terrible. His mind was filled with images of Chen Yang and his mother together. He couldn't focus on work at all, and by 2 o'clock in the afternoon he simply couldn't hold on any longer. Thinking it over, he decided he needed to keep an eye on his mother. He couldn't let them meet again. When he arrived at Hermes, the staff informed him that He Jing hadn't returned after her lunch break. Zhou Kong suddenly felt something was off, clenching his fists and shouting, "Chen Yang, I curse you." He then slammed his fist into the wall. Ding! Detected anger from Zhou Kong towards the host. Emotional value increased by 200 points. Current emotional value 980 points. At the hotel, Chen Yang, who was working hard, suddenly felt delighted. Wow, he hadn't even made a move yet and had already gained emotional value, so he put in even more effort. Ding ding ding. Just then He Jing's phone suddenly rang. Sister Jing, who called? The phone was right by the bed, the screen clearly showing white air. That's just malicious asking when you already know. Hello mom, I heard you took a leave of absence. Where are you? He Jing replied. Hearing this, Chen Yang felt it was a good opportunity to stir emotions. Sister Jing, who called. This voice. Chen Yang. How could he not recognize the voice of Zhou Kong after working together for 2 years? Ding detected anger from Zhou Kong towards the host. Emotional value increased 300, current emotional value 1290. Mom. Kong, you really misunderstood. I'll return right away. He Jing said, and without waiting for Zhou Kong to reply, she hung up the phone. Then she looked at Chen Yang with a resentful expression. You're too bad. Isn't it because Sister Jing you are too charming that I... Zhou Kong was so angry he gritted his teeth. He knew exactly what was going on. Ding, congratulations to the host, reward cash of 100,000 yuan, emotional value 20 points. In the Bentley car. How am I going to explain this to Kong? I'm so embarrassed. He Jing complained to Chen Yang sitting in the passenger seat. While saying this, she threatened Chen Yang with her fist. You absolutely cannot do this again, understand? Okay, Sister Jing, I promise next time. Chen Yang replied sincerely. She was now anxious to return home as Zhou Kong had sent a message on WeChat just a moment ago. Mom, hurry back now or I'll kill myself in front of you. Helpless, the two had to hurry towards He Jing's home. Half an hour later, the car entered the community while Zhou Kong had been waiting at the entrance for He Jing to return. He wanted to see his mother as soon as possible. This time he was determined that if Chen Yang dared to show up, he would fight him with all his might. Zhou Kong spat, throwing away the cigarette but in his hand. Looking down, he realized that in just over an hour he had smoked more than 10 cigarettes. His throat was already hoarse. He had been feeling irritable these past 2 days. He never thought he would be outsmarted by that useless Chen Yang one day. Alas, he was completely at a loss. A stark contrast to his previous self. He was truly on the brink of a stroke. He gazed towards the community entrance where a brand new Bentley Bentayga appeared in his line of sight. Whose car is this? Zhou Kong muttered to himself. Although there were quite a few wealthy people in his community, he had seen several cars worth over $1 million and even knew who their owners were. But he had never seen this one before. Did a wealthy person move into the community again? He suddenly felt excited, wondering whose family it was, hoping to get acquainted. Relying on connections is vital in this world. What if it was a wealthy young woman? What if she took a liking to him? Thus he fixed his gaze on that car. Wait, is it coming this way? Could it be from the same building? This slightly lifted his spirits. Proximity to the source is advantageous. Watching the Bentley slow down, Zhou Kong analyzed. Could it be looking for a parking space? It surely must be. Thinking this, he quickly took a few steps forward. Wasn't the spot where he stood a parking space? He smiled and nodded, waving his hands to signal that this spot was available. Chen Yang in the car was dumbfounded at Zhou Kong's actions. What was Zhou Kong doing? Directing him to park. Had he turned over a new leaf? Or was he mentally unstable from the shock? Sister Jing, look, this kid is waving at us. He Jing was equally bewildered, but then her face broke into a joyful smile. Kong has grown up and is more sensible. It's truly heartwarming. Honey, are you ready to become a dad? Chen Yang was speechless. What was Zhou Kong going crazy about? Why did he suddenly accept this? Stop. Zhou Kong made a stopping gesture. This wasn't Zhou Kong's fault. When Chen Yang bought the car, he specifically had the dealership apply a super dark tint. From outside one couldn't see inside the car at all. However, from inside the car one could see outside clearly. Chen Yang had spent an additional 20,000 on just this window tint. Seeing the passenger door open, Zhou Kong cleared his throat, preparing to step forward to get acquainted. However, Mom. Zhou Kong paused in confusion. The person getting out of the Bentley was actually his mother. So Mom didn't lie to me. She really wasn't with Chen Yang just now. I misunderstood her, which made him feel somewhat relieved. But then he thought, how did my usually elegant and noble mother become like this? Has she started dating a new man again? Thinking this made him a bit despondent, but overall, as long as it wasn't Chen Yang, it was fine. Mom, how did you end up in a Bentley? Zhou Kong asked. He Jing got out of the car and smiled at her son. Kong, you finally understood. Mom is very gratified. Understood what? Zhou Kong was still trying to analyze the meaning behind He Jing's words when in the next moment the driver's door opened and Chen Yang stepped out of the car. Chen Yang? How could it be Chen Yang? Zhou Kong's expression darkened instantly. Why is it you? How could it be you? How can you afford a Bentley Bentayga? A series of 3 questions. He Jing smiled and said, this car belongs to your uncle Chen. This car is Chen Yang's. Zhou Kong could hardly believe it, his pupils dilating. Wasn't he from the village? Wasn't he poor to the point of being abandoned by his wife? What is true? Zhou Kong's breathing became rapid. No way, this car absolutely cannot be yours. Right, it must be rented. You tricked Mom like this. Mom, have you also become one to despise the poor and love the rich? He's just renting a car to deceive you. After all, he was her son. He Jing patiently explained, no Kong, this car was bought alongside Chen Yang. I personally witnessed the payment being made. This. Zhou Kong was momentarily speechless. For matters like this he still believed his mother. Chen Yang is a wealthy man. A rich second generation. Thinking this, Zhou Kong collapsed onto the ground, his mind short-circuiting, trying to piece together everything since he met Chen Yang. Chen Yang. Had he always been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Could it be that he really had to recognize him as his father? If he really was that rich. In the living room, Zhou Kong sat utterly stunned. He Jing had just explained to him in meticulous detail the recent torrent of expenditures, each claim backed by irrefutable evidence, even the mortgage on their own home having been quietly settled by Chen Yang. Hearing this, Zhou Kong wore an expression of utter desolation, sinking silently onto the sofa and lighting cigarette after cigarette. The air thickened with smoke, yet He Jing uttered no reproach. She understood anyone would need time to absorb the sudden revelation of a long-lost father. Chen Yang stood nearby, lost in thought. Moments earlier he'd spoken on the phone of exchanging lives, one for one. How then could Kong possibly return? Suddenly Zhou Kong crushed his final cigarette, sighed deeply and declared, "Fine. I'll let it be, but calling you dad? Absolutely not." Zhou Kong had always revered strength and instinctively feared wealth. Wonderful. Kong, you've finally seen reason. It's all right, we'll take it step by step. Your mother believes with all her heart that you'll come to accept him. Seeing no response from Zhou Kong, He Jing resolved to speak plainly and offered a gentle, hopeful smile. Let me share some good news. Chen Yang and I have discussed it thoroughly. You'll no longer be Zhou Kong. From now on your name is Chen Kong. You two must learn to build a true father-son bond. Mom, please stop saying Uncle Chen like that. Wait, just a moment. Already reeling, Zhou Kong froze at these words, then erupted into furious rage, his eyes locking onto Chen Yang with searing intensity. You've crossed the line. Now you want to change my surname. His fists clenched, knuckles white, his glare twisted with raw feral fury, as if he might tear Chen Yang apart with his bare hands. Ding. Host detected intense anger from Zhou Kong. Emotional resonance increased by 200. Current emotional resonance 1510. I'll kill you. Zhou Kong roared, brushing aside He Jing's desperate attempt to restrain him, and lunged forward, fist raised. Chen Yang felt a quiet melancholy, his emotional resonance rose only slightly. It seemed Zhou Kong was already nearing acceptance. As the young man hurtled toward him, Chen Yang calmly lifted his hand palm open. The instant Zhou Kong's fist struck that palm, darkness swallowed his vision. Damn it, not again. He mumbled, before collapsing unconscious. Oh dear, why does this child always fall asleep the moment he hits the ground? With a single effortless motion, Chen Yang tossed Zhou Kong onto the sofa. This boy's been utterly exhausted lately. Zhou Kong slept straight through until past 9 o'clock that evening. He jolted awake, eyes snapping open. What's happening to me lately? Why do I keep blacking out? Chen Yang is unnervingly strange. He sat up, glancing around. The room was still. He Jing lay beside him, fast asleep. Chen Yang was nowhere in sight. Zhou Kong exhaled slowly. Chen Yang's presence had shaken him to his core. The mere thought of being forced to renounce his surname ignited white-hot fury. That was his unbreakable line, and now how could he possibly separate his mother from this man? Xianyang Road. Guanlangshuan Business Club. Good evening, I'm No. 111. I'm No. 2 Lily. I'm No. 3 Yaya. I'm No. 7 Wine Gang. No, that's incorrect. Please step out. My apologies, sir, there's been a mix-up, said the club's poised manager, a woman in her early 30s. Sir, do any of them appeal to you? Chen Yang waved dismissively. Bring another group. Of course, sir, please wait a moment. With a subtle gesture, the manager signaled for them all to withdraw. The masseuses filed out, disappointment etched across their faces, high heels clicking sharply against marble. This was already the third rotation, and yet she remained unruffled. Discerning tastes were expected among the wealthy. This gentleman had walked in and deposited 100,000 yuan on the spot, an act of breathtaking extravagance. Determined to impress, the manager prepared her ultimate move, summoning the club's top-tier elite. He must be satisfied. Chen Yang reclined lazily on the club's premium sofa, legs crossed as masseuses came and went, replaced one batch after another. That afternoon, after leaving He Jing's home, he'd wandered here idly to test a hypothesis: did proximity to women of varying allure yield correspondingly distinct rewards? Minutes later, the manager ushered in 3 new women. Each possessed a distinct aura. No. 26, a petite youthful girl. No. 38, a voluptuous commanding woman. No. 17, a fresh-faced innocent student. Yet they shared one undeniable trait: luminous porcelain skin. Good evening, sir. These are our 3 most esteemed practitioners, service guaranteed to exceed expectation. Do any catch your eye? Numbered badges hung neatly across their chests, thumbs aligned, spines straight, smiles practiced and radiant. Chen Yang's gaze sharpened. Everyone was strikingly beautiful, each possessing a rare, compelling charm. Choosing would be difficult. After a moment's contemplation, he swept his hand decisively. I'll take all 3. Ah. The manager blinked, startled. You wish to engage all 3? Is there an issue? Not at all, though their rates are notably higher. How much higher? 10,000 yuan minimum per person. For all three, an additional premium applies, roughly 50,000 yuan total. Agreed. Excellent, sir, please wait a moment. Her pulse quickened. Many wealthy patrons visited, but few ever spent 50,000 yuan in a single session. Soon the trio returned, each holding a small woven basket dressed in elegant style-specific uniforms reflecting their individual personas. A cascade of water echoed as Chen Yang emerged from the shower wrapped in a plush robe and reclining on the bed. Brother, may I begin with your legs? No. 26 murmured sweetly. Brother, I'll tend to your waist. And I'll work on your back. A soft sigh escaped him. Truly only those who commanded wealth knew such refined indulgence. By the end of the session, every muscle hummed with deep liquid ease. Ding. Congratulations, host, your elevated mood has earned a reward of 100,000 yuan. Emotional resonance increased by 30. Current emotional resonance 1540. Harmony force. Reward 100,000 yuan cash. Emotional resonance increased by 50. Current emotional resonance 1590. At the chime, Chen Yang smiled, quietly satisfied. His bank balance now stood at 47 million yuan, and he retained one remaining draw on the lottery system. Though all three excelled in beauty and poise, their true caliber remained uncertain. As for exceptional quality, that depended entirely on serendipity. One could not force destiny. Only chance could deliver those rare life-altering encounters. 3 years of extraordinary gain, 5 of steady profit, 10 of assured security. Honorable Mr. Chen, thank you, and we eagerly await your next visit. Amid a chorus of reverent farewells, Chen Yang stepped out of the club. Sigh. Yesterday Chen Yang didn't let me stay with him. I wonder where he ran off to. Could it be that he went to find that woman from Hermes? Inside the CMA advertising company, Zhou Yingxue furrowed her brows and leaned on her desk, lightly tapping a small green plant with her finger. She was thinking, could it be that Chen Yang prefers someone older? My mother. She shook her head, deciding to stop overthinking. This scene was witnessed by Fong Ning nearby. Today Yingxue didn't arrive at work in that Bentley, which she noticed. She had been a bit obsessed lately, constantly wondering if Yingxue had found a wealthy boyfriend. It seemed that Zhou Yingxue was in a low mood today. Wasn't that a perfect opportunity to pry? With that thought, Fong Ning approached. Yingxue, do you have something on your mind? Hearing this, Zhou Yingxue turned to glance at her. Not at all, what could I possibly have on my mind? Fong Ning's eyes darted. Yingxue, we haven't had a meal together in a while. Let's go out for dinner after work. Aren't you going to eat with Shinhan? She was aware that Fong Ning had been going out to eat with Shinhan these past few days. Fong Ning frowned slightly, noticing that Yingxue had changed too much recently. Not only had she grown distant from her, but she also seemed to disregard Minister Shen. She often straightforwardly mentioned Minister Shen's name. Where did that confidence come from? Thinking about that Bentley, she realized she had to get to the bottom of this. I haven't gone out to eat with Minister Shen at all. After saying this, she looked around. Ding, Zhou Yingxue's phone rang. She picked it up and immediately broke into a smile. Shaking her head, she replied, No, I have something to do tonight. Let's do it another day. Oh, alright then. Back at her desk, her gaze fixated on the LV bag next to Zhou Yingxue. She had checked it with Doubao. The latest model costs over 200,000. Zhou Yingxue definitely couldn't afford that, so there could only be one conclusion. She must be in a relationship with a wealthy benefactor. How could she be so lucky? Fong Ning, there's a new hot pot restaurant that just opened. Want to give it a try? She glanced at her phone. It was a message from Shinhan. Sighing upon seeing Yingxue's bag, she suddenly felt that Shinhan wasn't as appealing anymore. However, she had to keep him hanging for now. Aside from not easily giving herself away, there wasn't much else to it. Alright. Recently Shinhan at his desk also felt uneasy, sensing that Fong Ning was a bit distant. He planned to treat her to a nice meal today and order a few bottles of wine. If he didn't get a clear signal, he would really have to consider whether it was worth his time to invest in her. The message from Zhou Yingxue had actually been sent by Chen Yang. Today he didn't go looking for Hijing, instead he went out to have some fun. He bought a few outfits which weren't particularly luxurious brands, just Nike, AJ or Adidas. After all, he had just acquired the system. As for whether he would adopt the traits of the wealthy in the future, that was hard to say. For now the common brands suited him well, but they still cost around 40 to 50,000. Also, he couldn't help but do another lottery draw. It got harmonized. It was close to quitting time. Chen Yang thought he would give it a shot in the evening and sent Zhou Yingxue a message. Let's go have dinner together first. By 5 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Yingxue quickly punched in and rushed out of the office, grabbing the first elevator down to meet Chen Yang. Seeing the Bentley Bentayga parked downstairs, Zhou Yingxue hurriedly ran a few steps and opened the car door. Sorry for the wait, Chen Yang. I missed you so much after not seeing you for a day. What did you miss about me? Chen Yang said as he shifted his gaze downwards. The lambswool coat paired with a skirt and a light-colored sweater made her look somewhat adorable. Let's have hot pot. It's winter and hot pot is a must in this season. Sure, Chen Yang. Starting the car due to rush hour, a trip that usually took only a few minutes extended to over 20 minutes and still hadn't arrived. In the car, Zhou Yingxue seemed hesitant to speak. What's wrong? Were you bullied? Chen Yang asked. Zhou Yingxue shook her head. No, it's just. She wanted to say that Fong Ning had been probing if she had a boyfriend recently, but Chen Yang had mentioned that he couldn't give her a title, so she hadn't dared to say anything. Moreover, since Fong Ning was Chen Yang's ex-wife, she was even more reluctant to bring up that name. Just say what's on your mind, Chen Yang said somewhat impatiently. He hated this feeling of half-finished sentences. I just want to say, but you mustn't get angry. You don't have to say it. Seeing Chen Yang's displeased expression, Zhou Yingxue quickly retorted. Recently Fong Ning has been probing whether I have a boyfriend. Can I say something about it? Upon hearing this, Chen Yang laughed directly. What's there to worry about? I'm not a public figure, let alone a celebrity. Why should I care about rumors? But didn't you say before? Haha, are you an idiot? What I mean is that I won't take on responsibilities like a boyfriend. As for what others think our relationship is, that's inconsequential, alright. Besides, I don't plan on getting married again. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yingxue's eyes lit up. Then I can tell others you're my boyfriend. If you don't plan on getting married in the future, then it's up to you. Great, Chen Yang. Love you. As she spoke, she planted a fierce kiss on Chen Yang, making a loud smack. Ugh, your saliva. After another 10 minutes, they finally arrived. Tan Huohuo Fresh Meat Hot Pot was a newly opened light luxury hot pot restaurant. With an average spending of around 300 per person, it was considered a bit of a stretch in Yuhang. Entering the restaurant, they found a good spot, and Chen Yang was too lazy to order. He left the entire matter in Zhou Yingxue's hands. She was quite happy about it. All right, sir, please wait a moment. The service was decent, not inferior to Hei de Leo. However, the only regret was that there were no private rooms, just card tables. Otherwise, they could have done something else. The two were still studying what they had just ordered. Freshly sliced beef with floral garnish was something entirely new to them, completely oblivious to the two figures behind them. Fong Ning, sitting in Shinhan's BMW X5, finally arrived at the hot pot restaurant named Tan Huohuo after being stuck in traffic. Throughout the journey, Shinhan had been chatting with Fong Ning. But her mind was completely consumed with the recently transformed Zhou Yingxue. She analyzed in her heart that with her own beauty she shouldn't lose to her in finding a boyfriend. Especially with Zhou Yingxue's recent attitude towards her, just thinking about it made her furious. Who isn't a little fairy? Looking at the interior of the car, she suddenly felt that the BMW X5 wasn't that appealing anymore. Why couldn't she sit in a Bentley? Upon arriving at the location, they parked the car. The two of them got out and entered the hot pot restaurant, where Fong Ning glanced around the environment, feeling that it was quite nice and not overly noisy. The prices here should not be cheap. Hello, welcome. Are you two dining together? The waiter greeted them as they entered. May I ask what kind of seating you prefer? Are there private rooms available? I'm sorry, sir, but we don't have any available. However, we do have booth seats. Today, Shinhan planned to reveal everything. He had wanted a private room, but unfortunately they did not accept reservations. Looking around, he said, a booth is fine, please find us a spot. All right, sir, this way please. The waiter guided them left and right. However, Fong Ning furrowed her brow slightly. She seemed to hear a familiar voice. Was that Yingxue's voice? Confused, she stared intently at a booth in front of her. When her gaze gradually revealed the figures of two people, she froze, then couldn't help but exclaim, Zhou Yingxue. Chen Yang. The voice was loud and Zhou Yingxue turned her head upon hearing it. She instinctively paused, then spoke Fong Ning. Their eyes met and Fong Ning's expression immediately darkened. What are you two doing here? Chen Yang also looked surprised and turned his gaze towards Fong Ning. He didn't expect to encounter her here. Looking at the man beside her, Chen Yang thought this must be Shinhan, the one Yingxue mentioned. He was quite handsome, giving off an elite vibe. Fong Ning seemed to realize something and said coldly, Zhou Yingxue, why are you with Chen Yang? I need an explanation. Explanation? What for? Why do I have to explain who I'm with to you? With Chen Yang's backing, Zhou Yingxue felt fearless. What does that mean? Are we tearing off the mask now? With that thought, Fong Ning immediately retorted, Zhou Yingxue, is this how you treat your best friend? Aren't you supposed to explain since you're with my ex-husband? Upon hearing this, Shinhan's expression stiffened as he scrutinized Chen Yang. So this is the ex-husband. He truly doesn't deserve Fong Ning. Dressed in Nike, he really lacks taste. As a man, at least he should wear Armani. Excuse me, sir and ma'am, is there a problem? The waiter noticed the two customers lingering. Fong Ning waved her hand, signaling for them to ignore the situation. Fong Ning, you two are divorced. So what if I'm with your ex? Chen Yang, what are you doing with Zhou Yingxue? Are you trying to get back at me? Then why not go after my sister? What does she count for? Or are you just not curious where her $20,000 handbag came from? Fang Ning laughed angrily, feeling that there was nothing left to consider now that the mask had been torn off. I can't believe you. Do you even understand? That bag was given to me by my brother. Zhou Shui acted innocent in front of Chen Yang. In reality, she was not someone to be bullied in society, and when it came to insults, she didn't care about her image at all. You. Fang Ning was infuriated. She wanted to slap Zhou Shui twice, but she valued her image too much. After a moment of contemplation, she took a deep breath and said, "Fine, Zhou Shui, our relationship ends here today. Who cares about your worthless friendship?" Fang Ning was furious and felt like killing her, but still managed to hold it in, saying, "You're so uncultured." After that, she quickly walked inside. In truth, she had no mood to eat, but she couldn't let Zhou Shui think she was upset. That would mean losing. Thinking back, she felt truly foolish. With Zhou Shui's intellect, how could a rich man possibly take a liking to her? That Bentley was likely a swindle she was unaware of. And that shabby handbag. Chen Yang bought it. Ha ha ha, how ridiculous. It was definitely fake. It was foolish of her to worry for several days. Why would a wealthy man be interested in her? She needed to eat more walnuts. As she looked at Fang Ning in front of her, Shen Han turned his gaze to Zhou Shui and said, "Zhou Shui, think carefully about your choices." He then chose not to linger any longer. "Chen Yang, how did I perform?" After they left, Zhou Shui reverted to her innocent self. "Well, if it were a score out of 10, I'd give you 8. Why? Where did the 2 points go? You should have slapped her twice." "Ah. Is that so? Alright, Chen Yang, you'll go make up for it right away." As Zhou Shui spoke, she was about to get up. Hey, alright, you'll give you a 10. Tonight there will be a reward for you." Upon hearing this, Zhou Shui's eyes lit up. "What reward, brother?" A moment later, Chen Yang, "The stir-fried lobster with flowers is really great, so fragrant." "Indeed. But now that you've offended Chen Han, can you still go back to your class?" As a former underdog, Chen Yang knew very well what it meant to offend a superior. Why not? I'm not going to run away with my tail between my legs. That would be too pathetic. Even if I leave, I must get them to compensate me. How about I become the boss of your company?" "Ha." Zhou Shui looked puzzled. "Is your boss named Li Cc? How did you know Chen Yang?" Hearing this, Chen Yang confirmed that the woman seeking investment in the cafe was indeed the owner of CMA Advertising. He had even looked it up. Their company was valued at around 50 million. But this matter wasn't urgent and could be discussed after the new year, so he simply replied, "I found it online." "Oh, I see." After eating and drinking to their fill, they settled the bill, which came to 1,200. Chen Yang shoved his hands into his pockets while Zhou Shui linked her arm with his as they walked out of the hot pot restaurant. Those two shameless people. Fang Ning, who was following closely behind, cursed silently in her heart. Had the food not been so delicious, she probably wouldn't have been able to eat it all. Throughout the meal, Shen Han had no opportunity to reveal everything. They directed all their suppressed emotions towards Chen Yang. The time to finish eating was the same, and Fang Ning and Shen Han both felt unlucky. They almost exited simultaneously. Zhou Shui also noticed Fang Ning. The two locked eyes, their gazes bitter. The bond of their former friendship had completely vanished. Shen Han gallantly opened the passenger door of the BMW X5 for Fang Ning. At that moment, she suddenly smiled, thinking, "What do you have to compete with me? You offended me. Will there still be a place for you in the company?" Just as one leg was about to step into the car, the unique unlocking sound of the Bentley Bentayga drew her attention. Then she suddenly froze. Half of her body still outside the car, she witnessed an unbelievable scene. Why was Chen Yang getting into that Bentley? Her mind buzzed. The person who dropped Zhou Shui off at work a few days ago was Chen Yang. No, this can't be possible. Chen Yang driving a Bentley. Fang Ning could scarcely believe her eyes. For a moment, Shen Han and Fang Ning stood frozen in stunned silence. "Fang Ning, get in the car." Shen Han broke the silence first. As the dazzling taillights receded into the night, Fang Ning sat silently in the front passenger seat. Her gaze remained fixed straight ahead. After a pause, she turned to Shen Han beside her. "Shen Han, let's go back to the office." "Why return to the office?" "To retrieve something." A quarter of an hour later, the two returned to CMA Advertising. Click, she flipped the light switch. "What exactly are you looking for?" Fang Ning said nothing, only waved her hand dismissively. Then she strode toward Zhou Shui's workstation. She remembered clearly the day Zhou Shui first carried that LV bag. She had placed several sheets of paper inside Fang Ning's drawer. Shen Han watched, puzzled. Fang Ning's eyes were icy, her thoughts inscrutable. Even more bewildering was how the man she'd repeatedly scorned as a penniless, unmotivated ex-husband, Chen Yang, could now be driving a Bentley worth nearly 4 million yuan. Fang Ning forced open the locked drawer and began frantically rummaging through its contents. Papers scattered everywhere, fluttering to the floor with sharp, hollow slaps. In that moment, all composure vanished. She looked like a woman consumed by bitter resentment. As she searched, she muttered aloud, "It has to be here, I saw it with my own eyes." She overturned all 3 drawers. At last a faint smile flickered across her lips only to vanish instantly replaced by glacial coldness. Chen Yang. He concealed his assets before marriage. Clutched in her hand was a paper receipt boldly printed. Louis Vuitton 2025 new shoulder bag, price 280000. Purchaser individual, name Chen Yang. Fong Ning instinctively swallowed hard. The evidence was irrefutable, the bag belonged to Chen Yang. So too then must the Bentley. If he could spend 280000 on a handbag, acquiring a Bentley was entirely plausible. She realized with crushing clarity that she had been deceived from the very beginning. Chen Yang had always been wealthy, and Zhou Yingxue had known it all along. Now it made sense, no wonder Zhou Yingxue kept urging her to divorce, she'd been angling for his position all along. Trembling with fury, Fong Ning whispered, "Was I the fool? How could she possibly accept this?" She collapsed onto the floor, chest heaving violently, so nauseated she nearly retched. It was the physical manifestation of overwhelming emotional shock. Shen Han recoiled in alarm, utterly baffled by what had transpired. Kneeling beside her, he asked urgently, "Fong Ning, what's wrong? Tell me please," he urged, gently watching her teeter on the edge of collapse. Moments later she burst into wrenching sobs, tears streaming unchecked down her cheeks. I've been deceived," she cried over and over. "Damn you, Chen Yang," she roared, then after several minutes gradually regained her composure. Wiping away tears, she surveyed the chaos strewn across the floor and drew a slow, steadying breath. Her mind raced. Chen Yang could not possibly have amassed such wealth after their divorce. Concealment of premarital assets entitled her to file an appeal for asset redistribution. Yet one question gnawed at her: had Chen Yang and Zhou Yingxue conspired before the divorce, or only grown close after? If the former, filing an appeal would suffice. If the latter, perhaps there remained room for negotiation, after all they'd been together for 4 or 5 years. She refused to believe he felt nothing for her. "Fong Ning, are you alright?" Shen Han placed a hand on her shoulder. She shook her head, gently but firmly removing his hand. "Director Shen, I'm afraid we'll need to put our matter on hold, for now I must resolve things with my ex-husband." Shen Han stiffened, speechless. His gaze sharpened, dark and edged with venom. "Director Shen. So formal, so distant. Damn you, Chen Yang. You've ruined everything. There's something I'd like to discuss with you." Meanwhile, Chen Yang and Zhou Yingxue had already arrived at Xingha Bay Hotel. They lay side by side on the bed. Before anything could unfold, a system alert chimed unexpectedly in Chen Yang's mind. Ding. "Congratulations, host, you indulged yourself lavishly at the hot pot restaurant, spending 1200 for personal gratification. Reward 100000. Emotional value 10. Ding. System detects intense anger directed at host by Fong Ning. Emotional value 500. Current emotional value 1000. Ding. System detects intense anger directed at host by Shen Han. Emotional value 1000. Current emotional value 2100. What? Chen Yang jolted upright, stunned. Fong Ning's hatred ran this deep. 500 points in one go, and Shen Han's fury surpassed even hers. 1,000 points at once. This was unprecedented, the sheer volume equaled a full lottery draw. He glanced sideways at Zhou Yingxue and felt profound gratitude for having accepted her. It was without doubt the wisest decision he'd ever made. Without her cunning intervention, where else could he possibly harvest such a flood of emotional energy? "Brother Chen Yang, why do you look so happy?" His delight was written plainly across his face. No wonder Zhou Yingxue noticed. "Yingxue, your performance today was extraordinary, you must keep it up. Tomorrow morning I'll drive you to work. When you see Fong Ning, confront her directly, don't hold back. Rest assured I'll cover everything. You have nothing to fear. Don't worry, brother, I'll show you what I can do." Zhou Yingxue beamed, though earlier leaving the hot pot restaurant she'd still harbored quiet apprehension. What if Chen Yang rekindled old feelings for Fong Ning? Now that seemed utterly impossible. Chen Yang nodded approvingly, then transferred 100000 to her account. "Thank you, brother Chen Yang," she replied, radiant with joy. That night Zhou Yingxue slept soundly. 2 consecutive draws. Heart pounding with anticipation, Chen Yang initiated another lottery. System, draw. Understood, host. Once again the great spinning wheel materialized and began to rotate. The first spin commenced. Moments later Chen Yang wept, not from sorrow but from pure unadulterated elation. This time fortune smiled upon him at last. An instant 100 million deposit flashed onto his screen. China Merchants Bank balance 153 million. At last his anxiety lifted. He'd long suspected that extravagant spending almost always triggered richer rewards. Tomorrow he'd buy a house, perhaps triggering an even grander windfall. Yet just as Chen Yang reveled in triumph, the wheel spun on, initiating its second draw. He couldn't help but hope could another 100 million appear. That would be absolute bliss. But fate denied him that wish. "Congratulations, host, you have drawn a grand intelligence envelope. Would you like to open it?" A grand intelligence envelope. Was it insider stock information? Without hesitation, Chen Yang declared, "Open it." Instantly the envelope shimmered and a torrent of data flooded his consciousness. Moments later, Chen Yang was taken aback. Fong Ning has gone crazy. Is she really going to sue me? Does she want to ambush me again? Is she trying to reconcile? Seeking sympathy. He chuckled at the absurdity, thinking, dream on. Indeed, the next morning as the Bentley appeared outside the CMA advertising building, a figure stood in front of the car. Fong Ning was right there wearing a smile. Chen Yang couldn't help but admire her. It would be a pity if she didn't pursue acting. Next to him, Zhou Yingxue pouted. What is that wicked woman doing standing in front of us? Maybe she's here to reconcile. Ha! Does she really have the audacity? Zhou Yingxue was startled by Chen Yang's directness. What did he mean by that? Was he considering accepting her? Her mood instantly soured. If he really brings up reconciliation, Yingxue, you have to help me deal with her, okay? Sure. Zhou Yingxue's eyes lit up. She watched as Fong Ning walked up to the driver's side door and gently knocked on the window. Chen Yang rolled down the window. What do you want? Chen Yang, I want to talk to you. Can you join me for a cup of coffee? Fong Ning, if you have something to say, just say it directly. I don't have time to waste with you. Ding detected anger from Fong Ning towards the host. Emotional value increased 100, current emotional value 200. Seeing Chen Yang's attitude, Fong Ning was furious inside, thinking, damn Chen Yang, he never dared to treat me this way before. But she held back. After all, men can be tough on the outside but soft on the inside. She believed that with just a little manipulation, relying on her beauty and their past feelings, recovering Chen Yang would be much more cost-effective than going through litigation directly. She thought it over all night. Since Chen Yang was so wealthy, suing him was definitely a last resort. Even if she won, she would likely end up losing half. Just thinking about it made her heart ache. If she could win back Chen Yang, then all that money would be hers and she could even reclaim the money Chen Yang spent on Zhou Yingxue. Just imagining it felt exhilarating. With Chen Yang's character, as long as she could win him back, he would still be obedient to her. No matter how she looked at it, it would be a profit. Thus, despite Chen Yang's cold attitude, Fong Ning still forced a smile. But it's not convenient to talk here. After saying that, she put on the cute face that Chen Yang liked the most. Every time she used this trick before, Chen Yang would always agree to her demands. Gaining emotional value made Chen Yang happy, so he decided to provoke her further. If you don't want to say it, fine. I don't have time to waste on you, Chen Yang said, attempting to roll up the window. Emotional value increased 100. Wait, he'll say it, Fong Ning thought to herself, cursing Chen Yang in her heart. Yet she still composed herself and wore a flattering expression. Darling, please don't treat me this way. It'll hurt Ning Ning's feelings. I know I was wrong, I acted impulsively. Forgive me, okay? Let's start over. Have you forgotten the moments we shared in college? This was Fong Ning's trump card. She was convinced that Chen Yang was not a heartless person and that he could not remain indifferent to her words. Hearing this, Chen Yang felt a wave of nausea. He never expected that after Fong Ning learned of his wealth, she would show this side of herself. He had observed her yesterday, how she was stunned when she saw him get into the Bentley. Fong Ning, please don't say things like that again. Chen Yang wanted to tell her that he was worried Yingxue might misunderstand. Before he could finish, there was a loud bang. Zhou Yingxue got out of the car and slammed the door shut. Furious, she marched towards Fong Ning. She then shouted, what the hell, Fong Ning? Who are you calling darling? Why don't you go be flirty with Shen Han? Chen Yang is my boyfriend, is that what you call him? Without waiting for Fong Ning to retort, she grabbed her hair. The two immediately got into a scuffle. Women fighting may not cause much physical harm, but the emotional damage is considerable. They both aimed for each other's faces. With similar height and build, neither had the advantage. Chen Yang watched in astonishment. Zhou Yingxue was this fierce. He had never noticed before. Both were aware of each other's intentions, trying to protect their faces while pulling each other's hair. The cursing and shouting filled the air. This drew the attention of bystanders. How did those two women get into a fight? Who knows? Probably fighting over a man, it's quite normal. Didn't you see that luxury car parked there? Hey! Aren't those two from CMA advertising? They often seem to be joking around together. Chen Yang felt speechless, utterly embarrassed. He didn't want to get involved, besides he wouldn't get hurt. Without further ado, he started the car, shifted into gear and stepped on the gas. Indeed, through the rearview mirror, as soon as he pulled away, the two stopped. Breathless, the two tidied up their appearances. Zhou Yingxue was alright with Chen Yang's clear attitude. He wouldn't take on the responsibilities of a boyfriend. She was just afraid Fong Ning would really take Chen Yang away from her. For her, anyone was fine, but Fong Ning was a no-go. Hence, she had to interrupt her. However, Fong Ning thought differently. She was very disappointed in Chen Yang's reaction as he just walked away without care. Her anger level skyrocketed, directed not only at Chen Yang but also at Zhou Yingxue. She adjusted her hair and ferociously said to Zhou Yingxue, you must complete the project for Qingtian Media today. If you don't finish it, you're not allowed to leave work. I can't do it. Then you're fired. Fired. You can try just a team leader. Let's see if you can handle this responsibility. Ding detected anger from Fong Ning, emotional value increased 100. Ding detected that the host is in a good mood, emotional value increased 100, cash reward 1 million. Hearing the system's notification, Chen Yang thought too bad Shen Han isn't here, otherwise he could have added more. However, staying true to his original intention, he wanted to accumulate emotional value for that 1 billion grand prize. Enjoying life now was what he should focus on. At noon, Chen Yang had lunch with He Jing. I'm sorry, Chen Yang, Kong Kong hasn't been in good shape lately and the name change will take some more time. Chen Yang nodded, indifferent. It's fine, I'm not in a hurry. Seeing Chen Yang suddenly become distracted, He Jing felt a bit worried. At that moment, Chen Yang was wearing his newly bought Apple headphones, scrolling through Douyin live streams. He seemed to be in a good mood and didn't have time to chat leisurely with He Jing. Not for any other reason but because he came across his former colleague Su Qing. After Chen Yang's departure, her new planning was mediocre. Su Qing's followers had decreased from nearly 10 million to less than 8 million. Fortunately, it had stabilized. If the decline continued, her position as the top woman in the company would be in jeopardy. In the live streaming room, Su Qing sat on a chair singing a recently popular internet song. The number of online viewers exceeded 100,000. The barrage of comments was chaotic with all sorts of remarks. Anchor, your recent videos have been rather dull. Yeah, the live content isn't as entertaining as before. What's going on these days? Su Qing felt helpless. Despite being a major internet celebrity, she had to follow the company's arrangements since she was a contracted. She had signed a contract that offered a very low income when she was still not popular. Others thought she was living a glamorous life, but only she knew the truth. Her income was not high, at most just over 100,000 a month. According to the contract she signed, she could only take 10% of the tips from her live streams. As for accepting advertisements or participating in business activities, she only received 3%. The contract was for 3 years. After finishing a song, many viewers sent hearts and lollipops. There were also a few rockets and occasionally a carnival would pop up, but those were rare. Su Qing, how about you try a suggestive approach? Your follower count has been dropping significantly lately. This idea sounds good. I want to see the glass cleaning dance. No. That would ruin Su Qing's image in my heart. Faced with the barrage from netizens, Su Qing felt quite helpless. Her large fanbase had always relied on the show's effects and the company's packaging. Recently, the effect had been poor and she had deviated from her original style, becoming merely a singing and dancing streamer. And gifts had also seen a noticeable decline. The excessive PK battles in the previous days had caused quite a bit of backlash. With her contract nearing its end, the company was indifferent. She no longer wanted to renew. Therefore, in the final 6 months of her contract, the company would try to maximize her value. At this moment, a connection invitation appeared in the live stream. Wow, Chi-Chi is joining the connection. Are we going to have another PK? No, my fuel tank is empty. The connecting streamer named Chi-Chi was a rising internet celebrity from Qingtian Media, known for her sexy style. She performed a suggestive dance that made her blush and heart race. The connection was successful and the streamer named Chi-Chi appeared on the live stream page. Hello everyone, I'm Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi flashed a sweet smile. With long hair, fragrant shoulders, a navel, beautiful legs, and a tall figure. She revealed almost everything she could, instantly stirring excitement among the viewers. The engagement skyrocketed. Su Qing, I'll be back soon. Su Qing, don't misunderstand, we still love you, just checking how many big spenders are on the other side. Many voices echoed this sentiment and Su Qing only smiled without saying much. This was a behavior meant to attract traffic. Both companies must have struck a deal. What else could she say? Well, thank you everyone for coming to my live stream, I really appreciate it, and thanks to my sister for connecting with me. Chi-Chi bowed in thanks. Su Qing, shall we have a PK? Before Su Qing could respond, Chi-Chi directly initiated a PK invitation. Su Qing, fight her, I want to see the dance from the other side. Qing Tian, yes, Su Qing, we're not afraid of her. After all, she was a big streamer with millions of followers and loyal big spenders were not few. The fan named Qing Tian had reached level 50. He had tipped over 1 million, a true big spender in the live stream. He had asked Su Qing to meet offline several times, but she never agreed. However, he didn't give up, as the saying goes, good food waits for no one. The more Su Qing acted this way, the more he felt she was a good girl. Almost every time Su Qing engaged in a PK, he was the one who tipped the most. He was all about loyalty. Clicking confirm, the PK began. The progress bars for both sides displayed at the top of the screen. Thanks to the brothers for tipping the sports cars, thanks to the brothers for tipping the big rockets. Chi-Chi loves you all. As soon as the live stream started, Kiki's side became lively. The reason was simple, Chi-Chi truly pampered her fans and delivered a hot dance. Her waist twisted sensually like a water snake. Especially her pair of flawless bare feet, which she occasionally lifted and placed on the table in front of her. Viewers exclaimed, certified edible. Moreover, her captivating figure drove the big spenders in the live stream wild. The PK progress bar shot up, suppressing Su Qing's side by more than a third in just a minute. Of course, Su Qing's big spenders were not few. Seeing her at a disadvantage, they also started to put in efforts. Ching Tian for streamer Su Ching Carnival X3 love Su Ching for streamer Su Ching Carnival X2 on the screen 5 carnivals appeared simultaneously leveling the progress bar. Su Ching thank you big spenders for the carnivals I am truly grateful. 5 carnivals amounted to 15,000 which meant she would get 1,500. Su Ching smiled in appreciation to the big spenders in the livestream and started to dance some popular dances. It was a pity she didn't engage in suggestive antics, otherwise with Kiki's 2 million followers she would have had no chance. With those 5 carnivals the progress bar quickly caught up. Kiki's side also refused to back down, dancing even more vigorously and throwing in more giveaways. Chen Yang couldn't help but be amazed. Did they really not fear being banned for doing this? However, the effect was indeed remarkable, with carnivals being sent one after another. Before long Kiki's side surged ahead again. Su Ching felt a bit lost, not expecting her popularity to drop so much in just a few days. Chen Yang's departure was one aspect, the company's plan to shelve her was the bigger issue. Both sides were in a tense standoff and Su Ching's big spenders were doing their best to hold on. However, Chi-Chi was a newcomer and was on the rise. She was bold and pampered her fans. Ching Tian and several big spenders were sweating profusely. If they truly gave their all, they were confident they could help Su Ching win. However, after some consideration, Ching Tian decided against it. Su Ching's popularity was visibly declining, making her most vulnerable at the moment. This was the best time to propose an offline meeting. Thus he stopped tipping. Besides, he had already tipped 7 or 8 times, which was his best effort. Since Chen Yang had never spent money on Douyin before. His level was 0. Entering the live stream brought no special effects and naturally no one noticed him. As the PK was about to end, Chen Yang contemplated. Su Ching was his former colleague and she had somewhat satisfied his visual appetite in the past. After some thought, Chen Yang for streamer Su Ching Carnival X20. After tipping, he directly exited the live stream. In the live stream, wow, who is this? Which big shot is this? Starting with 20. Chi-Chi has been caught off guard. Seeing the 20 carnivals on the screen, Su Ching paused slightly. Chen Yang. This ID is Chen Yang. Ding. The system detected the host's first gift to a female streamer, bringing joy and rewarding cash 1 million yuan with an emotional value increase of 100. The system detected anger from netizen Ching Tian towards the host, resulting in an emotional value increase of 100, current emotional value 800. Is this really happening? Chen Yang felt utterly bewildered. He never expected that giving Su Ching a gift would provoke the anger of netizens in the livestream. Could it really be this way? Chen Yang seemed to have discovered a new world. What's wrong, Chen Yang? Why are you smiling so brightly? He Jing asked. It's nothing, Sister Jing. Oh, I see. Meanwhile, Su Ching had just won the PK at the last moment. Who is Chen Yang? Why have I never seen him before? I don't know, he's a level 0 account. Is he a disguise of some big shot? The netizens were in a frenzy discussing while Chi-Chi was very upset, not expecting to be robbed of the tower by a mysterious big shot at the last moment. She even went to check the account of that person named Chen Yang. It was impossible for someone who could directly gift 20 carnivals to be obscure online. Unfortunately, everyone who visited Chen Yang's profile was disappointed. It was blank with no works and level 40, which was just newly created. A wild big spender. This immediately sparked discussion. But Su Ching knew that person was Chen Yang. For the rest of the time, Su Ching kept pondering this matter. Faced with the doubts of many netizens, Su Ching did not disclose the truth. Finally off the air, Su Ching sat in her chair while her colleague Tian smiled and approached her. Congratulations, Sister Ching. You've gained a wild big spender. Few people knew about Chen Yang's Douyin account, especially not small streamers like Tian. After all, Chen Yang was very low-key during his time at the company. Plus he had very few Douyin friends. Su Ching shook her head and returned to the break area. She thought for a moment, took out her phone and sent Chen Yang a message. The content was very simple, just a single. However, moments later Su Ching was stunned as Chen Yang also replied to her with a question mark. Finally, after enduring until the end of work, Su Ching adjusted her slightly messy hair while looking at the now dark computer screen. Standing up, her long tense legs revealed a hint of softness. Looking at the location that Chen Yang had sent her on the phone, she walked out of Xingchen Media. Hey Chung Chang, where are we eating today? Just as she stepped out, she received a call from her good friend Tang Yu. I have an appointment today, so I can't be with you. Sister Ching, are you going out with some big spender? That's impressive. When will you introduce me to some big brothers? My live streaming revenue hasn't met the standard this month and I'm going to be broke. Hearing this sarcastic yet somewhat pretentious tone, Su Ching replied, don't kid around, you earn just as much as I do each month, over 80 or 90,000, what more do you want? I don't care, I'm almost downstairs at your company. Ask that big shot if he minds bringing a beautiful, kind and lovely girl to eat with us. Su Ching sighed after hearing this. Where are you now? In the car. No way, Cheng Cheng is your big brother that extravagant. Does he really agree? Does he want to play a multiplayer game? You tell him I have my principles as a woman unless he adds more money. Soon they started chatting and Su Qing was curious about where Chen Yang got the money to gift her the carnival. However, Chen Yang spoke unclearly, so Su Qing just wanted to invite Chen Yang to dinner. Unexpectedly, Chen Yang said he had already booked a restaurant and if she wanted to come they could have a bite together. Hearing this, Su Qing thought Chen Yang was merely trying to invite her to dinner, saying that on purpose. After work she ran into Tang Yue, who was almost downstairs, and suggested going together. Su Qing thought since it wasn't a date it wouldn't hurt to ask. To her surprise, Chen Yang directly agreed. "No, Tang Yue, what are you thinking? The one treating us to dinner isn't my big brother online, it's my former colleague Chen Yang. We're just catching up, which can also be seen as a farewell dinner." Facing Tang Yu's response, Su Qing was truly speechless. Although everyone knows a bit about the streaming industry, it's not much different from the outside world. But Su Qing really hadn't done that kind of thing. "Chen Yang? Who is that? I've never heard of him. He's just an ordinary employee from our company's planning department. We've worked together for 2 years, I've mentioned him to you." Tang Yu thought for a moment. "Oh. Is he the one who was very capable but unfortunately got married young?" Su Cheng nodded, indicating that it was indeed that person. "Oh, I thought he was some big spender, wanted to get to know him. So are you going or not?" "Of course. Why wouldn't I go? I can't miss out on free food and drinks." On the street, the Audi Q7 slowly made its way through the congested traffic. Tang Yu often sat in Su Qing's car but still couldn't help but exclaim, "Qing Cheng, when will I be able to have my own car like you?" The Audi Q7 that Su Qing drove was worth 620,000, which counts as a luxury car. Su Qing had heard Tang Yu express this kind of envy multiple times. She tightened her grip on the steering wheel, a slight smile playing on her lips. "Yue, what's there to envy? You earn quite a lot too. If you saved up a bit you could have gotten one long ago." Tang Yu pouted after hearing this. She was also a streamer like Su Qing. However, her fan base was not on the same level as Su Qing's. At Su Qing's peak she had over 9 million fans, while Tang Yu had just crossed the 300,000 mark, mainly because the two had completely different ideas. She spent almost all her money on beauty, while Su Qing either saved it or bought cars and houses. Last month Su Qing had just bought a house over 120 square meters. In the city center at 13,000 per square meter. She paid 500,000 as a down payment. She fiddled with her nails, that's what I said, but how can I save? Every month the cost of eating, drinking and beauty products doesn't leave me with enough. If you don't treat yourself better, how can you attract a big brother? My only ideal now is to make a good price while I'm still— Tang Yu looked at Su Qing and continued, "Qing Qing, you have so many big brothers and plenty of big spenders who like you. Why not let go of your principles? That way wouldn't you have everything? Why work so hard just to pay off the mortgage? Isn't it better to enjoy life?" Ahead traffic was congested. Su Qing steadily pressed the brake, turned her head and looked at Tang Yu, saying, "What if men are unreliable? Then just move on to the next one. Men are all about novelty. When you've played enough with one, just switch to the next. But what if I get old and unattractive? If you stick to your principles, will you not grow old? In the end you still won't make any money." Hearing this, Su Qing fell silent. This actually made quite a bit of sense. However, in Su Qing's heart she still couldn't get past that hurdle. This might be related to her character. She had always been independent since she was young. For a moment the car fell into silence. After a brief while, "Qing Qing, when will we arrive? Where exactly are we going to eat? It should be just a few more minutes. I'm following the navigation route, we should be there soon. I am almost starving to death." Tang Yu complained. As the two chatted, the navigation's prompt sound rang out, indicating they had arrived at their destination. Su Qing parked the car and they both got out. "What exactly is your colleague treating us to? Why did we end up on Hepping Avenue? This place is filled with high-end restaurants. Didn't you say he doesn't have much money? Could it be?" Tang Yu glanced at Su Qing, then a mischievous smile appeared on her face. "Is she trying to seduce you? Get lost. He's already married. Do you think everyone is like you?" Su Qing retorted angrily. However, she couldn't quite understand the situation either. So she took out her phone and called Chen Yang. But the line was met with a prompt, "Hello, the phone you were trying to reach is powered off." Su Qing frowned slightly. "Powered off? What's wrong, Qing Qing? It's powered off. He isn't trying to mess with us, is he?" Su Qing shook her head. In her impression, Chen Yang was not that kind of person. Besides, he had just transferred 60,000 yuan to her today. During this meeting, Su Qing intended to return that sum to him. The image of him living a miserable life was etched in her mind, and as for his previous claim about winning the lottery and being a rich second generation, she dismissed it as a joke. She opened WeChat thinking to send a voice message to try. It was then she noticed that Chen Yang had messaged her. "Gu Feng. Luxury seafood hot pot." Su Qing was somewhat surprised and said to Tang Yue, "It's there." "Ah. Qing Qing, you're not joking, are you? Your colleague is treating us to eat there. That place is the pinnacle of hot pot in Yuhang. I've heard that just a meal at his house costs over 10,000. Are you sure?" Tang Yu exclaimed in surprise. Su Qing confirmed repeatedly then nodded, that's right, it's that place. What? What kind of family does your colleague come from? A pot based there costs at least 1,000 on Meituan. I've wanted to eat there for a long time but never had the courage. Hey, are you really planning to go in? Before Tang Yu could finish her sentence, Su Qing had already walked inside. Tang Yu hurriedly quickened her pace. Hey, didn't you say he only spends a few hundred a month? Are you really going in? But Su Qing had already entered thinking that if Chen Yang couldn't afford it she would pay. Ching, if we get kicked out, how embarrassing would that be? Even as Tang Yu continued to chatter, Su Qing had already walked inside. With no other choice she could only follow. Upon entering the restaurant, Su Qing pulled out her phone and tried calling Chen Yang again. But no one answered. So, unable to reach him. I told you, let's not embarrass ourselves here. Let's hurry and leave. Su Qing sighed. Yeah, we've already come, he might be running late, let's wait and see. It's just a meal, there's no need to act like this when we have no grievances against each other. Besides, I was originally planning to treat him, so there's really no need. Why do you trust him so much? Have you two done something? Tang Yu said helplessly. Su Qing lightly tapped Tang Yu's head. What on earth are you thinking? Hello, welcome. May I ask if you two have a reservation? There should be. Looking at Su Qing's uncertain expression, the waiter looked confused. Su Qing then smiled and asked, is there a person named Chen Yang? Please wait a moment, I will check. All right. Scanning the surroundings, the two did not spot Chen Yang's figure. Su Qing also felt a bit uncertain. Could it be that Chen Yang really was messing with them? They found a place to sit. I told you, how could an ordinary worker treat us to a meal in such a place? Tang Yu complained, hands on her hips. Shortly after, a man in his 40s dressed in a steward's outfit approached Su Qing. Excuse me, miss. Are you Miss Su? We have a reservation at this time under the name Chen. He smiled at Su Qing after speaking. Upon hearing the man's words, Su Qing's eyes instantly brightened. Is it Chen Yang? After hearing this, the man nodded. With the man's confirmation, Su Qing let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully Chen Yang had not stood her up. However, what followed was a wave of irritation. Since he was already here, why was his phone unreachable? She would have to ask him about it later. Can you take us to meet him now? Su Qing asked. I'm sorry, miss, please wait a moment. Mr. Chen's reserved table is on the top floor. I do not have the authority to go up there, but someone will take you up shortly. After speaking, the man turned and left, starting to communicate over the microphone. Hearing this, the two exchanged glances. The top floor. No authority to go up. Special service. The two instantly realized the significance of dining there. Especially Tang Yu, who had some knowledge about this restaurant. A meal costs at least over 10,000, which indeed warranted such service. However, what the two did not know was that over 10,000 was merely for a regular table on the first floor. The private rooms on the top floor far exceeded that. They had no idea just how outrageous the costs on the top floor were. Tang Yu showed a surprised expression. Xing, are you sure your former colleague is just an ordinary employee? You mean one of those who make just a few thousand a month? Hearing Tang Yu's words, Su Qing suddenly recalled what Chen Yang had said that day in the noodle shop about winning the lottery. A rich second generation. However, Su Qing preferred to believe that Chen Yang had genuinely won the lottery. Otherwise, who would willingly work like a beast for 2 years only to be exploited by Zhou Kong? Maybe he did win the lottery. No way, Qing, is it really that easy to win the lottery? Just as the two were speculating, a woman in a suit hurried over to them. I'm sorry, Miss Su, for keeping you waiting. I'm the client manager for the top floor. Mr. Chen has been waiting for you for quite some time. Is it convenient for you to go up now? Alright, this way please. Taking the elevator straight to the 5th floor. Both of them were internet celebrities and had visited their fair share of high-end restaurants. But they had never seen such lavish decor before. This wasn't just a restaurant, it was simply a palace. Gulp. Tang Yu swallowed hard, staring blankly for a few seconds before quickly taking out her phone, followed by a series of selfies. The beautiful manager was used to this and patiently waited, even politely reminding them, hello ladies, would you like a professional photographer? Our restaurant can provide this service for free. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances again. In that moment they doubted whether they were really in Yuhang. Tang Yu shook her head to indicate she did not need it, she was merely casually patting. Alright madam, this way please. Following the client manager, the two arrived at the entrance of a private room. A knock on the door produced a pleasant crisp sound from the high-end mahogany door. Then a voice came from inside, come in. The manager led the two inside. Hello, Mr. Chen Yang, your friend has arrived. May we serve the dishes now? Chen Yang nodded, yes please. As Su Cheng and Tang Yu entered, they saw Chen Yang leisurely munching on sunflower seeds and scrolling through Douyin, looking quite at ease. Su Cheng sighed, fortunately I didn't get it wrong. The temperature in the private room was just right. Chen Yang was dressed in the latest trendy Hermes outfit, his robust physique and well-defined muscles exuding a strong masculine presence. Su Cheng couldn't help but be taken aback. It had only been a few days and Chen Yang had changed so much. In her memory he always wore cheap clothes and looked somewhat haggard due to stress, his frame being quite slender. But today, he had a certain stylish vibe. Adding to that, the entire back of the private room featured a large transparent glass window reflecting the bustling backdrop of Yuhang's most prosperous area. This combination gave Chen Yang an aura of a domineering CEO. For a moment Su Qing, who originally wanted to ask Chen Yang why he hadn't answered her calls, found herself momentarily speechless. Tang Yu also reacted similarly, and her response was even more exaggerated to her. Chen Yang seemed to radiate a certain glow. Wasn't this exactly the kind of extraordinary wealthy person she had always dreamed of? Young, handsome and wealthy. She gulped and whispered to Su Qing, "Qing, is this the ordinary colleague you mentioned? Why do I feel like you want to keep him to yourself? Be honest, is he or isn't he?" Facing Tang Yu's questioning, Su Qing felt wronged, having only not seen him for 3 or 4 days. She herself didn't expect Chen Yang to have changed so much. However, just as she was about to quietly explain to Tang Yu, Chen Yang spoke first. "What are you standing there for? Sit down." Chen Yang's tone was casual yet unfamiliar to Su Qing. Regaining her composure, she took a few steps forward. "Chen Yang, why didn't you answer my call earlier?" "Call? Oh," Chen Yang finally reacted, "my Apple phone ran out of battery, so I took it to charge." After a moment of thought he added, "Wasn't there someone assigned to bring you in?" Su Qing shook her head. "We came in after inquiring ourselves." Chen Yang frowned slightly and turned his gaze towards the client manager. The client manager immediately put on a smiling face and said into the microphone, "Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on Mr. Chen's friends? How did they end up coming in by themselves?" Not long after, the manager wore an apologetic smile and said, "I sincerely apologize, this was our oversight and the person responsible for this matter did not notice your friends right away. How about this, we will deduct 3 days' wages from that employee. If you are not satisfied, we can immediately fire her." After saying this he bowed to Su Qing and Tang Yu to express his apologies. Chen Yang shook his head. "Forget it, in this economic climate it's not easy to find a job. Just be more careful next time, there's no need to fire anyone." "Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Chen," the manager replied. In Tang Yu and Su Qing's eyes, Chen Yang truly resembled a boss. Just a small mistake almost led to an employee being fired. It was just a minor issue, and with no further words the two women took their seats. The manager sighed, feeling a weight lift off his chest. In their restaurant, if a customer complaint arose, all the staff on that floor would have their wages deducted. With an apology he left to call for the dishes to be served. Only 3 people remained in the private room. The atmosphere grew somewhat chilly. Su Qing thought for a moment and began to introduce Tang Yu to Chen Yang. "Chen Yang, this is my friend Tang Yu, who is also a streamer." Upon hearing this, Tang Yu took off her jacket and straightened herself, showcasing her creamy complexion. She was confident in her figure, believing no man could resist her allure. Seeing Tang Yu's actions, Chen Yang couldn't help but smile inwardly. She truly had good assets. After showing off her figure, Tang Yu casually asked, "Brother Chen, what do you do for a living?" However, after saying this she suddenly realized he had just been fired. This made her feel awkward all of a sudden. Her small feet instinctively shrank beneath the table. Soon a variety of dishes were brought to the table. A total of over 20 waiters, each carrying a dish. They then stood nearby ready to serve at any moment. The manager stood beside them, providing detailed descriptions of each dish. In the center a pot simmered with steaming hot broth where lobsters were rolling about in the liquid. "Sir, this is Australian wild lobster. As everyone knows, this is the pinnacle of lobsters, weighing over 7 pounds and can only be used as a soup base here." Chen Yang pretended to be knowledgeable and showed no concern. The two women were shocked. How much did this cost? The waiters helped with the cooking while the others focused on eating. Chen Yang was the first to grab his chopsticks, picking up a piece of lobster tail. After a few light chews he swallowed it down. Then, disregarding the astonished gazes of the others, he began to eat heartily. "Ding, congratulations host, you have received a reward of 500,000 yuan, emotional value 20, current emotional value 820. Hearing the notification sound, Chen Yang was quite pleased. This system constantly rewards him, truly catching him off guard. Looking at the various high-end ingredients before him, even 2 well-earning internet celebrities were astonished. That single bite cost several hundred yuan. Glancing at Chen Yang, Su Qing felt somewhat confused. Where did his money come from? Could I get a few more of those big crabs? Chen Yang didn't even know what they were called, but he felt they tasted great. "Sir, that emperor crab is 6,000 yuan each and is air freight. Do you still need more?" Chen Yang nodded. "All right, Mr. Chen, please wait a moment." The two women exchanged glances. "One costs 6,000. And he wants a few more. What kind of family spends like this? Do you two need anything else? Feel free to order," Chen Yang said. No, that's enough." The two women quickly waved their hands. They felt embarrassed to order anything given how expensive everything was. Moreover, they weren't very familiar with each other and felt they should maintain some boundaries. Seeing the two women refuse, Chen Yang shrugged and didn't press the matter. He wasn't eating at such an expensive place just to show off, it was more about experiencing life. Even if they didn't come, he would still want to eat here. This meal was the most enjoyable one for Chen Yang, with over 20 waiters accompanying him and the manager smiling by his side. Plus, having two beautiful women providing emotional value right in front of him was simply perfect. After enjoying a hearty meal, he leaned back and thought to himself, wouldn't it be delightful to have a cigarette at this moment? As the saying goes, a smoke after a meal is better than being a living god. Unfortunately, he hadn't smoked since getting married, not because of health concerns but because he truly couldn't afford it. However, now he turned his gaze towards Manager Chang. Manager Chang, does your restaurant offer delivery services? Manager Chang smiled, what can I help you with? Could you buy me some cigarettes? Of course, sir. Get me a pack of Hungtian. Alright, Manager Chang responded and turned to leave the private room. The manager personally going was a testament to how important Chen Yang was to them. After some time adapting, Chen Yang had no issues giving instructions. The two women had nearly finished eating. Seeing Chen Yang wanting to smoke, Su Qing felt puzzled. It seemed she had never seen him smoke before. After wiping her mouth, Tang Yu's mind began to stir. She fixed her gaze on Chen Yang and after a moment said, Brother Chen, how come someone as young as you is already married? It's such a pity. Hearing this, Chen Yang felt a moment of happiness. Sitting at the table were two stunning beauties. It was impossible not to be moved. If he could indulge himself a bit, the rewards should be plentiful. But he couldn't just expose himself, that would be too deliberate. It would imply that he was now single and inviting their affection. Suppressing his inner joy, he replied in a nonchalant tone, my wife divorced me a few days ago because she thought I was poor. Thought you were poor? The two women exchanged glances, somewhat confused. It was Tang Yu who spoke first. While Brother Chen, your wife must be really greedy. If you're considered poor, what does it take to be rich? Seeing Chen Yang's indifferent expression, Tang Yu felt a surge of excitement. Did that mean she had a chance? It wasn't that she wanted to climb the social ladder, she just felt that if she was being supported by a married man and his wife found out, it would lead to unnecessary conflict. After all, she was a big internet celebrity with millions of fans and it would be embarrassing if this got out. She just didn't know how much money Chen Yang actually had. After all, it was their first meeting and she needed a way to gauge his wealth. If he had really just won a few million in the lottery, it wouldn't last long. Not long after, Manager Chang returned to the private room holding a pack of cigarettes and handing it to Chen Yang. After receiving it, Chen Yang opened the pack and tossed a box to each of the two women before lighting one for himself. Su Cheng didn't smoke, but Tang Yu eagerly joined Chen Yang in smoking. Seeing this, Su Cheng wondered, was this really the same Chen Yang she remembered? She recalled that during his time at the company he brought lunch from home. Now he was buying a box of expensive cigarettes and even sharing with them. Are you all full? Chen Yang asked. Su Cheng, yes, I'm full. Tang Yu, yeah, I'm full. Chen Yang nodded. Manager Chang, let's settle the bill. Yes, mister. Chen, your total is 228000. This way, please. When that number came out, Chen Yang was unfazed. He had ordered the dishes and had a rough idea. However, Su Cheng and Tang Yu struggled to maintain their composure, their surprise evident. Chen Yang stood up and left with Manager Chang while the waitstaff followed suit. Soon only Tang Yu and Su Cheng remained in the private room. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Tang Yu turned to Su Cheng with urgency. Ching, are you really sure he's your former colleague? He should be. Right. What do you mean should be? If I hadn't eaten this extravagant hot pot I would be certain, but after this 20-some thousand hot pot I'm not so sure anymore. How old is he? 26. 2 years older than me. Isn't that a typical rich second generation? The two began discussing and after learning the basics about Chen Yang, Tang Yu formed a conclusion. Absolutely, Ching, he's just a rich second generation out to gain experience. Even his wife doesn't know, wanting to rely on his own abilities. Unfortunately, he's misunderstood and unappreciated, and in the end he had to reveal his true identity as a rich second generation. Yes, it has to be that way. Su Cheng pondered. If he didn't win the lottery, then it must be like that because there's no other explanation. That's great, Ching, you've struck gold. Tang Yu exclaimed, shaking Su Cheng's arm excitedly. Ching, can you let me have this rich second generation? Please. Su Cheng couldn't help but respond, what do you mean let? Hee, Tang Yu chuckled twice before continuing, you have to cooperate with me later, okay? How should I cooperate? Su Cheng asked, puzzled. Later, I'll suggest going to a bar, that way we can see his spending ability. And before she finished, Tang Yu raised an eyebrow. You know my drinking capacity, right? Aren't you worried about not being able to uncover his bottom line? Then how do I cooperate? Su Cheng was somewhat reluctant, but seeing Tang Yu's expression she realized that if she refused, Tang Yu might cut ties with her. If he refuses to go out, you just help me persuade him. All right. 10 minutes later, Chen Yan returned to the private room after settling the bill. As soon as he entered, he saw the two women staring intently at him, especially Tang Yu. He felt like he was the prey. What's up? Why are you staring at me? Although Manager Chang is beautiful and sweet, I haven't done anything. Tang Yue. Su Cheng. Hearing Chen Yang's words, the two women reacted and then looked at him with disdain. It had only been a few minutes. If something really had happened, Chen Yang would be too pathetic. In that case his wife might have truly divorced him because she thought he was poor, but it was merely a different kind of poverty. Seeing their disdainful expressions, Chen Yang froze for a moment before showing an astonished expression. You don't really believe that, do you? I was just joking. In such a short time there wouldn't even be enough time to take off my pants. Hearing this explanation, Su Qing frowned. So you're saying if there was enough time something would actually happen? In contrast to Su Qing's teasing, Tang Yu asked about a topic of interest. So does that mean you can go longer than just a few minutes? Chen Yang sat on the chair and casually picked up a piece of fruit. He took a bite and then looked at the two women. As for me, if I can use it, I definitely will. In terms of duration, I personally believe it to be quite lasting. Facing Chen Yang's straightforward response, the two women nodded in satisfaction, especially Tang Yu. Su Qing felt that Chen Yang was unlike other men who were hesitant when it came to desire. He was straightforward without pretense. Tang Yu thought about how he was young, handsome, wealthy, and enduring. Truly the best of the best. Su Qing retorted, there are so many beautiful women in the company, how come I've never seen you flirt with any? After chatting for a while, Chen Yang took the initiative to suggest, alright, let's call it a day for now. He finished speaking, putting on his coat and preparing to leave. Seeing that the gathering was about to end, Tang Yu quickly gave Su Qing a look. Brother Chen, don't rush to leave. It's just past 8, let's go to the bar for a bit. Since we took such advantage of you today, we should reciprocate, right? After saying that, she playfully kicked Su Qing's side with her small foot under the table. Bar. Let's go. Before Su Qing could respond, Chen Yang readily agreed. Tang Yu was slightly taken aback, not expecting Chen Yang to agree so readily, so she quickly went downstairs with him. Once they reached the ground floor, Tang Yu asked, Brother Chen, how did you get here? Do you want to ride in Su Qing's car? Her question was quite clever, as she simply wanted to know if Chen Yang had a car. Just as she finished speaking, the sound of a car unlocking echoed from the restaurant's reserved parking spot, revealing a Bentley Bentayga. Chen Yang jangled his keys. I drove here. We're going to the Blue D bar, right? Should we meet up there or take one car together, depending on what you prefer? Half an hour later, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. The neon lights of Yuhang City shone brightly under the night sky, and Tang Yu, seated in the driver's seat, was filled with excitement. Wow, this is a luxury car. Tang Yu exclaimed excitedly. She had initially thought Su Qing's Audi was already a luxury car, but compared to this Bentley, it was in an entirely different league. Slow down. You haven't driven much, so please be careful, Su Qing reminded from the back seat, as she had never seen Tang Yu drive before. I know, Chang Cheng. I'll be careful. Su Qing turned her head to look out the window, trying to ease her inner tension. Half an hour ago, Tang Yu had been ecstatic about seeing Chen Yang's car and insisted on riding with him. She had even implored to experience riding in it just once. Hey, slow down. The car suddenly jolted, causing Su Qing's face to turn red. After that, she shot a glare at Chen Yang. Chen Yang shrugged and quietly told Su Qing, this can't be blamed on me, can it? Facing Chen Yang, who was closely beside her, Su Qing rolled her eyes in annoyance. I think you're doing this on purpose. Can't you move your hand away? The two were shoulder to shoulder, with one of Chen Yang's hands resting at Su Qing's thigh. Whether it was her body scent or the fragrance of her shower gel, Su Qing's hair brushed against Chen Yang's shoulder, sending a tingling sensation throughout his body. Once their statuses were vastly different, one was a multi-millionaire internet celebrity while the other was an ordinary working-class individual. Now, being so close together with Chen Yang's hand almost brushing against a forbidden area, he felt tempted to take further action. However, reason held him back, reminding him that not everyone was like Zhou Yingxue. He withdrew his hand slightly and shifted to the side. Their intimate gesture was noticed by Tang Yu, who was driving ahead. She pouted, regretting her decision to drive. Looking through the rearview mirror, she furrowed her brows, thinking, what does Su Qing mean? Didn't we agree to let me have him? Why is her face so red? And yet her hand is resting on his thigh without any resistance. This isn't like her usual self. Oh, Su Qing, engaging in secret maneuvers behind my back, and now you're sticking close to a wealthy guy, huh? In an instant, the bond of sisterhood between the two women shattered in Tang Yu's heart. Even her gaze towards Su Qing was tinged with hostility. The atmosphere in the car suddenly felt a bit tense. Noticing Tang Yu's occasional sharp glances in the rearview mirror, Chen Yang decided to ease the tension and said, should we invite a few girls or some male models? Upon hearing this, both women instantly froze, staring at Chen Yang in disbelief. Chen Yang scratched his head. I saw in movies that there are many women wearing barely any clothes, dancing on tables or grinding against people. And then there are muscular male models pouring drinks all over their bare upper bodies. Tang Yu stared wide-eyed. Brother Chen, what you're talking about is the business type, which is different from what we're going to. Besides, with two gorgeous beauties like us, why would you need any escort girls? Su Qing looked equally incredulous. Hearing such words from Chen Yang felt surreal to her. Meanwhile, Tang Yu thought to herself that Chen Yang must frequent such places often. This further confirmed the fact that he was definitely a rich second generation. Places like that required at least 100,000 to even get in the door. With a sudden hard brake, they arrived at their destination, parked the car, and the three of them headed toward the entrance of the Blue D bar. The two women stood on either side while Chen Yang stood in the middle. As they walked, Tang Yu explained some rules of how to enjoy a regular bar to Chen Yang, occasionally reaching out to touch him. Watching their interaction, Su Qing felt a complicated mix of emotions. Am I feeling jealous? Su Qing shook her head. That couldn't be possible, she wasn't that kind of person. Yet now Chen Yang felt different to her. If it were in the past. She seemed to regret bringing Tang Yu along. This bar was one Tang Yu frequented, which was also why she suggested coming here. As soon as they entered, someone greeted Tang Yu. Sister Tang, your table has already been prepared. A young man's voice rang in their ears. Chen Yang took a glance and Tang Yu quickly explained, this is Wu Hong, a friend of mine who works here. This is Chen Yang, a friend of mine. Hearing Tang Yu's introduction, Wu Hong also sized up Chen Yang. Tang Yu often came here with her girlfriends, but this was the first time she brought a man. He was certain he had never seen this man before. Could it be Tang Yu's wealthy second generation? Otherwise, why would two internet celebrities surround a man? This thought suddenly brightened his eyes and he quickly bowed respectfully. Hello, Mr. Chen, please come this way. We will ensure you receive the best service tonight. Mr. Chen. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang took a deep breath. It had always been him calling others various titles and treating them well. Suddenly hearing someone address him as Mr. Chen made him feel a surge of satisfaction. Though calling someone Mr. was just a formality, it still made him feel delighted. Ding. The system has detected that the host is in a good mood. Reward 100000 cash. Reward emotional value 10. Current emotional value 830. Chen Yang smiled, realizing he could soon draw a prize again, and most importantly he had 15 million in his bank account. He nodded in satisfaction, following Wu Hong into the bar amidst the booming music. Colorful lights flickered in and out, accompanied by music and the scent of perfume as men and women swayed their bodies on the dance floor. A sexy and charming young woman walked past Chen Yang, awakening a strange excitement within him. Mr. Chen, how about this private booth? If you're not satisfied, we can change it for you. Wu Hong said with a flattering smile, shifting the focus from Tang Yu to Chen Yang. In his eyes, Chen Yang was a walking embodiment of success. Chen Yang nodded in response. All right, let's go with this. It was Chen Yang's first time in such a nightclub. During his university days, he had only visited the most ordinary places, and that was only after midnight. In those places there was no need to book a table, one could just wander about. This venue had a great view and a few of them took their seats. Tang Yu had stored some drinks here. She bit her lip and asked Wu Hong to bring them out quickly. She had previously promised to treat Chen Yang as a way to repay him. Wu Hong was quick in his actions, bringing the drinks up in just a few minutes. Here you go, Chen, go a beer. As Tang Yu poured a glass of beer and handed it to Chen Yang, he glanced at her hand, which was exceptionally fair. It had a translucent quality that looked very smooth. Take it, Chen Go, what are you looking at? Tang Yu said with a sly smile, her heart blooming with joy. She had certainly noticed where Chen Yang's gaze was fixed. For a moment she felt a sense of pride, knowing that she spent more than half of her income each month just on maintaining her appearance. She couldn't help but envy the man who would eventually have her. I wasn't looking at anything, Chen Yang replied. Then why don't you take the drink? Do you want me to feed you? Tang Yu raised her eyebrows as she said this. Her teasing remark struck deep into Chen Yang's heart. He wasn't foolish. She had been subtly flirting with him during their time at the hot pot restaurant. Thinking of this, Chen Yang became bolder. If you're willing, I wouldn't mind. He then shifted his gaze downward. What are you looking at now? You want me to breastfeed you or something? Tang Yu's flirtatious words came out easily. Chen Yang was taken aback as he accepted the drink, realizing that he was still too inexperienced. He needed to go out more and work hard to elevate his status. The group raised their glasses and drank in one go, putting their cups down. Chen Gui, two beautiful ladies specifically accompanied you out to play. Shouldn't you toast us each with a drink? Sure, Chen Yang said without further ado, downing a glass in one go. He followed up with another. The two ladies also accompanied him with a drink each. Then Tang Yu suggested, Chen Gu, shouldn't we play some games? After a few drinks, Chen Yang was also in high spirits, not because of the alcohol but due to the lively atmosphere. Alright, what game shall we play? How about dice? Tang Yu said with a mischievous smile. Dice? How do you play? Haven't you played before? Chen Yang shook his head. He hadn't really played much, having only occasionally dabbled in it during university. You know how to compare sizes, right? I know how to do that, Tang Yu said, looking somewhat disappointed as she had hoped to play her specialty and get Chen Yang drunk. I can do this. Chen Yang nodded. 5 6s. 6 3s. After several rounds, Chen Yang remained relatively sober while Tang Yu had drunk 5 or 6 glasses. She was frustrated. Chen Yang's luck seemed too good and she worried that he might not be drinking much while she was getting tipsy. Let's go again. Roll. Yet again Chen Yang won. Tang Yu was left speechless. This isn't fun, I'm not playing anymore. Tang Yu started to play tricks when she realized she couldn't win. As she said this, Tang Yu leaned closer to Chen Yang. Soft and fragrant Chen Yang couldn't resist the temptation. Alright, you don't have to drink this one. Tang Yu chuckled, her eyes sparkling as she came up with another idea. Chen Gu, how about we play rock paper scissors? Truth or dare, if you can't do it you drink. How about that? She couldn't believe her luck. Fortune can't always favor one person, right? Alright, let's do it, Chen Yang replied nonchalantly. After several rounds Chen Yang lost. Tang Yu laughed with glee. Come on Chen Gu, choose truth or dare. I'll take truth. A few seconds later Tang Yu spoke up. Do you like Ching Ching? No lying, okay. This was a well thought out question from Tang Yu. She felt Chen Yang would surely refuse and opt for a drink instead. But to her surprise Chen Yang didn't hesitate. Yeah, I like her especially a lot. Ha! As soon as those words came out Tang Yu was momentarily stunned, regretting it instantly. Hadn't she just ruined everything? What if this directly brought them together? She turned to look at Su Qing, her face flushed. And upon looking again they were locking eyes. Tang Yu gritted her teeth in irritation, almost crying from her own foolishness. Oh dear, let's continue, Tang Yu quickly interrupted. Raising her hand again Chen Yang lost. He shook his head, realizing that luck was indeed unpredictable. Quick, what do you choose? I'll choose truth again. Tang Yu fell into deep thought again, and after a moment she decided to take the plunge. This time she wanted to ask Chen Yang if he liked her. If he was concerned about his image he would say he liked her, otherwise, the consequences were unthinkable. Earlier you said you like Ching Ching, so let me ask you, do you like me? Without hesitation Chen Yang replied, I like you both. Chen Yang felt there was nothing wrong, it was all true. In terms of looks Tang Yu was undoubtedly a beauty. In terms of temperament Su Qing was absolutely 1 in 100. Aha, Tang Yu was overjoyed. Chen Gu, you really are greedy, wanting both of us. Everyone has a love for beauty, I'm just speaking the truth. Ha, Chen Gu, you're quite shameless, really a scoundrel. Chen Yang remained non-committal. What was wrong with being a scoundrel? The game continued among the group, and after more than 10 minutes they had drunk quite a bit. Finally Tang Yu found an opportunity to ask that question. Chen Gu, I don't mean anything else, I just want to ask, how much pocket money do you have each month? Pocket money? Well... After thinking for a moment he replied, there isn't really a concept of pocket money. As long as it's money in my bank account I can use it. Then how much is that? Tang Yu continued to press. Chen Yang raised one finger, and before Tang Yu could speak he raised another finger. Oh Chen Yang, how much is it really? Tang Yu pouted. But Chen Yang wasn't about to reveal his bottom line. He had learned his lesson once. Chen Yang felt a tremor of excitement upon hearing the enticing words. However, before he could react he saw Tang Yu snap a photo of the two with her phone. Brother Chen, just satisfy a little curiosity of mine. Otherwise if this photo ends up online it would be terrible. I have 3 million followers as an internet celebrity. With a caption like mysterious tycoon forces a woman to breastfeed, it's simply unimaginable, he thought in astonishment. She couldn't possibly have a split personality, could she? Fine, I'll let you see it, he replied, remembering that he had a card with around 18 million in it showing her wouldn't be revealing too much. Seeing Chen Yang relent, Tang Yu's face lit up with anticipation, a sense of triumph washing over her. However, just as Chen Yang was about to take out his phone a sudden loud commotion erupted in the bar. Several people's gazes were instantly drawn to it. He saw a dozen beautiful waitresses walking out from the back holding colorful drinks. The DJ switched to a more exhilarating song. Then a variety of electronic fireworks echoed throughout the venue. The atmosphere instantly electrified. The waitresses encircled a table of VIPs. Immediately a promoter on stage raised a microphone and shouted thanks to Mr. Joe at table 6 for opening a set worth 233,000. I wish Mr. Joe and his companions a joyful night, let's hear some cheers. As the energetic voice faded the atmosphere crew followed suit and the bar's ambience surged to a peak. Chen Yang paused, his actions taken aback by such a display. It was the first time he had witnessed such ostentation and followed the gazes of the waitresses to table 6. To his surprise he exclaimed, isn't that Joe Kong at that table? He's here too. However, he was merely sitting beside a middle-aged man in his 40s who was the one opening the high-end set, and they shared a slight resemblance. Come on brother Chen, there's nothing to see in this kind of ostentatious scene, it happens all the time. Chen Yang shifted his attention to Tang Yu and her friend. Is it enough to just order that set to show off? Tang Yu frowned slightly. Are you talking about the fireworks? It doesn't have to be the Divine Dragon set, as long as the consumption is high enough it works. Hey brother Chen, what are you doing? Chen Yang waved to Wu Hong, who was serving other ladies. Wu Hong was trained to be quick on his feet, and upon seeing Chen Yang's gesture he hurried over. What's up, Mr. Chen? Your name is Wu Hong, right? Yes, Mr. Chen, how can I assist you? Chen Yang didn't beat around the bush. Just now I want one of those fireworks to be set off for me. Upon hearing this Wu Hong showed a troubled expression. Mr. Chen, that electronic firework requires a minimum consumption of over 200,000, which means you would need to order the Divine Dragon set at the least. I'm just a promoter, I don't have that much authority. Go ahead, just order that Divine Dragon for me. Wu Hong was genuinely taken aback. With a face full of apologies he said, alright Mr. Chen, I'll arrange that right away. Brother Chen, spending over 20,000 on that set is not cost effective, you might as well give me the money directly. Tang Yu said regretfully, what I want is emotional value, what can you give me? Chen Yang's desire to see the fireworks stemmed from his intent to show off. Moreover, he wanted to make an impression on Zhou Kong to gain some emotional leverage, as for money isn't that meant to be spent. Brother Chen, I can do a lot more than that, Tang Yu pouted, clearly losing interest in checking her balance. It seemed pointless, as if she were just an extravagant wealthy person. Just as the climax began to fade, the men and women in the bar had yet to react. The previous scene unfolded once more. A dozen beautiful waitresses walked out again from the back holding various drinks, flaunting their beauty as they approached Chen Yang's position. This instantly drew the attention of everyone in the bar. Wow, there are plenty of wealthy patrons today, are we getting another set? It's like New Year's here. Amidst the various discussions, the promoter's shouts rang out once again. Thanks to Mr. Chen at table 3 for opening a set worth 288,000 of the top Divine Dragon. Wishing you a happy and joyful night where every night is a new bride and never the same. Let's hear some cheers. This one is even more impressive than the last, they're actually going for a top tier one. Many people cast envious glances as the Atmosphere team fueled the excitement and the bar buzzed anew. However, many people expressed that they had never seen Chen Yang before. But when Zhou Kong turned to look, his eyes widened in shock. What the hell? Chen Yang uncle is Chen Yang. Even the company's streamer Su Qing exclaimed in surprise. The person Zhou Kong called uncle was Zhou Fu, known as Zhou Er, who was indeed his biological uncle. He was the one who brought Zhou Kong to the position of department head at Xingchen Media. At 41 he owned his own company and was still unmarried. What, Chen Yang? Zhou Fu glanced at Chen Yang, not recalling any memory. Uncle, he's the one who went insane at our company's annual meeting, you weren't there at the time. The one who had an emotional breakdown. Yes, that's him, Zhou Kong nodded repeatedly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Fu showed a hint of surprise and then said I should go check him out. There aren't many wealthy people in Yuhang, it's always good to make connections. As a businessman he had a keen sense for wealthy individuals and wouldn't care about others' pasts. Zhou Kong panicked, no uncle, he's my sworn enemy, how can you think of befriending him? Zhou Fu frowned slightly, then sighed, patting Zhou Kang's shoulder. Kong, although you are still young, your mindset really needs to expand. There are no absolute enemies between people, it's all about interests. Do you understand? If he can casually spend over 200,000 it means his assets are at least over 10 million. He just scolded you a few times at the annual meeting. What's the big deal? Don't cling to minor grievances. Come on, let's go take a look with uncle. No way, absolutely not, uncle, Zhou Kong said, his face flushed with anxiety, finally revealing the truth as a last resort. Second uncle, it's just that kid slept with my mom and even made me change my last name to Chun. What? At this revelation Zhou Fu's body froze, you mean that kid slept with your aunt? Upon confirmation Zhou Fu plopped back onto the sofa, his expression darkening, more wretched than if he had eaten something foul. He glared viciously at Chen Yang, his teeth grinding audibly. Under Zhou Fu's relentless questioning, Zhou Kong recounted the entire incident in detail. Was elder sister really taken by that young man? Zhou Fu clenched his fists and fell into deep thought. Not for any other reason, elder sister's figure had long stirred his lustful desire. Years ago when elder brother abandoned her to flee overseas, Zhou Fu had even felt a fleeting surge of delight. 23 years earlier, the moment he first laid eyes on elder sister, he was irrevocably smitten. In secret he had courted her relentlessly over the years, yet all his efforts had ended in failure. Never could he have imagined that young man would succeed. Glancing sideways at Zhou Kong he cursed inwardly, worthless fool. He would never have lifted a finger to aid this dim-witted nephew if not for elder sister. The boy couldn't even keep watch over his own mother, yet Zhou Fu himself had been utterly unprepared. Elder sister was no innocent dove, she was devouring tender grass with the appetite of an old ox. General Manager Zhou, I toast you. A sultry alluring hostess approached, wrapping her arms around Zhou Fu's neck with practiced flirtation. Get lost. He snapped, utterly disinterested, and shoved her away with a single brusque motion. Startled, the woman hastily retreated, muttering under her breath, what's there to act so high and mighty about? What should I do, uncle, too? No matter how I plead, mother won't listen. Zhou Kong wore an expression of utter despair. Zhou Fu's face remained icy cold. Then why didn't you tell me sooner? Sooner. Zhou Kong blinked in confusion. Why on earth would he report this to him? He kept the thought unspoken, though it burned silently in his mind. Instead he only mumbled incoherently, evading clarity. Zhou Fu shook his head, deeply disappointed in Zhou, yet even now his mind churned with quiet calculation. Ding. Congratulations host, you have earned a cash reward of 10 million yuan. Emotional value 100. Public acclaim, emotional value 30. Ding. Detected anger from Zhou Kong toward the host, emotional value 300. Detected anger from Zhou Fu toward the host, emotional value 500. Current total emotional value 1760 points. It had arrived, just as expected. Chen Yang rejoiced, 10 million yuan in cold cash plus 930 points of emotional value, a staggering windfall. This display of effortless superiority had paid off handsomely, though one question lingered: who exactly was this Zhou Fu? Was he the middle-aged man standing beside Zhou Kong? A relative perhaps. Chen Yang glanced sideways and their gazes locked. Even across the distance he sensed the man's hostility like a blade drawn in silence. Chen Yang remained utterly unmoved. Heck, he can rage until he bursts for all I care. The impact of such supreme awe-inspiring presence was inevitable and devastating. Instantly the bar's young women turned their attention toward him. One by one they approached his table with wineglasses in hand, striking up casual conversation. Chen Yang welcomed them all with easy charm, adding several exceptionally attractive women on WeChat without hesitation. Tang Yu pouted beside him, her mood thoroughly soured, the image of Chen Yang as a heartless playboy now irrevocably cemented in both women's minds. Their scornful glances left him utterly indifferent. Ha! This is nothing, mere prelude. With wealth now within reach, grand mansions, luxury yachts and a harem worthy of an emperor would soon follow. As more and more people came forward to toast him, Chen Yang began to grow weary. He checked the time. Do you two wish to stay longer? Are you planning to leave already? Su Qing asked. Chen Yang nodded. Yes, I'm heading home. I have matters to attend to tomorrow morning. Pfft, just admit you're worn out. Why fabricate excuses? You don't even hold a job, what pressing business could you possibly have? Tang Yu interjected. I truly do have business, he replied. Tomorrow I'll be purchasing property, it's quite involved. Right now I'm staying at a hotel, I still have no permanent residence in Yuhang. Hearing this, the two women believed him. Earlier in conversation they'd already touched upon Chen Yang's marital history. His former wife had received the house, that fact had already been disclosed. What about the remaining wine? Tang Yu asked. An entire set of premium Divine Dragon bottles, each priced above 10,000 yuan, still sat unopened. Register it under your name. We'll enjoy it together another time. At these words Tang Yu's eyes lit up. Thank you, brother Chen. Chen Yang stretched lazily, preparing to depart. The cover charge had already been settled when the Divine Dragon bottles were ordered. Both women rose, straightened themselves and summoned Wu Hong to inventory the remaining liquor. Once formalities were complete the three departed together. Brother Chen, may I accompany you when you buy the house? Uncle too, that young man is leaving. Zhou Fu crushed his cigarette but between his fingers. I'm not blind, you know. With that he too rose to leave. 2 minutes later Chen Yang and the two women emerged from Blue Dye Bar standing before a Bentley. No, brother Chen, I've already arranged a designated driver for you. Safety comes first. Chen Yang sighed in resignation. It was just past midnight, his body had fully restored itself to peak condition. No trace of alcohol remained within him, but the two women clung stubbornly to his arms, refusing to let go. With no plausible explanation to offer, he had no choice but to wait. Yet, unexpectedly, no designated driver arrived. Instead, two minivans screeched to a halt directly before Chen Yang, tires shrieking. Doors flew open and over a dozen men poured out, wearing bean-shaped shoes and skin-tight outfits, their hair dyed crimson, emerald or sapphire, unmistakable spiritual youth. Only their leader, a man in his 30s, appeared relatively conventional, his hair uncolored. Yet the scorpion tattoo coiled around his neck marked him unmistakably as a street-hardened figure. Armed with steel pipes and clubs, they looked like incarnations of menace. From the moment he stepped out, his aura reeked of arrogance, thick gold chain, tiny wristwatch, red pagoda mountain cigarette dangling from his lips as he bellowed, which little bastard is Chen Yang? At this sight the two women shrank back, clearly recognizing hostile intent. I'm talking to you, deaf are you? When no one answered, the scorpion man roared in fury. Chen Yang cast him a single indifferent glance. Chen Yang? Never heard of him. Ha! Did I get it wrong? The word struck him like doubt made flesh. Just moments earlier General Manager Zhou had called him, instructing him to discipline a man standing beside a Bentley. Could it be this car? He scanned the area, only one Bentley stood in sight. From afar Zhou Fu shook his head in exasperation. Damn fools, every last one. He had intended to remain unseen, not yet certain of Chen Yang's true depth. Sigh, these idiots. Gangzi, those are them. A voice cut through the air. Chen Yang turned and saw Zhou Kong and the middle-aged man from the bar. What the hell, dare you mock me? The scorpion man bellowed, striding to Zhou Fu's side. General Manager Zhou, how shall we handle these three? Chen Yang, you think you're untouchable, don't you? Zhou Kong leapt forward, jeering. Chen Yang didn't even deign to look at him, his gaze remained fixed unwavering on Zhou Fu. What do we do, brother Chen? Tang Yu whispered, fear tightening her voice. Director Zhou, you, how could you? Su Qing gasped in disbelief. Faced with the scorpion man's question, Zhou Fu hesitated. Truly he wished to avoid trouble. Yet the humiliation of losing elder sister was unforgivable, unbearable beneath the same sky. Break his legs. Sever his root. Understood, General Manager Zhou. With that the scorpion man signaled his men go. Yes, brother. They grinned, adjusting their weapons as they advanced toward Chen Yang. Kid, leave the legs, the root and the girls. Zhou Kong wore a smug expression, having just saved photos of Chen Yang being affectionate with other women in his phone. After dealing with Chen Yang, he planned to show these photos to his mother in the morning, confident that she would be disappointed in him. He wouldn't be fooled again, but he glanced over at his second uncle Zhou Fu. Frowning, he knew he wasn't stupid. Judging by his uncle's behavior, he probably harbored ill intentions toward his mother too. Damn, they're all no good. I'm just afraid of falling from a wolf's den into a dog's den. Why do all the men in the world want my mother? A few people were watching the show with two girls hiding behind Chen Yang, shouting, "You can't do this, we are internet celebrities. If this gets out, you'll be in trouble." A group laughed at his words and one of the men replied, "Haha, little girl, do you think people in our line of work fear being exposed online? Yeah, little girl, just wait for the pretty boy to get his legs broken. But don't worry, the brothers will take good care of you." "Brother, I want her socks." The blonde boys echoed. "You guys. How disgusting." The two girls' faces turned red from the various vulgar comments. But they felt utterly helpless. Zhou Fu lit another cigarette. At this point, Chen Yang and his friends had been completely surrounded. There was no chance of escape, which was why Zhou Fu chose to act outside the bar. Fights often broke out in such places. Generally speaking, as long as you don't create trouble inside the bar, it wouldn't interfere. Bystanders would avoid getting involved. Who wants to deal with unnecessary trouble these days? If it leads to retaliation, what's the point? Facing a circle of delinquents, Chen Yang felt a surge of excitement. Ever since acquiring Zero Magic and the 100% knockout palm, he hadn't had much opportunity to showcase it. Although he had used it twice on Zhou Kong, he wasn't sure if there's a limit to how many times the skill could be used within a certain time frame. Coupled with his strengthened body from Zero Magic, he was unusually exhilarated. Kill him. With a furious shout from a green-haired man, he charged forward with a stick. He too was excited. The socks of a million-dollar internet celebrity were his to claim. The opportunity to showcase his strength was right before him. Eyes wide and mouth grinning, he swung the stick in one fluid motion. The two girls screamed in fright. However, Chen Yang realized that under his intense focus, the green-haired guy was moving in slow motion. He easily caught the swinging stick with one hand and then casually slapped the green-haired guy. The latter felt a darkness before collapsing unconscious. What the hell? What's going on? Upon witnessing this scene, those around him were bewildered. How did this guy just fall to the ground? You bastard, get up. Don't you want those socks? The scorpion-haired man kicked the green-haired guy twice. The result was no response. Damn it, is this kid on drugs? His body is so weak. You all attack him together. Bang bang bang. Just like that, several thugs appeared fierce, but after rushing in they fell asleep immediately. The two girls were stunned, clearly seeing that he had merely slapped the opponent. They just fell to the ground and couldn't get back up. The scorpion-haired man, enraged, shouted, "What do I feed you for? Your physiques are so weak. From today, no drugs for 3 days." Although this punishment was harsh for those thugs, they had witnessed it firsthand. This kid was too bizarre. One slap and they all passed out. How could it be weak? It was more like a matter of life and death. For a moment, the remaining few dared not approach. They all stepped back a few paces, protecting the scorpion-haired man, just wanting to make a living. They could bully others, but they wouldn't risk their lives. At this point, Zhou Fu and his nephew were green with envy. This was too embarrassing. Over a dozen people couldn't deal with Chen Yang. The scorpion-haired man saw Zhou Fu's disappointed expression and his veins stood out. He had made a lot of money from Zhou Fu. Without further ado, he rushed in to take action himself. "Kid, I'm going to kill you," he shouted angrily and kicked out. This was his signature move, known for his strong legs that earned him the nickname Iron Leg in the underworld. Chen Yang saw it and thought it was a perfect opportunity to test his leg strength. This time he didn't use the knockout palm, he directly raised his leg with all his strength to meet the attack. Chen Yang's size 43 foot immediately collided with the iron leg. With a loud crack, the scorpion-haired man's leg bone protruded out, clearly a case of the bone breaking through the flesh. The scorpion-haired man's face turned ashen, letting out a scream before his head hit the ground, knocking him unconscious. Oh my god, is this still a human? Such leg strength. The remaining delinquents gaped in disbelief. They felt that not charging in recklessly was the best decision of their lives, so they didn't hesitate to turn and run, leaving their van behind. At this moment, 4 or 5 blonde boys lay on the ground. The only ones still standing were Chen Yang and his 2 friends, along with Zhou Kong and his uncle. What the hell? Even Zhou Fu in his middle age couldn't help but exclaim in shock. He was gasping for breath, wondering if he'd feel crippled after taking a kick. Zhou Kong was the same, his chest heaving as he stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. That last kick was so powerful, Chen Yang trembled in excitement. Turning his head with a mischievous smile at Zhou Kong, he then lifted his leg and walked over. Oh my god. Zhou Kong saw this and immediately wet himself. Then he fell to his knees with a thud, crying out, "Dad, I've never been hit before. I'm afraid of pain. Please don't hit me. Can I just be called Chen Kong from now on?" Hearing this, Chen Yang sighed, losing interest, and turned to Zhou Fu. Locking eyes, Zhou Fu's face turned cold. He couldn't. If he knelt, how would he survive in Yuhang in the future? "Mister," Chen, I believe there might be some misunderstanding between us. I am. Zhou Fu tried to intimidate him with his status in the wealthy circles. At least he hoped Chen Yang would give him some face. However, Chen Yang merely raised his hand slightly and patted his shoulder. Zhou Fu immediately felt dizzy, then passed out. Zhou Kang's eyes widened. He felt this was somewhat familiar. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly said this. Is this feeling again? Chen Yang smiled, clapped his hands and said to the two girls who were still in shock, let's go get in the car, don't worry about them. With a dazed look, Su Cheng and Tang Yu mechanically got into Chen Yang's Bentley, sitting in the back seat. They didn't even care about the fact that Chen Yang had been drinking and driving. Starting the car, they drove off, leaving behind a mess. The crowd around merely shrugged. They had only seen a young man take on a group and emerge victorious. A few minutes later, several security personnel emerged from the bar, shocked as they dialed emergency services. This was incredible. After Chen Yang left, it wasn't long before a few small thugs woke up in the hospital. In a state of panic, they exchanged glances and sneaked out of the hospital under the cover of night. They weren't even sure if there was anything wrong with their bodies. They needed to escape quickly. As for calling the police after being beaten, they wouldn't dare. With their situation, they would probably end up receiving several silver bracelets at the station. Even the scorpion guy was helped away. It's just unfortunate for the security brother who helped call 120, as he ended up spending several hundred yuan on transportation. In the dead of night, Uncle Joe and his nephew lay on the hospital bed looking at each other in confusion. After a while, Chen Yang woke up and glanced around. Last night, Su Cheng and Tang Yu were frightened. After Chen Yang sent them back to their place, he returned alone to the hotel with no further developments. Feeling a bit regretful about the small incident, Chen Yang had originally wanted to have an exciting experience. However, he didn't remain idle, directing all his regrets onto Zhou Yingshui. Due to the late-night activities, Zhou Yingshui lay beside him sleeping soundly. Chen Yang casually slapped his hand, and with a ripple, Zhou Yingshui frowned sleepily, murmuring, brother Chen Yang, it's hard to find a day to rest. Let me sleep a bit longer, I'm so tired. I'm going out to spend, are you sure you won't get up? Going out to spend? Hearing this, Zhou Yingshui's eyes lit up instantly, becoming alert. I'm coming, I'll get up right now. Chen Yang chuckled a couple of times. The two of them got up to wash up, and Chen Yang checked out of the hotel, retrieving his deposit. Amidst a flurry of courteous words, they walked out of the hotel. As soon as they got into the car, Zhou Yingshui eagerly asked, brother, where are we going to spend? We're going to buy a house. Buy a house. Hearing this, Zhou Yingshui felt a rush of excitement. Is brother Chen Yang going to set up a home for her? Is she finally going to become the pampered canary? So where are we going to look for houses? For this question, Chen Yang hadn't thought it through either. Su Cheng had bought a regular apartment in the city center, which Chen Yang found a bit beneath him now. However, just as he was hesitating on where to look for houses, a voice call rang out. Pulling out his phone, he saw it was a video call from Tang Yu. After connecting, Tang Yu's exceptionally delicate face appeared before Chen Yang. Zhou Yingshui glanced over, her heart skipped a beat. Wasn't that the woman from Hermes? She furrowed her brow slightly. Was there a new competitor? In the video, Tang Yu was beautifully made up with her hair in a bun, long eyelashes and blue contact lenses giving her fox-like eyes. She was staring intently at the phone screen. At that moment, she was walking alone on the street, and it was evident that she was a bit cold as her body was slightly trembling. So beautiful, Zhou Yingshui felt a twinge of annoyance. What if this woman was prettier than her? Would she lose favor? Have you left yet? Tang Yu asked. Chen Yang nodded in response. Yes, what's up? You said we were going to look at houses today, right? I know a lot about this, can I go with you? After saying this, Tang Yu made a cute expression. Poof. Bad woman. Zhou Yingshui thought to herself. Chen Yang replied, sure, where are you? I'll come pick you up. Ye Chen Gu. I'll send you my location right now, waiting for you. Chen Yang thought it was perfect since he didn't know where to look. At that moment, a voice came, though Chen Yang didn't catch what was specifically said. Just as he was about to start the car, he saw Fong Ning standing in front of the car again. He casually put down his phone. Opening the window, Fong Ning's heart leaped with joy as she jogged a few steps to the driver's side. Chen Yang, dear, I've been waiting for you all night. Can I sit in the car for a bit? Fong Ning's small face was flushed from the cold, dressed in a down jacket and wearing a hat. She approached Chen Yang with a pleading smile, reaching for the driver's door. But after pulling a few times, she couldn't open it. Dear, please open the door for me, I'm begging you. I really need to talk to you. So persistent. Zhou Yingshui was already upset and didn't expect Fong Ning to show up again. Last night, Fong Ning had followed Zhou Yingshui all the way and discovered she entered that Xingha Bay Hotel. She had originally wanted to barge in directly, but unfortunately she was stopped by the hotel. Unable to afford the place, she could only find a small inn nearby and waited there since early morning. She had already stood for over 3 hours, fearing she would miss her chance. When she saw the Bentley appear, she hurried over. Fong Ning, we really have nothing to say. Don't come looking for me again in the future. Chen Yang replied without giving her a chance and stepped on the gas to leave the scene, leaving Fong Ning dumbfounded at the spot. Witnessing this, her gaze turned icy once more. Clenching her fists, she began to doubt whether her choices were indeed correct. She couldn't understand why she was less than Zhou Yingxue in any way, and why Chen Yang, who had once spoiled her immensely, now showed her no compassion. Who is that? Which bad woman is calling you dear? The video call hadn't ended and a voice came from Tang Yu's side. My ex-wife. Responding, he drove towards the location Tang Yu had sent. It wasn't too far, and in about 10 minutes a figure appeared in his sight. Taking a look, Chen Yang couldn't help but marvel at how today's girls really weren't afraid of the cold, wearing a short down jacket on top and high-waisted jeans on the bottom, looking quite chilly. Once the car came to a stop, Tang Yu happily rushed to pull open the passenger door. However, as soon as she opened it, she froze. There was actually a woman sitting inside. Their eyes met and both sides examined each other. Sit in the back, please. Oh, okay. Hearing Chen Yang's voice, Tang Yu snapped out of her daze and hurried to sit in the back. Tang Yu stared intently at Zhou Yingxue, feeling quite upset. Why should she, a popular internet celebrity worth millions, have to sit in the back? Who was this woman? Was she prettier than herself? Perhaps due to woman's intuition, Zhou Yingxue also looked back and the two locked eyes again. Yet neither of them spoke. Hey, what are you looking at? Give some suggestions, didn't you say you understand houses? Oh. Coming back to her senses, Tang Yu chimed in with a melodic voice. Chen Gu, what's your budget? Around 100 million, I suppose. Around 100 million. At this statement, both women's attention was completely captured by what he had just said. 100 million could buy a villa in Yuhang, right? Why would he buy such a big house alone? How about we check out the Liqing Villa area? Half an hour later. Yuhang has such places. Chen Yang couldn't help but exclaim. This was right in the city center of Yuhang, and after staying there for 4 to 5 years, he hadn't known that there was a cluster of luxurious villas. It seemed like bringing Tang Yu along was indeed the right choice. Entering the sales hall, Zhou Yingxue tried to steady her emotions. Watching Tang Yu standing on the other side of Chen Yang, she thought to herself that she couldn't embarrass herself. Hello everyone, I am the salesperson Wang Yameng. May I introduce some properties to you? After entering the sales hall for a short while, a beautiful salesperson in her 20s, tall and well-proportioned, dressed in a casual suit on the upper body and a knee-length skirt on the lower body, approached politely to inquire. Chen Yang glanced and nodded sure. Wang Yameng smiled slightly and said, hello sir, we have both large flats and independent villas. Which one would you like to see? Independent villa. Alright sir. Hearing this, Wang Yameng felt a surge of joy inside. The villas here range from about 500 to 600 square meters, with the better ones costing 70 to 80 million or even over 100 million. If this deal goes through, her commission will soar by the end of the year. However, she cast a slight glance at Lu Chang beside her. Though both were salespeople, her experience was somewhat less than Lu Chang's. Usually she is the first to select clients who come here to purchase properties, just like now with this trio in front of her who came in with that middle-aged man. It was because Lu Chang chose the middle-aged man that she had the chance to attend to this handsome guy in front of her. She sighed inwardly, wondering if she would be unexpectedly interrupted. Such things she has done many times. Hello sir, this way please. Following the salesperson, Chen Yang walked with the two women towards the sand table. Hello sir, our villa area. Under Wang Yuming's introduction, Chen Yang gained a rough understanding. Brother Chen, that villa no. 3 is good, it has a large area and is cost-effective. Tang Yu said excitedly. Although she couldn't afford it and had never lived in such a place, she had long admired the lives of the wealthy. It can be said that she has a comprehensive guide on various luxury goods, real or fake entertainment venues, and the opulence of houses. This lady has great taste. This villa no. 3 is our Liqing's top-tier building with only 3 surrounding it. It has an area of 625 square meters spread over 3 floors with an independent entrance, parking lot and swimming pool. Everything one could need. It can be said to be the showcase of Liqing real estate. Hearing Wang Yuming's introduction, Chen Yang nodded. How much is it roughly? Hello sir, this one is approximately 110 million, but the exact price will need to be calculated. Let's take a look at the house first. Upon hearing this, Wang Yameng felt a jolt in her heart. She never expected that a price of over 100 million would not scare off this handsome guy. You have to know that many wealthy people cannot afford a price of over 100 million. She originally had little hope, yet unexpectedly he immediately wanted to look at the house. Generally speaking, those who dare to directly view properties after hearing the price are mostly able to afford it. Alright sir, this way please, Wang Yameng said with a full smile. Is Brother Chen really going to buy? Zhou Yingsheng was shocked. Does he have that much money? No. She must perform well. Tang Yu was also lost in thought. Along the way, the two women exchanged glances, intentionally or unintentionally, subtly competing with each other. A few minutes later, the 3 of them along with salesperson Wang Yuming stood inside the actual villa no. 3. The group was slightly stunned, including Tang Yu. Chen Yang tried to control his emotions. With all the money but no experience, he couldn't help but gulp. His head felt dizzy as he saw the decor and layout of the house, something he had never seen in his life, not even in short videos. Did he need an explanation? He wasn't blind. The living room was larger than the entire flat in his village. The European luxurious style with plaster lines, crystal lights, marble floors and carved furniture was magnificent. Zhou Yingsheng's breathing became rapid and her mouth felt a bit dry. Would Chen Yang buy? Would she have a chance to live here? She clenched her delicate fist, her gaze firm. Tang Yu was not doing any better. Although she had seen a bit of the world, she had never encountered a place at this level. There had been many wealthy men who wanted to meet her online, but she had always been cautious. In order to get a good price for herself, she had to investigate thoroughly before considering anything. However, after 2 years no one had satisfied her. It was either those who thought they could sleep with her after spending a few tens of thousands, or fake rich second-generation people boasting about living in luxurious villas. In reality, they all turned out to be lies after her investigations. Now the mansion was right in front of her. She glanced at Zhou Yingsheng and felt it was time to show her sincerity. As long as Chen Yang decided to buy, she would directly broadcast her sincerity, even if it meant giving up future opportunities with rich men. Wang Yumeng, what kind of person is she? Having been in sales for over a year, she could read Chen Yang's satisfaction at a glance. At this moment she hoped that the wealthy brother could buy this house. Sir, are you satisfied? Wang Yumeng asked with a smile. Chen Yang instinctively nodded, satisfied. And you? Wang Yumeng looked at Chen Yang with a heart full of trepidation. I'll buy it. Chen Yang replied, why keep so much money for what? Phew! Upon hearing this, Wang Yumeng let out a long breath. She hadn't sold a single villa all year. She had only sold a large flat, a limited edition of around 150 square meters. If she didn't have any performance, it was uncertain whether she could keep her job next year. Alright sir, please wait a moment. I will go ask my supervisor to calculate the price. Are you going to look for a while or come with me to the sales department? Let's look for a while. Alright. Wang Yumeng left and Tang Yu and Zhou Yingsheng were dumbfounded. Their pretty faces flushed. Was he really going to buy for over 100 million? Something must be done. Zhou Yingsheng took off her coat, revealing only a white vacuum camisole underneath. She stepped forward and wrapped her arm around Chen Yang's arm, embedding her arm into the milky white. Then, without caring about Tang Yu beside her, she directly said, Brother Chen Yang, shall we go to the 3rd floor? There's a huge floor-to-ceiling window there that's perfect for us to sit by. Chen Yang was just an ordinary man. Even though he had been with Zhou Yingsheng for several days, facing such temptation still made him feel a bit dry in his. He glanced at Tang Yu behind him. Tang Yu, wait for me a minute, it'll be quick. Damn, what a cheap woman. Tang Yu was immediately furious. How dare she take the lead? And Chen Yang, was he too much? Was he really going to go to the 3rd floor in front of her, this beautiful woman? No. Brother Chen, how can you do this? You can't just leave me behind. But she couldn't say to add her in her anger, she decided to go all out. She took out her phone, started broadcasting in an instant, stepped forward to wrap her other arm around Chen Yang's arm, pointing the camera at herself. Her live broadcast had a great effect, with the number of online viewers breaking 10,000 almost instantly every time she streamed, and many netizens set up notifications just for her. As long as Tang Yu started broadcasting, they would receive the message. Almost within seconds, the number of viewers in the live room soared to 10,000. Hello everyone, welcome to Yeye's live broadcast. Today I have some good news to share. Yeye might be moving into a mansion soon. What does it mean that Yeye has the chance to live in a mansion? Yeye is in a luxurious mansion, blushing and linking arms with a handsome guy. She leaned towards the handsome guy, almost pressing her face against his due to her short stature. It seems she's a bit intoxicated. Could it be that the streamer Yeye is being kept? In the chat there were various messages urging someone to come out, claiming that Yeye is being kept. Why? I no longer believe in love. This even caused those who once mourned lost loves to emerge from their graves. Chen Yang stared at the barrage of comments in the live stream, feeling a bit dazed. He initially wanted to find a reason to pursue Tang Yu, whose beauty and figure surpassed those of Zhou Yingsheng and He Jing. She was a top-tier internet celebrity, and while it may not elevate her status beyond that of an ordinary worker, it certainly provided an advantage on a psychological level. Why else would Principal Wang be so fond of internet celebrities? He had been working in a media company for 2 years, encountering various internet celebrities, and it was impossible to say he had no thoughts about them. However, he understood better than anyone what Tang Yu's actions meant. She had truly invested a lot. But although he wasn't afraid, Chen Yang didn't want to reveal himself either. Wouldn't that invite hatred? He quickly turned off Tang Yu's livestream. Tang Yu, let's talk properly, there's no need for a livestream. He turned to Zhou Yingsheng and said, coughing, Shue, there's no rush to go upstairs. Hearing this, Zhou Yingsheng gritted her teeth, glaring at Tang Yu with fiery eyes, feeling thoroughly annoyed. Interrupting Zhou Yingsheng's plans, Tang Yu looked smug, raising her eyebrows slightly as she locked eyes with Zhou Yingsheng, thinking, go ahead, hit me. After ending the broadcast, the live chat room, once dark, surged with even more activity. A few top donors in the live stream almost burst with anger when they realized what had happened. They had sent so many gifts, and what did it matter? They could be kept at a distance, but being publicly kept was another thing altogether. As a result, unbeknownst to Tang Yu and the others, this matter quickly rose to the trending topics on Weibo. With over 3 million followers, she was technically just a small group in the industry. But this time she had exploded beyond her circle. Several top donors collectively called Tang Yu's Banana Media to complain and demanded a refund for their gifts. At this point, Tang Yu still hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation. Her mind was filled with thoughts of her Chen Gu. She answered a series of phone calls without even looking, hanging up quickly and turning on airplane mode. No one could disturb her as she competed with Zhou Yingxue for Chen Ge's attention. Meanwhile, in the sales department building, Wang Yuming, excitedly calculating property prices, caught the attention of several colleagues. Ying, do you think Wang Yuming might have closed the deal? Really? But I thought they were looking at Villa number 3. Yes, that luxurious Villa number 3. Oh, my Minister Zhao said whoever sells that villa would get a 0.5 commission. That means over 500,000 for a deal of more than 100 million. The two exchanged glances, their faces reflecting envy and jealousy. Unfortunately, they were busy with their own matters and didn't get to attend to that handsome guy earlier. But they turned their attention to Lu Chang, who was smiling bitterly nearby. She was saying goodbye to a middle-aged man, clearly having not closed the deal. Lu Chang was the sales champion here at 27. She was beautiful and experienced, averaging a monthly income of about 100,000. As for her salary, the sales department was used to it. No one commented on her methods, those were her skills. The sales building and office of Licheng Real Estate are separated by a distance that takes about 5 minutes to walk quickly. After walking for more than 2 minutes, Wang Yuming suddenly stood still, her body shaking with anger. Something's not right. If I remember correctly, isn't Manager Zhang off today? She thought. Besides, Manager Zhang is in charge of human resources. Any issues with performance should be addressed by Minister Zhao. Thinking this, her heart sank. This brain of hers. Lu Chang must have tricked her. Despite being on guard, she still fell for it all because she was too excited at that moment. No, I must hurry back. Even if it means falling out with Lu Chang this time, I cannot let this slide. I must reclaim the client no matter the cost. On the other side, Chen Yang was walking on a small path beside a woman named Lu Chang. Just a moment ago he had been chatting with Tang Yu and Zhou Yingxue when Lu Chang suddenly appeared. She said she was going to the sales department to verify the amount. Originally, Zhou Yingxue and Tang Yu wanted to follow her. But Lu Chang insisted that the two beautiful women could stay to look at the house, and if they found any issues before signing the contract they could bring them up. Perhaps they could even apply for a price adjustment. After all, it was just verifying the price, and signing the contract would take some time. Hearing that they could help Chen Yang, the two women decided to stay. And they patted their chests, declaring, "Brother Chen Yang, just watch my performance. I will definitely save you money." Initially, Chen Yang didn't think much of it, but he increasingly felt something was off. Lu Chang wasn't discussing the house but was instead using an extremely seductive voice to talk about trivial matters. She began sharing how hard life had been for her at 27, with a gambling father, a sick mother, and a younger brother, all leading to a broken family. What was her intention? Snatching the deal. This was Chen Yang's judgment. He was also a worker at the bottom level. This house was worth over 100 million. He didn't know how much could be gained, but it was certainly not insignificant. But this was just his guess, and he didn't say anything, merely following along. "Mr. Chen, this way please," Lu Chang flirtatiously said, throwing a charming glance at Chen Yang as she opened a door. Chen Yang followed her inside, winding through corridors until they arrived at a room. It was spacious, containing only a table and a chair, the chair notably comfortable. "Where's Wang Yumeng?" Chen Yang asked. Click. Lu Chang leaned against the door, making the sound of it closing. Then she dropped the pretense and said cheekily, "Mr. Chen, let me be honest with you, that house is very important to me. Can you buy it from me?" After saying this, she unbuttoned the first button with one hand while using the other to slip off one shoe. Lu Chang was very confident. She had seen many wealthy people. When she made the insinuation earlier, she could feel that the handsome man in front of her was looking at her and not avoiding her gaze. It could almost be said to be a sure thing. Oh my. Chen Yang was stunned. He truly had guessed correctly. He had heard that salespeople in such places would stop at nothing for performance, and it turned out to be true. "Brother, just agree." She placed a hand on Chen Yang's chest, her eyes fixed on him without blinking, her lips slightly. Facing such temptation, Chen Yang felt a rush of excitement, but having once been in a difficult position, he hesitated. Wang Yumeng was quite a good girl. In his hesitation, he took a step back. Before he could finish, a loud bang was heard. The door was kicked open. Ah! Chen Yang sidestepped to avoid the rushing Lu Chang. Lu Chang let out a shriek and fell flat on her back. "Damn it! Who is it?" Lu Chang cursed. Behind the door stood Wang Yumeng, panting heavily. Seeing Chen Yang fully dressed inside, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Lu Chang, you've gone too far. Don't think I'm easy to bully. This time I won't let you off." "Wang Yumeng, are you trying to get yourself killed?" "Oh, it hurts so much," Lu Chang retorted while getting up, holding her waist. Wang Yumeng had initially wanted to return to Villa No. 3, but then thought to herself that Lu Chang must have come here. She had encountered this before, so she decisively came to this room and was just in time. I'm sorry sir, please excuse my rudeness, but I really need this order. Please can you buy from me? Wang Yumeng said, bowing apologetically to Chen Yang with a hint of panic on her face. Chen Yang wasn't a high-profile individual, didn't carry himself like some, and didn't blame her. He nodded and walked out of the room. Seeing this, Wang Yumeng quickly followed after patting her chest. However, a furious voice came from behind Wang Yumeng. You wait for me. At this moment, Lu Chang's stockings had torn, coupled with the unbuttoned fastenings and one shoe off, making her look somewhat disheveled as she yelled a stream of curses. Not caring about what the client thought, it would be better if they didn't buy. With her qualification, she could easily fabricate a few lies later. Let's see if they believe her or Lu Chang. As Chen Yang left the building, he shook his head, inwardly realizing he was still too kind-hearted. He wasn't a good person and didn't have any special circumstances. It felt like a bit of a waste. Noticing Chen Yang's expression, Wang Yumeng felt a mix of emotions, biting her lip and revealing a determined look in her eyes. She was 25 this year and had turned over many stones to find this job. As a finance graduate, she had dreams of making a name for herself in the finance industry when she graduated. However, the reality was that without connections or family backing, it was impossible to survive in this field. Even finding a job related to her major, she couldn't even pass the internship, often having to deal with those bosses who would take advantage of her. Stubborn by nature, she refused to compromise and found this job in real estate sales after resigning. But she didn't expect it to be this hard. At this moment, she felt like giving up. Mr. Chen, this way please, she said, her eyes filled with tenderness. Not this. Seeing the empty room before him again, Chen Yang was once more bewildered. How was this any different from earlier? This definitely didn't look like a place for verifying house amounts. Wang Yumeng, what is this? Chen Yang asked. He saw Wang Yumeng lock the door, looking shyly at him. Mr. Chen, I can offer you what Lu Chang can. As she spoke, she took off her coat and unbuttoned the first button of her white professional shirt. Chen Yang's breathing quickened and he gasped a few times. He then sighed. Although he considered himself quite unrefined and lecherous, he didn't like putting others in difficult positions. It just wasn't meaningful. He still preferred a mutually willing exchange. With tears in his eyes, he said, Wang Yumeng, I think you misunderstood. You don't have to do this for me to buy a house from you. Hearing this, Wang Yumeng felt a little moved, but she had already made up her mind she could not keep her body intact. Mr. Chen, please take me. I won't be at a loss. The commission is over 500,000, otherwise I wouldn't feel secure taking this money. A harmonious strike. After a few minutes, the two stepped out of the house. Chen Yang looked at the luxurious mansion outside, feeling quite pleased. Ding, congratulations to the host for a pleasant mood reward, 10 million yuan emotional value reward, 300 current emotional value, 2060. The system's prompt sounded and Chen Yang felt a surge of joy. He could draw twice again. Mr. Chen, can we go sign the contract now? The price of the villa has been settled at 115 million. Things haven't been finalized yet, but Wang Yumeng still held a hint of apprehension. Of course we can sign. Chen Yang added, Yumeng, if you're willing you can move into that villa in the future. If you need money you can come to me. Do you understand my meaning? Hearing this, Wang Yumeng felt both joy and a tinge of disappointment. She had approached this deal hoping to break the principles to secure it. She never expected to be close to a wealthy man, yet the handsome Mr. Chen had given her an opportunity. However, the implications were clear. It meant being kept in such a future was fraught with uncertainty. She neither refused nor agreed. She pursed her lips. Mr. Chen, please, this way. Chen Yang was not in a hurry. He nodded and followed. Upon arriving at the sales office, they immediately saw a charming woman in her mid-30s. She was over 160 centimeters tall, sitting next to Lu Chang. Seeing Chen Yang and the others, the previously stern Minister Zhao immediately broke into a smile. You must be Mr. Chen. Hello, I am Zhao Yan, the sales director of Liqing Real Estate. I apologize for the unpleasant experience earlier. It was my oversight. I will personally assist you from now on. I am truly sorry. To have her serve. Wang Yumeng felt aggrieved upon hearing this. Was even Minister Zhao trying to steal the performance? She glanced at Lu Chang beside her, sure that she had said something. What could she do if she didn't want to? After all, this was Minister Zhao. How could a mere employee like her resist? Thinking of this, she felt utterly powerless. Sighing, she disregarded politeness and plopped down onto a nearby chair, her face pale. Yumeng, I heard from Lu Chang about how you disrespected Mr. Chen. You should step aside. With that, Wang Yumeng felt her mind go blank. After all her efforts, it ended up like this. She helplessly shook her head, preparing to leave. Wait, do I need to ask you whether I can buy from whom? I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, I didn't mean that. It's just. Zhao Yan replied, somewhat flustered. There's no need for excuses. I don't care about your little tricks, but if this house is not under Yumeng's name, I can switch to another real estate agent. There are other sellers of villas in Yuhang City besides you. After saying that, he glanced at Lu Chang. As for that salesperson, you as a director should know her character well. Bring your superior over. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yan's expression changed. She knew very well what Lu Chang was like, she just didn't want to deal with it for the sake of performance. She merely wanted an excuse to pocket this performance herself. Over 500,000, who wouldn't be envious? But now Chen Yang's meaning was clear, he wanted to reach out to her superiors. Some things are ignored behind the scenes, but once brought to light, her position as a director couldn't bear the weight. If not careful, she might even lose her own position. As for whether this Mr. Chen had that capability, she had no doubt. How could someone who could afford a villa worth over 100 million not have connections? Thinking this, she turned back and slapped Lu Chang across the face. You've angered Mr. Chen and tried to frame Yameng. Pack your things and get lost, you're fired. A crisp sound echoed, leaving Lu Chang stunned, 5 clear handprints visible on her face. She covered her face, her eyes wide. It wasn't you, Minister Zhao. What do you mean it wasn't? If you don't leave now, you can forget about your salary for the month. Hearing this, Lu Chang's chest heaved with anger, but she didn't dare to retaliate further. She had to earn her 11 or 12,000 this month. Turning around, she shot a fierce glare at Wang Yameng before storming off. After Lu Chang left, Zhao Yan promptly stepped forward to bow and apologize. I'm truly sorry. Please let me off this time. Can we let Yameng handle this house's affairs? What do you think? Chen Yang nodded and said no more. Thank you, Mr. Chen. She quickly turned to leave. In that moment, Wang Yameng felt a bit overwhelmed. Her eyes were red. Mr. Chen, thank you. For her, this matter felt like the sky was falling, but to Mr. Chen it was just a trivial matter. Alright, let's prepare the contract, full payment. Okay. A few minutes later, Wang Yuming, with her emotions riding a roller coaster, returned holding the purchase contract. Meanwhile, Zhou Shuang and Tang Yu also appeared at the sales office, both looking dispirited. They said to Chen Yang, brother Chen Yang, we're sorry, we did our best, but we really couldn't find any flaws with that house. Under the watchful eyes of the sales team at the sales office, the moment Chen Yang signed his name, they all revealed envious glances. Seeing Wang Yuming smiling brightly, several salespeople scoffed. How lucky is she to meet such a great brother? Look at her, that little flirt. Something probably happened just now. Our only misfortune is bad luck. Transaction successful, 151 million yuan. The notification of the successful payment rang out, and Zhou Shuai and Tang Yu's eyes sparkled. Chen Yan was so handsome, where did his money come from? However, they didn't dare to ask as it was private. Watching the overjoyed Wang Yuming beside her, Chen Yang sent her a large red envelope without any hesitation. When Wang Yuming heard the sound from her phone and took a look, she was instantly stunned. 500,000. President Chen actually transferred her 500,000. This. Earning $1 million in a day. Her head felt slightly dizzy. Is this something ordinary people can even dream of? Instinctively she screamed, President Chen, why did you transfer me 500,000? After speaking, she covered her mouth. One shouldn't flaunt wealth. Upon hearing this, those around them were even more shocked. The wealthy man before them was so good to Wang Yumeng. Was she about to soar into the skies and become a phoenix? It's over, they might not be able to handle her in the future. But it wasn't over yet. Wang Yumeng excitedly leaped into Chen Yang's arms. President Chen, from now on I'm yours, I'll do anything you ask. She thought to herself, screw that, with such a domineering president protecting her, who would dare bully her in the future? Chen Yang patted her head. Alright, this is what you deserve, it's just a little money. Wang Yumeng mumbled, turning her head to look at her colleagues. She saw Ying Ying and Shen Yuan staring dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. Clinging to the wealthy. This was also their dream. At this moment, the envy and jealousy in their eyes vanished, and their mindset underwent a massive change. They must befriend Wang Yumeng. Perhaps there would be a chance to meet other wealthy individuals, or even be taken in by President Chen. Thinking of this, the two stepped forward with smiles on their faces. This is human nature. When someone feels jealous of you, it means you are on the same level. When your status completely separates from hers, all she thinks about is licking up to you. Congratulations to President Chen for becoming a valued homeowner at Liqing Real Estate. At this moment, a figure stepped out, a man in his 30s, a senior executive from Liqing Real Estate. Normally it takes some time to move in after buying a house. But special arrangements were made, he could move in the same day. During the day, Liqing Real Estate even set off fireworks. Looking at the beaming Wang Yumeng, Zhou Shuai and Tang Yu were enviously speechless. Standing in the park square, Chen Yang was equally exhilarated. He also had a day of buying a luxury house. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the first luxury house of his life. Cash reward 200 million yuan. Detected that the host is in a good mood. Emotional value reward 200. The host appears affluent. Everyone envies the host. Emotional value reward 100. Current emotional value 2360. 3 great joys. Unexpectedly, by showing off and buying a house, I not only gained a high quality beauty but also received so much emotional value. Most importantly, receiving 200 million yuan in cash. Isn't this just pure freebie? He figured out that the more one spends, the more rewards they receive from this system. He felt he could spend freely now. There were over 270 million in the bank account and 2 lottery chances left. Chen Yang felt a surge of excitement inside. Fireworks during the day weren't much to see. He waved his hands, signaling to disperse. Amidst the crowd's congratulations, the three returned to Villa No. 3. Sitting in the hall, the two women looked at Chen Yang with sparkling eyes. They both hoped to have the right to live here. It was Tang Yu who spoke first. Brother Chen, do you think I can live here? After saying that, she moved closer to Chen Yang. The heating in the villa was excellent. It wasn't cold at all. She wasn't even wearing a coat, pressing herself desperately against Chen Yang. Me too, me too. Zhou Yingxue saw this and knew she couldn't fall behind. She directly sat on Chen Yang's other side. Chen Yang sighed. It's not that you can't live here, but the premise is that you must coexist peacefully and not do any troublesome things I don't like. Moreover, in the future there will definitely be more darling baby, little baby. The two women exchanged glances, nodding in agreement, completely unbothered. Don't worry, brother Chen Yang, from now on we are sisters. After saying that to show their sincerity, the two even held hands just a step away from going further. Chen Yang nodded in satisfaction. Go find your own rooms. Upon hearing this, the two women instantly became excited, and with a peck they each kissed Chen Yang on their respective sides. They then got up and happily walked away. Left alone, Chen Yang looked at the luxurious house and took out his phone. He thought to himself that such a big event as buying a house needed to be reported to his parents. He took out his phone and dialed his mother, Li Qiuyan. After 7 or 8 rings, his mom finally answered. As soon as the call connected, a noisy sound came from the other end. It was obvious that his mother was playing mahjong. In the winter, rural life was like this. With no farm work, there weren't many entertainment options. Playing mahjong became their only form of entertainment. Son, why are you calling? Did you get your ex-wife's money back? Hey, this is a false win. Mom, that money isn't urgent, I'll get it back sooner or later. Are you busy? When are you coming back? It was clear that his mom was currently preoccupied. Mom, I have good news, I bought a house in Yuhang. Upon hearing this, Li Qiuyan became serious. Bought a house again? Where did you get the money? I tell you, kid, don't do anything illegal. Your dad and I can't afford to cover for you. After the new year, make sure to find a good job. Don't think about starting a business these days. Your dad spent 1,000 yuan the other day to buy a small cart, saying he wanted to sell hand-grabbed pancakes. He sold the cart in 3 days. Chen Yang felt speechless after hearing this. Mom, how could I possibly do anything illegal? But buying a house is real. I will go back before Li Hai's wedding. Who is it? Who's gossiping about me? A voice from the other end was his father, Chen Jicheng. Who else? It's your son. Tell that kid to come back early this year. Your son said he bought a house in Yuhang. How money isn't that easy to earn? Not being in debt is already good enough. Listening to their conversation, Chen Yang felt a bit speechless and could only wait to return to find an excuse to explain. He genuinely wanted to transfer them 15 or 18 million, but he truly didn't dare. If the money was transferred, the other side would explode. His illegal activities would be confirmed. As for why he didn't go back right now, mainly because there were still over 20 days until the new year, as everyone knows. In the first few days after you return, you can act like a big shot. But once the honeymoon period is over, nothing will be right. Chen Yang had deeply experienced this during his university days. Alright, Mom, I will hang up first. Hey, wait a minute, you should bring your second aunt's daughter back with you. She's studying in you. Got it, Mom. Chen Yang agreed and hung up the phone. Chen Yang's cousin Chen Jianing is 4 years younger than him and is now a junior in college. He had visited her school before. His family still owes them 60,000 yuan, and Chen Yang has a good impression of his aunt's family. During difficult times, they were able to lend him money, which is quite rare these days. Unlike his second aunt's family, who always flaunt their wealth and keep their distance when in need. Chen Yang had been struggling for the past 2 years and hadn't returned home for a long time. This year he must repay them the principal and interest. Chen Gu, I want to discuss something with you, said Tang Yu with a smile as she walked over to Chen Yang. What is it? Chen Yang asked. Chen Gu, can you support me? Upon hearing this, Chen Yang laughed. You, a big internet celebrity, are so straightforward in asking for support. If your wealthy big brothers found out, they would cry to death. I don't have any wealthy big brothers. Su Qing has quite a few real big brothers, but she doesn't share them with me. I'm just a poor loser. Then tell me, what can I gain from supporting you? Chen Yang teased. You can gain this. Tang Yu leaned close to Chen Yang's ear and whispered, her warm breath instantly intoxicating him. But just as he was about to take further action, Tang Yu broke free, standing up to straighten her disheveled clothes. She looked into Chen Yang's eyes and said, Chen Gu, the experience time is up. If you want to continue, you need to verbally acknowledge our relationship. Chen Yang's gaze met hers. What relationship? I want to be your number one, she replied. Sure. Chen Yang's answer surprised Tang Yu. She didn't expect him to agree so readily. I mean, the kind of number one girlfriend. Of course, that's fine. Tang Yu was a bit incredulous upon hearing this. She thought Chen Yang wouldn't understand that being the number one girlfriend meant she wanted to be the most important. Chen Yang had previously said not to let them cause trouble. She was just testing the waters. But what Tang Yu said next left her speechless. You are the number one girlfriend. Zhou Yingxue is the number one sweetheart, and there will be various number ones in the future. You are too bad. Isn't that all the same? With that, she approached to bite Chen Yang. 1 million plus a public identity. Chen Yang shrugged and crossed his legs, throwing out his chips. 5 million after all, I'm a big internet celebrity. Tang Yue after all earns quite a bit in a month. 1 million is a lot for her, but it wouldn't be enough to make her give herself away. Otherwise she would have done it long ago. The next morning, looking at the beautiful scenery beside him, Chen Yang was in a good mood. Congratulations, host. Reward cash of 10 million yuan, emotional value 300, current emotional value 2660. Does the host want to draw a lottery? Chen Yang woke up just in time to hear the system prompt. Lottery. Let's do a double draw. Okay, host. The lottery will appear again, and Chen Yang was filled with anticipation, wondering what strange items he would draw. Of course, money would be best, there's no such thing as too much. As the wheel spun, the first lottery draw concluded after more than 10 seconds. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the probe technique. Probe technique. Chen Yang checked it out. The probe technique allows him to view the basic information of the person being probed. Before he could try it, the second lottery draw ended. Congratulations, host, you have won a grand prize, exclusive top-tier member of Zhuoji law firm. Chen Yang frowned slightly. Top-tier member. The wheel disappeared and his phone beeped. Picking it up, he saw someone had sent him an email. Clicking to view it was an electronic contract. Zhuoji exclusive member, valid for 1 year. Introduction: an international level law firm with over 10,000 senior lawyers in various fields, specializing in resolving various legal disputes for members, and has never lost a case in its 20 years of establishment. While Chen Yang was reviewing it, a sudden scream pierced the air. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Yu had already woken up. She held her phone with a terrified expression, her eyes wide, mumbling, "It's over. I'm trending on social media." The company had called her countless times and she hadn't even noticed. She turned to Chen Yang and said, "Chingo, what should I do? The live stream from yesterday has blown up. The big brother who gifted me during the stream came to my company. They demanded a refund for the gifts. The company sent me a message saying I violated company policy and that being publicly supported has affected the company's image. They want to sue me for breach of contract. The contract I signed states that if I breach it, I need to compensate 5 times my annual income. This year I probably earned around 900,000. If I have to pay, that would be about 4,500,000. What should I do, Chen Gu? Can you help me? I'm begging you." Tang Yu looked at Chen Yang with a worried expression. Chen Yang glanced at his phone. "Perhaps I really can help you." Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang. The caller ID had a note. Zhuoji law firm calling. Chen Yang answered and a female voice came from the other end. "Hello, is this Mr. Chen Yang?" "Yes, it is." "Hello, Mr. Chen. Congratulations on becoming an exclusive member of Zhuoji, valued at 100 million. I am your personal lawyer. For any legal troubles you have within a year, our entire firm will be at your service. Please confirm my friend request later." After finishing, Chen Yang replied and hung up the phone. "Chen Gu, you became a member of Zhuoji law firm. And it's the exclusive level. That's the top law firm in the country. That's great. Chen Gu, you have to help me, please." Seeing Tang Yu's pleading expression, Chen Yang nodded. It just so happens he has a case to handle, so it's a good opportunity to test the waters. "Thank you, Chen Gu, you're the best." "Moa. It's already dawn and you're still kissing." Just then the door to the room was suddenly thrown open and Zhou Yingxue stood at the doorway, puffed up with anger, just in time to see the scene. Pouting, she scolded Tang Yu. Inside the VIP reception room of the Yuhang branch of Zhuoji law firm. "Mr. Chen, I have basically understood the situation regarding your girlfriend," said a relatively attractive female lawyer. Through phone contact, Zhuoji stated that according to the contract, premium members have the right to help people around them use Zhuoji's services but cannot gain any additional profit. Tang Yu quickly pulled Chen Yang to this law firm, placing all her hopes on him. Her expression was quite gloomy for her. If she lost over 4 million, then all the effort from last night would be in vain and she would lose both her job and money, which would be devastating. The two sat on the sofa and Chen Yang tested the detection technique. Name: Hu Yuan. Gender: female. Age: 27. Height: 1.72. Weight: 47 kilograms. Looks: 80. Rating: small fine product. When Chen Yang saw this information, he was astonished. This was no detection technique at all, it was clearly a bride's election artifact. "Mr. Chen, are you listening?" Hu Yuan politely asked, noticing Chen Yang's astonished expression. "Oh yes, I'm listening. Please continue, lawyer Hu." "It's like this, Mr. Chen." Hu Yuan roughly analyzed the solution to the issue. Overall, everything seemed to be in good shape with no major problems. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu finally relaxed and patted her chest. "Tang Yu, hurry back before noon, you need to explain to your brothers." The phone rang and as soon as Tang Yu answered, she was met with a barrage of scolding from her boss. She grimaced, feeling quite wronged, and glanced over at Chen Yang and Hu Yuan. "The company wants me to come back, but I'm scared." Hu Yuan smiled slightly. "Ms. Tang, there's no need to worry. I can go with you and speak to them. Really? That's great. After Hu Yuan tidied up, she left with Chen Yang. At Banana Media, as they just reached the entrance, they saw many people standing inside the company. The company where Tang Yu worked was located on the first floor and it was of average size, not too big. Tang Yu ranked third in her company, making her a prominent figure. With such an incident occurring, the company was also quite troubled. But they had no choice. Since the matter was brought to them, they had to give an explanation. Fortunately, Tang Yu had two top anchors above her, so as long as the situation was handled well, it wouldn't have too much of an impact. Perhaps they could even gain a lot of positive feedback from netizens and advance further. Thus it was inevitable that Tang Yu would have to make sacrifices. Yan Longqing, hurry up and bring your anchor Tang Yu out. We want to ask her what this is all about. Yes, we spent so many gifts without even a touch, and now she suddenly publicly admits to being kept. Where do we put our faces? Refund, it must be refunded. Yang Longqing, the owner of Banana Media, was smiling on the surface but was cursing internally. Tang Yu, you could have kept a low profile even if you were with a wealthy benefactor. In disappearing like this, what were you thinking? Everyone, please rest assured. I completely understand your feelings. We will definitely give you an explanation. She will return soon. Please wait a moment. You understand nothing. A greasy middle-aged man in his 40s shouted. I invested all my savings into her. Do you think we can't afford a lawyer? Yes, not only do we want a refund for the gifts, but we also need compensation for our emotional distress. Yang Longqing was bombarded with insults, but the other female anchors in the company were watching the drama unfold. While they were jealous that Tang Yu had found such a wealthy benefactor, they were also somewhat pleased. If Tang Yu withdrew, who knows what opportunities they might have to advance. Several people were discussing among themselves, but at that moment someone with sharp eyes noticed, oh, Tang Yu is back. Really? Is that the wealthy benefactor next to her? Who is that woman? As Chen Yang and the others entered the company, Yang Longqing and the other men also noticed them. Tang Yu felt a bit scared and hid behind Chen Yang. Hu Yuan stood alongside Chen Yang. You Tang Yu must give us an explanation today. The scene instantly spiraled out of control and they surrounded Chen Yang and the others. 2. Tang Yu was frightened by the scene and stammered, unable to say a word. Chen Yang took a look and thought, what does it mean that so many people are surrounding us? Are they planning to get physical? Each one looked fierce. However, before Chen Yang could even pose a threat, Hu Yuan stepped forward. Everyone, the crime of intentional injury is serious. Minor injury carries a 3-year sentence and serious injury carries a 10-year sentence. If you dare to act, it will definitely be a group assault and I guarantee you'll face over 10 years. Upon hearing this, the group of men stepped back a bit. Don't you dare slander us. Who are you? If anyone acts out, we're here to seek justice. Hu Yuan appeared very calm. Her tone was flat, clearly not taking these people seriously, emanating a mysterious aura. Let me introduce myself. I am Hu Yuan, a top lawyer at Shuji Law Firm. I am now Ms. Tang's legal representative. Any questions can be directed to me. Lawyer. What about lawyers? That also requires reasoning. Her publicly admitting to being kept is wrong. As a public figure, doing such things undermines social morals. Yes, we spent so many gifts. Why should? One of the men wanted to say, why can that guy sleep with her while I can't? But he didn't dare to continue. After thinking for a long time, he shouted, refund. Yes, refund. The others echoed. Hu Yuan showed no signs of emotional fluctuation. First, the gift giving is a voluntary act. My client has no obligation to refund without reason. Second, your claim that my client publicly admitted to being kept is completely absurd. In that video, my client merely stated that she had the opportunity to live in a luxury house and did not explicitly say she was kept. These are all your assumptions. You have been spreading rumors about my client Ms. Tang, which has already trended online. Ms. Tang is now showing signs of depression and emotional instability due to this. This situation has met the conditions of serious circumstances and I will sue you. You are grasping at straws. Does she need to explain her behavior? Do you think we can't afford a lawyer? Oof. Among the crowd, aside from those just looking for excitement, there were also a few genuine wealthy individuals. Especially one true big brother who had given Tang Yu over 100,000, standing with a furrowed brow in the back. Why does the Shuji law firm seem so familiar? While several fake rich individuals were still chattering, he suddenly had a realization and felt a shock. Wait, isn't Shuji law firm the one that specializes in partnering with major listed companies? I heard that without certain strength, even if you have money, you wouldn't have the qualifications to hire that firm. They focus on international lawsuits. This discovery made the wealthy man known as Qingfeng waver in his intentions. He was one of the instigators of this incident, aiming to exert pressure on Tang Yu, causing her to collapse before finally discussing privately with him and the other two instigators. As long as the three of them could step in to help her resolve the issue. In his view, such a request was hardly excessive. After all, she was being kept, and could she really care about that? She must be clear about the priorities. But how did she find the Zhuoji law firm? Swallowing hard, she shifted her gaze to Chen Yang. The handsome man in the video. That's right. It must be him. That luxurious mansion belongs to him. If he can afford Zhuji, what kind of power does he have behind him? It's hard to say which domestic listed company he belongs to among the top 500. No, it could even be the son of a global Fortune 500 company. The lawyer just said she is a top lawyer. No, fighting a lawsuit against such a person would undoubtedly lead to defeat. At that time she might really end up behind bars. They knew very well where they stood in this matter. They only stirred up this fuss because they felt unhappy about spending money. Quickly delete the Weibo and run. He took out his phone, deleted the Weibo, and quietly tried to slip away amidst the crowd. But unexpectedly the two instigators who conspired with him grabbed him. Qingfeng, where are you going? He jolted in fright, looked back at the two and quickly made a shushing gesture. The two were puzzled and were about to ask, what do you mean? Are you scared of a lawyer? They were just about to mock him for being timid. Qingfeng hurriedly whispered, Prince Yan Xiao, that woman is from Zhuji law firm and she's a top lawyer. You guys understand the significance of that, right? Zhuji. Top lawyer. Although the three of them weren't top tycoons, they had seen enough and each family owned a company. What the hell? The two exclaimed in unison. Keep it down. I just deleted my Weibo. If this blows up, we'll definitely be in for a few days. The ones known as Prince and Yan Xiao swallowed hard, realizing the severity of the situation. Zhuji law firm can deploy a top lawyer. That kid must be a premium member, reportedly worth 100 million. So what you mean is? Yeah, Qingfeng nodded and the two hurriedly complied. The three reached a consensus they would delete their Weibo and sneak away, leaving the minions to take the blame. This was the best plan they could come up with on the spot. At this time the crowd was divided into three groups, with Qingfeng and his companions being the instigators. There were some followers who had spent a little money on gifts. Another group was purely fans turned haters out of love who actually hadn't spent much money. Yet they were the loudest in their calls. After deleting the posts, the three of them planned to slip away. Fight. Let's take her on, we're in the right, why should we be afraid? Hire a lawyer. Someone shouted loudly, Qingfeng, Prince Yan Xiao, we're not afraid of her, let's fight her in court. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes instinctively searched around for the three. What the hell? The three were taken aback, sighing at how foolish these idiots were. They saw that the three who had been orchestrating the situation from the back had actually made it to the company entrance. All eyes turned towards them. Yan Xiao, are you going to find someone? Someone asked. Suddenly called out, Yan Xiao was furious and shouted, I'm just a bystander, what does it have to do with me? My cat just had kittens, I need to go check on them. He said and tried to run. Hearing this, the crowd was bewildered. Wait, what do the three big brothers mean? They're just bystanders, what are we? Wait a moment. Just as the three were about to open the door, Hu Yuan stepped in front of them, taking out her phone and saying, you three, deleting Weibo won't help you, are the instigators right? This. Yes, that's them. The three were the main instigators for Tang Yue, and she naturally recognized their faces. The three hottest accounts on Weibo were theirs. Hu Yuan nodded after hearing this. The three sighed and gritted their teeth. We know we were wrong, please don't sue us. We've deleted our Weibo and we're willing to offer compensation. What do you mean, big brothers? You haven't even done anything yet, why are you backing down? Facing the minions' doubts, the three ignored them. Hearing this, Hu Yuan looked at Tang Yu. Hello, Ms. Tang, would you be willing to settle? My suggestion is to have them publicly apologize on Weibo and explain their motivations without requiring compensation from them. This could benefit your future development by improving your public image. If you don't accept, I'm confident I can have them locked up, but for defamation it's at most 10 days and the compensation would only be 500 to 5,000. I don't think it's worth it. After Hu Yuan finished speaking, Tang Yu turned her head to look at Chen Yang, her mind a bit dazed. The turnaround had come too quickly. Chen Yang shrugged, I don't mind, it's up to you. Tang Yu blinked and thought for a moment. Whose analysis was quite right. Even if she won the lawsuit, the impact on her would be significant and her streaming career might be over. If the other party publicly apologizes, choosing to forgive may improve her reputation. Moreover, once she is no longer an internet celebrity, would Chen Ge still be able to support her? Thinking of this, Tang Yu nodded. Okay, I will follow Hu's arrangement. Alright, Ms. Tang. Hu Yuan replied and turned away. Gentlemen, based on an analysis of your past actions, this incident was instigated to undermine Ms. Tang. If you can clearly state your motivations in a public apology, we can refrain from filing a lawsuit. This blunt statement made them feel a bit awkward, yet not a word was incorrect. After considering, they thought they weren't public figures, they could disappear for a while, which was better than suffering in prison. Alright, we agree. This. The lead brother is backing down. Seeing this, the others felt that the situation was off. If the big brother was backing down, what did that mean for them? Who wanted to go to jail? Unknowingly, the room had become sparse with only Chen Yang and a few others remaining. Hu Yuan prepared the documents and sent them to the three, resolving the matter, and then shifted her gaze to Yan Longxing. You are the owner of Banana Media. Before the words were finished, Yan Longxing quickly put on a smile. Hu lawyer, it's all a misunderstanding. What I said about terminating the contract was out of anger. Tang Yu is the pillar of our media company, how could I possibly fire her? Breach of contract. Who said that? The other hosts in the company looked on surprised that the matter had been resolved so easily. They instantly felt a twinge of disappointment and then turned their gaze to Chen Yang, wondering why they hadn't encountered such a good big brother. If I had met him, I would have taken lessons in how to report. Time slightly moved back. Zhou Kong, excited, held his phone towards He Jing and said, "Mom, look, Chen Yang is keeping another woman." He Jing shot back a dubious retort, was Chen Yang keeping women? These past days Zhou Kong could not focus on work, his mind was consumed by Chen Yang and his mother. Ever since he had been knocked unconscious at the bar's entrance, he had not been himself. Chen Yang was unnervingly sinister and violent. Although medical checks showed no major injury, Zhou Kong was convinced that the previous 2 times he had also been rendered unconscious by Chen Yang. How on earth could he separate his mother from that man? If they truly got together, given how he had treated him before, would he not be knocked out every few days? I am too clever to be beaten into idiocy. By chance at the office he scrolled through online gossip to soothe his anxiety and spotted several pinned trending topics on Weibo. At first he paid little heed what was surprising about a female streamer being publicly capped. But when he saw the thumbnail beneath the caption, a jolt of shock seized him. No matter how he looked at it, the man in the image resembled Chen Yang. This electrified him. He immediately clicked to view. Good heavens, what he saw made him even more excited. When he had previously shown his mother the photos on his phone, she had dismissed them as merely drinking together and playing games. Youth was youthful, she said, and that proved nothing. So deeply infatuated. Love blinded. Zhou Kong had never imagined it. Now everything was out in the open, whether she believed it or not. The rumors were roaring. So at noon he hurried to find He Jing and began to lay it out. Yes, Mom, you must believe me, this time Chen Yang is no good. He has been deceiving your affections. Zhou Kong spoke with agitation. He Jing sighed. Kong, I know you harbor many misunderstandings about Chen Yang, but you must not slander him. Holding his phone, Zhou Kong urged, no Mom, just take a look, there's even a video. He's with a female streamer in a man. His phone nearly brushed his face as He Jing glanced at the screen and frowned. What is that? Isn't that an open apology letter? Where is this video? Hearing that Zhou Kong was aghast, mad, his mother had completely lost reason. He grabbed his phone back to open the video himself, but... what on earth? The video. The write-up. Where had they gone? He was shocked again. All the trending entries about the streamer being kept had vanished, only a single apology statement remained. The 3 issued a joint apology claiming that a momentary lapse of wicked thought had caused harm to the streamer Ye, for which they felt deep remorse. The man in the video was supposedly her long-lost elder brother. No way, Chen Yang her brother. Who would believe that? And the pictures. Even those were gone. Zhou Kang's head swam. He was once more astonished by Chen Yang's capability. The Chen Yang he had bullied for 2 years possessed such clout. How had the matter been resolved so swiftly? A seed of dread sprouted in his chest. He drew 2 deep breaths. Placing both hands on He Jing's shoulders, his eyes were wide with fear. Mom, I'm begging you, leave Chen Yang. Well, hide far away and never see him again. Otherwise hell kill me one day. He Jing's face registered disappointment. Kong, if you truly refuse to change your surname, I will speak properly with your Uncle Chen. There is no need for such agitation. Mom. You don't understand, this is not simply about changing a surname. Before Zhou Kong finished, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him and he spoke with excitement. I'll introduce someone to you. Zhou Kong grew ever more animated, smiling with trembling arms. What are you saying? He Jing was stunned by Zhou Kang's abrupt suggestion. Her mind momentarily short-circuited. After a breath she realized he meant Zhou Fu. Her face flushed scarlet in an instant, then she erupted in a sharp, furious shout. Fortunately they were in the fire escape. Had acquaintances overheard, He Jing would have faced strange looks. In her fury a crisp smack resounded. The sound echoed through the stairwell. He Jing had struck with full force. Zhou Kong, are you crazy? What kind of words are those? I never imagined you could think of me like... I've been a fool, raising an ungrateful wretch all these years. From today on I am no longer your mother. Go find your father, I will not delay your future any longer. By then her eyes were rimmed in red. She turned to open the door, composed herself at the threshold and took several deep breaths. Zhou Kong, you keep saying Chen Yang is deceiving me, that he keeps women on the side. But even if that were true, what of it? The moment I agreed to be with him I was prepared. He is young, wealthy and gentle. Shall I demand he remain faithful to me alone? Then what would that make me? Zhou Kong, you do not understand, so long as he treats me well, that is enough. With that He Jing lingered no longer, wiped her eyes, forced to smile and left. Crazy, 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 my mother is insane. Filled with anger, Zhou Kong cursed Chen Yang in his mind. Ding detected anger from Zhou Kong directed at the host. Emotion value 200. Current total emotion value 860. What does that mean? The sudden chime startled Chen Yang as he stepped out of Banana Media. He had not provoked him these past days. Why the sudden flare of anger? Could it be that the last time he knocked him out he had used excessive force and only now had he recovered? That could not be. The system never said greater force lengthened the stun. Does he have a problem with his reflexes? The thought left Chen Yang baffled. They had just resolved Tang Yu's issue and left. Tang Yu decided to fulfill the remaining year and a half of her contract with Banana Media. Mr. Chen, the premium membership service imposes no limit on consultations within the term. If you have any further legal matters, contact us at any time. Hu Yuan smiled as she spoke. Chen Yang returned the smile. Thank you, Lawyer Hu. I may trouble you again. You're welcome, she replied. She watched Chen Yang and Tang Yu depart. The delighted Tang Yu looped her arm through Chen Yang's, unconcerned if others saw them, and sparked gossip. She planted a quick kiss on Chen Yang's cheek. Chen Ge, thank you so much. May I repay you tonight? What talents do you have? Chen Yang teased. Chen Yang bantered. Tell me what skill you want and I'll see. He thought a moment. I'll send you a link later. As they chatted, their phones rang simultaneously. They each answered. A few minutes later, one voice said, Chen Yang Ge Qingqing contacted me. She knows about the online matter and wants to meet for a meal to talk. Will you come with me? Chen Yang, having just finished his call, shook his head. No, I have something to attend to. Tang Yu felt a twinge of disappointment. She had wanted to show off before Su Qing, but she consented all right then. They parted. Tang Yu did not ask Chen Yang to see her off and took a taxi alone. Chen Yang sat back in his car and murmured to himself, what was wrong with He Jing? Why was she crying and wailing? She said nothing coherent for a long time. He thought she only insisted that she wanted to meet in person. So have you really been supported by Chen Yang? Su Qing asked. The two were at a restaurant they often frequented. Tang Yu pondered for a moment. She was indeed wary of Su Qing, but furrowing her brow slightly, she had her own plans in mind, knowing that Chen Yang would inevitably establish a harem in the future. Although she only knew about Zhou Xue and Wang Yuma, for now she understood that there must be others outside. For instance, the fact that he didn't come with her just now meant that there was another woman looking for him. If Chen Yang were to have more women in the future and she had no allies, she would inevitably be the one pushed aside. And Su Qing, who was right in front of her, was a very good ally. After much contemplation, she decided to restore her friendship with Su Qing. Preparing for the future was never a mistake. Tang Yu nodded. I asked for 500,000 and Chen Yang agreed. Chen Yang. Su Qing murmured, surprised at how familiar their address had become. What about that luxurious house in the video? Chen Yang bought it. Do you know how much he spent? Over 100 million. As she said this, Tang Yu felt very proud, as if to say that her choice would definitely be right. 100 million. Hearing this, Su Qing was shocked as if struck by lightning. Yes, over 100 million. I saw him pay in full with my own eyes. From my judgment, 100 million is far from his limit. He didn't even blink when he made the payment and even tipped that saleswoman named Wang Yuma 50,000. Just thinking about it makes me angry. Why didn't he give me anything? Tang Yu pouted. Where did Chen Yang's money come from? Ever since that day she met him again, Su Qing felt as if he had become a completely different person. His demeanor, appearance, aura, and financial strength all made her not recognize him. After working together for 2 years, she suddenly discovered that the once timid screenwriter was now an existence that seemed out of reach. A wave of emotion surged within her and she bit her lip. But he was already with Tang Yu. Watching her mother walk away, Zhou Kong kicked the wall in frustration, feeling the sharp pain in his foot, and calmed down a bit. A moment later he slapped his forehead. I am such a fool. It's all because of Chen Yang that I've been made a fool. He had completely failed to clarify that Chen Yang had knocked him out 3 times. Pretending to be tough, taking on more than a dozen people without a scratch. What kind of a violent man was that? What good person would choose to beg for mercy or call the police in such a situation? He actually chose to fight Hedon. Yes, it was his own problem. Zhou Kong muttered to himself and hurriedly chased after. Arriving at the store, he exclaimed, what did you say? Mom took leave again. Upon hearing Jia Hanyu's response, Zhou Kong quickly dashed towards the entrance of Wanxiang City. A thunderbolt from a clear sky. From his judgment, whenever his mother took leave, it meant she was going to be with Chen Yang. No way. He had to stop her. He ran wildly, almost vomiting, but to his delight he spotted his mother by the street as he approached Wanxiang City, gasping for breath and wanting to go up to her. But from a distance he clearly saw that black Bentley Bentayga driving towards him. Ning AY 9527, it was Chen Yang's. Zhou Kong felt a jolt, triggering a fight-or-flight response. He instinctively turned and ran. After parting ways with Tang Yu, Chen Yang drove to the agreed place with He Jing. As he turned a corner, he spotted He Jing holding a bag, dressed in professional attire, standing by the roadside with her head down. However, wasn't that Zhou Kong? Why is he running? He looked so flustered. What was he doing? Chen Yang watched the whole scene unfold. When the car approached, He Jing noticed him too. She lifted her head, forced a smile, and waved at Chen Yang. As the car came to a stop, He Jing opened the door and got in. The moment she entered, Chen Yang sensed something was off. Sister Jing, what's wrong? Why are your eyes red? He Jing instinctively sighed and shook her head. It's nothing, look, I bought something good. Did you cry? Chen Yang asked. He Jing pouted then finally nodded. Who bullied you? Upon hearing Chen Yang's question, He Jing hesitated for a moment but eventually opened her mouth. It was Zhou Konghe. Under Chen Yang's pressing, He Jing finally stammered out the whole story. After finishing, a few tears couldn't help but fall, making her seem even more round. While driving, Chen Yang reached out with one hand to pat He Jing's head for comfort. But he was already shocked. He never expected Zhou Kong to be so twisted, not only having a mother complex but also wanting to call him uncle and dad. As the car drove out of Wanxiang City, Chen Yang was contemplating where to take He Jing to lift her spirits. But before he could speak, He Jing spoke first. Honey, let's go to a hotel. Hearing this, Chen Yang was once again surprised. This was the first time He Jing had taken the initiative to suggest it, which made him think secretly. Indeed, sad women are the easiest to handle. At this moment her eyes were still glistening with tears. Chen Yang did not refuse her active suggestion. They found a nearby star-rated hotel. As soon as they entered, before they could even shower, He Jing threw her shopping bag onto the bed and then hugged Chen Yang tightly. Chen Yang was slightly taken aback, and he really wanted to know what He Jing was thinking at that moment. What was going on in her mind? However, He Jing's mouth had already sealed his fate. Chen Yang was almost breathless with no time to catch his breath. Sensing his discomfort, He Jing finally stopped kissing him and turned her attention to his face and neck. After gasping for air a couple of times, he felt drenched in saliva, only hoping she wouldn't leave marks on him. Although he could recover by the next day, it was still afternoon and he might need to go out later. He felt quite awkward about it. Chen Yang patted her back. Sister Jing, how about we shower first? Honey, hurry up and come out, I have a surprise for you. Another surprise? Of course. Chen Yang quickly wiped his body, symbolically wrapped a towel around himself, filled with anticipation. As he stepped out of the bathroom, his eyes lit up. He quickly praised Sister Jing, so the bag contained a stepmother dress. How do you like it? If you didn't come to see me for 2 days, I had to use some tricks. At this moment the gloom in He Jing's heart had long since disappeared and she acted coy like a girl in her teens. Chen Yang secretly clicked his tongue. What kind of style was this? Was it Lolita charm? Or charming Lolita? Exhausted, the two fell into a deep sleep. The next morning they woke up. At 8 o'clock they went downstairs for breakfast. They arrived at the base of Wanxiang City. He Jing waved her hand saying, honey, I'm off to work now. Chen Yang nodded, watching He Jing walk down the road after getting out of the car. He felt very happy. The feeling of helping others was truly wonderful, a genuine source of positive energy. The system rewarded him with 2 million along with 200 emotional points. Now his bank card already held over 285 million. His emotional points also reached 1060, allowing him to draw again. However, he wasn't in a hurry. Based on his experience, drawing twice in a row was indeed more likely to yield big prizes. Just like last time with the investigation technique and the premium membership from Zhuoji law firm. Both were satisfactory. The investigation technique was, needless to say, able to see the ratings and critical hit counts of beautiful women, a definite hunting artifact. The premium membership, valued at 100 million, would be hard to spend if he had to pay for it himself. In this day and age, no one could avoid getting into a lawsuit. The service was also exceptional. Yesterday he experienced it when Hu Yuan resolved the issue with just a few words. If Chen Yang had come himself, he would have probably just resorted to throwing money at the problem. But he felt his money was still too little and that he needed to work harder. With that thought, an idea struck him. A few years ago a saying went viral online: life is not just the struggles in front of you but also poetry in distant places. He wanted to embark on an impromptu journey, but back then he could only envy others while thinking alone. However, now he thought, hey, let's go. At Fang Ning's home, formerly Chen Yang's house, in the living room, Fang Ning stood in front of the sofa looking aggrieved. 2 men and 1 woman sat in front of her. You useless thing, how could you not notice that Chen Yang is so rich after being together for so long, said a woman in her 50s, plump and with an unkind face. Hearing this, Fang Ning pouted, Mom, how can you blame me? At that time it was you who urgently needed that 100,000 for surgery, so I agreed to marry him. How was I to know he was so wealthy? I've never been to his home, how could I know? Oh, so you're blaming me, huh? What have you been doing these past 2 years? Yes, daughter, he has so much money, and if you divorce you end up with this broken house, said a skinny, short, middle-aged man beside her. Fang Ning nodded, feeling extremely wronged at that moment. Originally she had told her parents about her divorce and that Chen Yang was a wealthy man, to seek their advice, but unexpectedly she was met with a barrage of criticism. If only her sister Nuonyuo were here, she would definitely stand by her side, since her relationship with Chen Yang was quite good. At most she would just say that she shouldn't have divorced Chen Yang. Unfortunately she was still in school. Sighing, she felt a sense of isolation. Sister, can't you get Chen Yang back and remarry? Brother, haven't I told you? He doesn't even acknowledge me now, I've tried my best. Fang Ning felt angry seeing her brother. He was 32 years old and still unemployed, and then there was their father who showed no ambition, otherwise she wouldn't have had to sacrifice herself. Really useless, Fang Ning's mother Zhang Yanba complained, and then continued, no matter what method we must get Chen Yang's money back. With many people brainstorming together, they quickly fell into deep thought. Moments later the mother suddenly slapped her head. That's right, have a baby. Find a way to have a child with Chen Yang and then he would have to obediently remarry you. Oh mom, you're so clever. Fong Rongjuan clapped his hands in laughter. Wife, this is a good idea. At that time that kid won't be able to deny it and our family Jinjun's house buying plans will have hope. Fong Wuda praised her. Zhang Yanba rolled her eyes and snorted, if our family doesn't have it we all have to scatter. Look at your little ambitions. According to Fong Ning, Chen Yang drives a Bentley, buys luxury goods and keeps women. He must be hiding a lot of money. What's a house worth? Yeah, the father and son chimed in, showering her with flattery. Seeing the three of them so joyful, Fong Ning frowned slightly. Mom, I have no problem having a baby, but how do I do it? Zhang Yanba sighed and shook her head. How could I be so smart and give birth to such a foolish daughter like you? Sigh, not a bit inherited from me. You can lure Chen Yang to the house and drug him. Didn't you say you still owe him money after the divorce? Just use that as an excuse to trick him over. If you have a good attitude, why would he not come? Upon hearing this, Fong Ning marveled at her mother's intelligence. Yes, how could she forget this? She felt that the reason Chen Yang was unwilling to communicate with her was that there was no opportunity for them to meet privately. Still feeling angry, she even thought that there was no need for drugs as long as they had the chance to be alone. Controlling Chen Yang would be a piece of cake. With this thought, Fong Ning smiled. Mom, I'm calling Chen Yang right now. Oof, what's the rush? Can you guarantee that you'll succeed on the first try? You must first take care of your health from today on. Drink traditional Chinese medicine, nourish yourself for a while to ensure a hit. Right, mom is right, I'm going to buy medicine for you now. Sister, transfer me 1,000 yuan. Fong Rongjuan said excitedly. Fong Ning rolled her eyes at this and thought to herself, was it necessary to go through so much trouble? However, she dared not disregard her mother's words and transferred 1,000 yuan to Fong Rongjuan. Fong Rongjuan happily went downstairs after receiving the money. Meanwhile, Chen Yang, who was speeding on the highway, was unaware of the conspiracy happening. He had made a decision. He decided to take a trip to the nearest Jincheng, which is only over 100 kilometers from Yuhang. It was said to be a great place to unwind with plenty of ancient architecture and many beautiful women going there to take photos. He could also buy some local specialties as gifts for his parents. The powerful surround sound system of the Bentley Bentayga roared as Chen Yang drove for over an hour on the expressway before exiting. Jincheng was an ancient, well-established tourist destination, crowded with visitors during every minor holiday. It boasted not only numerous historic buildings but also rolling mountain ranges, all meticulously transformed into scenic attractions by local authorities. The moment Chen Yang exited the highway, he felt a profound stillness, a serene detachment from the clamor of metropolitan life. Though it was winter, the clock struck 11 and sunlight bathed the land in its most radiant glow. Sunlight shimmered across the unfrozen river beneath the bridge, immersing Chen Yang in a living landscape painting. Struck by the scene, Chen Yang instinctively pulled out his phone and snapped several photos through the car window. After driving another 5 or 6 kilometers, he began spotting increasing numbers of fellow tourists arriving to explore. Navigation guided him into the outer periphery of the scenic area. Along the roadside, he observed numerous visitors parking their cars haphazardly, some filming themselves, others live streaming, all capturing fragments of daily life with cameras and smartphones. Chen Yang smiled faintly, found a spot to park, stepped out and opened his WeChat moments. He captured a sun-drenched panorama of mountains and rivers, then captioned it, poetry and distant horizons are real. The photograph featured mist-veiled peaks, rippling waters and a graceful corner of an ancient temple. Chen Yang studied it briefly, nodded in quiet satisfaction and tapped send. He had often scrolled past friends' travel posts, silently tapping likes while longing for such moments himself. Now that the chance had arrived, he wished, just once, to evoke that same wistful envy in others. Perhaps because he rarely posted, his sudden appearance triggered a cascade of red notification dots within seconds. Chen Yang chuckled and tapped to view them. Zhouing Xue, brother Chen Yang, where did you go? En He Jing, smiling, Imagine Tang Yue, brother Chen, why didn't you take me alone? Mother, did you find a new job? En high school classmate, whoa, dudes leveled up. Master Fifan. Seriously. En first drop of blood coming home for spring festival. Li Hai, if you miss my wedding we're done. N. Seeing the flurry of comments, Chen Yang had no idea what they truly thought, but his intent was fulfilled. And yes, it felt exhilarating. He tucked his phone away and gazed toward the distant scenery. Just a few kilometers remained before entering Jincheng's scenic zone. Yet as he turned to return to his car, a faint crisp click echoed behind him. Instinctively glancing sideways, he saw a young woman lowering a compact DSLR. She'd just taken his photo. Caught off guard, she offered an apologetic, slightly flustered smile. Chen Yang blinked in surprise, not at the intrusion but at her identity. Was she Li Cece? To confirm, he immediately activated his perception art. Namely, cisgender female, age 25, height 173 cm, weight 52 kg, appearance score 90, bust CN, talent rank Essenson. Indeed, it was her. Was this sheer coincidence? And Chen Yang turned fully astonished. Before he could speak, Li Cece stepped forward, elegantly clad in a beige overcoat, a crisp white blouse, black slim-fit jeans and sleek black ankle boots. Sorry, I'm Li Cece. Your face, lit by the sun, looked strikingly handsome and full of quiet charisma. I love documenting life, preserving beautiful moments like this, so I She gestured sheepishly toward her camera. Chen Yang laughed lightly and shook his head. No harm done, I was taking photos too. Relieved he wasn't upset, Li Sisi grinned and showed him the image on her camera screen. Take a look, how do you think it turned out? He glanced and was genuinely impressed. Yes, he did look striking. The composition was professional, the lighting masterful. His own selfie technique remained frozen in time. One-handed frontal shots or exaggerated 45-degree upward angles, either wide-eyed and stern or melancholic in profile. Your photography skills are exceptional, Chen Yang remarked, sincere admiration coloring his tone. Li Sisi beamed, then added, shall we exchange WeChat? I'll send you the photo as compensation, what do you say? Sure. Without hesitation, Chen Yang agreed, unexpectedly delighted by her initiative, having already rehearsed half a dozen excuses to ask for her contact. He pulled out his phone and displayed his QR code. A soft chime confirmed the connection. Li Sisi glanced at his WeChat name. Chen Yang, is that your real name? Not quite, I'm Chen Yang. In that case, I'll update my contact note. Moments later, a new contact, Sisi loves photography, sent him the very photograph, radiant, confident, breathtakingly composed under golden sunlight. Li Sisi waved cheerfully and departed. Chen Yang nodded in farewell, returned to his car and watched through the windshield as she climbed into a crimson Porsche Panamera. Truly fitting her elegance, he murmured, started the engine and drove onward toward the scenic zone. He planned to stay 2 days, beginning with a luxury 5-star hotel. Back inside her car, Li Sisi watched Chen Yang slide into his vehicle and whispered to herself, that's a Bentley Bentayga. A base price nearing 4 million yuan, yet he was barely her age. Why choose such understated grandeur instead of a sports car? She glanced again at the photo. So, he's the man from Luyao Cafe. His name is Chen Yang. As the Bentley receded into the distance, she started her engine and drove away without pause. Soon Chen Yang parked in the underground lot of the Yunting Hotel, a 5-star establishment acclaimed for stellar online reviews. Yet he hadn't chosen it for its ratings. He chose it for its price. He firmly believed expensive doesn't guarantee excellence, but excellence always commands a premium. Nearby hotels ranged from 388 to 998 per person. Yunting demanded a staggering 1500. Now that he possessed wealth, indulgence was not optional, it was essential. To skimp now would betray the very purpose of this journey. With that thought, he stepped out, ascended the grand staircase and approached the hotel's marble lobby. A courteous doorman held open the glass doors. Welcome, sir. At the front desk, 2 receptionists greeted him with polished smiles. Both were exquisite, dimples blooming with each smile, voices honeyed and warm. That alone signaled the caliber of service he'd receive. Do you have available rooms? And yes, sir. None room, please. And certainly, sir, may I have your surname? And Chun. Welcome, Mr. Chun. We offer 3 room categories, 1588, 3588 and our most luxurious suite at 9888 per night. Which would you prefer? Without pause, Chen Yang replied, the 9888 suite. And understood, sir, we'll process your registration immediately. The receptionist moved with practiced efficiency, no flicker of astonishment. Of course, this was precisely her profession. Astonishment was neither expected nor permitted. The receptionist asked, good sir, how many days will you be staying? Chen Yang thought for a moment, let's start with 3 days. All right, sir. The receptionist replied as she operated on the computer, may I ask if you would like a private butler? This can also save you some guide fees. A private butler. Chen Yang was taken aback, is that a service? Yes, sir. Our private butlers offer great value, they can take care of your daily needs 24 hours a day and provide various services. Tour guide, companionship, therapy, SP massage and various services. Wow. Is it really that impressive? So is the butler male or female? The receptionist said with a sweet smile, sir, we have both male and female butlers. Hearing this, Chen Yang immediately perked up, I need a female butler, young and beautiful with a pleasant voice. All right, sir. Based on your preferences, our best match is a high-level butler under 30 years old. All services come with professional qualifications and the price is 2,000 yuan per day. Is that acceptable? I can accept that, send one over. Chen Yang said without hesitation, feeling that the price was quite reasonable. All right, Mr. Chen, please hold on. After a moment of operation at the computer, the receptionist said, Mr. Chen, everything is arranged. The total price is 35664 yuan. That's not expensive at all. This is a tourist area and I remember spending over 100,000 during my last stay in Yuhang. Is it because of the off-season? But who cares? Chen Yang, uninterested in questioning further, took out his phone to make the payment. Mr. Chen, here is your room card. Please wait a moment and the private butler will come to find you shortly. Chen Yang nodded and waited in the lobby for a while. Soon a tall woman in a white shirt, black mini skirt and high heels approached. Chen Yang was immediately captivated by her height. Name Song Shuran. Gender female. Age 27. Height 176 centimeters. Weight 53 kilograms. Attractiveness 87. Cup size D. T7. Rating boutique level. So tall. With her high heels she was almost the same height as him. He stood at 1.8 meters tall, which is not particularly tall among boys, but he had never encountered a girl who could match his height before. It's rare to see this even on the street. Wealthy people really know how to enjoy themselves. But why are there so few trees here? Hello, Mr. Chen. My name is Song Shuren and I will be your private butler for the next 3 days to provide you with comprehensive service. Sitting on the sofa, Chen Yang maintained his composure and smiled. Nice to meet you too. Sir, would you like to return to your room to rest or shall we head out for sightseeing? Song Shuren asked. Let's go to the room for a short rest first. Alright, sir. This way please, she gestured. Chen Yang got up and followed her into the elevator to the 23rd floor. Upon entering the room, Song Shuren began the introductions. Mr. Chen, this presidential suite is 308 square meters featuring a private hot spring bathroom, swimming pool, gym and spa room. Seeing this, Chen Yang displayed a puzzled expression. Noticing his confusion, Song Shuren explained, Sir, since it is currently the off-season the prices are lower, but this actually enhances the experience while traveling. If it were peak season it would be overcrowded. Hearing this, Chen Yang felt it made perfect sense. At this moment those who could travel are probably only people like him who don't have to work and still have money to spend, or those in relatively free professions. Thinking of this, Chen Yang felt a sense of satisfaction. Ordinary office workers can only travel during a few long holidays and what they get to see are just crowds of people. Chen Yang nodded and followed Song Shuren to take a look at the bedroom, which was about 80 square meters. At that moment he felt a sense of mental satisfaction. Ding, detecting host's joyful mood. Reward cash 2 million yuan, emotional value increase 100, current emotional value 11. Sir, you mentioned wanting to rest. Would you like to take a bath or have a spa? Song Shuren asked with a smile. Sure, I really need it right now as I'm quite tired. Alright, Mr. Chen, this way please. You don't have to call me Mr. Chen all the time, you can call me Chen Gu or Chen Yang. Hearing this, Song Shuren was slightly taken aback. She had been working here for 2 years and it was the first time she encountered such a polite young tycoon. Okay, Chen Gu, Song Shuren said, leading Chen Yang to the bathroom. Chen Gu, you wash up first, I'll go get some things. Alright. After responding, Chen Yang entered the bathroom. He lay in the bathtub filled with comfortably warm water, and before long Song Shuren returned. She had changed into a massage outfit holding some essential massage supplies and 2 glasses of red wine. Chen Gu, sipping on some wine while soaking will help you relax even more. Listening to Song Shuren's alluring voice, he took a glass of wine and sipped it. Then he leaned back, marveling at how wealthy people truly know how to enjoy life. No wonder they all have a glowing complexion, their energy and vitality are better than that of younger people. There's a reason for that. 10 minutes later. Chen Yang put on a disposable pair of shorts and went with Song Shuren to the SP room. He lay on the bed, arms spread out. As the sound of high heels echoing on the floor approached, a voice said, Can I serve you now, Chen Gu? Chen Yang nodded. Song Shuren's hands were truly beautiful and pale, her 10 fingers long and slender with a touch of softness, almost boneless. Unlike some people's hands, which though slender are full of bony protrusions, Chen Yang didn't particularly like that. Feeling a bit awkward, he sat up. What's wrong, Chen Gu? Are you feeling uncomfortable? No. Your technique is great, I want some fruit. Oh, okay, she replied, bringing over the fruit platter. Then she knelt in front of him, using her delicate hands to give Chen Yang a foot massage. Chen Gu, is this pressure okay? It's fine. She massaged from his feet up to his calves. Chen Yang wanted to ask. Chen Yang hesitated. Shu Ran, do you have any special services apart from these basic ones? As he said this, he felt a bit embarrassed. After all, he had just acquired the system and had not been a wealthy man for long. His mindset had not yet fully adjusted and his face was not thick enough. Perhaps after some time he would adopt the temperament of those wealthy individuals and his embarrassment would dissipate. Just like those bathing warriors, they would directly ask. However, the temptation was too great and in the end he still voiced it. Hearing this, Song Shuren seemed unfazed, continuing her actions and instructing Chen Yang to lie down again. Brother Chen, I understand your thoughts, but I'm really sorry, I only provide green services. Otherwise I might have ended up in trouble by now. This was indeed reasonable. He brushed aside his thoughts. By 12 to 30, feeling relaxed in body and mind, he inquired, Does your hotel have a restaurant? Chen Yang asked. Song Shuren, who was ready at the side, replied, Yes, Brother Chen, would you like me to go buy something for you or eat at the restaurant? Let's go to the restaurant. Alright. After changing their clothes, the initial awkwardness between them faded. Upon arriving at the restaurant, seeing Chen Yang's expensive attire, Song Shuren asked, Brother Chen, you can't be that old, right? I'm 26. Oh, Brother Chen, that's impressive, you're only a year younger than me and your income is so high. This outfit really suits you well. Hearing such flattery, Chen Yang felt good. No, I don't really have an income. What about you? You must be earning quite a bit here as a private manager. Song Shuren smiled lightly. She felt that Chen Yang was quite different from the other rich second generations she had served. Those people either acted aloof or demanded a change of person after she refused special services, maintaining a cold demeanor throughout. They would boast about their assets, talk about their family's background, and claim that being a private manager had no future, suggesting it was better to be a kept woman enjoying the good life. But this person was quite intriguing. He had neither the airs of those individuals nor flaunted his wealth, and he allowed her to sit at the same table for a meal. This involuntarily stirred a sense of closeness in her. "Brother Chen, you jest. How could an ordinary worker like me in the service industry compare to you? Most of my 2,000 daily earnings go to the hotel, and what remains after living costs isn't much. My boyfriend and I haven't even been able to buy a house. Last year we almost broke up over this issue." Sigh. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang was taken aback. A boyfriend. He had just wanted to. But as this thought crossed his mind, Chen Yang couldn't help but ridicule himself internally. He only liked her body, not wanting to date her, so why feel guilty? Suddenly he felt like a villain from a novel. Seeing that Chen Yang had been silent for a while, Song Shuran thought he empathized with her, and her mood dulled a little. "Brother Chen, it's the first time I've met a wealthy person who can empathize with ordinary folks. You truly are a considerate person," Chen Yang thought. Upon hearing this, he wondered why he had never encountered such an imaginative woman before. He hadn't done anything, so how had he become considerate? "Waiter, more dishes please." "Certainly, sir." The food at this hotel restaurant was really good, especially the honey-glazed barbecue pork, and Chen Yang decided to order another serving. "Thank you, Brother Chen." Seeing Chen Yang order another serving made her feel a bit touched. This was her favorite dish, priced at 1,200 yuan. She usually couldn't bear to order it. Even once when she was working in service, she could only stand by and watch. Watching Song Shuran's touched expression, he wondered what she was imagining. And this scene was seen by those around them, especially by others in the service industry, who looked on with astonishment and envy. After finishing the meal at 1:30 in the afternoon, Song Shuran used her delicate white hand to wipe Chen Yang's mouth, causing his face to flush, and he looked around relieved that no one had noticed. He realized that he would eventually become a useless person. However, he had never experienced such service before. Looking at Song Shuran, Chen Yang decided he must experience this at least once, otherwise this trip would end with regrets. "Brother Chen, what shall we do next?" "Let's go to the scenic area for a stroll." "Okay." They left the hotel and arrived at the parking lot. "Brother Chen, are you driving this car?" Chen Yang nodded. "You drive." "Me. But I'm afraid." She was genuinely under pressure. As a private manager exclusively serving wealthy clients, she knew this car was worth around 4 million. If something happened, she couldn't afford it. "It's fine if it gets scratched, it's my responsibility," Chen Yang said. He was out to enjoy himself and had even hired a manager. He couldn't very well play the role of a driver. A boss should sit in the back seat. "Alright then," Song Shuran replied, taking the driver's seat. She sat up straight, gripping the steering wheel, and carefully started the car. Chen Yang settled into the back seat, enjoying the spaciousness. He couldn't help but sigh. It's much better to be driven. Even though there weren't many cars on the road, they still moved slowly. Chen Yang wasn't in a hurry, perfectly content to admire the scenery along the way. After about 20 minutes, Song Shuran parked the car in a scenic area parking lot. At this point she was already sweating profusely, but inside she felt a little excited. If it weren't for Chen Yang, she might never have had the chance to drive such an expensive car in her life. She thought to herself, if only her boyfriend were this wealthy, but sadly his family was just from a rural area and she probably had no hope for that in this lifetime. "Brother Chen, we've arrived. Tourists usually come here first when they visit." Hearing this, Chen Yang got out of the car. After about 2 minutes they reached an entrance. "The first stop is climbing the mountain. Isn't it a bit late to climb at this time?" Chen Yang asked. Song Shuran smiled and said, "Brother Chen, we can take the cable car. It will take less than 2 hours to see the entire scenic area." "Alright, you go arrange it and he'll reimburse you later." Brother Chen, the cable car has automatic and pedal options. Can we take the pedal one? I'd really like to experience it." She asked expectantly. She had never experienced it before and it cost 500 to 600 for a ride. As for wanting to choose the pedal option, she had her own thoughts. It could accommodate 2 people. "You arrange it, but I'll make it clear that I want pedal along with you." "That I'll manage on my own." After buying the tickets, the two boarded the cable car. Those around noticed that Chen Yang was sitting in the back while his girlfriend was in the front pedal seat, and the looks directed at Chen Yang carried a hint of disdain. Even the aunt waiting to close the door felt a bit sorry for Song Shuran. She couldn't understand why with her figure she couldn't find a better partner and why she was with such an inconsiderate man. She must have been manipulated. But feeling sorry was one thing, she couldn't say anything. "Are you all set?" As she spoke, the aunt prepared to close the door. But just then a sudden voice came and she peeked into the cable car. "Chen Yang, can I join you?" Chen Yang glanced and saw that the speaker was Li Sisi. "Hey miss, could you please step aside? We are about to depart," the aunt said as she tried to pull Li Sisi aside. Wait auntie, please hold on. I know someone inside," Li Sisi said. "Is it okay, Chen Yang? This cable car only comes every 20 minutes and I want to capture the sunset. If I miss the next one I might lose the best moment. Please." Can I cover the fare for this ride? Li Sisi asked anxiously. Come on up, Chen Yang replied without hesitation. There was no reason to refuse. Two beautiful women sharing a cable car was something Chen Yang desired. Thank you, Li Sisi expressed her gratitude and hurriedly boarded the cable car. The aunt locked the door, but her gaze towards Chen Yang was filled with disdain, thinking to herself, what a scoundrel. He already has such a beautiful girlfriend yet is flirting with other girls. She even cast a glance at Song Shiruan in front and couldn't help but feel a bit sorry. But why would she agree to this? If she were younger she would have slapped him across the face. The youth of today really baffle me. Thinking of her own daughter. However, some male tourists had a different perspective. They found this utterly admirable. After boarding the cable car, Li Sisi asked, I don't really want to pedal the cable car. Can I sit next to you, Chen Yang? She said somewhat shyly. In her view, Song Shiruan could possibly be his girlfriend. She had overlooked that detail in her urgency. Chen Yang nodded, of course, take a seat. However, the rear seats were relatively small. It hadn't been specifically arranged for two people to sit together. Typically those who rode this pedal cable car were young couples. The design of the seating also considered scenarios where there might be a family of three or where a girl could rest for a while if she got tired from pedaling. How could one person pedal while two adults were cuddling in the back? The fragrance emanating from Li Sisi was quite comforting to Chen Yang. What a coincidence. Chen Yang asked. Ma'am. Li Sisi holding a camera said, I just arrived and the staff said I had to wait for the next one. When I saw you getting on I rushed over. She then glanced at Song Shiruan in front, asking tentatively, is this your girlfriend? Chen Yang shook his head saying, she is my personal housekeeper named Song Shiruan. Oh, that's good, otherwise I would feel quite awkward. Upon hearing this, Song Shiruan thought to herself, you need not worry if you truly thought that you shouldn't have boarded. Originally she hoped to cultivate feelings with brother Chen, thinking the next 3 days would be more enjoyable. Moreover, spending 2 hours with such a handsome man sharing an experience like a couple would surely be delightful. Now that was all ruined by this woman. Thinking this, she remained silent, merely pedaling away. Chen Yang and Li Sisi were chatting and laughing in the back. Come on, Chen Yang, give me a frontal shot. Tilt your forehead slightly upwards. Yes, just like that, I'll capture a domineering CEO vibe for you. Take a look, how is it? Li Sisi smiled as she sent it over to Chen Yang. Not bad, send it over. Alright. Hello Shiruan, would you like me to take a picture of you? Li Sisi asked. Song Shiruan politely shook her head saying no thank you. Okay, then came the reply, and through the glass window Li Sisi began capturing the various landscapes outside. There were clouds swirling between the mountains. There were tourists climbing mountains with unwavering determination. Compared to the cheerful banter of Chen Yang and Li Sisi, Song Shiruan felt somewhat annoyed at that moment. She regretted not taking the electric one. At this moment she was already drenched in sweat. It's worth noting that the highest temperature today was 5 degrees Celsius while the lowest dropped to 2 degrees. One can imagine how exhausted she was. Seeing Song Shiruan, who was somewhat breathless in front, Li Sisi asked, Shiruan, would you like me to help you pedal for a bit? Upon hearing this, Song Shiruan displayed her professional demeanor, smiling as she replied, no need, I can manage on my own. I'm on a diet lately. Oh, that's fine then, Li Sisi replied, glancing over and pulling the camera lens closer, feeling a bit envious as she watched Song Shiruan's body sway. Is she really just Chen Yang's personal housekeeper? Nothing else. Thinking this, her cheeks flushed slightly. After all, she was also a boss, how could she have such impure thoughts? She turned her head to glance at Chen Yang, relieved that he hadn't noticed. But following his gaze, where was he looking? As expected, men do favor this type. She stepped forward to take out a tissue to wipe Song Shiruan's sweat. Thank you, sisterly. Song Shiruan expressed her gratitude upon feeling Li Sisi's kindness. She didn't care whether the other person was older than her, it didn't matter at all. Calling him brother or sister was just a term of respect, especially since she was being paid. Suddenly obstructed from view, Chen Yang felt bored. He even wondered if Li Sisi was doing it on purpose. Shiruan, are you exhausted? Not at all, just a bit hot. Should I pedal for a bit? No thanks, Song Shiruan replied, but in her heart she thought, if you truly cared, there's a spot next to me you could take. Is taking pictures really that interesting? Alright, Li Sisi replied. Song Shiruan guessed half right. Li Sisi genuinely wanted to help her, but if it came to pedaling, she certainly lacked the stamina. After years of high-intensity work, how could she manage to pedal this thing? Coming out for leisure this time took a lot of determination. Chen Yang thought to himself, reality and expectations always have some discrepancies. At first he felt it was a joy to have beautiful women in the same space. However, after a while he found it quite boring. Finally, through Song Shiruan's efforts, the cable car reached its peak. Li Sisi happily took several pictures of the sunset and recorded a video. She even took a few shots of Chen Yang and sent them over. After 2 hours, the cable car returned to its starting point. After disembarking, Song Shiruan felt utterly exhausted, panting as if her entire body was about to fall apart. However, when Chen Yang reimbursed her and transferred 1,000 yuan, she immediately smiled, relieved that her efforts over 2 hours hadn't gone in vain. 1,000 yuan for 2 hours of work. If she had a job like that she could pedal all day. Thank you, boss Chen. She earned a net profit of 400 yuan and in an instant she no longer felt tired. Seeing that Chen Yang had given the money, Li Sisi quickly said, Chen Yang, this won't do. We agreed that I would pay. Chen Yang responded nonchalantly, saying that this small amount of money was nothing to him. Li Sisi thought the same, but she still took out her phone and said to Song Shuran, I'm sorry for the trouble. Let me contribute as well. Song Shuran hesitated and glanced at Chen Yang. After all, it was someone else's money hiring her, so collecting another payment might feel a bit. Noticing Song Shuran's gaze, Chen Yang said, if she is willing to give, just accept it. She is driving a Porsche, definitely a wealthy woman. Hearing this, Song Shuran felt delighted. Since the boss had spoken, if she didn't accept it, wouldn't that be ungrateful? Accepting the money, she smiled broadly and asked Chen Gu, where are we going next? By this time it was already past 5 o'clock and the sky had darkened. Chen Yang thought for a moment he had already seen the entire scenery from the cable car. Basically it was just some views. There wasn't much to play with. Moreover, after dark the temperature dropped, so it wouldn't matter if they waited until tomorrow to visit any places they wanted to go. Let's go back to the hotel. Tomorrow accompany me to buy some things. Sure, Chen Gu. Then the two looked at Li Sisi. I still need to take some night shots, you two go ahead. The two nodded, returned to the parking lot and got into the car. Watching them leave, Li Sisi fell into deep thought. Chen Yang. Whose rich second generation is he? His financial capability. After returning to the hotel and having dinner, he once again experienced Song Shuran's professional massage technique. This time Chen Yang made a new discovery. Song Shuran's jade-like feet were also quite nice, fair with a hint of pink. Until 9 o'clock at night, Song Shuran said, Chen Gu, you should rest early. He'll be in the service area on this floor, ready to help at any time. After half a day of getting familiar, Song Shuran had completely relaxed, her speech also carrying a playful tone. Wait a minute, Shuran, you need to broaden your perspective. You can't provide special services. Just accompanying me in bed should be fine. I won't do anything. Tonight I want to tell you the story of how my cat learned to do backflips. Chen Yang was persistent, feeling that every part of her was like jade. Upon hearing this, Song Shuran giggled twice, saying, Chen Gu, I fear it might not just be that. What if it ends up just being me? After saying this, she stuck out her tongue, not giving Chen Yang a chance to retort, and turned to leave, leaving Chen Yang alone in solitude. He sighed and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the street view outside. With nothing to do, Chen Yang decided to show off a bit. He took out his phone, specifically stepped back a few paces, mimicking Li Sisi's angle. This angle seems just right, capturing both the hotel's luxurious decor and the night scene outside. Hee. Posting on social media was the same as usual, almost instant replies. Zhouing Xue, Chen Yang, good, are you not coming back tonight? University classmate bro, are you living in? Mom son, I told you cleaning windows is too dangerous. If you need money I can transfer some to you. Chen Yang felt speechless upon seeing his mom's reply. Not wanting to read further, he originally planned to show off, but his mood had dampened. What does it mean to find a job cleaning windows? After failing to show off, he peacefully fell asleep. The next morning, Chen Yang opened his eyes and got out of bed only to see two astonishing surprises. Chen Gu is awake, let me help you wash up. Although she still used the respectful you, it was clear that Song Shuran was just joking. Chen Yang spread his hands. Washing his hair, face, brushing his teeth and dressing it was indeed a personal service. This was somewhat different from his initial understanding, which was why he couldn't report it. It made sense, the system wouldn't lie. If such services truly existed, the number of critical hits wouldn't be so few. After breakfast, Chen Gu, where are we going today? Song Shuran asked. Help me find a place that sells local specialties. Local specialties. Song Shuran pondered for a moment. Tea. This is the only thing that is somewhat famous here. Tourists like to buy some to take back. Tea. Dad really does enjoy tea. I remember he always drank that bagged jasmine tea. Alright, lead the way, Chen Yang said as he walked towards the hotel exit. Song Shuran followed closely behind, but as soon as they stepped outside they saw Li Sisi standing there. Seeing this scene, Chen Yang was somewhat suspicious. Did she have any intentions towards him? It felt like the hunter had become the prey. An hour later, the three stood on a street lined with tea shops on either side. They had already driven over 10 kilometers and had reached the urban area. As expected, Li Sisi had followed them again. Looking at the entire street, Chen Yang could only pat Song Shuran on the shoulder. I don't understand tea, so I'll rely on you. Do well and there will be rewards. Rewards? I know a bit. Li Sisi said, I'm just here to take photos. Arriving at a store, this one was the largest and most impressive on the street. According to Song Shuran, if it weren't for following Chen Yang, she wouldn't have dared to enter by herself. As soon as they entered, an uncle in his 50s came out to greet them. Young people here to buy tea. After a few nods, they walked inside. The uncle then started introducing, which type do you prefer? Hearing this, Song Shuran quietly asked Chen Gu, what's your budget? As long as it's authentic, there's no limit. No limit. This term was quite unfamiliar to her. Indeed, rich people can be so indulgent. It's something she could never compare to. Normally she would have to think twice before buying a pair of socks, deciding whether to get cotton or silk. "Uncle, I want something of higher quality, can you introduce what you have?" With Chen Yang's words she spoke with newfound confidence. Higher quality. The uncle was instantly delighted. Big business. He had previously put in a lot of effort to acquire this treasure which had not sold for a long time. Looking at this man, he seemed quite wealthy, perhaps it would work. "Ah, you came to the right place for high-end tea. Come, let me show you this way. Wui Mountain de Hong Pao Mother Tree Grade, how about it? Its annual production is less than 1 kilogram. I only have 100 grams here, priced at 11000 per gram. It can be said to be the treasure of my shop. 11,000 per gram." Upon hearing this, Song Shiran felt her head spin. She knew a little about tea, but this. She had never encountered anything so expensive. Feeling a bit disheartened, she quickly looked at Chen Yang. "Chen Go, I don't understand this." Chen Yang nodded and stepped forward. "Boss, is this authentic?" Saying this, he took a sniff. "Authentic, absolutely authentic. We do business based on integrity. I've been on this street for over 20 years and my credibility is guaranteed." The middle-aged man patted his chest to assure them. He even took out various certificates. However, Chen Yang, who didn't understand any of this, could only pretend to look. At this moment, Li Cici leaned in, saying, "Chen Yang, my dad has something similar to this. I feel it should be real." Hearing this, Chen Yang nodded, but he still had some doubts. It wasn't about the price, it was mainly about how could such an impressive item be so easily purchased. However, despite his doubts, Chen Yang did not hesitate. After all, it was merely an act of filial piety. "All right, pack it all up, I want everything." Sure, the middle-aged man replied cheerfully, though he suddenly seemed to realize something. "Wait a minute. All of it. This is 100 grams, wanting it all amounts to 1 million. Taking out 1 million in cash to buy tea leaves. He had never encountered such a situation in all his years. To put it simply, this item was not meant for drinking, its collectible value far exceeded that of brewing tea. "Are you sure you want it all, little brother? Of course, can't you sell it all to me?" Chen Yang nodded. "Yes, of course, I just didn't expect someone to buy so much at once. Usually buying 10 grams is already quite good, most people take it home for collection. Little brother, you're quite wealthy." "All right, then wrap it up for me," Chen Yang said. Upon receiving confirmation, the owner felt delighted and generous, immediately saying, "Little brother, since you are so extravagant, I'm not stingy either. Here, I'll throw in a set of tea utensils worth 50,000 and a beautifully packaged gift box. You must be planning to gift it to someone, right?" Hearing this, Chen Yang nodded. "It's for my old man." "All right, I'll get it ready right away." Seeing this scene, Song Shuren's heart trembled. Chen Yang was so wealthy. 1 million. Buying tea leaves. And he just went ahead and did it. How much money does he actually have? She swallowed hard, suddenly feeling a sense of awe towards Chen Yang. Li Cici beside her was equally astonished. Her background was also not lacking in funds, and she even had her own company. Who exactly is this Chen Yang? Payment successful, total expenditure 1 million. With the prompt of successful payment ringing out, Song Shuren held a gift box and the tea utensils, her hands trembling. In the past 2 years she had served many wealthy clients, including a few rich second-generation individuals, but from what she understood, those people usually had a spending capacity of about 100 to 200,000 a month. But this Chen Yang, he just spent 1 million at once. The item in her hand might be the most expensive thing she ever had the chance to touch in her life. Looking back at Chen Yang, he didn't have an inflated ego and seemed very approachable. "What are you looking at?" "Put it in the car," Chen Yang said with a smile. "Oh, okay." Coming back to her senses, Song Shiran cautiously opened the car door. "Where should I put it to ensure it's safe?" For a moment she felt troubled and glanced at Chen Yang. "What are you looking at again?" "I don't know where to put it." Hearing this, Chen Yang shook his head, took the tea leaves and gift box and casually tossed them into the trunk. "Let's go, let's check out the front." With just a toss, Song Shuran sighed. If it were her, she would treat it like a treasure, fearing it would get scratched or damaged. Then, before she could collect her thoughts, Chen Yang had already walked towards a nearby liquor store. He still wanted to buy. Thinking this, she quickly followed after him. Upon entering the store, it was the same scenario. A bottle of 1967 De Yi sunflower matai priced at 500,000. Buying 2 bottles, another million was spent. Holding 2 bottles of liquor, Song Shiran felt dizzy. Is this how the wealthy spend their money? Chen Yang's actions completely overturned her worldview. What economic downturn? What difficulty in earning money? None of this seemed applicable to the man before her. He spent money without batting an eye. Judging by his expression, even after spending 2 million, he was still smiling happily. Is his money printed? Even if it were, it wouldn't be this quick. Little did she know Chen Yang was indeed smiling because the system had just rewarded him, stating that he was very filial, awarding him 10 million. There was even an additional 200 emotion points, bringing his total to 1400 points, bringing him one step closer to another double draw. Meanwhile, Song Shuran was breathing rapidly, lamenting that she seemed to have never truly stepped into this world. Let's go, next stop, Hanglong Shopping Center. Chen Yang said happily. The group got in the car. Chen Yang had previously heard that Jin Chang had a high-end shopping center. Spending 2 million on his dad, he thought his mom shouldn't be left out either. Thinking this, he glanced at Song Shuran, who was driving. He could tell she was in a daze. Chen Yang secretly chuckled. This was the effect he wanted, adding more effort to let her see what money could do. Upon arriving at the shopping center parking lot, the three got out of the car. This time it seemed they had entered Li Cici's territory. Chen Yang, what are you planning to buy for uncle and auntie? She asked with a smile. My dad still needs a belt. Shall we check out Gucci? Sure, let's go. Thus the three headed to the Gucci boutique. Chen Yang and Li Cici were chatting and laughing at the front, while Song Shuran followed behind, unable to join the conversation. Of course, Chen Yang was just listening, he didn't know much. However, in Song Shuran's eyes, Chen Yang simply didn't care about the price. Arriving at the store entrance, they were greeted with a warm welcome. Welcome to Gucci, the welcoming voice greeted as they walked in. What are you looking for, ladies and gentlemen? The salesperson asked. We want to see men's belts. Sure, may I ask what price range you're looking for? Chen Yang replied that the price didn't matter, he wanted something good. The salesperson understood instantly, and in the end Li Cici helped select a model from the interlocking G-series priced around 5,000. Chen Yang nodded and had it wrapped up. Haha, a belt for over 5,000. I once bought a 200 yuan belt for my dad and thought it was already very expensive. Song Shuran, who was watching, sighed inwardly. Afterward they bought some clothes before exiting Gucci, and the group headed to Chanel. Inside they were once again greeted with warm welcomes. This time Chen Yang bought several bags and a few outfits for his mother, totaling over 150,000, while Li Cici spent 340,000 on some items she liked. Watching the two of them so happy, Song Shuran felt an indescribable emotion. Is this the gap between people? She even doubted what she meant to them. At this moment Li Cici suddenly said to Chen Yang, this bracelet is nice, Shuran would look great wearing it. My mother has a similar one, but it's not as good as this one. Oh. Hearing this, Chen Yang walked over. Song Shuran, who was in charge of the private management, followed him too. As they got closer, what caught their eyes was a bracelet made of gold featuring a diamond pattern design with a price tag of 436,000 for the top version. The salesperson was delighted upon seeing this and quickly introduced, this lady has a great eye. Before she could finish her introduction, Chen Yang directly said, wrap it up. Alright sir, the salesperson beamed, mumbling to herself that she had struck it rich and would have a good year ahead. Ding. Congratulations, host. Being so filial has even moved the system, rewarding you with cash 20 million emotion value added, 300 current emotion value, 1,700 points. Awesome. This works. The system is so sentimental. Chen Yang was overjoyed, a slight smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth. He laughed again. Watching this, Song Shuran's heart raced. Was he resentful of money? Why did it seem as if he wasn't spending his own money? Reflecting on it, it was truly pitiful, a bracelet worth over 400,000. How wonderful it would be if her boyfriend could buy one for her. She was already 27 this year and had been with her boyfriend since university. Now after 7 years they were in different cities and could only meet once a year at the end of the year. Again, it was about a house, where to buy it, how much to spend, scrimping and saving. Every time this topic arose they would end up arguing about breaking up. Money seemed to have become a taboo subject between them. Glancing at a bracelet in the display case, her eyes brimmed with affection. It was worth 20,000 and she genuinely adored it. She also had savings of over 100,000. She had liked this bracelet for a long time and her several single girlfriends each had one. But she refrained from buying it to save for a house and marriage. She couldn't bear to buy anything at all. At some point this had become a hidden pain in her heart, and not looking at Li Cici, another woman, she found it unfair she had bought so many things she liked. What was wrong with her? Looking down at her ample chest, she took a deep breath and then gently exhaled. Perhaps. Wrap it all up for me. Compared to Song Shuran's fluctuating emotions, Chen Yang appeared exceedingly happy, excitedly exclaiming, wrap up that scarf for me too, it absolutely matches my mother's temperament. Is there a reward for filial piety? Isn't this a double delight? Oh right, also wrap up that bracelet for me. Pointing as he spoke, the entire Chanel store erupted in excitement. A true tycoon. This was clearly not someone here just to browse, he was here to stock up. He had already spent over 2 million in this short time. If this tycoon successfully made payment, all the employees at this Chanel store would have a great year ahead. Everyone was joyous except for two people whose thoughts were different. One was Song Shuran, her heart trembling as her beloved bracelet was casually bought by Chen Yang. It felt so indifferent. The other was Li Cici, who came from a wealthy family and had her own company, though there was a slight understanding of the second-generation wealthy circle. Those second-generation rich kids could dispose of 2 million a month, which could be considered top tier. Few in Yuhang City could match Chen Yang's extravagant spending. If you said those rich kids saved any money each month, that was simply impossible. Thinking of this, her curiosity about Chen Yang grew. Seeing that they were almost done shopping, the system did not provide any further rewards. With nearly 30 shopping bags, he had spent over 3 million. The staff at the Chanel store felt anxious looking at the pile. The only step left was payment. Would it really happen? With this thought, the store manager stepped forward, smiling and asking, "Excuse me, sir, do you need anything else?" Chen Yang waved his hand. "No, let's check out." "Let's check out." This phrase sounded like music to the store manager's ears. She quickly nodded and bowed. "Certainly, sir, this way please." Each step she took felt heavy, her heart racing. The arm guiding him trembled uncontrollably until they finally reached the checkout counter. Beep, 3,650,000 transactions successful. The manager's face lit up with excitement. Her year-end bonus was secured. Muttering to herself, she hurriedly took out a membership card, saying, "Hello, Mr. Chen, this is our highest-level membership card in the domestic region with contact information for our top leaders. If you have any questions or needs in the future, please feel free to reach out." After finishing her pitch in one breath, she bowed. Membership card. Chen Yang glanced at it, pocketing it casually and saying, "I have quite a few items, please help me carry them." "Of course, Mr. Chen, that's what we should do," the manager replied. Then she quickly instructed the staff, "Xiao Tan, shall stay behind, the rest come with me." Understood. Each person held 4 or 5 bags. Once Li Sisi finished paying, the group finally exited the Chanel store. This spectacle. Song Shiran fixed her envious gaze on one of the staff members holding a bracelet. Little did she know the staff envied her as well, believing all these items were for her. After all, Li Sisi was the one who paid herself. They thought to themselves how wonderful it would be if they had such a tall figure and ample chest. Their legs must be over a meter long. Sigh, how enviable. The group was quite eye-catching, even attracting the attention of others in the mall. Among them were LV staff, as the 2 luxury stores were very close. They started to discuss. "Oof. That guy really lacks taste. How could Chanel compare to LV?" A Hermes staff member sourly remarked. "I see you're just envious." "What, you're not envious?" Several people nodded in unison. They made their way to the parking lot, opening the trunk, relieved that the car had enough space. Including the back seat, it was still manageable. However, only one more person could sit in the back, as Li Sisi was still holding several bags. She could only hug them. When the staff had nearly finished putting everything away, Chen Yang waved his hand and said, "Hey, bring that bracelet over here." "This one?" the staff asked. "Yes, the one you have." "Oh, okay," the staff replied, puzzled, as it was relatively ordinary. Was there something special about it? But they didn't dare to ask. Chen Yang took the bag while they finished putting things away. As they left, the staff collectively thanked Chen Yang for his visit and welcomed him back. The 3 got into the car. This time Chen Yang decided to drive himself. Song Shiran was simply too slow. Li Sisi sat in the back seat. Song Shiran sat in the passenger seat, her expression blank. After Chen Yang got in the car, he casually tossed the bracelet he was holding to her. "You like this, right? It's for you." The bag landed on Song Shiran's lap, leaving her momentarily stunned. Shock, joy, hesitation, so many emotions swirled within her. "Ha! This is for me." "Yes, I saw you staring at it for a long time and thought you would really like it. Didn't I say? Good work comes with rewards. I, Chen Yang, am not the kind to exploit others." With that, he directly started the car. "This." Song Shiran's chest rose and fell rapidly, and after a moment she softly replied, "Thank you." This scene was also witnessed by Li Sisi, who tightly hugged the shopping bags in her arms and turned her gaze to the window. "Ha ha ha. Brother Chen, come, let's drink again. One more round." Yang Chen hastily waved his hands. "Sure, and you really mustn't drink anymore. You're supposed to give me a massage later. Otherwise I won't be able to sleep." At this moment Song Shiran was clearly tipsy, her cheeks flushed pink, but she remained merely animated, not yet intoxicated. In the afternoon, the group enjoyed an exuberant shopping spree. By early evening, around 5:30, Li Sisi suggested they head to a bar for drinks. Chen Yang had originally declined. He sensed instinctively that Shiran was at her most vulnerable, the perfect moment to make his move. But Li Sisi ruined it all, dragging him along by sheer insistence. And Shiran herself gazed at him with unmistakable anticipation. This was the first time she'd ever voiced a personal wish. Chen Yang had no choice but to accompany them. At first things proceeded normally in the bar, yet he never imagined what would follow. Both women proved astonishingly lightweights. After just a few glasses their eyes sparkled with unguarded exhilaration. Song Shiran, normally composed and deferential as a private manager, shed her usual reserve entirely. Instead she raised her glass again and again, clinking it firmly against Chen Yang's. Li Sisi, too, a high-ranking corporate executive, abandoned all decorum, behaving like a woman utterly lost to wine, wild and unrestrained. This shattered Chen Yang's preconceived notions about women of their social stratum. In his mind, such women ought to be reserved, poised, fiercely protective of their boundaries. How then could they become intoxicated so easily? Come on, Shiran, and I will toast you together." Li Sisi declared, lifting her glass with equal determination. Chen Yang suspected she was deliberately sabotaging his plans. If they both passed out, how could he possibly act on his intentions toward Shiran? Worse still, what if he woke up the next morning facing accusations of violating consent? Spending New Year's behind bars. He'd fail spectacularly, not as a suave seducer but as the village laughingstock. He could already hear the neighborhood elders gossiping. Did you hear? Old Chen's boy is a total wreck, divorced and jailed. The thought made Chen Yang shiver involuntarily. Sighing inwardly, he reflected bitterly on the zero demon residing within his body. He didn't even know how to describe it. Every day his physique restored itself to peak condition. A blessing perhaps, but maddeningly so. His protein reserve surged daily to maximum capacity. His willpower remained fragile, and now wealth flowed freely. What recourse did he have? This wasn't his fault. Enough, Sisi, let's drink just the two of us. Don't involve Shiran, she's had quite enough. Pfft, Shiran, ignore him. Let's drink just us two. Li Sisi, instantly deflated by Chen Yang's remark, raised her glass and tapped it lightly against Shiran's. No problem, brother Chen, don't worry. Let me tell you about my boyfriend. When the conversation turned to her boyfriend, Chen Yang perked up with genuine interest. He gestured to a waiter and spent 1,000 yuan on a song. How could such a moment lack its perfect musical accompaniment? After downing her glass, Song Shiran began speaking. So, you only see your boyfriend once a year? That's textbook long-distance romance, isn't it? Li Sisi asked. Yes. Though we rarely meet and money often sparks arguments, we simply can't let go. After all, we've been together for years. We've tried breaking up several times only to relent each time. Shiran paused, then turned to Li Sisi. What about you, Sisi? Me? I've never been in love, I don't even know what it feels like. What? You never dated in university? Shiran asked, astonished. Li Sisi shook her head. My family forbade it, and frankly I wasn't interested. Back then I only dreamed of becoming a formidable businesswoman. Having finished her own story, Li Sisi and Song Shiran both turned expectantly toward Chen Yang. Brother Chen, what about you? He sighed softly and offered only a brief vague reply. Wait, did I hear that right? Song Shiran stared incredulous. Brother Chen, you were married and divorced. And your wife rejected you. To her it seemed unfathomable, even though she'd known him for barely 2 days. Yet neither his temperament nor his evident wealth suggested any reason for rejection. Li Sisi, however, was even more astounded in her experience. Scions of wealthy families rarely married unless the union served strategic interests. All right, it's time to go. Waiter, settle the bill. Chen Yang waved dismissively, eager to act before Shiran slipped further into intoxication. You're that obsessed with massages? Li Sisi grumbled. The bar stood close to their hotel, so they walked back, yet the moment they stepped outside, Li Sisi hooked her arm tightly through Chen Yang, swaying slightly as if thoroughly drunk. Wait, wasn't she perfectly fine just moments ago? Was she susceptible to wind-induced drunkenness? Yet here it was, the spectacle unfolding before him, 2 women, one on each arm, guiding him out of the bar. Patrons inside watched enviously. The sight of one man effortlessly commanding the affection of 2 stunning women was the stuff of fantasy. How desperately they wished to be Chen Yang. As they strolled toward the hotel, one woman reeled dizzily while the other's cheeks glowed crimson, yet thankfully Song Shiran remained steady on her feet. That reassured Chen Yang considerably. Sisi, where are you staying? Can you make it back on your own, he asked. Li Sisi gave no reply, merely tilted her head and leaned heavily against him, allowing him to escort her all the way to the Yunting Hotel. Chen Yang, I'm staying nearby, please walk me home. Ugh. Hey, don't vomit on me, he protested. Brother Chen, why don't you take Sisi home first? I'll go upstairs and get things ready, Song Shiran said with a gentle smile. Fine, he replied. After Shiran departed, Chen Yang asked, Sisi, where exactly are you staying? She waved vaguely toward a direction, then seized his hand and pulled him straight into the elevator, pressing the button for the 17th floor. Wait, you're staying at this hotel too? Ma'am, she nodded. Then why ask me to walk you? And honestly, do you really get drunk that easily? I find that hard to believe. At his words, Li Sisi's expression shifted, suddenly lucid, her gaze sharpening perceptibly. Am I interfering with your plans? Are you that infatuated with Shiran's thunder? Her phrasing struck Chen Yang as oddly dissonant, uncharacteristic, almost jarring. Of everyone he'd met thus far, Li Sisi belonged to the highest echelon, not necessarily by wealth alone but by upbringing, born and raised amid affluence steeped in its unspoken codes. That innate effortless grace, something Chen Yang, despite his current fortune, had yet to acquire. Yes, I am. As he spoke, the elevator chimed softly. The 17th floor had arrived. The doors slid open. Li Sisi tugged him out, then swiped her keycard and let him inside. Leaning back against the closed door, she asked suddenly, am I not enough? Chen Yang froze, stunned by the abruptness of her question. What do you mean? You're single too, so why not marry me? Let's register tomorrow. Marriage certificate. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang was bewildered. What does it mean to get a marriage certificate after just 2 days of knowing each other? Is this all just a game? Chen Yang quickly waved his hand a marriage certificate. Let's forget about that. Hearing this, Li Sisi smiled playfully. Look at you being so nervous. To marry me you need to prove your worth. Just teasing you. Sighing, Chen Yang asked, you're pretending to be drunk, aren't you? Li Sisi nodded without denying it. I'll head back first. Chen Yang felt that this woman was a bit dangerous and he didn't want to get entangled with her. He stepped forward to grab the doorknob, but Li Sisi shifted her foot to block him. Am I not to your liking? Li Sisi asked with her hands behind her back, smiling. Of course not. The moment I saw you, I wanted to sleep with you. But the cost is too high, I can't afford it. I'm just a scumbag. Chen Yang's expression was serious and his words were straightforward. Li Sisi showed no change in her expression upon hearing such blunt words, with no anger as he had imagined. Instead, she playfully said, the first moment you're talking about is in the cafe. Or was it yesterday? You remember me? Chen Yang was startled. This woman was not simple. Back in the cafe their interaction lasted less than a minute. He remembered her because he realized she might be the owner of the advertising company and he had even checked her out on Tycoon. But her, that was a bit scary. Suddenly Chen Yang realized that every encounter from the beginning, including when they first arrived at the scenic area, might have been her intentionally getting close. Did you approach me on purpose? What's your motive? Chen Yang asked. Approach on purpose. Li Sisi chuckled and leaned slightly closer to Chen Yang. She placed one delicate pale hand on Chen Yang's shoulder. Her face, slightly flushed, came infinitely closer to him as she tilted her head slightly. Chen Yang could even feel Li Sisi's breath. Faced with this temptation and fragrance, he wanted to retreat but felt a bit reluctant. Struggling for a second, he thought, what could a woman do to him? Their eyes met and Li Sisi spoke. That day in the cafe I mistook you for someone else. I really didn't know you before. Yesterday was truly a coincidence. As for my approaching you on purpose, I admit it. The reason? I'd say it's because you're handsome and I want to give you my first time. Do you believe it? Hearing this, Chen Yang shook his head repeatedly. I don't believe it. Isn't this nonsense? There are plenty of handsome guys. She's not some naive girl who just graduated from school. Why would it be his turn? Seeing Chen Yang's disbelief, she continued, I'm getting married after the new year. I don't like him. I just came out to clear my head. He's a rich second generation. I haven't experienced that, so I think it's better to give it to you than to him. What do you think? Isn't it thrilling? Li Sisi said, taking a small step back and withdrawing her hand. Then she reached into her pocket, pulled out a safety helmet and took out her phone, turning on the video. Li Sisi voluntarily engage in relations with this gentleman named Chen Yang. I am not being forced, nor have I been drinking. I bear all consequences myself. After saying this, she pressed send, directly sending the video to Chen Yang. Then she waved the little helmet in front of him. How about it, scumbag? If you lack even this courage, how can you be a scumbag? Looking at the video on his phone, Chen Yang exclaimed in shock, what kind of operation is this? Faced with Li Sisi's provocation, Chen Yang found it unbearable. Had he really been underestimated? He put down his phone, stepped forward and pushed Li Sisi against the door. You city folks really know how to play. I'll thank your future husband for you. After saying this, Chen Yang pressed his lips against hers. Their lips met, accompanied by the sound of breathing. It seemed that Li Sisi was indeed not lying. She didn't know how to breathe. Li Sisi frowned slightly and bit Chen Yang. You really are a scumbag. Didn't you say you like scumbags? And now you don't like it. Are you regretting it? Humph, who says I don't like it? With the sound of rushing water when they emerged again, Chen Yang was holding Li Sisi in his arms. But due to the slippery floor he stumbled and fell, but fortunately there was a bed so he didn't fall to the ground. Chen Yang and Li Sisi were having fun. Meanwhile, Song Shiran was like a stone, waiting for her husband, preparing everything and waiting in the room. She looked at the time. Over an hour had passed and they still hadn't returned. She lightly bit her red lips and checked herself in the mirror. 2 straight legs, over a meter long, slender yet not lacking in curves. She intentionally wore a pair of black stockings. On her upper body her top chest was stirring and she took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. This is her entire capital. She was certain that Chen Yang liked her. Brother Chen had no family and no girlfriend. At this moment she felt conflicted. Today she realized that one did not have to live so hard. Perhaps she could take a shortcut. Her heart raced and she sighed uncontrollably. Should she hold on to a 7-year relationship or try a different way of living? Even though she was prepared, she still found herself hesitating on that boundary. She hoped Chen Yang would return quickly, but also wished for a bit more time to gather her thoughts. But it had almost been 2 hours. Could it be that Li Sisi got to him first? Shaking her head, how could that be? She wasn't short on money either. The next morning, Chen Yang woke up and rubbed his eyes. Where is everyone? How come I'm left alone? Chen Yang muttered to himself. Looking at the view from the luxurious suite, his mood instantly lifted. Ding! Congratulations, host, your mood is pleasant. Reward 50 million cash emotion value 500 current emotion value 2200. Chen Yang was overjoyed. He could draw twice again. He realized that he really needed to enjoy the scenery more. But before he could draw, his phone buzzed. He picked it up to see a message from Li Sisi. Scumbag, this is your payment 20,000 yuan. You need to keep up the good work. What the heck? This woman thinks of me as a male model. Do I care about that little money? He clicked to receive the payment, smiling truly a great deal. He realized he needed to go out more. Doing this kind of work more often wouldn't hurt. Putting aside unrealistic thoughts, Chen Yang was filled with excitement. System, let's draw a double draw. Understood, host. The system replied, and the big wheel of fortune appeared once more. With Chen Yang's announcement of the lottery, the big turntable began to spin. This time he was not as hopeful about the 100 million grand prize. Instead, he was filled with anticipation for the mysterious words written in the various boxes. A few seconds later, Chen Yang couldn't help but speak out as his heart trembled. Mysterious grand prize. As it stopped spinning, the system announced, congratulations, the host has won a mysterious grand prize, a dog liquor cashback card. Just lick Fong Ning. Get lost. Destroy it, destroy it. What is this dog liquor? That's for the next channel and not a dog liquor. Understood, host. Destroying. 100 times dog liquor cashback card successfully destroyed. Proceeding with the second lottery for the host. 100 times cashback card. Chen Yang felt a wave of bad luck wash over him. Even a 10,000 times cashback card, he wouldn't want it. He shook his head, and while he was cursing, the second lottery had already completed. The pointer again landed on the mysterious grand prize, and he wondered what it would draw this time. Congratulations, host, your luck is off the charts. You have drawn a mysterious grand prize again, a danger alert card. Would the host like to destroy it? Perhaps due to Chen Yang's furious act of destruction earlier, the system surprisingly changed its notification method. But what was this thing, a danger alert card? Chen Yang proceeded to check it out. Danger alert card. Function when the user is about to face danger or is schemed against by a petty person. The system will emit a beep at a critical moment. Special note, please pay attention, do not watch small films. Chen Yang looked at it and thought, this is great. If Fong Ning or that kid Zhou Kang is plotting against him, wouldn't he receive a warning in advance? Use it immediately. Congratulations, host, use successful. This time there was no white light entering his mind, nor was there anything particularly special that appeared. However, he still felt reassured by the system's products, though it was unfortunate that there was only one. Getting up, washing up, dressing, and stepping out of the room, he returned to his suite. Just as Li Sisi had returned from the highway, she picked up her phone and opened the chat window with Chen Yang. Payment received. Seeing this, Li Sisi's face flushed slightly and she couldn't help but laugh. Still expecting me to pay, truly lacking in romance. Starting the car again, she drove towards the company, muttering to herself along the way. Ningjiang Province, Linqi City, Peach Blossom Village, right. She didn't know what she was calculating, but just as she was about to reach the company building, a flashy red Ferrari SF90 sped past her, then suddenly slammed on the brakes, blocking her car. Li Sisi slammed the brakes, almost crashing her body, jolting back, her face turning pale from fright. She took a couple of deep breaths, looked up and frowned, slightly regretting not just flooring the gas and crashing into that bastard. A man over 1.7 meters tall, wearing sunglasses and slightly thin, got out of the car with a mischievous smile, walking up to the driver's seat of the Porsche. Li Sisi, you've been hard to find these past few days. Are you avoiding me? The man asked directly. Li Sisi rolled down the window. Jing Tingye. I should have crashed into you. Upon hearing this, Jing Tingye not only did not get angry but laughed, even reaching out as if to tease her. However, Li Sisi turned her head, not giving him the chance. Facing Li Sisi's disgusted gaze, Jing Tingye said, Sisi, you will be mine sooner or later. I, Jing Tingye, have made up my mind. No one in Yuhang City dares to compete with me. So hiding is useless. Why don't we spend a wonderful night together tonight? Upon hearing this, Li Sisi smiled slightly, shifted to drive and floored the gas, heading straight for Jing Tingye. Startled, he quickly moved to the side of the road, angrily cursing, Li Sisi, you can't run away. Without my Jing family's investment, your dad's company will never go public. Looking at Li Sisi's retreating figure, Jing Tingye spat, what are you being so arrogant for? If there weren't benefits to be gained, I wouldn't even bother with you. After parking the car, Li Sisi returned to the office feeling a bit of a headache. Jing Tenji's last words were merely his thoughts. Li Sisi was not the noble sacrifice herself for her family's company. That was not her character. She was only concerned about her own advertising agency. The company had suffered serious losses in the past 6 months. It was her hard work, and she truly didn't want to see it collapse like this. She had been seeking investment recently, but unfortunately none had succeeded. Given the current market environment, all industries were in the red. Moreover, what she was doing was multifaceted, combining physical and online aspects. If she couldn't secure good advertising resources, they would really be doomed. She urgently needed a sum of money to secure the advertising agency rights for a website. According to her investigation, the conversion rate during the golden hour was extremely high. Once secured, it would surely bring the company back to life. However, in the absence of investment, her father had set a condition. Marry into the Jing family exchange for their investment, and her father's company would go public. He would inject 30 million yuan into her. Helpless, she could only agree for now as a last resort. As for whether to marry, that would have to wait until after the new year. On the other side, Chen Yang looked at the beauty before him, momentarily unsure of what to do. Should he go all in? Chen go your back. Just as Chen Yang hesitated, Song Shiran woke up with sleepy eyes. Then she instinctively glanced at her surroundings and then at her own body. Ah. For the first time in front of a man dressed like this, she felt a bit shy. Last night she thought about it left and right and somehow she fell asleep. In the end, she never fully made up her mind wearing this outfit due to the influence of alcohol, which made her feel a bit awkward now. Chen Guai. Song Shiran said with a flushed face. Previously, no matter how sexy or revealing her clothing was, for her it was all about service with no other thoughts. But now things were different. She was considering their relationship, making her more reserved. Chen Yang smiled. How could he not see what Song Shiran meant? It was obvious she was throwing herself at him last night. Shiran, have you come to terms with it? Want to have a go with me? So blunt. Song Shiran was a bit taken aback, but she forced herself to remain calm. She could only think this way. Wealthy people's time was precious and they liked to be straightforward. Girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang shook his head. At this, Song Shiran's heart sank. Did he not like her? I understand, Brother Chen, it was my presumptuousness. Suddenly a wave of grievance surged within her. Perhaps her little assets meant nothing to a wealthy man like Chen Yang. What kind of woman hasn't he seen? However, Chen Yang's subsequent words stirred a complex mix of emotions in her heart, even a hint of humiliation. Shiran, as for a girlfriend, if you just want that title, feel free to take it. But if you're aiming for marriage, then I'm afraid I must apologize. However, if you're willing, I can give you 50,000 yuan a month, and you won't need to always accompany me. You can have your own life as long as you occasionally fulfill the responsibilities of a girlfriend. You mean you want to keep me? Song Shiran's eyes turned slightly red. She felt her dignity was trampled. This was not what she sought, even though the terms were better than those offered by others she had met. But if she were that kind of person, she would have been kept long ago. There were plenty who desired her body. Yet what she sought was a life of affluence, and a man who loved her. Was that really so difficult? Sighing inwardly, she originally thought Chen Yang was different from others, someone whose nature was easygoing and who could blend into the circles of ordinary people. She shook her head, feeling somewhat disappointed. Chen Yang noticed these subtle changes in her expression. He sat on the bed, leaning closer to Song Shiran. Shiran, do you feel that I'm humiliating you, that your dignity is being trampled? Song Shiran choked back her emotions as her gaze met Chen Yang's. Isn't it? Chen Yang chuckled. Let me tell you a story. When I was in college, I was actually quite poor. Poor? Was he joking? Did he mean to say this money was earned in recent years? How could that be? With this mindset, Song Shiran continued to listen to Chen Yang. I remember back then, to ease the pressure on my family, I would look for various part-time jobs during the holidays. One summer during my sophomore year, I worked as a waiter in a restaurant, and there was a customer whom all the waiters refused to serve. That customer was notoriously difficult, so it fell to me. I clearly remember that he ordered a dish called guo bao rou and specifically requested no tomato preparation. I definitely noted that down, but when the dish arrived, it was indeed prepared with tomatoes. I was scolded harshly and felt particularly wronged. Ultimately, the manager had to step in to help resolve the issue. Everyone in the restaurant laughed at me and I was fined for the dish. I was scolded to the point where I felt my dignity was trampled. The misunderstanding made me extremely angry. So guess what happened next? Song Shiran shook her head in confusion. What did this have to do with her? Chen Yang smiled. That customer ultimately confirmed that the issue wasn't with me but the kitchen. Before leaving, he told the restaurant not to fine me and even gave me 200 yuan. Do you know what those 200 yuan meant to me at that time? Back then I earned only 12 yuan an hour. 200 was my salary for 2 days. In that instant, the feeling of being humiliated vanished. All I could see in that customer's eyes was gratitude, and all negativity disappeared. Even the other waiters in the restaurant lamented why they weren't the ones being scolded. So you think I'm trampling on your dignity merely because my offer isn't high enough? Upon hearing this, Song Shiran got off the bed. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, 50,000 is a lot for me, but it doesn't earn my acceptance. I'll go change my clothes and serve you shortly, she said, turning to leave. But just as she turned, Chen Yang's voice came again. 100,000 a month, whether you agree or not. That bracelet is yours. In fact, Chen Yang could offer more, 300,000, 500,000. He didn't believe that even increasing it to 1 million wouldn't make her yield. However, he merely wanted to experience it. At most, he would offer 500,000, not more, as he truly desired her figure. Otherwise, wouldn't he be a fool? Thank you, Brother Chen. Chen. However, before she could finish, her phone suddenly rang, interrupting her. Chen Yang gestured that she could answer. Upon answering the phone, a man's voice came from the other end. Hello, Shiran, when are you coming back this year? I discussed with Mom and Dad to sell the 20 acres of land at home, and with our savings it should be enough for a down payment. Her boyfriend. Chen Yang was speechless. Why did she always receive similar calls when it was time for such things? After the man finished speaking, Song Shuren sighed and said gently, Lu Yang, that's not possible. The old couple can't be left with no income in their old age, we can't do that. But if we don't, how will we ever afford a house? Lu Yang, we're not buying a house anymore. What do you mean? You mean returning to our hometown to get married? That's great, Shuren, you finally came around. Song Shuren bit her lip. Let's break up this time, it's a real breakup. Let's pursue our own lives and not disturb each other, okay? What do you mean, Song Shuren? You can't just break up during the new year. What will our families think? What do you want? Let us be well apart, goodbye. Song Shuren stopped explaining and hung up, blocking him. Chen Yang, witnessing all this, was stunned. Shuren, wasn't that unnecessary? I feel a guilty conscience. Song Shuren shook her head. Brother Chen, it has nothing to do with you. Just now I suddenly realized my true feelings. The moment I accepted your bracelet, it became clear that I was destined to walk my own path. The speed at which a woman can change her demeanor was unimaginable to Chen Yang. Just moments ago she appeared so lost, and now her expression had completely shifted. 1,000 words omitted here. At 11 o'clock in the morning. Looking at the scenery around him, Chen Yang felt quite pleasant. Ding, congratulations host, your mood is good. Reward cash of 10 million yuan, reward emotional value 100, current emotional value 300. Huff. Chen Yang shook his head. The two of them had taken a shower. Song Shuren smiled brightly. Brother Chen, I accepted that 200,000, but since you're unwilling to marry me, I can't guarantee when I might get married. Regarding Song Shuren's choice, Chen Yang had no control over it. If she could occasionally fulfill her obligations, he would certainly not mistreat her. After lunch he glanced at the various messages sent to him on his phone. Zhouing Xue, brother Chen Yang, when are you coming back? Tang Yue, brother Chen, I promised to repay you. I've learned everything from the lessons you sent. Why didn't you invite me out to play? When will you be back? Wang Yumeng, brother Chen, I need to talk to you about something. He Jing, honey, I've moved to a new place. Hey, race the address. I hope you have fun. Li Hai, I'm telling you, if you still consider me a brother, you must come back the day after tomorrow. I'm getting married in 3 days and you need to help me with the arrangements. Chen Jianing, elder brother, I've got a holiday now. Are you coming back to the village with me? Among the women, He Jing spoke the least, and Chen Yang thought she understood boundaries. He smiled at the sight of Song Shuren beside him. Brother Chen, what are you laughing at? Chen Yang shook his head. It's nothing, just looking at some messages. By the way, I'm going back to Yuhang today. What about you? Are you coming with me or staying here? I'm leaving today. Song Shuren seemed a bit disappointed, then thought for a moment and said, I won't go back with you. You don't really need me. I plan to clarify Lu Yang's situation with my family and then wander around. But don't worry, brother Chen, before I get married, just a call from you and he'll be there no matter where you are. Chen Yang. He realized that his approach was indeed correct. If he had truly promised something, they might not be so obedient. After having lunch and playing for a while, Chen Yang checked out and got into his car ready to return to Yuhang, not because he had to meet those women. His sister Chen Jianing was still in Yuhang. Goodbye, brother Chen, love you. As she was leaving, Song Shuren kissed him on the cheek and bid farewell. Chen Yang waved his hand, stay in touch. He then stepped on the gas and sped towards Yuhang. By the time he arrived in Yuhang, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Looking at the address on his phone, He Jing mentioned she had moved and hoped he could visit when he returned. He opened the navigation and input the address. But before he could hit confirm, his phone rang with an incoming call. It was an unfamiliar number, but when he answered, the voice was incredibly familiar. Hey honey, why did you block my previous number? Can you not hang up? Please, can you come home? I'll pay you back the money I owe you. It was Fang Ning, who was currently wearing a sexy revealing sleep dress. She tried to sound cute while calling Chen Yang. In reality, she was furious. How could Chen Yang block her number? So she specially got another one. According to her mother, she was supposed to drink herbal medicine for a month and wait until after the new year to take action. But she couldn't stand it any longer. That herbal medicine tasted awful. Even though she hadn't been pregnant in the last 2 years, she was sure her body was fine. So she sent a message to her parents telling them not to come home tonight. She was going to take action. To this, her mother Zhang Yanba scolded her, saying she lacked patience and would never accomplish anything. However, as she said, the call had already been made. Is that okay, honey? I'll be waiting for you at home. Can you come over now? When Chen Yang heard this, goosebumps covered him. In the past he would have found it amusing, but now hearing that voice made him feel nauseous. Especially after seeing that person named Shin Han. Fang Ning, what are you talking about? Who uses cash anymore? Just transfer it to my Alipay. Upon hearing this, Fang Ning was instantly stunned, feeling her intelligence was crushed. Indeed, who uses cash anymore? That excuse couldn't hold water. What should she do now? In her panic, Fang Ning suddenly had a brilliant idea that would definitely work. So she quickly said, okay honey, I'll do whatever you say and I'll transfer it to you soon. But since we're divorced, you know I'm not a greedy person. Aren't you going to take back the bracelet and necklace that mom bought for me? During their wedding, one gold bracelet and one gold necklace were given to her by Li Qiuyan, with the bracelet being Li Qian's own. At that time Fong Ning didn't care for it, but no matter how ugly it was still gold, and that was money. She hadn't worn it since it had just been sitting there. Therefore she was sure that Chen Yang would want to take them back. Sure enough, as soon as she mentioned it, Chen Yang, after scolding her for calling him honey, still agreed. Of course this wasn't Chen Yang's fault, who could remember everything so clearly. That day he was so immersed in the joy of acquiring the system that he completely forgot. Fong Ning's words reminded him. No wonder he always felt that his mother was about to say something when he called her that day, yet she never spoke up. It turned out she didn't want to give him pressure. Sigh, he really was an unfilial son, unable to even keep his elder's dowry safe. With that thought, Chen Yang no longer hesitated and hit the gas. After more than half an hour, Chen Yang arrived downstairs. He knocked on the door. Soon he heard the sound of footsteps and the door was opened. Long time no see, come in quickly, Fong Ning said, one hand on the doorknob, reaching out to Chen Yang. However, Chen Yang pushed the door open. Seeing Fong Ning dressed like this, he cursed inwardly. Damn, she was dressed quite sexy in the past. He couldn't even get her to change her outfit. She was wearing a half-sheer revealing skirt and high heels. It turned out she didn't dislike it, nor did she not understand, she just didn't know how to appreciate herself. He cursed softly and walked inside. Where are the things? Chen Yang asked. Seeing that Chen Yang had a displeased expression, Fong Ning felt frustrated but still forced to smile. Don't be in such a hurry, should we take a shower first? She specifically hadn't showered just to be with Chen Yang. Previously, whenever Chen Yang suggested this, she had always refused. Take a shower. Hurry up and bring out the things, I don't have time to chat with you. She felt her heart tremble with anger. Look at you, don't be so impatient. Come on, you used to love drinking monkey tea the most, back then I was the one who didn't understand and didn't let you buy it. Saying this, she picked up a teacup from the table and brought it to Chen Yang's lips. However, just then a series of beeping sounds suddenly echoed in Chen Yang's mind. Chen Yang frowned a prompt card. Something was off. Although he hadn't planned to drink, it seemed he had figured out Fong Ning's thoughts. He didn't know what was inside. He took a step back. Seeing this, Fong Ning placed the cup back on the table. She rolled her eyes and said, honey, can I go take a shower first? In her view, Chen Yang not drinking could mean he had an issue with her. Wouldn't he be thirsty after hearing her showering? With this thought, she lifted her leg and walked towards the bathroom, swaying as she went. Chen Yang looked at the cup on the table, frowning slightly. What exactly was inside? Poison or something? Out of curiosity, he picked it up and examined it closely. Fong Ning, seeing this scene, was satisfied and entered the bathroom. In the bathroom, Fong Ning hummed a tune while playing with bubbles, feeling quite cheerful. The thought of her plan soon coming to fruition filled her with delight. Recently she had transformed into a detective, tracking Zhou Yingxue and nearly uncovering Chen Yang's entire background. His wealth was unimaginable and he even owned a villa. Zhou Yingxue was now adorned in luxury brands, and once she gave birth to the child she would have to strip her of everything she wore just to see her. While Fong Ning was lost in her beautiful dreams, Chen Yang was not idle. He rummaged through the house, determined to provide for himself. He had always been the one to tidy up this house, knowing exactly where things could be hidden or where Fong Ning liked to stash her belongings. Why let Fong Ning have the upper hand? For example, in the compartments of the lingerie storage box, inside the plush toy's rear, or under the non-slip mat at the bottom of the drawer. As expected, he found a bracelet and necklace hidden in an inconspicuous part of the bedside. Has still trying to hold something over me. Chen Yang muttered to himself, not wasting any time, and left the house. He drove away at high speed, leaving Fong Ning still lost in her dreams. However, less than a minute after Chen Yang left, a figure appeared at the door. He looked disheveled and was swaying as he walked, clearly intoxicated. Breathing heavily, he muttered, damn it, lost again. I Fong Rongjuan will eventually win back all the money I've lost. Since learning of Fong Ning's divorce from Chen Yang, his family had moved in directly. Recently he had been scouting the area and found several underground mahjong parlors and game houses. While he couldn't manage to find a job, finding these places was as easy as for an old patron. No matter the new environment, he could always follow the scent. Today, after losing again, he drank a bit in frustration, not even checking his phone, and was quite tipsy. He took out his keys and opened the door, finding the house empty, only the sound of water running from the bathroom. He mumbled indistinctly, who was taking a shower at this hour? Not receiving a response, he suddenly felt thirsty and glanced around. Taking a few steps forward, he reached for the monkey tea on the table and downed it in one go. Then he returned to his bedroom without turning on the light, collapsing onto the bed with a loud snore. Hey, where is everyone? At that moment, Fong Ning, having finished her shower and dried her hair, walked out. Noticing no one was in the living room, she frowned slightly. Did they run away? Did she give up the bracelet? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she chuckled. Haha, he drank that glass of water. Oof. Wasn't he just caught in my clever ruse? What a bargain for you. In that glass of water she had indeed added sleeping pills and aphrodisiacs for double insurance. Feeling pleased, she took a step towards the bedroom, but upon opening the door found it empty. Where is he? Did he run out? Thinking this, she hurried to the door to check. As she passed Fong Rongjun's bedroom, she heard heavy breathing. She immediately laughed, so he came here after all. I told you a duck that's in hand can't fly away. Opening the door, she indeed found Chen Yang lying there, not even bothering to turn on the light as she moved closer. He hand over everything. She muttered just as she was about to unfasten his belt. A thought struck her, what a great opportunity to teach him a lesson. With this thought, she stepped forward. Today you will witness something extraordinary. This nearly sent Fong Rongjun to meet his ancestors. In the next second. Fong Rongjun. What are you doing here? An hour later, Zhang Yanba, Fong Wuda and Fong Ning sat on the sofa. A woman of the night walked out of Fong Rongjun's room holding 500 yuan, strutting past the group in high heels with a small bag. Muttering, what a useless bunch, it ended in 3 minutes, she left the house without caring if they heard her. After she left, Fong Rongjun came out of the room cursing under his breath. Just as he was about to speak. Poof. Don't say anything, you waste. Zhang Yanba said angrily. The plan has failed, it seems we missed our chance. Prepare to resort to the final measure ensue. On the other side, Chen Yang had already arrived at He Jing's new residence. A modest apartment of just over 60 square meters. It was a 1-bedroom, 1-living-room set up small but exquisite. Rent was 2,400 yuan a month. Sister Jing, are you planning to sever ties with Zhou Kong? Chen Yang asked. He Jing sighed, what Kong said that day was truly too much, he actually thought so highly of me. Since that's the case. Chen Yang continued, Sister Jing, I have something to confess. I bought an apartment where 3 women live, would you like to move in? Upon hearing this, He Jing understood Chen Yang's implication, there were indeed other women involved. Though a bit disappointed, at least Chen Yang hadn't lied to her. Shaking her head, she replied, Chen Yang, as long as you don't abandon me, that's enough. I won't go over there, my door is always open for you. After hearing this, Chen Yang nodded, replying, all right then, Sister Jing. He directly transferred 1 million yuan to her. Upon seeing this, He Jing felt a surge of emotion. Chen Yang, that's not what I meant. The next morning. The scenery around is quite pleasant, especially the 2 poplar trees downstairs. Congratulations, host, your mood is good. Reward cash 5 million yuan, emotional value reward 50, current emotional value 350. Once rewarded again, Chen Yang rose and looked at He Jing beside him, who was still fast asleep after staying up late. He did not wake her and went downstairs after washing up. At this time it was 9 in the morning. He received a message from his younger sister Chen Jianing asking if he would pick her up, as she was already prepared and could leave at any time. When he arrived downstairs and was about to get in the car, he heard the system's prompt in his mind again. Detected anger from Zhou Kong and Zhou Fu towards the host, emotional value increased 500. Chen Yang was taken aback and quickly looked around. He didn't receive a call from Zhou Kong yesterday during the commotion. He suspected that the uncle and nephew were watching him nearby. Looking around, he only saw a few cars and no people. He also didn't see Zhou Kang's old car. After some thought, he decided to let it go. He stepped on the gas and headed straight for Yuhang University. Inside a Cadillac XT6. Damn. That kid almost spotted me. Zhou Kong said with resentment, what do you think, uncle? This kid is indeed strange. His mother really moved out and he was very sad, so he hurriedly spied and followed him, finally managing to track him down. In an apartment just as he wanted to go upstairs, Chen Yang's black Bentley was parked downstairs. Damn. His mother went back to him again. He felt disappointed but also a bit heartbroken. He couldn't compete with Chen Yang's abilities. Who could repeatedly have such luck? Last time it lasted a full 3 hours and he still vividly remembered it. He couldn't dare to go up in a panic. In desperation, he called Zhou Fu for help. Zhou Fu came and the 2 of them stared at the 2 figures upstairs. They were both quite furious. Unknowingly, the 2 had slept in the car overnight, and just as they woke up they saw Chen Yang coming down. Just as he cursed under his breath, Chen Yang seemed to have keen ears, looking around. The 2 were startled and quickly leaned back in their seats, narrowly avoiding a disaster. Zhou Fu sighed, this kid truly has something peculiar. I have been investigating him recently. Logically, with all his money, he shouldn't be so obscure in Yuhang. But I haven't found any company or connections. Zhou Fu was frustrated, initially hoping to apply some pressure on him in business. Uncle, what should we do? My mother doesn't acknowledge me as her son for him. If this continues, it won't be long before Chen Yang ruins everything. He rolled down the car window, lit a cigarette and exhaled. Zhou Fu replied, with iron legs turned into crippled legs, there aren't too many people in Yuhang to deal with him. Otherwise I might get in trouble too. It seems. It looks like we can only find some foreign thugs to try, like taekwondo champions or something. Zhou Kong expressed his strong agreement. Yes, uncle, that sounds reliable. That kid is good, but can he take on professionals? For this foolish nephew, Zhou Fu felt helpless. He glanced at him and then tugged at his sleeve. This outfit fits you well, why not just call him Dad? Zhou Kong I. Yuhang University, the only 211 in Ningxiang province. Upon receiving news about Chen Yang, Chen Jianing stood by the roadside with a suitcase and several friends. Jianing, hasn't your ride arrived yet? A classmate Yang Shuqiao asked. The three of them planned to go home today. Chen Jianing shook her head. My mom said she doesn't feel safe letting me go back alone. She insisted that my brother come with me. He'll be here soon. Wow, I'm so envious. You have an older brother at Yuhang and he's coming to pick you up, another classmate said envy. Chen Jianing waved her hand. If my brother had a car that would be great. Then I would have a free driver. Too bad though he's not having it easy right now. Then we're taking the train back soon. The tickets are already bought, Chen Jianing said, pulling out 2 tickets to Linchi from her pocket. Alright then, we are all unfortunate people. Who would have thought our dorm's 3 beauties would end up like this? Crying. Upon hearing Gu Tongtong's words, Yang Shuqiao quickly interrupted. Hey no. Jianing is different from us. She has opportunities to take the car, she just doesn't want to. Suddenly her eyes lit up. Look, isn't that what we were talking about? In the distance a Toyota Camry slowly drove towards them. Chen Jianing's expression immediately darkened. You annoying brat. How did he see me? Did you two leak the secret? Chen Jianing pouted, looking at the two. The two immediately raised 3 fingers. On our conscience, I swear, sisterhood, absolutely not. The car slowly stopped in front of the 3 beauties and a decent-looking young man got out about the same age as them. Jianing, you're going home today too. Let me give you a ride, it's on the way. No. 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 Chen Jianing said 3 times in frustration. Chao Mingliang, how many times do I have to say it? I beg you, please stop bothering me, okay? Thank you. Chao Mingliang wasn't angry. He stepped forward to grab the suitcase. Jianing, it's so cold, just give me a chance. Let me take you home, please. My car is warm. Come on, I'll help you with your luggage, it's on the way. He was quite confident about this car, which costs about 200,000 yuan after all fees. He had begged his family to buy this for him. He had been pursuing Chen Jianing for 2 years and he didn't realize it in the first year. He had been waiting for this moment. Oh, come on. You're from Yuhang and I'm from Linchi, how is it on the way? Chen Jianing felt helpless. She just had no feelings for this person. At first she politely refused, but later he became like a sticky candy which put a lot of pressure on her. There were still quite a few people at the school gate today, various students dragging their suitcases. They all cast their eyes over. That's the number 1 simp from Yuhang, right? Yes, he's quite devoted. What a pity. Several people discussed while shaking their heads. On the roadside, taxis lined up smoking and watching the commotion with smiles. And the traffic control was secretly waiting to catch ride-hailing cars. Various cars stopped and left quickly, not daring to linger. A traffic officer dressed in plain clothes saw a Toyota Camry stop there to pick up luggage. His eyes lit up. Good guy, it's not easy to meet a dedicated car. He quickly stepped on the gas, blocking the car in front, then got out. He said to Chao Mingliang, let me see your phone, driver's license, operating license ID, take them out for me to see. This was said with great confidence. The Camry couldn't possibly have an operating license. For no other reason, there were only 2000 Corollas in the entire Yuhang city. How dare you speak to me like that? Hand over your phone, I want to see which platform you took this order from. And you young lady, I hope you'll cooperate as well. Ha! What about me? Chen Jianing had found the whole scene rather amusing. Chao Mingliang truly seemed unjustly accused. No, you've misunderstood, Gu Tongtong and Yang Shuqiao hurried to explain. Just then a Bentley Bentayga screeched to a halt directly in front of the transportation enforcement vehicle. Chen Yang hummed a cheerful tune as he stepped out, musing how different elite universities were, so many beautiful young women. Back in his own university days, Fong Ning had been considered quite lovely, but beside today's students she now seemed utterly ordinary. Stepping out of the car, Chen Yang spotted his younger sister Chen Jianing engaged in an animated conversation with a transportation officer. Hey Jianing, is this your luggage? Chen Yang asked, then lifted the suitcase and tossed it unceremoniously into the rear seat. Space was limited after all. Preoccupied with the officer, none of them noticed Chen Yang's arrival until Chen Jianing turned around startled to find her suitcase snatched away. She whirled and froze. You. Brother Yang. The officer glanced at Chen Yang dismissively and said nothing. Chao Mingliang stared too. Wait, why aren't you stopping him? I've never seen this vehicle registered for ride-hailing services, the officer replied flatly. What? You're doubting me? Chen Yang shot back. At the sound of his voice, Chen Jianing's eyes widened in disbelief. So handsome. Jianing, that's your brother. Driving a Bentley. But you told us he didn't even own a car. Her 2 roommates gaped in unison. Hearing her friend's astonishment and glancing sidelong at Chao Mingliang, Chen Jianing's eyes flickered with sudden cunning. No. That's my boyfriend. He's here to pick me up. What? When did you even get a boyfriend? Gotta go, I'll explain everything on WeChat later. With that, Chen Jianing yanked open the passenger door and slid into the front seat. Wait, you're not waiting for your brother? Boyfriend? What on earth was going on? Chen Yang wondered, scanning the scene, then paused when his gaze fell upon Chao Mingliang. The man's glare was searing, almost predatory. So, he'd been drafted as a decoy. What are you staring at? Get in. Before Chen Yang could utter a word, Chen Jianning's impatient voice cut through the air. He sighed inwardly, fine. Without another thought he climbed in and drove off smoothly. Zhao Mingliang longed to chase after them and demand answers, but the officer held him fast. Her two roommates exchanged stunned glances, then fumbled for their phones and fired off a message in their trio chat group. The reply came instantly, "Oh, he is my brother, how he got the car? No idea. I just made it up to keep Zhao Mingliang off my back." Relieved, her friends exhaled, then as if struck by inspiration their eyes lit up. "Next year you must introduce him to us, or we're done being best friends." Inside the car, having just sent her reply, Chen Jianning turned to Chen Yang with radiant gratitude and rested a hand lightly on his shoulder. "Brother, I'm so moved. You rented this car just to save face for me. Though I know full well you only did it to show off back home, but this kindness, Chen Jianning will remember it forever." Chen Yang chuckled helplessly. "Do I strike you as that frivolous? Nah, I get it. Your divorce is common knowledge across the village. You're ashamed, totally understandable. But still, this is overkill. Renting a car fine, but what's with all these shopping bags in the back? Chanel. Where'd you even get so many? You're even lying to auntie and uncle." Faced with this barrage, Chen Yang nearly burst out laughing. Here he was offering a kind gesture only to be met with relentless teasing. True, he had wanted to impress the villagers, but did she have to say it so bluntly? Still, they'd always been close, and Jianning, ever the mischievous sprite, thrived on playful provocation. She stood 5 feet 6 inches tall, weighed roughly 100 pounds, his little sister after all. Chen Yang hadn't bothered using his spirit sensing technique, not unless absolutely necessary. "Wait, what if I bought it?" "Bought it? Impossible. I'd sooner believe a wealthy widow lent it to you." "Ahem, Jianning, there's drinks in the glove compartment. Thirsty? Go ahead and grab one." "Hee hee, you're trying to shut me up, aren't you? Still, you've got timing down. Don't worry, brother, I'll play along once we're back home." With a grin, she opened the glove box, then frowned. Where are the drinks? Instead, she spotted 2 thick documents, one crimson, one emerald. Picking them up curiously, she asked, "What's this, brother?" Without waiting for his answer, she flipped one open. Model, Bentley Bentayga 4.0 TV8. Owner Chen Yang. ID number. The details left her breathless. Was she dreaming? Had her elder brother actually bought this car? She swallowed hard, then examined the red booklet, real estate ownership certificate. Her breathing quickened. Could it be he'd bought a house too? Flipping it open, she gasped, "Brother, where did you get the money for all this?" "A 600 square villa." "How much did that cost?" She even rummaged through several rear seat shopping bags, each filled with authentic Chanel goods. "I told you, I bought it. You just refused to believe me." "No, big brother. I believe you. Everyone has secrets, I respect yours." College students adapted quickly. Before Chen Yang could fabricate a plausible origin story for his wealth, Jianning accepted it outright, saving him the trouble. Yet her next words gave him pause. Was he growing old? Had he truly fallen behind the times? With solemn sincerity, she declared, "From now on, you're my adoptive father. We'll each keep our own titles. You call me little sister and I'll call you adoptive father." She even patted her chest confidently. "Second aunt will definitely approve." Chen Yang paused, then smiled wryly. "All right, spill it. What do you want?" "Brother, you know me. Look, I'm showing up empty-handed. Something's missing, right?" Pulling over, she pulled out her phone. "Adoptive father, this is far too much. I couldn't possibly accept it." Her expression twisted comically as she stared at the 100000 transfer notification on her screen. "Enough with the act. Buy whatever you like and drop that adoptive father nonsense." "Yes, adoptive father, message received." Pocketing the money, Chen Jianning beamed, already imagining the Apple Watch she'd long coveted. But then she paused. Why settle for an Apple Watch? 100000. "Brother, what illegal thing did you actually do?" "You, Peach Blossom Village. I'm done." "Hey, I can't play anymore, I need to go back and cook," Li Chuyen said, pushing the tiles aside. A group of people inside the house were playing mahjong. "What's wrong, old Li? It's still early and you're going back to cook already?" Chen Yang's second aunt Chen Meijuan asked. "My son is coming back today." Glancing at the time, "It's already 1 in the afternoon, I need to go buy groceries." "You all continue playing." "Is your son coming back today?" "I didn't know that." Chen Shiqing asked. "Of course you wouldn't know about the call I made." "Oh, Chen Yang hasn't come back in 2 years this year, he must have made a lot of money." Chen Meijuan asked with a smile. If someone else had said this, Li Chuyen might not have thought much of it, but coming from Chen Meijuan it felt strange. Indeed, Chen Meijuan continued, "I heard that your Chen Yang got divorced, it's for the best. I said that girl was no good, we can't afford someone from the city." No, this time when Chen Yang comes back I'll introduce him to a good match. Guernia from the neighboring village is about the same age as Chen Yang. She had a difficult birth last year and can't have children anymore. Her husband left her, I think they'd be a perfect fit. Hey Juanzi, what are you talking about? Why should our Chen Yang settle for someone who can't have children? Chen Shicheng protested. He is the eldest in the Lao Chen family and in his younger days he took care of these siblings. Especially the second sister named Chen Meiwan. Unexpectedly after marrying a good man she became prosperous, yet she never helps these poor relatives and always speaks sarcastically. When Chen Yang married Fong Ning she had been sarcastic, saying she had been to the city where the girls are delicate and we can't hold on to them. Borrow money. No, I just bought an Audi A4, how could I have money to lend you? Yeah Juanzi, that kid Chen Yang is pretty good. Even though he got divorced he still doesn't have kids, he definitely shouldn't settle for someone who can't have children. Chen Yang's second and Li Qiuyan chimed in. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang's Juanzi was indifferent. You all don't understand, your thinking isn't progressive enough. Nowadays young people in the city are called what? Alright Dink, whether or not to have kids is unimportant. Maybe Chen Yang thinks the same way, this matter can't be delayed. In a few more years if he's over 30 finding someone with kids will be uncertain. I think Go Erniu is quite good. Chen Shicheng had become accustomed to the second sister's sarcasm and saw Li Qiuyan wanting to rebut. He waved his hand. Alright Qiuyan, Chen Yang is coming back soon, let's go first. At this moment Li Qiuyan was fuming. The reason she bought Chen Yang a house in Yuhang was also to assert herself. Indeed she was hit right on the mark by this Juanzi. She was holding back her anger, looking for a way to vent, and upon hearing Chen Zicheng's words she could only follow the flow and exit the room. Big sister, there's no need to be angry with her right brother-in-law. Li Qiuyan, who had followed out, consoled. They were all from the same village and during the new year they would all hang out together playing cards. Alright, I got it, there's nothing to be angry about. Li Qiuyan replied and rode her electric bike towards the town to buy groceries. Chengzi, our cow has given birth, it's been over an hour and nothing's come out. Can you come over and take a look? Chen Shicheng thought for a moment it might still take Chen Yang some time to return. Alright. After saying this he rode together with old Liu's electric bike to his house. Seeing this Li Qiuyan shook her head. Her brother-in-law was just a kind man in the village. Years ago he had kept some pigs and cows, so he knew a little about it. As a result, whenever something happened in someone's house they would call in for help and he wouldn't take money. Meanwhile on Chen Yang's side. Thank you so much, brother. Chen Jianing said excitedly, bowing to Chen Yang. Alright, enough. I told the family I would arrive around 4 this afternoon and it's already 1. After receiving the transfer from Chen Yang, Chen Jianing insisted on going shopping to buy some treasures to show off to the women in the village. Originally Chen Yang didn't want to pay her any mind. But her reasoning was quite compelling. Brother, just take me with you. I'll tell those people, look, all of this was bought for me by my brother, he's doing big business now, really impressive. Chen Yang thought about it and it resonated with him. In the end Chen Jianing bought a Longines watch for over 10,000, yet she was still quite happy. Chen Yang casually bought a Rolex for his dad, spending nearly 100,000. He also conveniently bought 2 boxes of cigarettes along with Tianxia and Zhou Jizuan. Chen Jianing immediately felt that her treasure was no longer appealing and asked, brother, what futures are you investing in that made so much money? Futures, that was the excuse Chen Yang thought of. Hurrying along, in just over 2 hours they covered over 200 kilometers to Linqi and then ran over 20 kilometers to arrive at the village. As soon as they arrived at the village entrance, Chen Yang opened both windows halfway and lit a cigarette. Why, brother, it's so cold outside, why are you opening the windows and smoking? I didn't see you smoking all the way here. Chen Jianing asked. What do you understand? If I don't open the windows, how will others know it's me driving? Upon hearing this, Chen Jianing immediately gave a thumbs up. That's right, brother. Sure enough, as soon as they showed their faces in the village they ran into an acquaintance. Wow, Chen Yang is back. Is he making a lot of money outside? He even has a car now. What brand is this? Aunt Wang at the village entrance and old Zhang were walking on the road. Seeing it was Chen Yang they hurriedly asked. Yes, I'm back to celebrate the new year and check on my parents. Also, since Li Hai is getting married I need to come back to help. Oh, really impressive. This car is BYD, right? My son has one too, but his has 2 fewer letters in the logo than yours. Old Wang added. Not having managed to show off, Chen Yang greeted them and left. But in the car Chen Jianing was laughing heartily. Haha, brother, if I were you I'd show off with a BBA when coming back to the village. This car is only recognized by people who work outside. Chen Yang glanced at her and remained silent. As the car drove away, several aunties behind said, that kid from the Lao Chen family. With the roar of the engine, the car entered a yard which was Chen Yang's home. The two got out of the car. Brother, I just contacted your second aunt, there are quite a few people in the house. As expected, as soon as they pushed the door open there were many relatives inside. If they said they came to welcome him, Chen Yang would definitely not believe it. Oh, little Chen is back, come in quickly. Li Qiuyan said with a smile. Seeing this scene, Li Qiuyan stepped forward and hugged Chen Yang tightly. It was normal to have such a reaction after not seeing each other for 2 years. Then came the usual pleasantries, you've lost weight, how have you been? In reality Chen Yang hadn't lost any weight at all. Mom, why aren't you excited that I'm back? Chen Jianing asked. You talk too much, what are you holding in your hand? What are you looking at? It's just a watch, nothing to see. Hurry up and greet your aunt and uncle. To Li Qiuyan, the old Chen family's system on her brother-in-law's side was inconsequential. Hello, aunt and uncle, Chen Jianing greeted. Oh dear, Jianing is getting prettier and prettier, almost catching up with our Hui. Chen Jianing frowned. It was Chen Yang's second aunt, truly an unrelenting spirit. She didn't contribute money but sure enjoyed the free meals. Mom, look, this isn't just any watch, it's worth over 10,000 bought for me by my brother. After saying this, she deliberately glanced toward Chen Meiwan. How much? Over 10,000. You little brat, your brother works hard for his money, how can you let him spend so much? Take it off and return it. Li Qiuyan was flustered. She understood their family's situation better than anyone else. Others exchanged glances, instinctively shifting their gaze to Chen Jianing's wrist. Including Chen Yang, who thought to himself that this money was not spent in vain. Even Li Qiuyan was somewhat surprised. She had no objections to spending some money on Jianing. After all, they had helped their family in the past, plus the bond between these siblings had always been strong, which was rare. However, over 10,000 seemed a bit excessive. Just a few days ago she had seen her son take a job cleaning windows, earning that money was not easy. Still, she didn't want to take it back. What kind of thing was that? So she said, oh, why return it? As long as Jianing likes it, that's good enough. What kind of watch is worth over 10,000? Let me see. Second aunt Chen Meiwan chimed in. She quickly stood up from her chair and walked over. Come on, Jianing, show it to me, I've seen a lot in my time. Old woman. You can't even understand it, she thought, but didn't say it out loud, instead raising her wrist. The pure white wrist paired with the over 10,000 watch made Chen Jianing very proud. Chen Meiwan looked at it for a moment and then chuckled. Oh, I've seen something like this before when I was in the clothing business in Guangzhou a few years back. You could pick it up for 200, even the Water Ghost model sells for 200, and sure, you don't recognize that either. This was unspoken, implying it was fake. After saying this, she wore a smug expression as if everyone present lacked her insight. As soon as these words were said, the whole table of relatives looked displeased. Chen Yang's second uncle quickly tried to smooth things over. Meijuan, how can you say that? No matter what, it's a gesture from Xiao Chen. It's just a thing for telling time, as long as it's nice, that's enough. Oh, I'm sorry, I speak bluntly, everyone knows that, don't mind me. Poof. Chen Jianing pouted. The receipt is right here, how could it possibly be fake? My brother took me to the official store to buy it. Look at this, it's what brother Chen Yang bought for uncle, a Rolex worth 100,000. She said as she took it out. Ha! 100,000. The previous 10,000 seemed believable. 100,000 for a watch. Who would believe that? However, the well-informed uncle still took a glance at the receipt. Their family used to be in the clothing business. It was okay in the first few years, but it had been struggling recently. Brand name clothes had dropped in price, let alone their wholesale street vendor goods. But he still had some knowledge. After looking at it for a moment, the cigarette but fell to the ground and he was left in shock, frozen in place. Taijun, what is there to look at? It's not that I have a loose tongue. Before Chen Meiwan could finish, Wang Taijun quickly scolded. If you know you have a loose tongue, then don't say anything. Chen Yang has made something of himself. This thing is definitely real. The receipt is right here. How could it be fake? Oh really? Hearing this, Chen Jianing's face was full of pride. See, I told you all, but you didn't believe me. How could I, a top student from a 211 university, possibly deceive you? Wait, let me see what's going on. Chen Zicheng heard about the watch worth 100,000. What kind of watch could possibly be worth that? He hurriedly took it over, looking at it from left to right, and others were equally curious. Wow, it's so shiny. With Chen Jianing, the top student, and Wang Taijun vouching for it, although they had doubts, they had to believe it. The atmosphere became awkward all at once, but Li Qiuyan wore a broad smile. No matter what she had managed to save face today, as for how it came to be, that could be discussed later. Oh, I told you Chen Yang would definitely make big money in the future. Of course. The day he was born, I observed the stars. There were 7 stars aligned and the moon was particularly round. I said back then that Chen Yang would definitely be talented. I don't know why, but suddenly the tone changed and more voices began to praise Chen Yang. Moreover, it became increasingly outrageous, resembling a heavenly spirit in the realm of cultivation. Li Qiuyan heard them praising her son and smiled broadly. Everyone, let's eat quickly and have a drink together. At this moment, Chen Meijuan's face, however, looked as if she had eaten something unpleasant. Today she was actually overwhelmed financially by her own relatives. This made her feel uncomfortable, her heart heavy, and she couldn't help but dislike Chen Yang. She even directed some of her resentment at Wang Taijun. It's all his fault, why did he have to boast? Even if it was real, there was no need to say it out loud. How could she continue to eat after this? She sighed, pondering how to turn things around. Suddenly an idea struck her. Chen Yang, don't you think this is a waste of money? Buying a watch isn't practical, you might as well buy something for your parents to wear and eat. Wait, before Chen Yang could speak, the agent Chen Jianing smiled again. He did buy, how could he not buy? These are all for aunt and uncle. She lifted the remaining bags in her hand. What were these? Chen Jianing happily ran to her uncle. Uncle, this is a Gucci belt bought for you by my brother, over 5,000, and this shirt is over 10,000. There are 2 boxes of cigarettes in the car, they're not cheap like the 9.5 supremacy of the world. Then she took the remaining 2 bags and ran to Li Qiuyan. Aunt, the gold bracelet is worth over 400,000 and there's a big pile of Chanel clothes in the car. Ha. 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 Hearing this, Li Qiuyan felt a wave of dizziness, not for any other reason but because Chen Yang could spend money so recklessly. Again slapped in the face, Chen Meiwan was furious, her teeth aching, and she unleashed a powerful retort. Chen Yang, I'm not saying this to you, but with so much money you might as well buy a car or a house. It would be useful when you look for a partner in the future. Second aunt, are you hard of hearing? I just said there are things in the car. The car is parked in the yard. As for the house, I don't know if the villa counts, it's over 600 square meters. I saw it with my own eyes, right brother? How can you talk like this? Li Qiuyan said, slapping Chen Jianning's head lightly, but she felt quite pleased inside. Chen Jianning pursed her lips, indicating that it was her fault. Chen Meiwan almost had a blood clot from anger. She finally squeezed out, Chen Yang, you must not go down the path of crime. Everyone might have such doubts, but saying it to someone's face is different. Even the usually honest Chen Jicheng couldn't hold it in anymore. Alright, you've gone too far. Our Chen Yang has money and look how mad you are. Our Chen Yang would never do anything illegal. I wouldn't. Chen Meiwan suddenly turned red. Oh, everyone, let's eat. The third uncle tried to mediate. Yes, let's eat. However, everyone had their own thoughts and there was no mood left for eating. Even Chen Yang suddenly heard a notification sound in his mind. Ding, the system detected anger values from Chen Meijuan, Wang Tiejuan and others. Reward emotional value 800 points, current emotional value 1,100 points. Wow. This seems a bit excessive. Looking at the seemingly harmonious family, if it weren't for the system, Chen Yang would never have guessed that there was such deep-seated resentment. Gained 800 points of emotional value, even more than when Zhou Kong realized he had been taken advantage of by He Jing. Tisk, human hearts are hard to fathom. Come on, Xiao Chen, eat more. Jianning, eat more too. The third aunt and second aunt all smiles, but regrettably they all had a hint of resentment. Alright. However, on the surface Chen Yang still had to get by. After eating most of the food, Chen Yang said, by the way, second aunt, we have returned the money our family owed you. Ah. No rush. Li Qiuyan quickly replied, you should save your money first, you'll need a large sum for your wedding gifts later on. It's fine second aunt, I've already transferred it to you, Chen Yang said. Look at you, this kid. 200,000. Li Qiuyan was greatly shocked. Nephew, why did you transfer so much to me? Didn't I borrow 60,000 from your family? This won't do. Everyone else exchanged glances, borrowing 60,000 and returning 200,000. This is usury, isn't it? Oh my, just accept it. Big brother has a major business in Yuhang. A few days ago Ma Yun came and even shook hands and had a meal with my brother to discuss business. Ma Yun. Jianning, are you talking nonsense? The super rich one. The Alipay boss Ma Yun. Eating and shaking hands with your brother. Discussing business. A group of relatives looked dumbfounded. Ma Yun. Are you kidding? What kind of worth is that to dine with Chen Yang? Chen Jianning gulped down 2 bites of braised pork. Yes, absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes and I was there, but unfortunately they didn't allow photos. It was that Ma Yun very polite to my brother. You haven't seen the scene, it was packed with people. The governor of Ningjiang province even came to propose a brotherhood with my brother. My brother declined as he didn't want to pursue a political career. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, all stunned. This is simply outrageous. Why don't you say Trump discussed international affairs with your brother? Just a few days ago it was said that Chen Yang was down and out and his wife had divorced him. How is he so impressive now? Chen Meiwan almost pinched someone upon hearing this. The key is that Chen Jianning is the only legitimate university student in their village. With full credibility, her level of experience is undoubtedly beyond what they can compare. Everyone was completely baffled. Including Chen Yang, who nearly choked on a sip of water. He was trembling all over, unable to debunk the situation. The key is, this is just too ridiculous. Who would believe it? However, observing closely, a group of relatives clearly looked at him with different eyes. Oh, Chen Yang has become so successful. Look at this child, so low-key and humble, truly embodies the excellent qualities of our Chen family. He Chen Yang chuckled lightly. Jianning is turning to see Chen Jianning was eating. How did she manage to hold back her laughter? Chen Yang expressed his admiration. Come third aunt, let's toast to my dear nephew. Come third uncle is giving you a toast. Chen Yang was forced to drink 2 glasses. Chen Yang, do you have a girlfriend? Suddenly all the relatives in the house became exceptionally warm and friendly. They didn't disperse until after 10 at night. As they were leaving, Chen Yang, as long as you want, tomorrow third aunt will bring someone over for you. Alright, take. After the crowd left, only the second aunt and her daughter along with Chen Yang's family remained. Chen Meiwan and Wang Taijun got into their Audi A4. Tiejuan, do you think what Jianning said is true? Wang Taijun shook his head. My yun and the like should be false, but the big business should be true. I just saw that car cost nearly 4 million plus those luxury goods. It definitely can't be fake. Oh my, what kind of luck is this? It's infuriating. I must say this couple, especially Wang Tiejuan, has some discernment. But the other relatives were different. They genuinely believed it. They even subtly felt a sense of superiority. It's fortunate that the rumor only spread within the village, at most to the town. Moreover, if it were to spread, no one would believe it. Otherwise, wouldn't they just frame Chen Yang for slander? Watching a group of relatives leave, Chen Yang's parents were at that moment. Such an expensive car, how much did it cost? Li Qiuyan asked. And nearly 4 million. 4 million. You are too extravagant. Chen Yang faced another scolding. The family returned home. Looking at the pile of gifts he had brought out again, they began to complain. But after Li Qiuyan tried them on, her expression changed. This clothing looks quite nice, don't you think, old Chen? Chen Shicheng, seeing how many gifts Chen Yang bought for Li Qiuyan, picked up a cup of freshly brewed tea and took a sip. Looks good, everything my son bought is nice. He savored it carefully. Chen Yang, what is this tea? Buy more next time, it's quite delicious. Dad, this isn't easy to find, the production is too low. Oh. What tea is it? I've never seen it before. Chen Yang smiled. Wui Mountain de Hong Pao, 10,000 yuan per gram. Upon hearing this, Chen Shicheng almost spat out 10,000 per gram. There's such an expensive tea. Chen Shicheng looked incredulous, regretting he brewed so much. Just one sip cost several thousand. He glanced around. What about these 2 bottles of wine? Suddenly he had a bad premonition. 50,000 per bottle. This is too expensive. Isn't there something more ordinary? Chen Shicheng quickly put it away after hearing. Chen Jianing said from the side, this watch I have is the cheapest thing here. Seeing Chen Yang's capabilities, the others exchanged glances. Speak up, Chen Yang, there's no one else here. Where did your money come from? And do you understand futures? It's making money online. You can earn so much money online. That night Chen Yang faced a soul-searching interrogation, but fortunately Chen Jianing was there to explain. Otherwise Chen Yang would have been overwhelmed. However, he still gained psychological satisfaction. The system also generously rewarded him with 100 emotional points. The next morning, Chen Yang received a call from Li Hai. Buddy, where are you? Let's meet up. Chen Yang replied. After breakfast he drove to Li Hai's house. The two families lived in the same village not far apart. After a few minutes of driving he arrived near Li Hai's house. From a distance he saw him standing at the door. He was over 1.7 meters tall and slightly chubby, having grown up playing with Chen Yang until they parted ways after high school graduation. A typical childhood friend. Hi Z here. Chen Yang greeted with a smile. Li Hai turned around upon hearing the voice, revealing a surprised expression. What the hell? Where did you get a car from? A few minutes later, what the hell are you saying? You bought it. 360,000. You beast. Everyone else is struggling, why did you get rich? Each person has their own fate. Back in the days Zhao Jun and Lu Weichuan were the poorest among us. Zhao Jun runs long distance with his dad, making over 10,000 a month. I work at an electronics factory earning 5,000. While it's not much, at least I don't have a mortgage. Lu Weiquan went to study medicine, his future is bright. And you marrying young with a mortgage and a sick mother-in-law, everyone says you've wasted your life. But I really didn't expect you to be so lucky. How did you manage to get ahead? Li Hai complained while slapping his thigh, but the two maintained a good relationship and this was merely banter between brothers. There was no genuine desire for Chen Yang's well-being. After all, Chen Yang did not receive any system notification. He tossed away his cigarette but and stuffed a box of Hentiangxia that Chen Yang had given him into his pocket. By the way, have you kept in touch with Shen Ruowei all these years? I married her as a bridesmaid. Back then it was a pity that you two didn't end up together, and all of us felt that way. Shen Ruowei was Chen Yang's high school crush, noted as first blood in his contacts. During their entire high school years they were often matched by their classmates. They didn't know that in reality Chen Yang and Shen Ruowei had secretly been in a relationship. However, the disparity in their academic performance eventually led to their downfall against reality. Shen Ruowei successfully enrolled in Peking University with a score of 700, while Chen Yang barely made it into Yuhang, a vocational college, with a score just over 400. However, they had discussed things once on their 18th birthday. After that their contact gradually diminished and eventually they hardly spoke at all. I heard she is still pursuing her doctorate at Peking University. With her high education, how could she possibly be interested in me? Li Hai sighed, also having stayed in Beijing for so many years she probably already has a boyfriend. But look, she and my wife were only middle school classmates. They hadn't been in touch for ages, but she came back as soon as I posted on social media being all enthusiastic and wanting to be a bridesmaid. Do you think she came back just to see you? Maybe she secretly had a crush on you back then and this time she returned to resolve her earthly tribulations. You bastard. Li Hai laughed and scolded. Come on, accompany me to the wedding planning company. The first car hasn't been booked yet, they said there's a queue. If it really doesn't work out, you can lend me your car. You're the groom, so you call the shots. I'll follow your lead. Thus Chen Yang was dragged by Li Hai to the wedding planning site, and half a day passed just like that. In the afternoon he was caught by Chen Jianing, who made him accompany her around for shopping and dining. Of course he had no idea whose personality Chen Jianing had inherited, but her tendency to show off was even worse than Chen Yang's. She greeted everyone she met asking, "How's it going, ma'am?" No matter how the other party responded, "My brother's car is worth 4 million and spacious, do you want to come and experience it?" Chen Yang asked her, "Did you read your higher education books in a dog's belly?" She replied, "When poor people suddenly become rich, shouldn't they enjoy it a bit?" Chen Yang became prosperous and almost everyone in the village knew about it. The village chief even came to pay a visit, inquiring what business Chen Yang was running and whether he wanted to invest in building something in the village. In response, Chen Yang simply stated, "Building a factory is certainly in the plans, but right now I want to build a villa in the village. Can you help me secure a piece of land? My parents don't want to move to the city." The village chief put down a basket of eggs and patted his chest, promising, "Leave this to me. I'll take care of it for you tomorrow. 10 acres should be enough, right?" Chen Yang replied that he didn't need that much. By 8 in the evening the elderly couple was in high spirits, sitting on the bed with Chen Jianing. Chen Yang was scrolling through Douyin while the couple happily crossed their legs. They had never experienced such joy in their lives. Today everyone they met, whether genuine or fake, greeted them with smiles. They inquired about Chen Yang, and even the feeling of playing mahjong was different. No one pushed the tiles if she didn't win, fearing they would leave a bad impression. Chen Zicheng was especially proud, as before people would ask him for favors. Today when he went out it was, "Alt Chen Gu, just call me if you need anything." As for Chen Jianing, she had become attached to Chen Yang. When there were people around she called him brother. When alone she would say, "Esteemed father, please allow me to bow before you. Recently I saw a set of cosmetics on Douyin that costs 3,000, could you satisfy your little sister?" In her words, she had to keep an eye on her older brother while he was still single. If he got snatched away by a vixen later, she wouldn't stand a chance. Li Qiuyan now found her son increasingly pleasing to the eye. Yet today one thing that old Han's wife said has Chen Yang had any girls yet? When is he going to have a grandson? The mention of a grandson deeply pierced her heart. She had thought about it long ago and had urged him before, but unfortunately Chen Yang and Fang Ning didn't want any. It had been 2 years with no progress. Thus she sighed and said, "Chen Yang, I need to ask you something." Chen Yang, who was scrolling through videos, turned his head at the sound. "What's up, mom?" "What's up? Have you found a girlfriend yet? Do you want me to help find one for you? People are already having grandchildren. When do you plan to bring a child home? While I'm still young I can help take care of them." "No, why are we talking about this? Your answer indicates that you haven't, huh? Tomorrow I'll ask around to see which girl would be suitable." Upon hearing this, Chen Yang thought for a moment and said, "Forget it, mom. I have a girlfriend." Li Qiuyan was delighted. "Really? Then why don't you bring her over to meet us for the new year?" "How can it be that quick? It's only been a few days. How can I have the nerve to ask?" "Then show me a photo. How do I know you're not lying?" This put Chen Yang in a dilemma. Among the few women around him, the photos that Zhou Yingxue sent him were either revealing their chests or legs. What about He Jing? His mother would kill him if she saw them. Wang Yuman was fine, but her social media was filled with real estate advertisements and there were no decent photos. What about Tang Yu? She had plenty of photos, but they were all from her livestream, so they weren't suitable. Su Cheng was more decent, but unfortunately the two hadn't developed any substantial relationship. Chen Yang frowned slightly, feeling a bit troubled. "Hurry up. Don't tell me you don't even have a photo. If you don't, then you're just lying to me. Tomorrow you're going on a blind date. I bet Li Hai will become a dad next year and you're not in a hurry. You're almost 30. Chen Yang helplessly flipped through his phone. Aha. Li Sisi is fine. So he saved a picture from social media to show Li Qiuyan. "Is this your girlfriend?" Li Qiuyan questioned. In the photo, Li Sisi was holding a camera, wearing sunglasses, leaning against the hood of her Porsche, exuding elegance and excellent aura. "Chen Yang, don't fool me. This is obviously a celebrity. Do you think your mother hasn't scrolled through Douyin? How can she possibly be your girlfriend? Stop lying to me." Hearing this, Chen Jianing perked up. Where? Let me see." She looked at it and said, "Brother, this is too fake. Isn't this Li Sisi? She's our academic goddess senior from Yuhang University. Where did you dig up this photo from? What did you say? Your senior. Are you sure? How can you be uncertain? The photograph still hangs at the school." Chen Yang was speechless. Could such a coincidence really exist? "Mother, she truly is my girlfriend. When the chance comes I will certainly bring her over." Hearing Chen Yang's unreliable promise, Li Qiuyan only snorted coldly. "I don't care, 2 years I want to hold a grandchild." It was a daunting task. Chen Yang could only agree for the time being. In a private room of a restaurant in Linqi City, several women sat together at a table. "To our fading youth, cheers." The women cried, and with bright laughter they clinked their glasses. After a drink, Li Hai's wife Xing Yanan smiled. Wei Wei, I'm so envious of you, struggling in the big city and now already a female PhD. You're a model for the rest of us. What's there to envy? Wei Wei replied. City life is full of pressure. In Beijing, new houses cost over 100,000 per square meter now. Who can say whether one can stay there in the end? I think you're doing fine. Is staying home to support your husband and raise the children seems a happy life. It's alright. I never had grand ambitions. After years of rote jobs I earned nothing and gave up. Wang Lina felt a sting of discomfort. Compared to Shen Ruowei, she had less education, only a bachelor's degree, and she earned less than 4,000 a month while craving 5,000 in spending. Compared with Xing Yanan, she lacked the same domestic happiness and could not find a man who truly cherished her. Still, compared to many, she was neither the worst nor the best. At least her job was steady and being single afforded a measure of freedom. She interrupted the conversation. Have you heard? That Chen Yang, I've heard he's doing extremely well now. He even drives a luxury car. Those words piqued everyone's interest. Just as men have their unchanging drinking topics, women too have perennial obsessions, men and gossip. And when women talked about men, their enthusiasm only grew more explosive. Men might dwell on old crushes, how many girls they'd been with who had the best figure. Women could be altogether different, occasionally delving into far more intimate matters. I heard from Heisey that Chen Yang has become a big boss. It's probably true, he really made it. But I also heard he was married once. What a shame. Xing Yanan shook her head with a smile. Girls, I want to tell everyone everything, but listen, Chen Yang is divorced and has no children. Do you understand what that might imply? I want to say more. Really? Is that true, Nan Nan? I was his classmate in high school, right, Wei Wei? The women present were from nearby towns. The schools were few, so some had been Chen Yang's classmates in high school, others had known him since middle school. Yes, that's right. Hey, Wei Wei, in high school there were rumors about you and Chen Yang. Do you have a boyfriend now? If you don't, you mustn't miss the diamond that is old Chen. Shen Ruowei's face flushed. What are you talking about? Why bring me into this? The women burst into laughter and their chatter grew more outrageous. Think about it, Chen Yang was married yet had no children. He's wealthy and his wife divorced him. Could it be that his size or ability isn't enough? Nobody knew who raised the topic, but the women blushed and buzzed with excitement. Hard to say. I'll ask Heisey tonight, maybe he knows. Shocked by the crude talk among childhood companions, Shen Ruowei felt astonished. She had never heard such blunt conversation before. They said reading too much made one dull. Had she simply fallen out of touch? They continued to talk, moving from Chen Yang to Li Hai and on to other men. Shen Ruowei wanted to refute the original gossip but lacked the courage to speak up. Chen Yang was by no means lacking. Compared to him, Li Hai's efforts seemed trivial. Shen recalled the night they turned 18 after graduation. If one put it generously, it was meant to lay a regret to rest. In truth, it was simple curiosity. After hearing rumors for 2 or 3 years, she found herself thinking about it and took the initiative to try. That night planted a seed in her heart. Nanan, didn't someone try to set you up with Chen Yang before? No, don't mention it. If Heisey found out, it would be terrible. The gathering lasted until after 10. The single women's night ended and they returned to the hotel to prepare for the wedding the next day. At Xing Yanan's insistence, the next morning a wedding convoy left the hotel in Linqi City to fetch the bride. The lead car was a Rolls-Royce, an impressive show for a village banquet. At 11:30 the wedding officially. Watching the couple's interactions on the stage, Li Qiuyan looked on with envy. Chen Yang, see. When people from our village get married, they have to hold it at home, such lively affairs. Look how few people you had at your time. Next time, well, definitely hold it in the village, Chen Yang replied hurriedly to soothe him. He had wanted to be a groomsman, but by village rule divorced men were not permitted. Once seated, there was no dramatic scene of old classmates feigning grandeur in being exposed. After all, Li Hai was a simple, honest villager. Those with true standing would not attend trivial gatherings. Chen Yang sat with a few old friends. Nearby sat Chen Jianing. Little Jianing has grown so beautiful, do you remember me? Im Zhao Jun. Girls, look, there's Chen Yang. Where? He's wearing Hermes, the rumor was true. I saw his luxury car just now. Should we ask for his WeChat? Hearing the conversation, Shen Ruowei glanced over instinctively and found that Chen Yang was looking at her as well. A familiar feeling rushed over her. Shen Ruowei was even more beautiful than before. However, she couldn't comprehend the critical hit count, which was still at 0. What had he experienced in these years? Several women approached him without hesitation. He stood up and walked over. Previously she had said, Wei Yi, you must seize the opportunity. But all of that faded from his mind in an instant. Chen Yang, do you still remember me? Im Fan Siki, let's add each other on WeChat. And me, Wang Lina, we were high school classmates. And me, from class 3 in middle school, you were in class 5. And me, Zhao Ton, we had a brief encounter in elementary school, remember? Facing the QR codes of several people, Chen Yang smiled and nodded. He had little impression of anyone except Wang Lina, but adhering to the traits of a playboy, he did not refuse any of them. Each added on WeChat felt a surge of joy. They all believed they had a chance. Some even gritted their teeth to delete their ambiguous relationships, fearing Chen Yang might misunderstand. Only Shen Ruowei pouted, wondering why he added everyone. As the women returned to their seats, no one paid attention to why Shen Ruowei didn't go greet him. They were all calculating their own thoughts. The domineering CEO falling for a factory worker earning 2500 a month might not be a lie after all. Had she known the CEO would be so approachable, she wouldn't have worn this floral coat. But thinking again, what if the CEO actually liked this style? Her phone buzzed on the table as Chen Yang took a glance. Various messages appeared. Hello Chen Yang, want to grab dinner tonight? Old classmate, are you free later? I want to enjoy some air conditioning. Bro, even if you don't remember me, you've already planted a seed in my heart. Some even sent beautiful photos of themselves. Direct and explicit. Zhao Jun watched with envy. Today's women, how can us commoners compete? After a few drinks, Zhao Jun lost the initial restraint in his speech. Bro, you want these few odd-looking girls? Your aunt must not be in such a rush for grandkids. What do you think? TCH, how would I know your taste? Look at that girl named Wang Lina, she's throwing you flirty looks. Chen Jianing teased. Chen Yang didn't reply. He moved his fingers and sent a few red envelopes. The women looked at their phones, their hearts racing. An unprecedented feeling surged in her heart. It was as exhilarating as winning the lottery. But she couldn't let anyone know. Opening the red envelope revealed an extreme version. 200 yuan. It wasn't just about the amount. The generous red envelope held significant meaning, indicating his affection. She was being courted by the domineering CEO. Yes, that must be it. She secretly sent a message. Thank you, bro. We are all part of the same circle, just let me know the time and place. I can eat cold food recently. Stealing glances at others, they all appeared vibrant and full of spring spirit. It was impossible. At most they would only send a 10 yuan greeting, but she was the only one who received a full gift. Whether it was Wang Lina or Zhao Tong, women like to hide their thoughts deep inside. That's why no one in this world could ever guess what they were truly thinking. Altogether it was only around 1,000 yuan, yet it accomplished something worth tens of thousands. If she had a different identity, it wouldn't have had this effect. However, Shen Ruowei, who didn't make a special effort to greet him, watched as the others awkwardly chatted. She felt something was off, but she knew where the problem lay: in her heart. Just as she reached for her phone on the table to ask about the source, a transaction notification popped up prominently on the main screen. It wasn't on silent mode, so the other women heard it. They all turned to look but fell silent. Shen Ruowei didn't think much of it. She clicked to see the message. A transfer from Chen Yang, 20,000 yuan. Upon seeing this message, she quickly covered her phone and picked it up, then sent a message. Chen Yang, what are you doing? Why are you transferring money to me? Yeah bro, why are you transferring money to her? I want to ask too, Chen Jianing said beside her, dumbfounded, nearly feeling heartbroken not having seen the other messages. She could see the 20,000 message. Bro, I have two best friends. How about you pay and I bring them? I guarantee they have good looks and genes. What do you know? A female PhD is worth that price. And what about the 200? How do we explain that? Little kid, don't ask too much. Chen Yang replied dismissively. The 200 was just his random act, giving them some hope to keep them hanging. What if one day he liked that? He couldn't keep washing feet forever. If something went wrong, it would be a great loss. This was a safer option. You better look good. The response was very brief. If an ordinary person said this, they might be labeled as a straight man, greasy, or a loser, but when Chen Yang said it, it was sincere. As expected, you'd better wait for me. It could be seen that Shen Ruowei's lips curled up slightly, appearing very satisfied. Chen Yang's words were clear. Everyone had received something, but she had received the most. Originally she just wanted to see Chen Yang at Li Hai's wedding. She didn't expect him to be quite impressive now. The other women couldn't help but feel a bit of resentment. So what if she was a female PhD? Did that give her an advantage? Everyone was still ordinary. Soon Li Hai, who had toasted everyone, appeared, red-faced, swaying as he approached Chen Yang's table with Xing Yanan. He held a glass of wine and said, Chen Yang, you are quite loyal. I accept this 10,000 yuan as a token of appreciation. I toast you a drink. If you ever need me, just call out Li Hai. I can give you anything. After finishing, he downed a glass. Chen Yang smiled and was about to pick up his drink, but Li Hai stopped him. No, you're driving, just have a soft drink. Come, let me get my brother Yang a cigarette. Brother Yang smokes. A cigarette was offered to Chen Yang. He took a puff and said, Heisey, saying that is being too polite, we are brothers here. Hearing this, the people at the neighboring tables were all astonished by Chen Yang's wealth. In their village, contributions varied. Some gave 500 while others even gave 300. Only those with particularly close relationships would give over 1,000. He just casually gave away 10,000. That was enough to marry half a bride. Come brother Chen, I toast you a drink. Me too. Suddenly the scene became inexplicably lively, even more so than at the wedding ceremony. People like Zhao Jun who were relatively close saw Chen Yang drink a few glasses of cola but didn't particularly give him face. After the banquet, Chen Yang waved goodbye to Zhao Jun. He opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. However, the next moment someone unexpectedly snatched the passenger seat away from Chen Jianing. "Wait a minute, Chen Yang, give me a ride." Chen Jianing was stunned that was her passenger seat. She pouted seeing it was a female PhD, so she wisely chose to walk. Wang Lina and the others secretly thought it was bad. Just as the banquet dispersed, Chen Ruowei ran after Chen Yang. The others only paused for a moment, missing their chance. Hey, take me with you." But the car had already started. At that moment they felt like slapping themselves. The few of them exchanged awkward smiles each with their own thoughts. Inside the car, Chen Ruowei smiled and greeted long time no see Chen Yang as if they hadn't seen each other for years and there was no awkwardness. Chen Yang glanced at her while driving. It was both familiar and refreshing. Memories of the past surged to the forefront of his mind, recalling that night when tears glistened in Chen Ruowei's eyes. Chen Yang's money. Chen Ruowei dodged. She had hardly slept a wink that night and still remembered it clearly. In the morning, Chen Ruowei said, "If you achieve your dreams and become a great director, will you come to find me in Beijing?" At that time Chen Yang had confidently promised that he definitely would. But before long he forgot and ended up as a small planner. "Yes, Wei, it has been a long time since I've experienced this." "Ah. What experience?" After a long absence, Chen Yang's first sentence left Chen Ruowei somewhat perplexed. Damn it. Chen Yang's heart sank. How did he accidentally say his thoughts out loud? "Ah, long time no see." He casually brushed it off. Then followed a silence of more than 10 seconds. He originally thought Chen Ruowei would ask about the 20,000 yuan, but instead she said, "Chen Yang, why haven't you contacted me lately?" "Not contacting you." Chen Yang thought back when he just started university. He didn't contact her because every time he asked he was busy with the overwhelming pressure of studying. Yet he himself was quite idle, unable to comprehend why he wasn't busy during university. Over time he surely forgot about it. However, Chen Yang still replied, "I was afraid your boyfriend would misunderstand." This statement plunged the two back into silence. During university, Chen Ruowei indeed had a boyfriend, but due to some unexpected events they broke up shortly after and she hadn't dated anyone since. At this moment Chen Yang thought of a song 10 years, but he didn't bring it up. "Where are you going?" "Home." As they left the village, Chen Ruowei remained silent. "No," she shook her head. "Can you accompany me to Linqi High School?" "What for?" "I just want to go see it, is that okay?" He didn't know why she suddenly made such a request. Chen Yang didn't refuse this casual matter. Half an hour later they arrived in the city at Linqi No. 30 Middle School, located on Rose Street. It had been a long time since he came and memories flooded his mind. Back then Chen Yang and Li Hai often hung out nearby at the milk tea shop, convenience store, internet cafe and pool hall. Back then cigarettes were sold by the stick, costing 50 cents each. He remembered one time near the restroom Li Hai got beaten up because of Chen Yang. Feeling guilty, Chen Yang bought Li Hai 2 cigarettes just as the class bell rang. Li Hai barely ran a few steps before throwing up. At that time Chen Yang was scared to death because he also got beaten up by Li Qiuyan because of it. Looking at the familiar street, Chen Ruowei smiled. "Chen Yang, do you remember that milk tea shop? You pulled my braid, causing my pearl milk tea to fall on the ground and spill everywhere. I was so mad." "Haha, I remember, I transferred the money to you, didn't I? You just wanted my WeChat, right? What else could it be?" Chen Ruowei extended her hand and pinched Chen Yang. "How many girls did you trick into giving you their WeChat with that method afterward, huh?" Hey, I'm driving here." In an instant the slightly awkward atmosphere that had started to dissipate. After parking the car the two got out. Chen Ruowei stretched her waist and Chen Yang noticed her navel was quite fair. "What are you looking at?" Chen Yang wasn't embarrassed. "People are just nostalgic." "You?" Chen Ruowei's face turned slightly red. Since it was during the holiday there weren't many people on the streets or in the school. Chen Yang stepped forward toward the entrance. "Hey Chen Yang, what are you going to do?" "Let's just look around outside." "Old Lu, do you still remember me?" Ignoring Chen Ruowei behind him, Chen Yang knocked on the window. He didn't expect old Lu was still working as a security guard here. Back then Chen Yang and the others were on good terms with him and he often got cigarettes from him. "Who?" "It's the holidays, outsiders can't come in." Old Lu, half asleep, replied coldly. "Old Lu, it's me Chen Yang," he said, waving a box of 9.5 Supreme in front of the window. 9.5 Supreme. Old Lu's eyes lit up immediately. He opened the window much more warmly. Then he glanced at Chen Yang and the slightly apologetic Chen Ruowei behind him. "Genius Chen Ruowei." Old Lu recognized her instantly. "Kid, why are you back?" Chen Ruowei was the only one from Reyer who got into Peking University and almost everyone had heard of her legend. After speaking she took the cigarette and tucked it into her pocket. "No, Old Lu, look at me. I'm Chen Yang." "I know you're Chen Yang." Old Lu shook his head. "Why is Wei Wei with you?" "What's going on?" As adults, although Shen Ruowei didn't refute the misunderstanding, she smiled and greeted him. Old Lu Weiwei and I want to go back to our alma mater and reminisce about the past. Can you let us in? Hearing this, old Lu waved his hand. Absolutely not. You caused me trouble back in school. 500. No way. 2000. Deal. But you can't leave my sight at most 10 minutes. Deal. With a beep, old Lu, now happily clutching the money, opened the small door for the two to enter. Hurry up. This works. Shen Ruowei looked incredulous and followed Chen Yang jogging a few steps into the school. Chen Yang waved his hand, assuring her he would be out soon. Seeing the familiar playground, Chen Yang felt like he had aged several years. They walked in perfect harmony, unknowingly arriving at a corner between two buildings. This place used to be their secret base where they could whisper to each other. The scene replayed, and Chen Yang unconsciously wrapped his arm around her waist. Shen Ruowei stiffened momentarily, not knowing why she didn't refuse. Back then, such intimate gestures were common here. She thought to herself, let it be a recollection of the past. Little did she know, suddenly her waist felt cold, causing her to shiver so cold. Chen Yang also acted instinctively. Ever since he had money, he seemed to have gotten used to it. Once he came to his senses, he noticed Shen Ruowei didn't show much discontent. He suddenly realized that men should be bolder. He had been too timid before. Put. In the security room, old Lu spat out a mouthful of tea. The previous year, a student had been filmed doing biological research there by other students, causing quite a stir. The principal was so embarrassed that he specially spent a fortune to install surveillance cameras without blind spots. Young people are just too bold, damn Chen Yang. Old Lu complained then. There are cameras at the corner between building 2 and 3. Damn. As soon as this was said, Chen Yang's face turned red and Shen Ruowei was startled. She quickly covered her face. She considered herself not a loose woman, but she didn't know why she felt flustered. Chen Yang cursed inwardly. Damn it. If it weren't for my good health and the protective barrier, wouldn't this have made me impotent? Chen Yang, it's all your fault. The good moment was interrupted, and the two could only escape in shame. There was no mood to reminisce about their hometown anymore. As they exited the school gate, old Lu showed a disappointed expression. Shen Ruowei, with a flushed face, hurried back to the car. Chen Yang, with his thick skin, said to old Lu, there are cameras and you didn't give a hint. Nonsense, who would have thought you would do such a thing? Don't come back again. Chen Yang shook his head and returned to the car. Shall I take you home? What else could he do if not go home, Chen Yang thought. But to his surprise, Shen Ruowei showed no hesitation. Chen Yang, what you said before about not having experienced it for a long time. Was that true? Huh? What kind of brain circuit does this female PhD have? What do you mean, huh? Just say yes or no, Shen Ruowei asked. Chen Yang nodded. He couldn't make sense of it, but he can only think that it was the effect of that 20,000 yuan. Linshi couldn't compare to Yuhang, let alone to the capital. The Huang Jinhang Hotel was already the most luxurious in Linshi. 680 per night was considered a sky-high price here. Upon reaching the front desk, Shen Ruowei took out her ID card. Chen Yang glanced over, feeling inexplicably that he was the prey. There was no presidential suite, but the environment was decent. He took out the room card and opened the door. As soon as he entered the room, Chen Yang was slightly taken aback, while Shen Ruowei wore a curious expression. The small workshop really delivers. The atmosphere was intense. Beside him was a female PhD, and Chen Yang swore he truly didn't expect it to be like this. Would he scare her away? Should we change to another room? Chen Yang asked. To his surprise, Shen Ruowei seemed to have a glimmer in her eyes. She raised one hand and said no need. Then she sat on the bed. What is this used for? Though Chen Yang had never used it, he had seen it before, so he began to explain they each have their uses. For example, this one, it's not for lighting, but he explained in detail, thinking Shen Ruowei would blush and say something like, you really are lewd, what have you been doing all these years? But to his surprise, Shen Ruowei listened intently, and even Chen Yang felt she was imagining something. By the time he finished, Shen Ruowei sighed. Chen Yang, I want to talk to you about something. Can you not think I'm strange and listen patiently? Go ahead. Do you know what my research direction is? No, Chen Yang shook his head. It's biology and psychology. This is all your fault. What does this have to do with me? Chen Yang protested. Originally I wanted to become an excellent physicist, but in my sophomore year I changed my mind. That year I had a boyfriend whom I really liked, but one time in a hotel, just as we were about to take the final step, I suddenly realized I felt nothing at all. In a closed state at that moment I thought of you. We parted unhappily and the feelings faded considerably. You thought of me. Chen Yang felt a mix of disbelief and surprise. Yes, I definitely liked him, but I don't know why at the critical moment you would appear. My boyfriend was anxious, but it didn't help. I couldn't control my body and what I was thinking. After many attempts, every time it reached that moment, the night I spent with you would flash before my eyes. When I realized the man in front of me wasn't you, I would immediately shut down, and in the end we broke up. Chen Yang couldn't catch everything she said, but the word shut down kept appearing and he was greatly shocked. What does this even mean? Then I transferred to study biology and psychology. After years of research I came to a conclusion: I have a locked physique and I am locked by you. This. Chen Yang stared at her in confusion as if looking at a monster. Is there such a thing? Shen Ruowei nodded. I know it's hard for you to understand, but this is just my guess. Whether it's true or not still needs verification. Chen Yang thought to himself, why didn't you come back sooner? Seemingly sensing Chen Yang's thoughts, Shen Ruowei continued, unfortunately I heard you got married. I thought I might not have a chance anymore. This time I only wanted to see you. I didn't expect you to have divorced. Chen Yang, can you help me verify this? Back in school and just now when you explained all this to me I felt a hint of excitement. Can you kiss me? Shen Ruowei asked expectantly. Only she knows how much she has suffered over the years. Chen Yang offered comfort. Then he walked to the window where two white poplar trees appeared before him, instantly lifting his spirits. Every time he saw the poplar trees he felt happy. Ding detected that the host is in a good mood. Reward cash 10 million yuan. Reward emotional value 500. Current emotional value 1600. Later that night Chen Yang in a daze heard a voice beside him saying, Chen Yang, can I still be your girlfriend? At that moment Chen Yang was in a half-dreaming state, so he mumbled in reply, sure, okay. Shen Ruowei smiled with satisfaction filled with happiness and fell into a deep sleep beside Chen Yang. The fragrant breeze brushed past her ear, but unfortunately Chen Yang didn't get to enjoy it as it was already the next morning. Shen Ruowei woke up first. Just as she revealed a hint of a smile, Chen Yang's phone rang. Seeing that Chen Yang hadn't woken up, she took a peek. Zhou Yingxue. Who is she? Chen Yang's girlfriend. But he doesn't have a girlfriend. I am his girlfriend. A colleague. A friend. A series of suspicions arose as Shen Ruowei noticed the call did not hang up yet. She was reluctant to wake Chen Yang. Yesterday he had worked hard and she felt much better. Her skin had become more supple. After a moment's thought she picked up her phone and walked into the bathroom. Hello. On the other end, Zhou Yingxue had been at odds with Fang Ning for the past few days and now she was in a state of despair. As long as she didn't violate company regulations no one could do anything about her and no one dared to fire her who could withstand the threat of She thought about how Chen Yang hadn't contacted her for so many days and decided to find an excuse to show off a little, but unexpectedly a woman's voice came through the phone. She instantly understood that a new sister had joined. But not knowing what the progress was she said thoughtfully, hello, I'm Chen Yang's sister. Is he there? Hearing this Shen Ruowei felt a sense of closeness. He's here just asleep and hasn't woken up yet. Sure enough. Oh, then forget it, let him sleep well. After saying this she hung up the phone. However, for some reason, whether it was the approaching new year or something else, several women actually gathered together. Shen Ruowei had just exited the bathroom when the phone rang again. Tang Yue. I am his sister. Beep. Wang Yuming, I'm his sister. He Jing, I'm his sister. Song Shuren, I'm his driver. Chen Yang has so many relatives. Although the two were not from the same village, her family was in the town. After all, they had been together for a while. How had she not heard of this? Until another call rang. Hello, who are you? Hello, I am Li Cici. May I ask if you are Chen Yang's family? Not specifying if she was a sister or an older sister, her voice was so sweet. Shen Ruowei tentatively said, I'm his sister. Oh, I see. Hello, I am his girlfriend. I'm in the village. Can you let him pick up my call? Girlfriend. Does Chen Yang have a girlfriend? This sentence struck Shen Ruowei like a bolt from the blue. A mistress. No, perhaps she was the mistress. How could Chen Yang, being so wealthy, possibly not have women around him? In the capital circle, which wealthy second-generation official doesn't have a few women? Thinking of this made her feel somewhat dejected. But what could she do? She was locked into him, but after all it was just a girlfriend and they weren't married. The last one would be the winner. She pressed her lips together. Alright, please hold on a moment. Upon stepping out of the bathroom she found Chen Yang was already awake. She handed the phone over. Your girlfriend is looking for you. Girlfriend? Which one? He took the phone. Upon hearing the voice, what did you say? You came to my village 2 hours later. Today the ants in the village were in for a treat. An unexpected guest had arrived. Gossip sparked. A vehicle they had never seen before appeared in the village. The Weinert Porsche was very eye-catching. Leading the way was a black Bentley Bentayga. Who is the girl in that car? I don't know. The one in front is from the Chun family. Could this girl be his friend from the city? Chen Yang was speechless. Li Cici had actually peeked at his ID when he was in Jinchang. Without even greeting him she ran straight over. Upon meeting she aptly claimed, Chen Yang, I knew you needed a girlfriend. I'm here to help you happy. This claim was acceptable, but Shen Ruowei had also come along. What kind of situation was this? However, Chen Yang thought to himself, slapping his own cheek mentally, I Chen Yang am a man with a system. How can I be troubled by such matters? So they headed together on the way home. At this moment Chen Jianing was standing in the yard. Her brother hadn't returned home yesterday and she felt she might be losing her favor. From a distance she saw her brother's car coming back. Her eyes brightened just as she was about to call out to her brother. As a result, there was one bad news, one good news, and one exciting news. The bad news was that the female doctor from yesterday had gotten out of the car. The good news was that behind it followed a Porsche, and the person who got out looked a bit familiar. It was actually a senior sister from their school. Brother didn't lie, the senior sister really is his girlfriend. The exciting news was that now there was going to be a spectacle. Wasn't auntie looking for a daughter-in-law? Brother suddenly brought back two. So, she shouted loudly, "Hello, sister-in-law." Then she turned and ran. "Auntie, uncle, my brother is back. Quickly prepare red envelopes, 2 of them." "What are you shouting about, girl? What red envelopes?" Li Qiuyan was tidying up the house at noon, wondering why this girl was acting so strangely. Chen Jianing was full of excitement. "Auntie, uncle, didn't you urge my brother to find a partner? Haha, brother has brought back 2 for you." "What? 2? Yes, yes." Li Qiuyan was taken aback, and before she could respond, "Don't say random things, it's damaging the reputation of our Chen family. Your brother is not that kind of person." "Mom, I'm back." "Jianing, what nonsense are you shouting?" Seeing her son return, Li Qiuyan said, "Your sister just..." "Hello, auntie." Before she could finish, 2 women entered Li Qiuyan's sight from either side of Chen Yang. They nodded and greeted her. "Whom?" Upon hearing the voices of the unfamiliar girls, Chen Shicheng quickly stood up from his chair. The old couple exchanged glances. What was going on? "You are also good. Who are you?" Li Qiuyan asked. "Hello, auntie, I am Chen Yang's high school classmate. My name is Shen Ruowei, currently pursuing a doctorate at Peking University." Shen Ruowei threw down her chips, showcasing her background, high education, aiming to be reliable. When she met Li Sisi at the village entrance just now, she felt something was off. She didn't look like a sister at all. Indeed, what was she doing? Was she declaring war on herself? It felt quite interesting, so she smiled, giving off a very close feeling. "Hello, auntie, my name is Li Sisi from Yuhang, graduated from Yuhang University and started an advertising company currently valued at around 50 million. After saying this, she pulled out a small box from her bag. "Auntie, this is a gift for our first meeting. It's a jade bracelet. I hope you like it." Then she took out another box. "Uncle, this is for you, a limited edition lighter. Hope you like it." Shen Ruowei's eyes widened. What a scheming girl. The incident happened so suddenly that she had prepared nothing. What was she to do? She gritted her teeth. "Auntie, I have a research paper." A female doctor, a female entrepreneur, and both looked like celestial beings. They were far more beautiful than the women she usually saw on Douyin. Are both of these outstanding girls Chen Yang's girlfriends? For a moment, Li Qiuyan and Chen Shicheng were a bit dazed, and after a brief pause they finally reacted. "Too polite, please come in." Shen Ruowei and Li Sisi walked into the room with smiles. They glanced around. The room was simple and clean. However, Li Sisi was a bit curious about how Chen Yang, coming from a rural background, had earned his money. They sat on the sofa. "Auntie will get you a glass of water," Li Qiuyan said while giving Chen Yang a knowing look. "Ah, no need, auntie, no need to be polite." "No need at all," the 2 women replied in unison. It's fine," she said, walking out of the living room. Chen Yang had no choice but to follow her outside. As soon as they stepped out, Li Qiuyan scolded him unhappily. "You kid. I told you to date a girl, not to mess around. What are we going to do now? Just because you have some money, you've picked up those bad habits. Tell me, how much money do you really have?" "How much? If I remember correctly, I should have over 370 million now. But can I really say that? Obviously not, it would sound too absurd for an ordinary person. It's probably over 37 million. 37 million. My goodness." Li Qiuyan felt a wave of dizziness upon hearing that number. Her question wasn't out of genuine curiosity about how much Chen Yang had. Her intention was to find out how much he could provide to support such 2 outstanding girls. But upon hearing that number, that's not a reason for you to play with 2 boats. Although she said that, her tone was clearly different. Chen Yang scratched his head. "I understand, Mom, I don't plan on marrying anyone. You scoundrel, I warn you, don't let a little money lead you to learn the bad habits of those people, ruining the reputation of our Chen family. Anyway, I don't care, you must choose one," Li Qiuyan said while peeking inside. Ah, she liked both of them. Looking at that female PhD, tall and fair with a high educational background, she was a doctor. If they had children in the future, just a little bit of that gene would surely bring glory to the Chen family, breaking the void of not having any prestigious university graduates. Then looking at the one named Li Sisi Tsk Tisk, with excellent temperament, a curvy figure, and a business acumen. If they had children in the future, she would definitely be a business genius, and her looks would certainly attract attention. For a moment even she found it difficult. She reached out and pinched Chen Yang. "Transfer me 30 million, I'll keep it for you to prevent you from spending it recklessly." Alright, I'll transfer it to you," Chen Yang replied as he took out his phone to make the transfer. When Mom said it, forget 30 million, even if it were more he wouldn't mind. Having so many numbers laid out before her was much more impactful than hearing Chen Yang mention them. Li Qiuyan took a few deep breaths to calm herself, then went to pour 2 glasses of water and started chatting with the 2 women. Chen Shicheng stepped outside with a cigarette and stood in front of Chen Yang. He patted Chen Yang on the shoulder. "Son, you've accomplished much more than your dad. Don't listen to your mom, whatever you do, Dad will support you. I'm going to buy some groceries now." "Hey old Chen, what's going on at your place? Several neighbors asked as soon as they saw Chen Zichen leaving. Someone's here, I'm going to buy groceries, he said, unable to hide his smile, which was caught by a few aunties. The old Chen family must have a daughter-in-law now. I'm going to check it out. One of the aunties with her hands behind her back walked toward Chen Yang's house. She stretched her neck and looked for a while, and a few minutes later, she returned with a face filled with gossip, grinning widely. Wow, two girls, both incredibly beautiful. Inside the house not long after, the four women were chatting and laughing. You're that exam genius from years ago, right? I remember you, the only one from 30 middle school who got into Peking University. You flatter me, auntie. Chen Yang is smart too, just too playful. Shen Ruowei said with a smile, glancing at Li Sisi. The advantage is mine. Sisi, you and Jia Ning are in the same school, right? I've heard Jia Ning mention you. Yes, sister Sisi, I admire you so much. When I return to Yuhang, can I walk around the school under your banner? Chen Jianing grabbed Li Sisi's hand, her eyes sparkling. Of course, Junior. Just go find Professor Zhang then. Professor Zhang. The one who always carries a thermos and wears glasses. Yes, that's him. Hee hee, it's a deal. Standing outside the house through the door and window, he lit a cigarette. Looking at his mom's smiling face, what talk of playing with two boats? Isn't she enjoying herself? Chen Yang, feeling unoccupied, opened his phone to chat with a few women. Zhou Yingxue, brother Chen Yang, have any new sisters joined? Chen Yang, sort of. Zhou Yingxue, are you going to spend the new year with her? I'm so sad. Tang Yue, Chen Gu, do you want me to keep you company during the new year? Chen Yang, no need. Tang Yue, so sad, crying. He Jing, Chen Yang, I'm going home, see you after the new year. Unknowingly, it was dinner time and a large table of dishes was served. Chen Yang swallowed. No, I mean, Mom, I've never seen you cook this much food in my life. The whole table was laid out and there were even seafood. Li Qiuyan, what's wrong? Have I wronged you? No, not at all. Chen Yang dared not be impudent. Li Sisi chuckled aside. She had never experienced such a family atmosphere. Shen Ruowei, on the other hand, was used to it. She picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of braised pork and chewed it, then said, Wow, auntie, your cooking is really delicious, much better than my mom's cooking. Oh, thank you, auntie. Sisi, eat more. Chen Shiqing was in a good mood today, having brought out the liquor Chen Yang bought for him, treating it as an early New Year celebration. The women said they would not drink. Others might not know, but Li Sisi certainly did. Would she not drink? Feeling Chen Yang's gaze, Li Sisi shot him a warning glance. Throughout the entire process, Li Qian's smile never faded. This meal lasted over 2 hours. During the casual chatting, Chen Yang also learned some details about Li Sisi's family situation. She grew up in a wealthy family with 2 older brothers and felt like just an accessory. She never really experienced the warmth of family, especially during her childhood, as she seldom saw her parents. She was raised by nannies. By the time it was 8 in the evening, after a hearty meal and drinks, they faced a dilemma about where to stay. Chen Yang's house only had 2 rooms and Chen Jianing could return to her own home. But it was a bit challenging to arrange for the 2 girls. They certainly couldn't let Chen Yang stay with both of them at the same time, right? That would be a mess. Fortunately, Shen Ruowei received a few phone calls from her family who strongly urged her to return. Having been back in Linxi for 2 days, she had only returned home once. In the end, she reluctantly bid farewell to Chen Yang and the others, and when she left, she tightly clenched her fist, feeling distressed at the thought of Chen Yang possibly sharing a bed with Li Sisi. She thought to herself, if one day she married, and she would definitely have that bed replaced. Watching Shen Ruowei leave, the group waved goodbye. Wei Wei, come play often when you have time, one of them said. Goodbye, auntie, Shen Ruowei replied as she got into a Volkswagen Bora parked at the entrance. Returning to the house, Li Qiuyan began to make the bed. Mom, we want stay at home, let's find a hotel instead. How can that be? She traveled all this way, how can we make her stay in a hotel? That would be inappropriate. Besides, hotels aren't as clean as home, Li Qiuyan reprimanded. Mom, look, it's not right for a girl to stay in our house, it would be bad if word got out. Li Qiuyan pondered this and seeing that Li Sisi did not refute it, nodded in agreement. Alright, then I want After a while, Chen Yang drove away with Li Sisi. Watching their departing figures, Li Qian's eyes inexplicably began to turn red. For her, what parent doesn't wish for their child to have an easier life? The divorce between her son and Fong Ning was largely due to money. If there were money, why would they divorce? Throughout his life, he never provided a good living for Chen Yang. These past few years he had been struggling on his own and she had been watching it all. Others only saw Chen Yang's glory after becoming wealthy, but as a mother she thought about how much suffering it took to earn that much money. On the other side, Chen Yang drove to Linxi and found a hotel. Once inside, Chen Yang asked, so why did you come to find me? Li Sisi smiled while sitting on the bed. Aren't you going to sit down first before we talk? Chen Yang shook his head. I can't relax until you clarify things. Li Sisi sighed and said, I want to sell myself to you, how does that reason sound? Chen Yang laughed. Are you really that short of money? Yes, I'm in need of money. I need 20 million. Do you think it's worth it? Go on, tell me more about it. I need a sum of money to keep my company afloat. Chen Yang thought for a moment. I'll give you 30 million, but I want 14% of your company's shares. I want participate in management, but there's one condition: your company has someone named Shin Han and another named Fong Ning. I want you to target them specifically. If you can agree, I'll transfer the money to you immediately. Chen Yang laid his cards on the table. He had been planning this from the start. Too many people had asked him where the money came from, and the usual explanations about futures trading simply wouldn't hold up. Having some assets would make it more reasonable. Also, he was still haunted by Fong Ning's words back then: "You're not working hard enough." He wanted Fong Ning to experience the feeling of endless overtime work that makes one wish for death. That would be more satisfying than just firing her. Oh. Hearing this, Li Sisi became interested. Do you have a grudge against these two? Taking a drag from a cigarette, he replied, Fong Ning is my ex-wife and she has an affair with your department head named Shin Han. Eager for gossip, she said, come on, tell me more. After a moment she exclaimed, is that true? Li Sisi's eyes shifted as she said, who is the hunter between us? But that wasn't the main point. After a brief hesitation about the 14% shares, she made up her mind. Alright, I agree to your terms. No sooner had she finished speaking than her phone chimed with a notification. 30 million received, no delays whatsoever. Aren't you afraid I won't honor my end of the bargain? With the money, Li Sisi felt elated and teased him, I have a very powerful legal team, you can test it out. Hearing this, Li Sisi's eyes fixed on Chen Yang. She was genuinely curious about how he made his money, no background, no connection, starting from scratch at 26. The potential of this man. I'm yours now, touch me. The words were simple yet filled with warmth. After 3 days together to Chen Yang, Li Sisi was the best woman he had ever met in terms of figure, looks and temperament. On New Year's Eve the group stood in the courtyard where Chen Yang spent 30,000 to set off an unprecedented fireworks display for the village. When he was young he envied families with money. Back then he was thrilled just to buy a few sparklers. Chen Jianing filmed a video while Li Sisi took pictures. Li Sisi even asked, were the fireworks set off for me? Chen Yang replied straightforwardly, no, I just wanted to fulfill a childhood wish. On New Year's Day Li Sisi returned alone to Yuhang. As Chen Jianing said goodbye she told him, Sister Sisi, when school starts I will come find you. I'm counting on you for Professor Zhang's matter. That day Chen Yang's home was much livelier than before. Chen Shicheng, who had never experienced such a large number of relatives coming to pay their respects, felt overwhelmed. Chen Yang looked at various New Year blessings on his phone and also sent out several red envelopes. By the end of February Shen Ruowei also bid farewell to Chen Yang, saying she would return to the capital and hoped he would visit her when he had time. Chen Yang agreed and saw her off. After a period of calm due to Chen Jianing's upcoming school start, he could only accompany her back to Yuhang. Arriving at the villa entrance, Chen Jianing froze, even dropping the luggage bag in her hand with a thud. Bro, this is your villa, isn't it too big? Once inside she exclaimed, you're hiding two sisters-in-law. As soon as they entered they saw Zhou Yingxue and Tang Yu lying on the sofa playing on their phones. They knew Chen Yang was coming back today, though they hadn't expected him so soon. Seeing Chen Yang, both faces lit up. Brother Chen Yang, you're back. Upon hearing this, Chen Jianing shivered at the sound of the two sisters-in-law. Too flirtatious. She was already good at being coy, in this she really couldn't handle. Moreover, it was simply unbearable to watch. The two of them wore very little, each of them wrapping an arm around Chen Yang's and saying, new little sister, quickly call me sister. Ha! Chen Jianing was taken aback, not understanding what they meant. Chen Yang quickly explained, don't say that she is my sister. There was a misunderstanding. The two quickly changed their clothes and then, holding various gifts, told Jianing, these are New Year gifts from your sisters-in-law. Gold and silver jewelry. Chen Jianing instantly smiled, her expression brightening, thank you, sisters-in-law. After a week those who needed to work went back to work and those who needed to study went back to school. Finally it was peaceful for Chen Yang. After several days of effort his emotional value was finally enough for 2 consecutive draws. System, draw the lottery. The big roulette reappeared and Chen Yang was filled with anticipation. The result. For the first draw he got the most useless item. 10 million do coins. However, the second draw made Chen Yang's eyes light up. Congratulations host, you have obtained a mysterious grand prize 1 problem-solving card. Problem-solving card. What is that? Replying to the host, it means literally using this card can help the host solve a problem, whether it be an event or a person, it will be resolved immediately. Good heavens, resolve people. Does that mean making them vanish into thin air? And this 10 million Douyin coins adds up to 1 million yuan in cash, doesn't it? A luxury car would have been a far better draw. Just days earlier he'd seen several such vehicles parked near the entrance of Yuhang University, Ferraris, Lamborghinis and the like. He recalled an internet meme circulating not long ago, leave a drink on a luxury car and a beautiful woman might just climb inside. Perhaps he should test that theory himself. Back in school his gaze had lingered only on the campus beauty, but viewed through today's eyes those girls truly were fresh and youthful. The new year was over, the show had been put on. It was high time he treated himself to a sports car, what man after all doesn't dream of one? Yet for now 10 million Douyin coins sat untouched in his account, free, unearned and utterly wasted if left idle. With that thought he opened Douyin, tapped into live streaming and selected nearby. Somewhere along the line countless women had begun streaming and their titles grew increasingly brazen. Available upon request, free overnight stays at foot massage parlors, bathhouses. Yucheng's Pink Lantern Guide, 29 yuan. Chen Yang stared speechless. He tapped like on several female streamers before finally reaching the main feed, where more beauties appeared. Yet how many were genuinely stunning remained anyone's guess. Chen Yang didn't rush to send gifts. First he browsed idly. Most streamers were low tier, drawing only dozens of viewers. No gifting required, just entering earned warm greetings. Brother Chen Fei Yang, hello. A voice chirped. He didn't gift her. Faceless streams held no appeal. Minutes later he paused at a streamer named Nuonyuo earning tuition. Wasn't that his former sister-in-law? Over 100 viewers filled her stream. She seemed to be broadcasting from her dormitory. Behind her stood two other young women, so nervous perhaps that they failed to notice her former brother-in-law had just entered the live room. She was currently cross-streaming with another host and appeared to be getting bullied. Fang Nuonyuo had been streaming sporadically for a month. Her sweet features and status as a freshman lent her modest but steady traffic. Typically she drew around 100 viewers, peaking at 500. She'd never received lavish gifts except once when a generous patron sent her a sports car, sending her into genuine delight. But before she could even end the broadcast a private message arrived. How much? At first she didn't understand, only later realizing it was a crude proposition. Tears welled as she refunded the gift. Her sole purpose in streaming was to earn tuition. At home she was unwelcome. Her mother bluntly stated she'd never have been allowed university unless it raised her chances of marrying into wealth. Her mother often lamented, your second sister married poorly, she never recouped her dowry costs. Whether your brother can afford a house or find a wife hinges entirely on how much you can reclaim in marriage payments. Having grown up starved of affection, the only warmth she'd ever felt at home came from her former brother-in-law Chen Yang. Alas, her elder sister had been foolish, rejecting such a fine man for someone unworthy. She vowed to escape that household through her own grit and determination, yet streaming proved grueling. Right now she was cross-streaming with a top-tier host boasting nearly 1 million followers. The man wore sunglasses, fanned himself with a folding fan and stood flanked by two attendants. Little sister, you're so tender, shall I send 10,000 viewers your way? Clad in a school uniform, Fang Nuonyuo nodded eagerly. Thank you so much brother, I truly appreciate it. Very well little sister, but there's a condition. You must challenge me to a live duel. Win and I'll dispatch 10,000 viewers to your stream. Lose, and you'll perform the splits and hold a handstand split for our viewers. The splits. A handstand split. Wasn't that outright bullying? She'd never trained for such feats. Though 10,000 viewers was tempting, how could she possibly compete? His stream hosted 70 to 80,000, hers barely surpassed 100. What chance did she stand against him? This was pure self-inflicted torment. I'm sorry brother, I can't do the splits, let alone a handstand. The audience erupted. Such a fresh-faced girl was worth 20 yuan per short video. Nuonyuo, don't fear him, we'll fight alongside you. This month I'll skip meals to help you win. Exactly. Little sister, I'm in finance. Let's take him on. Instantly her stream buzzed with energy, viewers surging toward 1,000, an unprecedented milestone. Some even sent hearts and roses. Hesitation flickered across her face, then her roommate Wen Shuya spoke up. Nuonyuo, accept the challenge, I studied dance. If needed, I'll do the splits for you. Ha! Is that even allowed? Another roommate Jiang Tingting added, that's unfair, you're just using numbers to bully her. If you lose you must do the splits too. The male streamer, nicknamed Brother Bot, grinned. Fine. If I lose I'll not only split, I'll spin while splitting. But I'll raise the stakes, all three of you must perform the splits together. Agreed. Three young women, dressed in school uniforms, pajamas and miniskirts, stood ready. Before Brother Ba even dispatched a single viewer, Nuonyuo's stream had already surged past 2,000. Hawan Sek's Grand Elder streamer, we're all backing you, fear nothing. That brat has long annoyed me. Today brother guarantees your victory. Hawan Sek's Grand Elder sent 1 sports car. Ba Jia sent 1 hot air balloon. The 3 girls newcomers to live streaming were instantly swept up in the frenzy. Jiang Tingting, take him on. We've got elders, we've nothing to fear. Wen Shuyo, exactly. Even if we lose no worries, I'll help force your legs apart. I'm a professional. Hearing their words the chat exploded further. Whoa, what savage talk. Brother Ba chuckled. Fine then, let's begin. With a flick of his fan, a PK invitation from Brother Ba flashed onto Nuonyuo's screen. Caught up in the excitement and urged on by her roommates, she tapped accept. 2 progress bars blazed across the top of the screen. Immediately Brother Ba's side surged ahead, 3 sports cars and a rocket propelling his bar forward with crushing momentum. Meanwhile her side displayed only a handful of hearts, gifts from loyal regulars. Where then were the elders who'd shouted loudest moments before? The 3 girls blinked in confusion, frantically typing Elder Hahuan. Brother Ba Jia. Where are you? Hawan Sek's Grand Elder, here, I'm right here little sister. Though I just remembered men doing the splits. Hardly entertaining. You're far more captivating. Bajie, same here, I want to see the girls in handstand splits. The realization struck, the three girls understood instantly they'd been duped. How could you do this to us? It's downright cruel. The three girls stiffened, especially Fong Nuonuo. Life was unbearably difficult, every step fraught with peril. Why did everyone seem determined to bully her? Oh. 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 Little sister, don't cry, hold those tears back. You'll have plenty to weep over later. Chen Yang watched the scene unfold, his gaze resting on his former sister-in-law. Name Fong Nuonuo. Gender female. Age 19. Height 165 centimeters. Weight 49 kilograms. Appearance 85,100. Bust B. Temperament 0. She struck Chen Yang as warm and vivacious on the surface, yet inwardly yearning desperately for validation and protection. Unlike Chen Jianing, who though raised in modest circumstances had never lacked familial love. This young woman felt profoundly alienated from her own large family, a soul starved of affection. Even the smallest kindness would elicit tenfold devotion in return. Perhaps he ought to lend her a hand. In the livestream, the three girls were on the verge of tears, powerless against the flood of mocking ha-ha-has from netizens. It seemed inevitable, the split would have to happen. Jiang Tingting and Wen Shuyao managed fine, both had trained lightly in childhood. But what of Fong Nuonuo? Wouldn't it tear her apart? If she simply shut down the stream to avoid punishment, how could she ever livestream again? Who would watch her then? How would she pay her tuition? Take on part-time work. As a freshman, that wouldn't be easy at all. Time ticked away, only a handful of hearts, roses and lollipops floated across her screen. There was no hope left. She'd been far too naive, how easily she'd been deceived. Her two roommates offered quiet comfort. Nuonuo, we're so sorry, it's all our fault. Just bear with it, it'll pass. All three had resigned themselves to despair. Bagu, confident of victory, fanned himself lazily, one corner of his mouth curling into an eerie smirk. Brothers, if you want to see our little sister attempt the splits, give me your all. Don't slack off, send those lucky bags. Let's go. Laughter erupted across the livestream. Bagu, we're backing you. Love Bajie shows, here's a hot air balloon. Yet just as the girls reached the brink of utter hopelessness, Chen Feiyan gifted to the streamer Nuonuo earns tuition, 5 carnivals. The carnival effects blazed brilliantly, 5 in rapid succession, each bearing the bold characters carnival as they drifted across the screen, leaving every viewer stunned silent. Holy hell. So this girl does have a big brother. It's over, the progress bar's been crushed back by a third. Those 5 carnivals alone pushed the rival bar past 1/3. Holy hell, alright brothers, action time, let's take him down. Netizens squinted closer, a level 40 elder, but one man alone posed no real threat, they outnumbered him vastly. Follow up. Fire up the Huazi. The comments section exploded, cars, rockets, carnivals soared across Bajie's stream, pushing the progress bar right back down. Fong Nuonuo and her friends stood dumbfounded. Jiang Tingting gasped, Nuonuo, you've got an elder brother in your stream. Level 40. Someone's guarding you, this is wonderful. Nuonuo, when did you even acquire such an elder brother? Wen Shuyao, no stranger to live streaming herself, knew full well 5 carnivals could buy her far more than just a headstand split. That sum dwarfed her entire monthly earnings. Fong Nuonuo was speechless. Chen Feiyan. Wasn't he her former brother-in-law? Hadn't he been utterly ruined by her second elder sister? Where would he possibly get money to gift her? A wave of emotion washed over her. Had he lost his job and taken up food delivery? Had he spent every hard-earned cent on her gifts? Fong Nuonuo's imagination ran wild. Meanwhile, Chen Yang, lounging on the sofa, raised an eyebrow. Oh. They're quite bold over there. His finger glided lightly across the screen. Time for something decisive. Chen Feiyan sent 10 carnivals. Instantly Bajie's progress bar plummeted, nearly bottomed out. Their stream overflowed with rockets and luxury cars, but none matched Chen Yang's relentless carnivals. Bagu, nearly dropping his fan in shock, sat frozen, his composure shattered. A near-million-follower internet celebrity losing to a young girl. How could he face the world? Whoa, this elder brother's ferocious. What do we do, Bagu? What do we do? Hold the line. Empty your treasure chests, double everything now. The Grand Elder of the Hahuan sect sent 2 carnivals. Bajie sent 2 carnivals. Tai Shan. Barely holding on, Bagu sipped tea, his stream's elite donors had poured their gifts into the double bonus feature, pushing the bar back up once more. Surely this was stable now. When Shuyao stared awestruck, Nuonuo, where on earth did you reel in this elder brother? To her the PK's outcome no longer mattered. With such a generous patron, her rise was all but guaranteed. Yes. Jiang Tingting, guileless and earnest, clenched her pink fist before the screen. Nuonuo, you're about to blow up. Yet Fong Nuonuo felt no elation, only sorrow welling in her eyes. Her brother-in-law wasn't delivering meals. He'd sold blood in the underground black market. Every coin was drenched in sweat and sacrifice, given solely to shield her from humiliation. He'd always doted on her like this. Back in high school she'd coveted a backpack over 200 yuan and he'd secretly bought it for her. She'd cherished it for months. Before that she'd carried books in a woven sack, mocked by classmates. Chen Yang sent 20 carnivals. 35 carnivals already. Who can withstand that? Netizens erupted, no one expected a single girl's plight to summon a true magnate. Ba Ge seethed, who was this person deliberately sabotaging him? Wasn't this pure provocation, guaranteed to become fodder for rivals' ridicule? He needed reinforcements immediately. With a flurry of commands, elite patrons flooded into his stream, including Senyu Group's second young master. Though not close friends, the second young master had two passions: luxury automobiles and internet celebrities. Ba Ge had introduced him to several influencers before, so he was inclined to lend support. Just moments earlier Ba Ge had messaged him, 3 girls, there's an elder brother battling me in PK. Can you help? I'll arrange an introduction afterward. And so he arrived. Second young master has entered the stream. Netizens roared ha. Now things get interesting, Ba Ge summoned the second young master. Let's show that elder brother what real magnates look like. Before the 20 carnival effects faded, tears streamed down Fong Nuonyuo's cheeks. Her eyes reddened as she whispered, brother-in-law, please stop gifting. A simple split means nothing. Jiang Tingting blurted, what did you say? That magnate is your brother-in-law. When Shuyao pressed, Nuonyuo, are you certain? Across the stream, holy hell, brother-in-law defending his little sister-in-law. Excitement surged. Now this is thrilling. Let's crush the brother-in-law. Charge up, I'm watching only for the splits. With so many people in our live stream along with the second young master, how could we fear just one person? Elder of the Hahuan sect sending. With the second young master leading and a few other big brothers joining in, the momentum immediately shifted. 8 brother crossed his legs again, reopening the fan he had just closed. Brothers, let the others see what true cohesion looks like. The second young master of Senyu Group, named Ma Youyang, was somewhat famous in Yuhang, and he looked at the 3 little ones on the screen. He nodded in satisfaction. It indeed looked very soft. Especially the little streamer in the middle. Her call of brother-in-law was like rain on a pear blossom, enchanting. Who is this Chen Yang? I've never seen him before. Chen Yang. Why don't you call him Hai Feisi instead? Am I Ma Youyang not being given face? Second young master sending 20 carnivals. Thanks to my second brother for the carnivals. Looking at the screen filled with effects, 8 brother was overjoyed. This battle he would definitely win. He could only win or he would lose face in front of the tens of thousands in the livestream. The second young master would lose face even more. Consequently, for a moment the screens on both sides were filled only with carnival effects. Chen Yang dropped another 20 carnivals and Fong Nuna's initial feelings of being touched and heartbroken turned into shock. Her eyes went wide. She even doubted if she had recognized the brother-in-law wrong. Her brother-in-law's family was in the countryside and he had been squeezed by his second sister for 2 years. Even if he sold himself he wouldn't have so much money. How many have been sent so far? Over 50 carnivals. Almost 200,000. Her 2 roommates beside her, Jiang Tingting, Nunu, I suspect you're faking poverty. With such a wealthy brother-in-law, why pretend to be poor? When Shuyao, yeah, they say a half of the sister-in-law's backside belongs to the brother-in-law. Do you lack money? Both of them placed a hand on Fong Nuna's head and bowed deeply. Thank you for your support, brother-in-law. 8 brothers saw this and shouted, brothers grab the sister-in-law, hit him on brother-in-law's face, hit his face. 8 brothers livestream Carnival X10 Carnival X10. Seeing this scene, Chen Yang grinned. He suddenly felt the joy of giving gifts. In the past he thought those so-called internet big brothers were just rich people with nowhere to spend their money. Buying virtual goods that you can't see just to hear a brother call it was too low in cost performance. But at this moment he felt a joy he had never experienced before. It was an exhilarating feeling of being the center of attention. Just by moving his fingers he could control their emotions. This feeling was incredible. Emotion value 50, emotion value 50, joy doubled. Watching 8 brothers' enthusiasm, Chen Yang chuckled maliciously. With a flick of his finger he clicked continuously. Chen Yang sending Carnival X100, what the heck? 100. Wow, brother-in-law is so fierce. Directly sending 100. What kind of nonsense is this? It's over, brother-in-law is too fierce, we can't compete with the sister-in-law. I want to see the sister-in-law do the splits. 8 brother give some strength. This 100 carnivals directly pushed the opponent's progress bar down to just a quarter of what it was. What the heck? 8 brother closed his fan again. Having been in the live streaming circle for 5 or 6 years he had never seen such a scene before. The main thing is, the second young master sent him a WeChat message. At that moment he was trembling. Who was the second young master? He only fought battles he could win, never risking a fight he wasn't sure about. If he couldn't secure 20,000, who would support him in the circle if he lost? You fool, are you inviting people to a trap without understanding the opponent's strength? The WeChat chat box had just a few words: Xiaobatzi, you handle it yourself. At that moment his face turned green, but he didn't dare show it in front of the live stream. His jaw trembled, veins bulging, he secretly clenched his fists. Ding, the system detected anger from the network anchor. 8 brother, emotion value 500, current emotion value 600. Wow, unexpected joy. Chen Yang became even more excited. 8 brother gave a glance and his little brothers understood immediately. Recharge with a small account. Going all out. He didn't believe that the brother-in-law's money would be endless. 8 brother is mighty and enters the live stream. 8 brother is mighty, sending Carnival X 100 300,000. 8 brother's heart was bleeding. He had let the platform take away a large portion for nothing. After patting his chest he calculated it was basically stable. This time the somewhat lifeless live stream erupted. There's still a chance. Brothers, hold on, there's less than 20 seconds left. As long as we put in some effort, the sister-in-law will be ours. The 3 little ones were dizzy at this moment, wondering how many carnivals their brother-in-law had sent. Over 150. Fang Nunu was a personal streamer with the platform taking half in taxes. It should be around 200,000. Fang Nunu, Jiang Tingting and Wen Shuyao, the 3 of them were panting something they had never dreamed of. Chen Yang looked at the remaining Do coins in his account, over 5 million. There were still 10 seconds left, and seeing that Chen Yang was still silent, the netizens and 8 brothers livestream began the countdown. 10, 9, 8. Little sisters, your brother-in-law is unreliable. Come on, do the splits. If he doesn't love you, there are plenty of husbands who do. However, with only 5 seconds left. Chen Feiyang sending Carnival X 150. The effects filled the screen. PK ended. Nunu wins the tuition. Netizens are a fascinating group. With the last 150 carnivals, their initial confusion morphed into brother-in-law is awesome. Is the brother-in-law still accepting sisters-in-law? The second young master exits the live stream. The PK ended, but the connection didn't. 8 brother was completely dumbfounded, slumping in his chair. Where did this god come from? For him personally, losing to such a wealthy person wasn't embarrassing. The key point is, the second young master deleted him from WeChat. At that moment Fang Nuno stared in shock at the scene in front of her. Over 300 carnivals. Where did her brother-in-law get the money? Wen Shuyao, Nunu, you've gone viral. Look. The originally few thousand viewers in the live stream were surging in at a visible speed. 90,000. More than those on 8 brothers' side. Did she become a big internet celebrity? This is too surreal. The 3 girls were momentarily at a loss. However, the netizens were lively. Wow, what just happened? Is this a later fool? Is there any recording even slicing it could become popular? 8 brother, don't just stand there. You don't need to worry about the 10,000 people with brother-in-law here. You won't be needed. But how about spinning? Confused netizens in the live streaming room. Now it makes sense. The viewers who were previously unaware of the situation understood what was happening, even though they missed the previous show. At this moment it was still worthwhile to join in. 8 brother saw the scene of everyone pushing against the wall. He stood up, nodded, and placed his hands on his hips, turning left and right. Alright, I 8 brother admit defeat. Let's do it. He placed his head on the ground while 2 little brothers supported his legs. Get up. Then. Oh my. 8 brother grimaced in pain, as he had never done such a thing before. In the past he had always bullied others. The 2 little brothers pressed down hard, causing him to sweat profusely. After 5 full minutes amidst 8 brothers' agonizing cries, they finally completed the action. How about it? Is that enough? No, it hasn't spun yet. Make it spin. Yes, make it spin. Viewers loved the spectacle. 8 brother had no choice but to instruct his little brothers to comply. As a result, 8 brother, weighing over 180 pounds, spun like a top around his head, turning for several circles. Only then were the viewers satisfied and smiled, letting him off the hook. Afterward, 8 brother immediately ended the stream. Fang Nuonuo and the others exchanged glances. Her fans had surpassed 100,000. And Chen Yang had also exited the live streaming room. In the message bar below there were over 99 private messages. Brother-in-law, can we follow each other? Among them the second son said, "Sen you groups my yo-yon, let's connect and be friends, shall we?" Was he the one who had the most likes just now? Chen Yang did not refuse and scanned the QR code sent to him. To be honest, he now had money but lacked connections, and he could not reach the circles of the wealthy. Knowing a few rich second-generation individuals wouldn't hurt, as the happiness he could currently think of was limited. After closing Douyin, he received a WeChat message from Fang Nuonuo. Brother-in-law, thank you. I'm at Yuhang University and I have no classes tomorrow afternoon. Can I meet you? His sister-in-law was also at Yuhang University. Without hesitation, Chen Yang sent an OK emoji. In the dormitory, brother-in-law agreed to meet you. Nuonuo. Nuonuo, what does your brother-in-law look like? Do you have a photo? Wen Shuyao and Jiang Tingting asked excitedly. Fang Nuonuo shook her head. I haven't seen him for a long time, and he was my former brother-in-law. My sister has already divorced him. Ah. Nuonua, then why did he send you so many gifts? Does he have a crush on you? How thrilling. Fong Nuonua blushed, he just treats me like a younger sister. Right. When Shuyo's eyes twinkled, Nuonua, can you introduce your brother-in-law to me? Me too, me too. I'm so curious, what does your brother-in-law look like? Is he handsome? Chen Yang was unaware that the three girls were discussing him. He was browsing luxury cars on Dongche Emperor inside. Yu Hang was still a bit lacking. Pagani Bugatti Koenigsegg Yu Hang could not possibly buy any of these. One could only have a chance to buy them in the capital or Shanghai. Currently the luxury sports cars available in Yu Hang were only Lamborghini, Ferrari and Rolls-Royce. After browsing online for a while, he finally reserved a Lamborghini. Not for any particular reason, but because the person who answered the phone was a female salesperson with a sweet voice, sweet enough to warm his heart. Chen Yang thought he might as well drive it for now. Unknowingly, Chen Yang was also feeling a bit elated. A Lamborghini just a few months ago was something he wouldn't have dared to imagine. He used to avoid even looking at one, afraid of receiving disdainful glances if he dared to take a photo. The sound of footsteps and high heels echoed. Zhou Xue carried a bag, beaming with a smile, and sat on Chen Yang's. Embracing Chen Yang's neck, a waft of fragrance entered his nose. Brother Yang, what are you looking at? Oh, brother is looking at supercars. Can you take me with you when you buy one? Oh no, yeah, we'll be back soon. Chen Yang chuckled, he was just teasing her. No, I have important matters tomorrow afternoon. Zhou Xue pouted, alright then, I won't delay your pursuit of beauty. Pretending to be disappointed, she then shook her little head. Brother Yang, I'm so happy today. I don't know why, but recently Fong Ning has been getting scolded working overtime until she has dark circles under her eyes. Also that Shin Han has been scolded to the point of questioning life itself. Meanwhile, I'm just relaxing. No one is managing me, I'm really so happy. Ever since I started following you, my luck has been non-stop. You are truly my lucky male god, moi. She kissed Chen Yang. Brother, while Yaya hasn't returned, I'm going to take a shower. Chen Yang noticed that she was becoming more and more flirtatious. Zhou Xue had some beautiful thoughts, but could Tang Yu allow her to have her way? Especially since news of Chen Yang sending gifts had spread in the influencer circles. She rushed back, immediately poking her head through the door. She didn't see Zhou Xue. Brother Chen. Chen Yang saw this and straightened up, opening his arms. Brother Chen, who is that girl who sent you gifts? When can she support me too? I want to feel that kind of sensation. She sat down on Chen Yang's thigh. Unfazed, she had been doing this for a while now. She didn't know since when, but whenever these two women saw him sitting on the sofa or bed, even on a chair, they would immediately sit on his thigh. Then came the usual routine, I'm going to take a shower, do you want to join me? Chen Yang waved his hand, you go ahead. Thinking to himself, he wanted to tell her to take a shower with Zhou Xue. Alright then, she said, turning around after a kiss. Compared to Zhou Xue, she preferred inviting Chen Yang to join and was more flirtatious in front of him. However, compared to both of them, Chen Yang preferred Wang Yuming's shy demeanor. He didn't know why, especially how she looked when she was seriously reading. In the bathroom, the two women met, sharing an awkward smile as they washed each other's backs. The next morning around 9, after Chen Yang washed up and had breakfast, he headed out to the Lamborghini dealership. Upon entering, he looked around. So high-end and grand. Chen Yang couldn't help but exclaim. This must be at least 600 or 700 square meters divided into 2 levels. In the showroom, several luxury cars were displayed. Excuse me, are you Mr. Chen? A sweet voice came over. Chen Yang glanced over, seeing a woman in a navy blue fitted suit, a knee-length skirt, flesh-colored stockings and small high heels with lips that gleamed. Chen Yang checked. Name Bianxiwen, gender female, age 23, height 173 centimeters, weight 53 kilograms, looks 83, C cup size 6, rating small, premium. Yes, I am Chen Yang. The attractive saleswoman was exceedingly warm. Chen Yang felt it, far more so than when he bought the Bentley. Of course, perhaps it was because He Jing had been present that time and had affected his performance. She smiled as she led Chen Yang, keeping very close. Strands of perfume made him feel as if he were not here to choose a car but to wander through a house of pleasures. May I ask which model you prefer, Mr. Chen? Bianxiwen asked, her chest subtly thrust forward with measured grace. When she finished, she met Chen Yang's gaze with moist, luminous eyes. Enchanting eyes. Show me the more lavish ones, Chen Yang said plainly, without bothering to adopt a leering expression. The reaction surprised Bianxiwen. She had done it on purpose. An old senior who had sold luxury cars had taught her the trick, and she had not expected it to fail. Yet the phrase more lavish carried clear weight. Expensive. She brightened, the corners of her brows lifting. Mr. Chen, take a look at this model. Revuelto, equipped with a 6.5L naturally aspirated V12. Before Bianxiwen could finish, Chen Yang shook his head. No hybrids. He thought, if one is buying a Lamborghini, why fuss over saving a little on fuel? All right, Mr. Chen, my apologies, I should have asked more clearly. Then perhaps consider this one. Huracan STO. Bianxiwen pressed on enthusiastically, horsepower engine, 0-100 km/h acceleration. Chen Yang did not know cars, he was no racer. What mattered to him were appearance and price. Pleasure was his primary aim, and a price of 3.9 million could not satisfy the appetite stirring in him. Do you like this one? Bian Siwen asked. After showing several models, Chen Yang still shook his head. Do you have anything even better? Better. There were only a few cars in the showroom and he had already rejected hybrids. She began to puzzle privately, did this man truly dislike these, or was he seeking something special? Or was he simply here for amusement with no money? But judging by his clothes, that seemed unlikely. Nearby, a young man in his early 20s, sturdy and muscular, stood beside a middle-aged woman with a generous belly. Her hands wandered restlessly. The sales staff nearby were unfazed, but the young man cast a glance at Chen Yang, his eyes full of envy. He too wanted to make a move on the attractive salesperson, but he had no right to do so. Emotion value 10. Chen Yang shook his head and looked around. The system's announcements had grown terser of late. It didn't even fully report how the emotion value had increased. How was it being added? There were few people in the showroom, a couple and a father and son. The couple made Chen Yang frown. He could not bear to watch. In Bian Siwen's eyes, she wondered what he was thinking. Impatient. Looking for another salesperson. The thought put her in a bind. She did not know whether he would buy and how much she should invest of herself. She was not an especially seasoned salesperson, she was only 23. Normally she would not be allowed to take appointments. She had earned this chance only by outworking a predecessor. Chen Yang was not the first customer she had attended, but she had yet to make her first sale. After months of learning from the senior with no commission in sight, rent was becoming hard to pay. She also had a boyfriend still in school whom she supported a little each month. She gritted her teeth. Sir, shall we go to the consultation room to talk properly? A private consultation room. Chen Yang thought. Unlike the reception area with its sheets of transparent glass, the consultation room was an enclosed space. Was the rumor true that each time a luxury car was sold, a salesperson left? Chen Yang smiled. All right, let's go. At his words, as expected, the others reacted. He smiled. Bian Siwen thought, sorry boyfriend. Normally once it reached this stage the deal was practically guaranteed. The other salespeople watched enviously as Bian Siwen led Chen Yang toward the consultation room. No sooner had Chen Yang stepped inside than Bian Siwen locked the door. Chen Yang sat on a sofa chair. In her high heels, Bian Siwen clicked up to him. Instinctively he leaned back and spread his arms, then paused stunned, thinking to himself, damn. Bian Siwen flushed. She had indeed guessed correctly, this Mr. Chen was certainly a seasoned hand, he didn't even have to pretend. Sir, may I, will you buy it, she asked, cheeks slightly pink. Their faces were very close. An orchid-scented breeze made Chen Yang lightheaded. I'll buy it. Within 20 minutes, by deliberate design, Chen Yang wore a broad smile. Brother Chen, after you buy the car, I can't always keep you company, I have a boyfriend. That's fine, he replied. To others it might be different, but to Chen Yang it was a bonus, some novelty, nothing more. He couldn't possibly keep one after another. That would require staking off land, and more would only be troublesome. Seeing Chen Yang agree, Bian Siwen brightened, offering a sweet smile. Brother, which model will you buy? To her, any model would do, the commissions were substantial either way. But what Chen Yang said next wiped the smile from Bian Siwen's face, even draining its color. I don't want to buy any of the cars in the showroom. Brother Chen Yu. At those words a few tears slipped from Bian Siwen's eyes. She had long heard of extreme customers who would con saleswomen into sex. How had she been so careless? Thinking this, her body shivered slightly. Yet she dared not lose her temper there. This was a Lamborghini dealership. If she were complained about, she might not only lose her job but forfeit her month's wages. Crying over nothing. Chen Yang thought. He had not said he wouldn't buy a car from her. What I mean is the cars in the showroom are far too cheap. I want something costing tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. If you don't have such, I can give you 100,000 or 80,000. Her face lit up. Brother, you've misunderstood me, I didn't mean that. I've simply never met someone as impressive as you, Brother Chen. These are tears of happiness. Then she stepped forward and sat on Chen Yang's lap again. Brother, we have a collector's piece, the Lamborghini 3 Veneno Roadster, priced at around 90 million. It was originally intended for auction. If you could add some money, perhaps you could secure it. Upon hearing this, Chen Yang immediately became excited. 90 million. This truly suits his style. He nodded quickly. Let's see the car. It could possibly reach over 100 million. Once again confirmed, Bian Siwen felt a surge of excitement. I'll call the boss right away. As she spoke, she stood up and dialed the number. Boss, I have a big deal, can you come over? Yes, that's the one. Mr. Chen, please hold on. While speaking, her lips trembled. Selling this car would earn her a commission of 1.5%. Once the deal was done, she would soar to new heights. Adding in some extras, it would total nearly 2 million. At that thought, she glanced back at Chen Yang. Forget about the boyfriend. Brother Chen, it will take about 10 minutes. During this time, since I'm just waiting, would you like me to prepare something for you? Chen Yang. About 20 minutes later, a middle-aged man in his 40s appeared in the negotiation room. Seeing Bian Siwen's slightly disheveled hair, he was quite satisfied. Chen Yang took a look and thought the man's aura was respectable, matching his own. Hello, Mr. Chen, I am the owner of this shop, Chen Gang. I don't know if Xiaowen has explained to you clearly, but this car is being sold on behalf of a wealthy individual. Due to the high price, it has not been sold yet. Initially, it was planned to be auctioned in Shanghai in a few months. Although it is secondhand, the original owner has hardly driven it, as it has been a collectible with less than 200 kilometers on it. The car is in perfect condition. Hearing the man's words, Chen Yang felt somewhat dissatisfied as second-hand item. But he still said, let's see the car first. Alright, this way please. The group headed to a private underground parking lot. The car was covered, and at Chen Gang's gesture, a few employees completely revealed the car. Chen Yang took a glance and his eyes widened. This was incredibly stunning. The white body, the lines, the rims, the shaped headlights, everything was striking. Seeing Chen Yang's satisfied expression, Chen Gang smiled and introduced Mr. Chen. This model is entirely made of carbon fiber. Before he could finish, Chen Yang directly interrupted, quota price. Hearing this, both Chen Gang and Bian Siwen were very excited. Chen Gang thought for a moment, if Mr. Chen is really interested, it would be 1.2 billion. 1.2 billion. This was quite a deviation from the 90 million Bian Siwen mentioned, so he glanced at her. Bian Siwen's heart sank. She remembered hearing the boss say it was 90 million. Instantly feeling anxious, cold sweat ran down her back. Although she didn't want to be seen as a fool to Chen Yang, money was just a number, so he asked, can I take it now? Was he going to buy it directly? In fact, this quote was a bit high. The client's bottom line was 90 million. Chen Gang checked the time. It was 10 in the morning, then nodded vigorously. If Mr. Chen can accept the price of 1.2 billion, I guarantee you can drive it away before 1 in the afternoon. Chen Yang wasted no time and said, let's use the card. Indeed, the power of cash was unimaginable. The two exchanged contact information and Chen Gang personally handled the matter. At noon, he instructed Bian Siwen to treat Chen Yang to a lavish meal for 1 in the afternoon. On time, Chen Yang became the proud owner of a Lamborghini Veneno Roadster. Chen Gang even thoughtfully arranged for a flashy license plate saying it suited his style, Ning S66888. Congratulations, Mr. Chen. I hope we can become friends. Chen Yang nodded and exchanged pleasantries with Chen Gang. He was already eager to take it out for a spin. Meanwhile, Bian Siwen, standing to the side, felt a bit anxious, wondering if brother Chen would take her alone. The previous senior had been taken away and the owner of that car had spent over 4 million. The salespeople in the shop were envious. Looking around, the colleagues standing in a row were all intensely staring at her. She knew exactly what they were thinking. If this brother Chen, who could afford a 1.2 billion car, took her away, those people would be envious beyond measure. If he didn't take her, it would make her seem useless. Her heart raced, pleading, please brother, take me with you. However, Chen Yang was too preoccupied grabbing the paperwork, sitting in the car and savoring the thrill of the sports car. He started the car and the roar of the engine was intoxicating. Seeing that Chen Yang had no intention of taking her along, Bian Siwen stepped forward, wanting to hint at something. Unfortunately, Chen Yang pressed the accelerator and sped away. As the car left, the system finally chimed in. Congratulations, host, on acquiring your first supercar. Reward 200 million in cash, emotional value 300, current emotional value 900. The people behind bowed to send him off, while the other female salespeople let out a sigh of relief upon seeing this scene. As the car drove away, it exuded an aura of prestige, achieving absolute road authority. On the road, several older brothers trying to let their wives practice driving saw Chen Yang approach and directly seized the steering wheel. They shouted, damn it, you can't even hold the steering wheel, driving a piece of junk. Are you trying to bring our whole family to the grave with you? The wives expressed feeling extremely wronged. You don't love me at all. My friend's husband never scolds her. It's just a sports car, we have insurance, what's there to fear? You really aren't a man. If this is how life is, I'd rather not live it. Chen Yang was oblivious to all this. He hummed a tune on his way back home to take a shower and change clothes. He couldn't skip the shower, it just didn't feel right. Afterward, he hurried towards Yuhang University. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Fang Nuonyuo, who had agreed to meet Chen Yang, was putting on a beautiful makeup for the first time, done by her good friend Wen Shuyu. She checked herself in the mirror. Shuyo, does this look good? Is it too flashy? Hearing this, Wen Shuyu was taken aback. What are you talking about? This is just a light makeup. Have you never worn makeup before? Not in high school. Fang Nuonyuo shook her head. I have never worn it. Does it look good? Jiang Tingting replied, it looks beautiful, it looks great. What time are we meeting and where? Wen Shuyu asked. At 2 o'clock, he said he would pick me up at the school gate. At 2 in the afternoon. Then hurry up quick. The two girls finished dressing up Fang Nuonyuo and went downstairs together towards the entrance. The eye-catching nature of the Lamborghini was beyond imagination, especially Chen Yang's. As he drove into the street at the school gate, it naturally attracted the attention of many. It was just too stunning. Chen Yang reveled in this feeling secretly pleased, and when he reached the entrance, he saw Fang Nuonyuo waiting there. At this moment she was looking around with two other girls. When they spotted the approaching luxury car, they unconsciously turned their gazes over. The car came to a steady stop.
Get in! Fong Nuonuo exclaimed, Sister, brother-in-law. Brother-in-law.
The two younger girls looked at her in disbelief. Nuonuo, your brother-in-law drives this car.
I don't know either. Fong Nuonuo was even more confused than the two of them. How could she know what was going on? Chen Yang looked over. Oh. And there are two younger sisters. Are you Nuonuo's classmates? Chen Yang asked.
Yes, Wen Shuyu and the others nodded in response.
Brother-in-law is so handsome and his voice is so gentle.
It's a pity that this sports car only has 2 seats, so he definitely can't take both of them out to play.
However, the two of them quickly stepped forward. Brother, do you remember me? We were right next to Nuonuo during the live stream yesterday. Chen Yang nodded. Of course he remembered.
He even felt a bit regretful, wishing he hadn't driven the sports car to show off. Taking the 3 little sisters out in a Bentley would have been better.
Brother, add me on WeChat, we're all good friends of Nuonuo. Chen Yang nodded and didn't refuse.
After adding each other on WeChat, Fong Nuonuo opened the door and dreamily sat inside.
Can she sit in this car?
The few of them waved goodbye and Chen Yang planned to take her out to shop and buy some things. In Chen Yang's eyes, this former sister-in-law was just like Jia Ning. After the two left, a post about a freshman being taken away by a mysterious big shot spread through the campus group. The one most affected and distressed by this incident was probably Chao Mingliang, who was standing next to a Honda Accord. He felt as if the sky had fallen.
Last time his Asian dragon was mistaken for a ride-hailing vehicle.
In a fit of anger he sold it, added some money and bought this Accord.
This time it was pure gasoline. He couldn't be mistaken for a ride-hailing vehicle again. And indeed it was as he expected.
However, ever since he learned that Chen Jianing, whom he pursued for 2 years, had a boyfriend who drove a Bentley, he felt he couldn't compare.
So he reluctantly chose to give up.
On the first day of the new semester he had his eyes on a female classmate who was exactly Fong Nuonuo. He heard she had no classes in the afternoon and was planning to ask her to dinner. Unexpectedly she was being supported. But the key was that the guy was Chen Jianing's boyfriend, the one who drove the Bentley last time.
Damn it. It's too hard.
Being rich is so impressive. Why do they always steal my woman?
It's too bullying.
Ding, the system has detected anger from Chao Mingliang towards the host, rewarding emotional value 200, current emotional value 1100. Chen Yang, who was boasting while driving the supercar with one hand, was confused.
Who was Chao Mingliang? How did he offend him? In the passenger seat, Fong Nuonuo noticed Chen Yang's strange expression and felt a bit anxious. Did she say something that upset him? So she quickly apologized. Brother-in-law, I shouldn't have mentioned my second sister.
I'm sorry to have made you sad. I apologize on behalf of my second sister.
After thinking about it still seemed a bit off. I also apologize to you. Chen Yang's thoughts were interrupted by Fong Nuonuo.
Hearing her words, he helplessly shook his head and reached out to lightly flick her forehead. She didn't know how to dodge.
Ah. Fong Nuonuo quickly covered her head, looking at Chen Yang with a puzzled expression. Brother-in-law, are you punishing me? Thinking for a moment, how about flicking again? Chen Yang was speechless.
In the past, when he was with her, she seemed quite cheerful.
Why has she become like this now? Alright, you don't need to call me brother-in-law anymore. You haven't been in school for long, you probably don't have much money. Let me take you to buy some things. In fact, Fong Nuonuo herself didn't know what was going on.
Meeting Chen Yang again made her feel particularly nervous, fearing that he would get angry and ignore her.
No need, brother-in-law. You've spent so much money on me. I'm a little rich girl now and I don't need anything. Also, I want to pay this money back to you.
Upon hearing this, no need, I don't lack that little bit of money.
You're really nice, brother-in-law. Feeling protected and cared for, her little face flushed and she couldn't help but say this. Chen Yang drove all the way to Happing Street.
First he took her out for a meal, spending over 3,000, and then took her to buy some clothes and a mobile phone. The clothes were all from ordinary brands, just the kind of Adidas and Nike. They were suitable for students, and Chen Yang didn't want her to be exposed to luxury items too early. He spent less than 30,000 in total, yet this made Fong Nuonuo so moved that her eyes were red. She said if only she had been born a few years earlier, it would have been so good to meet brother-in-law first before her second sister. Chen Yang took her words as a joke and didn't take it to heart, nor did he notice the hint of expectation in her eyes. After all, he was already 27 while Fong Nuonuo was only 19, an 8-year difference. The most crucial point was that when Chen Yang first met her, she was just a 14 or 15-year-old girl. After a while, Fong Nuonuo finally showed that she was no longer so timid and could communicate normally with Chen Yang. She held Chen Yang's arm and wandered through the mall between claw machines, fishing games, and arcades.
Fong Rongjuan at this moment was in a dilapidated old residential building, only wearing a pair of red briefs.
He was curled up in a corner of the bed with his hands on his head, blood marks all over him, looking quite tragic. He shouted in terror, "Brother, don't hit me anymore, I'll pay you back, okay? Pay you back. Do you think I care about your petty cash? You dare sleep with my wife? Are you tired of living? A middle-aged man around 40 stood behind him with two younger brothers. He looked fierce, holding a stick, and struck Fong Rongjuan hard in the waist.
Ouch, brother, don't hit my kidneys please. Not hitting your kidneys. Fine, then he'll hit your ball. Fong Rongjuan's soul seemed to fly away upon hearing this. Brother, I was wrong, I know I was wrong. Gue Fong, say something for me. Yao Guofeng was the middle-aged man's wife.
She was completely naked, holding a pillow in front of her to cover her important parts. She curled up at the head of the bed, tears in her eyes, and sounded like she was crying. At this moment, Fong Rongjuan deeply regretted getting to know the 40-year-old Yao Guofeng while playing mahjong these past 2 days. They exchanged glances at the table and flirted with each other under the table.
This new Yao Guofeng said, come to my house. He Dolly isn't home, I don't know where he went to fool around. Fong Rongjuan heard this and thought it was a great opportunity.
But he never expected this to happen. As soon as he entered, he was interrupted physically, and now he had no place to cry.
Brother, I beg you, don't hit my balls. I'll give you as much money as you want. Hearing Fong Rongjuan's wails, he Dolly chuckled, as much money as you want. Then give me 500,000. 500,000. He didn't even have 50,000. How could he come up with 500,000? Brother, that's too much, I can't take it out. Can't take it out.
Brothers, break off 3 of his legs. As soon as these words came out, Fong Rongjuan urinated in fright and knelt on the ground. Brother, wait for me.
I'll call my sister. Oh. He Dolly became interested. You have a sister. How old is she?
Fong Ning had been enduring immense strain these past few days. Dark circles bloomed beneath her eyes, and she hadn't even a moment to tend to herself. Somehow, ever since the Lunar New Year, an unending tide of work had swept over her.
She worked overtime until 10 or 11 each night, only to arrive at the office punctually the next morning.
The official announcement appointing her team leader, made before the holiday, remained unimplemented to this day. Her salary remained frozen at 5,000 yuan, yet she bore responsibilities commensurate with a 12th Yuan role. When she approached Shin Han for answers, he too was baffled, struggling just to keep his own head above water amid an avalanche of tasks. Worst of all, she was scolded daily. No matter what she did, it was never right.
His only explanation: you may have unwittingly offended someone powerful. Senior management's official rationale.
This was a test, a trial by fire to prove their dedication. At noon, juggling lunch and deadlines, Fong Ning glanced sideways at Zhou Xue, who sat nearby feasting lavishly, and knew instantly that this was deliberate.
Zhou Xue could easily have dined elsewhere, but chose pointedly to eat at her desk. Fong Ning clenched her teeth in silent fury, utterly powerless. Fire the cannon. Go on, fire it. And Zhou Xue. Can you lower the volume on Bright Sword? Fong Ning snapped. Zhou Xue turned, peeling a shrimp with languid disdain. Stinking woman, mind your own work. Fail again and next month I'll be sitting in your chair.
Oof. She turned away, dismissing Fong Ning entirely.
And you? Fong Ning opened her mouth to retort, but her phone rang.
Seeing it was her brother, she rubbed her temples wearily and answered.
What is it? And little sister, save me. My testicles are about to vanish. And Fong Ning blinked, bewildered. Did you go broke and start selling eggs? Selling them would be perfect, they're useless anyway. And god damn it. Is that how a sister speaks? Fong Rongjuan roared down the line. Fong Ning had no patience for banter. She cut straight to the point. And how much this time? 500. 1,000. And don't treat me like a beggar, 50,000. Right now. Bring it to me.
At those words, Fong Ning nearly hurled the phone across the room, her nerves already frayed to breaking.
Have you lost your mind? Are your 2 testicles really worth 50,000? Fong Rongjuan paused, then softened his tone. My dear little sister. I'm truly in trouble.
I'll send you the address, come immediately.
Must I call mom to drag you here? You.
He hung up before she could reply. Fong Ning buried her face in her desk, tears welled hot and helpless. Ever since her divorce, nothing had gone right. Her brother and parents, once content in their hometown, had descended upon her city the moment they learned of her separation and refused to leave. They all demanded money from her. Even Director Shen seemed distant now, his attentiveness dwindling. Her divorce litigation, 2 stalled officials claimed her case was exceptionally complex. No conclusive evidence existed proving her ex-husband concealed facts prior to marriage, and with sudden surges in workload, proceedings had ground to a halt. What on earth had Fong Rongjuan done? Wasn't he just playing mahjong? How had 50,000 yuan materialized? She longed to wash her hands of it all, but she couldn't. If she refused, her mother would surely storm in, causing a scene. She stilled her thoughts, set down her belongings, and tidied her desk.
Where do you think you're going?
10 minutes left in lunch break. You walk out now and I'll report you for unauthorized absence, Zhou Xue said, gnawing on a chicken leg.
Fong Ning exploded. Who gave you the authority to monitor me? Eat until your mouth's stuffed or choke to death. Can't I take leave? Do you own my time? Her voice rang sharp and loud, drawing glances from nearby colleagues. Zhou Yingxue merely shrugged unconcerned. You've barely touched half your tasks, no leave granted. HMPF. You. Fong Ning flushed crimson. Under the weight of her co-worker's curious stares, she turned away, refusing to escalate further. She snatched her bag and strode toward her supervisor's office. Behind her, voices murmured. And she must have crossed some high-ranking executive. Director Shen can't shield her anymore. Exactly. She won't last long here. A cluster of colleagues exchanged knowing glances, shifting their attention to the serene Zhou Yingxue. Looks like Yingxue's about to rise. Shall we start currying favor? And Fong Ning stiffened, then pushed open Shen Han's door without knocking. Why didn't you knock? Shen Han frowned from behind his desk. And Director Shen, I need leave. And leave. He shook his head. Requests must be submitted 1 day in advance, with justification. And leaves are permitted only for weddings, funerals, or family emergencies. And Fong Ning bristled. Then I'll simply skip work. She slammed the door behind her, no explanation, no apology. Shen Han lit a cigarette, a cold premonition tightening in his chest. Outside, Fong Ning hailed a taxi and sped toward the address Fong Rongjuan had sent. She lacked the sum he demanded, but she'd see what could be done. When the taxi stopped before a dilapidated aging residential building, dread coiled in her gut. Had he been caught in an affair? Her suspicion proved accurate. She knocked, entered, and found her mother Zhang Yanba and father Fong Wuda already in. Fong Rongjuan knelt on the floor. Opposite him sat Dali, a bald man in his 40s flanked by several underlings smoking leisurely. Zhang Yanba's eyes lit up. My daughter's here. Quick, greet brother he. Yes, hurry, don't just stand there. Fong Wuda echoed. Fong Ning sensed the air thicken with danger and stepped forward, trembling slightly. Brother he, hello. Dali and his men nodded approvingly. Not bad. Then grinning broadly he declared, what a lovely young lady. I'm not unreasonable, mind you. Your brother slept with my wife. And now choose, 1 pay 50,000 and you all walk free. 2 let my men have you for 3 years. You're no longer a girl after all, selling yourself once fetches 200 or 300, doesn't it? 3 walk away, leaving your brother's testicles behind. That settles it. And you. Fong Ning trembled violently. Fong Rongjuan, you good-for-nothing fool. Is all you do cause disasters? Fong Rongjuan dared not speak. Zhang Yanba, however, bristled. Fong Ning, that's your brother. Watch your tongue. And hold on. Dali raised a hand, scanning Fong Ning up and down. Family matters stay outside. Choose, now. Fong Ning steadied her breath, forcing calm into her voice. Brother I'm newly divorced. Look at us, we're destitute. I have only 50,000 yuan. Would that suffice? 50,000. His expression darkened. Are you mocking me? No money, then sleep. Or leave the testicles. Fong Ning truly had only 50,000. The months since her divorce had drained her savings. Could she submit to him? A 40-something man 200 gene heavy, she recoiled inwardly. Fine, let him lose his testicles. And fuck you. Shut your mouth and pay up, or you sleep. Fong Rongjuan bellowed. He spat the words raw and furious. Zhang Yanba winced, but pressed forward, slapping Fong Ning hard across the face. Your brother is the Fong family's sole heir. Lose his testicles and our lineage ends. Brother he is handsome, refined, what's wrong with sleeping with him for a few years? You ungrateful wretch, sleeping with anyone is better than nothing. And mom. The slap sent tears streaming down Fong Ning's cheeks, hot, humiliated, shattering. In that moment she thought of Chen Yang, her ex-husband. Had he still been beside her, he'd have sold everything, even his soul, to spare her such degradation. One hand clutching her burning cheek, she screamed, voice tearing from her throat, whiny. Why not let Nuonyuo go? She's a virgin, far more valuable than I am. Oh. Dali's interest peaked. You have a daughter too. How old is she? Zhang Yanba's expression darkened instantly. What an ill-timed remark. Nuonyuo was still meant to marry into wealth. Nuonyuo is still just a child, she can't. Before Zhang Yanba could finish, Fong Rongjuan let out another blood-curdling scream. Stop. Please stop. Fong Rongjuan shrieked in agony. Zhang Yanba and Fong Wuda winced with anguish and rushed to intervene. Answer only what I ask, and answer truthfully. She's only 19, just started her freshman year at university, Zhang Yanba replied helplessly. Perfect. We adore girls just like her. Dali leered. Which university? 1 night with her and the 500,000 debt vanishes. The 3 exchanged glances, hesitant then unmistakably tempted. This deal was too good to pass up $500,000 for a single encounter. What did today's youth care about virginity anyway? And afterward marriage would be effortless. They paused, then weighed the prospect carefully. Zhang Yanba agreed without hesitation. Fine, I'll call her right now. But minutes passed and the line remained unanswered. Of course it wouldn't connect. Chen Yang had taken Fong Nua swimming. Brother, please spare us, for now. We simply can't reach her. Fong Wuda pleaded desperately. Nonsense. Do you take me for a fool? Let you go and where would I find you again? He brandished his club. Which university is she attending? We'll go there ourselves. Yes, we'll go. My sister studies at Yuhang University. Fong Rongyuan, trembling on the verge of collapse, blurted out the name instantly. He dolly crouched down and slapped Fong Rongyuan's cheek lightly. Now that's how a sensible boy behaves. And so the group piled into a minivan and sped toward Yuhang University. Fong Ning felt a tangle of conflicting emotions. Had she gone too far? Around 5 in the afternoon after lunch, Chen Yang drove Fong Nua home. Inside the car, Fong Nua cradled shopping bags brimming with treasures she loved: elegant shoes, stylish clothes, a sleek smartphone. Savoring the exhilarating ride in the hypercar, she stole glances at Chen Yang's profile and her heart fluttered wildly. How handsome my brother-in-law is. If I treat myself well, might he grow fond of me? Her cheeks flushed crimson. I really must stop calling him brother-in-law. Brother Chen Yang, thank you. Today has been the happiest day of my life. Brother Chen Yang. It was the first time Chen Yang had heard her address him that way. He smiled gently. You're welcome to bring your classmates along next time. I own a grand villa full of wonders. Ma'am. How thoughtful he is, helping me build friendships with my peers. So considerate. Oh, I wish I could kiss him just once. The thought alone sent heat flooding to her face. She glanced down at her chest, bit her lip, suddenly self-conscious. So small, men must prefer larger ones, like Yao Yao's. She held nearly 400,000 yuan in savings. Should she consider enhancement surgery? A young girl's thoughts are intricate, mercurial, leaping from one notion to another without warning. Soon the car pulled up before Yuhang University's main gate. The hypercar drew immediate attention. Students stared, as did Fong Nua's family and Dolly's entourage. Fong Ning's eyes widened. Were students here truly this affluent? Had she known, she'd have studied diligently instead of meeting Chen Yang and landing herself in this chaotic mess. Zhang Yanba's eyes bulged with envy. If only Nua could attract such a wealthy, capable elder brother. Don't just stand there, call her out now or go inside and fetch her. He dolly barked, incensed by their dawdling. He couldn't wait, not for a 19-year-old university student fresh and untouched. It had been years since he'd tasted such innocence. 19-year-olds abounded, but true virgins were rare. Today he intended to break his long drought. Yes, I'll go in and find her. Zhang Yanba hastened to reply. Where was that reckless girl? She hadn't answered any of the repeated calls. Was her phone off, or worse? Meanwhile, Chen Yang and Fong Nua remained utterly unaware of the gathering crowd, especially Fong Nua, who grew flustered under the curious stares of unfamiliar classmates. She'd seen the campus chat groups, the rumors swirling like wildfire. Some branded her a gold digger, others claimed she was ethereally beautiful, bewitching, with a billionaire devotee utterly enslaved by her charm. Every rumor grew more absurd than the last, and worst of all, photos of her had already surfaced. One candid shot captured the instant she stepped into the car. Stepping out now will surely expose me, I'm so nervous. She glanced at Chen Yang. If the brother-in-law gossip is already circulating, let them talk. The more who know the better. With that resolve, she hesitated no longer, giggled inwardly, pressed the electronic control and lifted her hand lightly. The scissor doors rose with dazzling cinematic flair. Such a dramatic design was impossible to ignore. Look. The woman's getting out. That man is stunning. They're waving goodbye, but honestly she's not that beautiful, I'm prettier. Exactly. Why hasn't a billionaire noticed me yet? Female students fixated on Chen Yang and Fong Nua, while male students' eyes gleamed with awe, less captivated by gossip than by the hypercar itself. A few car-savvy students gasped, holy hell, that thing costs over 100 million. With that right, every girl at Yuhang would beg to be chosen. Fong Nua stepped out, smiling and waving. Goodbye, brother Chen Yang, let's play together again soon. Chen Yang nodded farewell and closed the door. But before he could drive away, he spotted Fong Ning glaring at him fiercely right in front of his hood. Chen Yang groaned inwardly, relentless, truly relentless. He rolled down the window, but before he could speak, a voice pierced the air. Hey, what are you doing? Let go of me. Chen Yang turned and saw them instantly. Her former father-in-law, mother-in-law, elder brother, all present. And one more, a bald man. Then Chen Yang caught his gaze, leering, grotesquely infatuated, and his hand reaching where it shouldn't. Chen Yang's mind raced. Had this family actually tried to sell Nua? He leapt from the car. Fong Nua, spotting him, broke free from Fong Rongyuan and darted behind Chen Yang, relief flooding her face. She looped her arm through his. Brother Chen Yang, he tried to touch me. Fong Ning's chest heaved with fury, her temper already frayed, snapped once more. Chen Yang, Nua, what exactly is going on here? Her eyes flicked to the shopping bags in Nua's arms. So, you've moved on to my younger sister. Is that it? Nua, you shameless girl. I'm not. Brother Chen Yang is kind and genuine, it's you elder sister who failed to cherish him. How dare you talk back, you wretched girl. Come here, now I'll introduce you to someone.
Fang Ning had felt a twinge of guilt, but seeing her sister's defiance she dismissed it entirely.
She's no better.
They were all chasing Chen Yang's fortune, but half of it belonged to her. Gazing at the luxury car and the shopping bags in her sister's hands, her heart constricted. His money is nearly spent.
Ding. The system detects fury emanating from Fang Ning toward the host, rewarding 300 emotion points. Current emotion points 1400. Oh.
Emotion points increased.
And by so much.
Shall I stoke the flames further?
Chen Yang extended his arm and gently encircled Fang Nuonyuo's waist. Don't be afraid, Nuonyuo. Brother will protect you. As he spoke, his gaze flickered toward Fang Ning, laced with quiet amusement.
Feeling Chen Yang's protective presence, Fang Nuonyuo's cheeks flushed crimson. She leaned her head slightly closer to him.
Brother Chen Yang, you're truly kind to me. Wretch. Mother, look at her. She's nothing but a wretch. Fang Ning snarled through gritted teeth. Emotion points 300.
Little sister, come here at once.
Fang Rongjuan waved his hand sharply. Spend one night with brother he, if not my testicles won't survive.
You'll be mocked by your classmates, you can't abandon your elder brother.
Yes, Nuonyuo, do as mother says. Come on, hurry over. Exactly. Chen Yang isn't your brother-in-law anymore. Father won't deceive you, your first time is worth 500,000 yuan. Yes, yes, be obedient.
Their words were shockingly crude, striking Fang Nuonyuo like a thunderclap from the—
What kind of people are these? She'd never been cherished at home, not even since childhood.
Now they dared speak so brazenly, demanding she sleep with that bald man. She finally understood her elder brother had brought trouble upon himself and the family had sold her to resolve it. At that thought, tears welled unbidden at the corners of her eyes.
Stunned. Utterly, profoundly stunned.
The students gathered around stood frozen in disbelief. What grotesque twisted family was this?
Call the police, immediately.
Seeing Nuonyuo remain motionless, Fang Ning grew frantic. If she refused, she would have to accompany that elderly bald man instead.
Unthinkable.
With so many witnesses present, and if word ever leaked online, how could she face the world again?
Come here, now. Fang Ning lunged forward, intent on dragging Fang Nuonyuo away by force. Fang Rongjuan and Fang Wuda exchanged glances, then rushed forward too.
No more delays, the longer they hesitated the greater the risk. Terrified by the scene unfolding before her, Fang Nuonyuo cried out, "Don't come near me, I've already given myself to my brother-in-law." Then rising onto her toes. Chen Yang's attention remained fixed on Fang Ning and the others. He hadn't noticed Fang Nuonyuo standing just behind and to his side. Caught utterly off guard, her lips met his. Startled by the delicate fragrance, Chen Yang froze. Everyone else stared, jaws slack. What on earth was happening right there in broad daylight? Had they no shame at all? Instinctively Chen Yang tried to pull away, but then it was genuinely intoxicating. He struck Fang Rongjuan, knocking him unconscious with a single blow, and continued savoring the moment.
My son.
Zhang Yanba trembled with rage, shouting as she rushed to cradle the fallen Fang Rongjuan. Such terrifying prowess froze the others in place. They could only watch helpless as the two immersed themselves completely.
Fang Ning could bear it no longer.
Shameless pair, cease this at once.
Emotion points 300. Boundaries shattered, pleasure doubled.
Chen Yang mused this couldn't be blamed on him, he'd harbored no such intention beforehand. Yet his brain had surrendered to his instincts, and old habits died hard. Thus this course became inevitable. Emotion points 100, 100, 100. A full dozen seconds passed, during which the crowd watched transfixed, before they finally parted.
Brother Chen Yang. Lips parting, Fang Nuonyuo's face burned like a ripe apple.
Now surely she belonged to her brother-in-law.
He dully seethed, this wasn't a virgin. Had they dared deceive him? Amid Fang Ning's fury and utter bewilderment,
he seized Fang Rongjuan's collar, yanked him upright, and delivered two sharp stinging slaps.
Don't play dead. Surprisingly effective, Fang Rongjuan actually regained consciousness.
Dazed and disoriented, Fang Rongjuan blinked wildly, then registered his surroundings and panicked.
Brother, don't strike me. There are so many of you, go after Chen Yang instead. You're spouting nonsense.
Your family's quarrels mean nothing to me, I demand results. And clearly, you dared lie to me. Publicly, brazenly, can this possibly be the virgin you boasted of? They tried to protest, but he dully glanced around, the crowd swelled by the second.
If things escalated, even justice might turn against him.
With a curt wave he declared, you have 3 days. Either, he pointed at Fang Ning, she spends the night with me.
Or you pay 500,000 yuan. Otherwise I'll break your legs.
He bolted for the minibus and sped off. Inside, a subordinate asked brother why didn't we demand money from that man in the luxury car?
Are you foolish? Do you know how much that vehicle costs? Could we possibly afford to cross him? Chen Yang felt buoyant, his emotion points had surged, unlocking another chance to draw from the lottery. Mother, what do we do now? I'll surely be beaten to death when I get home. It's all Chen Yang's fault. What do we do? How dare you ask? When you needed money you should have hired someone properly. Why provoke that elderly woman? Zhang Yanba clutched her temples in exasperation. How could she so sharp-witted be surrounded by such fools? Brother-in-law, take me to your grand villa to play. I don't want to return to school. Gazing at the gawking crowd, Fong Nuonyuo longed only to flee this place. Chen Yang nodded. They entered the car and Fong Rongjuan's family dared not intervene. His earlier display had left them shaken. Fong Ning continued ranting, but Chen Yang ignored her entirely. He closed the door and drove off, leaving onlookers murmuring so cool. Still, that family was monstrous. News traveled fast as the car sped down the highway. Before Chen Yang could even inquire about Nuonyuo's plans, his phone rang. It was his younger sister Chen Jianing. Big brother, you're incredible. Who's that girl? Let's meet up. Around 7 p.m. The three sat together in an upscale restaurant. Chen Jianing blinked rapidly, glancing between Chen Yang and Fong Nuonyuo. Brother, you're grazing on tender grass. How utterly excessive, she's so young yet you still went for it. Oh. I'm no tender grass, I'm of age. 19 years old. Fong Nuonyuo retorted, her cheeks burning red, before Chen Yang could even respond. Oh ho, such a lovely little face. Brother, look. She reached out and gently pinched Fong Nuonyuo's cheek. Little sister, if you face trouble at Hongda University, just say my name, Chen Jianing. I'll shield you. Enough of that. Stop pretending, you're only 2 years older than Nuonyuo. Food will seal your mouth. Don't think I don't know, you're just angling for a free meal. With a witty remark, Chen Jianing smiled and felt no embarrassment. Anyway, brother, you are so rich and I won't be able to eat you poor. She then looked at Fong Nuonyuo, and besides, you'll need me in the future, right? Nuonyuo, if you acknowledge me as your elder sister, I guarantee you can walk freely at Hang University in the future, she said, her expression. Ning Ningjia. Fong Nuonyuo complied, calling out. Not bad, Chen Jianing praised. Then she changed the subject. Brother, that sports car of yours looks nice, can I borrow it for a couple of days? I've had my driver's license for a year and have never driven a sports car. As if you've ever driven a car before, Chen Yang replied helplessly. Hee, no, that's why I want to drive it. Think about it, with so many women around you in the future, who will take care of them and play with them? It has to be me, your little sister, helping you. So you see, I really need a car, dear adoptive father. Fong Nuonyuo listened to the conversation between Chen Yang and Chen Jianing, feeling envious. This is the kind of bond siblings should have, naturally easygoing, able to joke around and even able to insult each other playfully. This was something she could never feel in her own family. In that household, her brother only bullied them, and when they were young her second sister was also bullied by their older brother. As for herself, it was even worse, as even the pocket money that should have belonged to her was taken away by her older brother. Having an older brother like Chen Yang, she truly felt happy for her senior sister Jianing. After the meal, the time had already reached 8 o'clock. Chen Jianing patted her belly. So full, so full. Brother, how about I just move into your villa? I'll get along well with the sisters-in-law. Sisters-in-law. Fong Nuonyuo fell into deep thought. Indeed, she had acted on impulse before at the school gate. How could she claim to be the woman of her brother-in-law? With such a good brother-in-law, there must be many women who like him. However, she still harbored a stubbornness deep down, otherwise she wouldn't have a rebellious heart against her family. She made a decision, no matter what, she would stick with her brother-in-law for life. Secretly calculating in her heart and making up her mind. Chen Yang didn't notice the little girl's thoughts. He was taken aback by Chen Jianing's words and quickly waved his hand. No, it's fine to stay occasionally, but living there long-term is absolutely not okay. Some things are not suitable for you to see. I'd rather buy you a car. Alright then, big brother, you said it. Well, go buy a car tomorrow morning. Brother, what kind of car are you going to buy for me? What brand? What's the budget? Chen Yang was speechless and glanced at her sideways. Well, talk about it tomorrow morning. Alright, I won't be picky, I'm easy to please. After settling the bill and leaving the restaurant, Chen Jianing took various photos around the car. She was simply enamored. She took pictures in front of the car and while sitting inside. After a while she was satisfied and posted a 9-grid photo on her social media. Haha, now my sisters will be so envious of me. Brother, will Nuonyuo come with me or you? Chen Jianing asked. Since her brother promised to buy a car, she would definitely not ruin his good intentions. Chen Yang thought for a moment. You should take her with you. Alright brother, Chen Jianing replied, calling for a ride. Soon the two of them got in the car and headed towards Hang University. As they left, Fong Nuonyuo waved goodbye to Chen Yang with a complicated expression. Why didn't her brother-in-law take her home? Was it because he found her chest too small? She had to ask Yao when she got back what she ate to grow so big. Seeing the two leave, Chen Yang also got in the car and headed straight for the villa. In fact, Nuonyuo was overthinking being a 19-year-old fresh girl combined with being the ex-sister-in-law. What was wrong with having a small chest? Each had its own merits. However, he didn't consider himself to be a debauched person. That night. Here only members can see the 200 characters. Wang Yumeng sat beside Chen Yang, her cheeks slightly flushed, her gaze wandering as if she had something to say. The two women noticed and asked, "What's wrong, Yumeng? Are you feeling unwell?" "No, I'm fine," Wang Yumeng replied. Seeing Chen Yang staring at her, she struggled for a moment before finally saying, "Brother Chen Yang, I have an idea. I don't want to be just a pretty face. When I get older, I'm afraid you won't like me because it'll be useless. I want to take a course at Fudan University, perhaps I can help you in your career later. But I'm also afraid you'll be upset that I'm not around to keep you company. I'm so conflicted." After saying it all in one breath, her heart raced. She understood this wasn't something a kept woman should say. However, these words also resonated deeply with Zhou Shui and Tang Yu. The three of them sat cross-legged, wearing little, glancing at each other. Tang Yu thought yes, she was just someone living off her youth. Chen Yang had given her so much at first, she only wanted to gain benefits, taking it a day at a time. But over time she felt that Chen Yang was truly good to her. He treated them like real people. In the live streaming circle, many were kept women. But most were not treated as human beings. Kneeling on the ground and calling someone daddy was just the tip of the iceberg. There were many worse things, like needing to cater to their twisted psychology in shopping malls and various places. But Chen Yang had never made her do anything like that. He was amiable and generous, satisfying most of her desires. No, starting today she had to work hard too, at least to understand the management of her own industry. Who knows when it might come in handy. Tang Yu secretly made up her mind. But she wasn't the most anxious was Zhou Shui. What should she do? She had nothing, completely a pretty face. And not even a particularly beautiful one. Whether it was Tang Yu or Wang Yumeng, she couldn't compare. In terms of profession, education or figure, she couldn't compete with either of them. At that moment she felt incredibly distressed. Hearing Wang Yumeng's words and seeing her anxious little expression, Chen Yang reached out to pat her head and picked up the phone on the bedside. "I've transferred you 500,000, go ahead." "Ha!" Hearing this, Wang Yumeng's face turned white, her voice trembling. "Brother Chen, are you trying to kick me out?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yang was stunned. What kind of thinking was that? What are you thinking? You need money to further your studies, right? Chen Yang felt she was right. After spending some time together, he had noticed Wang Yumeng was indeed quite diligent. Zhou Shui and Tang Yu spent most of their time enjoying themselves. Meanwhile, Wang Yumeng not only worked hard to provide emotional value for herself but also spent the rest of her time reading. He noticed it. In the future he would inevitably have some career. For example, he already held shares in semi-advertising. There might be more company shares. It was impossible not to arrange for someone to be involved. Hearing Chen Yang's words, Wang Yumeng hesitantly said, "But I have money. Fudan University is in Shanghai. How long can your little amount of money last? Besides, can you just walk in there?" The next morning, Chen Yang, Fong Nuanua and Chen Jianing stood at the entrance of the Lamborghini dealership. Chen Jianing was so moved that she was on the verge of tears, her eyes glistening with emotion. "Brother, you have to buy me a Lamborghini." "What's wrong? Are you not satisfied?" Chen Yang asked. "I'm satisfied, how could I not be? I like everything you buy for me, brother." Fong Nuanua was equally astonished. This place was just too upscale. If Chen Yang hadn't brought her, she wouldn't have dared to step inside. Last night when she returned to the dorm, when Xu Yao and Jiang Ting Ting surrounded her, bombarding her with questions. "Where did you go? Did you have any good food? Is brother-in-law's food delicious? Is brother-in-law gentle? Does he need any accessories? Wow, you changed your phone and bought her a gift. Brother-in-law is so nice to you." A string of envious voices made her very happy. But at the same time she felt a bit embarrassed. Yes, she had eaten well. However, she hadn't experienced what they call gentleness. What exactly does it mean to be gentle? Unable to help herself, she asked, "Yao Yao, what did you eat to grow so big?" This led to a burst of laughter with all sorts of ridiculous ideas. Even that night when Xu Yao gave her a massage therapy session. The three of them walked into the dealership and several female salespeople recognized Chen Yang. Thinking there must be a problem with the car, they hurriedly called for Bianci when waiting to watch the joke unfold. However, upon learning that Chen Yang intended to buy another car, they were utterly shocked. It was simply too extravagant, a true god among the rich. Especially Bianci, when who upon hearing Chen Yang say he was going to buy another car glanced at the two young girls beside him. He preferred younger ones. "I feel so old. Brother Chen, are you planning to buy a car for this lady beside you?" Bianci when asked. Chen Yang nodded. "Yes, let's find her a hybrid." "Brother, why must it be a hybrid?" Chen Jianing asked, confused. "I'm afraid you won't be able to afford the fuel," Chen Yang teased. "I can't afford the fuel. Brother, with you here, how could I not afford it?" Chen Jianing pouted. Then she turned to Fong Nuanua. "Do you have a driver's license?" "Ha! Me." Fong Nuanua shook her head. "No, I didn't have the registration fee before." Chen Jianing patted her shoulder. "Hurry up and learn. Follow your brother and you'll have one in no time." "If I follow Brother Chen, does that mean Senior Jianing recognizes me?" Thinking this made her a bit happy.
Chen Jianing was speechless. Why was she always blushing? After hearing Chen Yang's words, Bian Siwen was puzzled but still introduced two hybrid models. Chen Jianing sat inside to experience the quality the butterfly doors. It was exhilarating. Who said women could only rely on rich men to sit in luxury cars? Chen Jianing refused to do that. I can rely on my brother. At this moment she felt immensely proud. Brother, this model is the one, let's swipe the card. This statement felt completely natural. A full payment of 4,300,000. Bian Siwen's hands trembled again as she looked at Chen Yang. Brother Chen. Chen Yang nodded, swipe the card. This statement was incredibly impactful. She was making a fortune. At that moment Bian Siwen truly wanted to push Chen Yang down and show off. Recently she hadn't let her boyfriend touch her. Her mind was filled with thoughts of Chen Yang. There's a saying, who would want to be a chicken after sitting on a phoenix's butt? To make herself more valuable she had practiced yoga splits and some muscle training for specific areas. She was just waiting for another opportunity to be with brother Chen. Ding, card swipe successful, 4,300,000. The pleasant voice rang out again and Bian Siwen's eyes sparkled. Brother Chen, do you have time? I want to find a place to show you a backflip. All of this was seen by Chen Jianing. She squinted her eyes slightly and quietly asked Chen Yang, brother, do you have something going on with this female salesperson? Chen Yang didn't deny it, and seeing this Chen Jianing gave him a thumbs up. Then she turned to Fong Nua, practice your backflip quickly, your brother Chen likes to see backflips. Fong Nua felt a bit embarrassed after hearing that backflips. I'll practice as soon as I get home. With Fong Nua and Chen Jianing together, Chen Yang didn't really pay attention to what Bian Siwen said about backflips. At noon they found a place to eat and it was Bian Siwen who treated them. Chen Jianing was not polite at all, ordering a full table of dishes, spending over 2,000. It continued until afternoon. Chen Jianing stood between two rows of salespeople holding a car purchase bag, and suddenly there were fireworks bursting. Chen Jianing foolishly posed a peace sign and took a photo with the car. Congratulations, beautiful lady, on acquiring a new car. Bow to the great beauty. As soon as she shouted this, applause erupted. Chen Yang felt a bit speechless. It seemed rather silly. However, Chen Jianing was completely immersed in it, enjoying herself. She even pulled Fong Nua to take a photo with her. With the car in front of them, Chen Jianing once again asked Chen Yang to help her take a set of grid pictures to show off on her social media. Didn't you take pictures last night? Why post again? Chen Yang asked. Chen Jianing pouted, brother, last night that was your car, this one belongs to me, it's different. She stood there giggling non-stop. Seeing this, Chen Yang said, let's go. Why are you standing there grinning? Brother, wait a minute, I'm waiting for replies. After I posted yesterday there hasn't been any movement, maybe it was too late and no one envies me. You. Chen Yang was speechless. He didn't know who she got this show-off personality from. Her aunt and uncle weren't like this. Looking at the little red dot at the top of her social media, Chen Jianing shouted, brother, come quickly, I have replies. Let's see who envied me first. Upon hearing this, both Chen Yang and Fong Nua were forced to gather around. As a result, when Chen Jianing opened it, she immediately stopped smiling. Mom, daughter, didn't your brother give you a lot of money? Why are you looking for a part-time job selling cars? You should focus on your studies. Damn, oh my brain, I forgot to block my mom. Chen Jianing slapped her forehead. Now my family must think I'm working part-time. She felt a wave of disappointment. Chen Yang couldn't help but chuckle. You really haven't been able to act innocent, have you? You're still laughing. Chen Jianing pouted. But this was just a small interlude. In the face of the Lamborghini supercar, her smile was almost crooked. She never expected that today would be her day. Feeling the almost perfect car body with her hands, she turned to Chen Yang, brother, I really can't thank you enough. If only we weren't siblings. Chen Yang immediately gave her a light smack on the head. Ouch, that hurts, brother, I'm sorry. Fong Nua watched, feeling really envious. While the two were still playfully teasing each other, Chen Yang's phone rang. Answering the phone, it was Zhou Yingshui calling. As soon as he picked up, Zhou Yingshui's hurried voice came through, sounding as if she had succeeded. Brother Chen, guess who I just met? Who? Chen Yang asked. It's Fong Ning. She's completely lost her mind. She contacted me today and said she wants me to help her plot against you. Oh, Chen Yang showed interest. What did she want from you? It's like this Chen Yang Gu. He dilly promised 3 days, but it turned out this person was completely untrustworthy. Last night, as soon as they left the school gate, they were stopped by He Dili. He found their home address and first rummaged through their belongings, taking away all of Fong Ning's remaining 50,000 yuan. The family was stunned in the house. Their only hope now was to make money from Chen Yang. However, Fong Ning couldn't even afford a lawyer's fee, so in desperation she turned to Shen Han and expressed her thoughts. Shen Han was somewhat tempted by the situation. A supercar worth 100 million. A villa worth over 100 million, not to mention if they could acquire just these items, even half would be enough to live several lifetimes. Moreover, Chen Yang certainly had savings. Shen Han immediately suggested that he knew a lawyer who could help them. The whole family was thrilled to hear this, but it wasn't that simple.
His lawyer friend charged a very high fee, requiring them to sign a contract with at least a 20% commission rebate for her help. Upon hearing this, although the Fong Ning family was reluctant, they had no choice. If they didn't agree, they wouldn't even find a lawyer. Moreover, they needed Shin Han to cover the initial costs. So the next morning, Fong Ning and Shin Han met with the lawyer. The lawyer was in her early 30s, had a good demeanor, and if Chen Yang were to use his probing technique, her looks would easily score at least 80 points. She was a standard young married woman. Facing inquiries, Fong Ning dared not hide anything. The lawyer named Suli said checking the premarital assets was not difficult, they just needed to apply for the transaction records. However, one point was critical: if it was determined that Shin Han had been unfaithful due to their intimate actions before marriage, even if they could divide the assets, at most they would receive 1/3. The key point was that at the time Fong Ning and Zhou Yingxue were best friends. This meant she likely had photos of both individuals and chat records discussing Shin Han. With Chen Yang's current strength, he could very well hire a team to exploit this point and perhaps even use connections to ensure she left with. Upon hearing this, Fong Ning felt a bit flustered. After returning home, she thought all night and suddenly came up with a brilliant idea. Since Zhou Yingxue was also after money, why not cooperate? She could have Zhou Yingxue testify falsely claiming she and Chen Yang had an affair during the marriage, allowing her to obtain all the assets and then kick her to the curb. As a kept woman, what good life could she expect? She would only suffer. After a sleepless night, she woke up 2 hours early and headed to the company. She bought several cups of coffee of various flavors and placed them on Zhou Yingxue's workstation. First, she needed to offer emotional value and show some humility. The end result was that Zhou Yingxue actually agreed to have lunch with her, and Shin Han also went. However, Zhou Yingxue had a cunning edge over Fong Ning, and fearing being duped had prepared a bit in advance. When she learned of Fong Ning's plan, she couldn't help but laugh. Thinking to herself, she originally felt useless, but now a chance to prove herself had arrived. Fong Ning, seeing Zhou Yingxue so joyful, trembled with excitement, calling her a good best friend. Especially when she heard Zhou Yingxue readily agree and ask if it was the lawyer's idea, saying it was brilliant. With such a lawyer and my cooperation, Chen Yang's 300 billion was secured. Upon hearing this, the two nearly fainted from excitement. 300 billion. The two immediately lost their minds, assuring Yingxue, "Don't worry, I'll give you 10 billion later." The three were very happy, no four including the lawyer named Suli with whom Shin Han was involved. The two planned to manipulate the contract to siphon off most of the money. On the phone, Zhou Yingxue excitedly shared what she knew with Chen Yang. Chen Yang listened with great interest. "Chen Yang, good, am I impressive? I bought a voice recorder, he praised me quickly." Hearing Zhou Yingxue boast, Chen Yang deliberately said, "Zhou Yingxue, you're not trying to play me against myself, are you?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Yingxue immediately felt wrong. "Chen Yang, go, how could I confuse a full meal with every meal? My IQ is quite high." Hearing this, Chen Yang thought it made sense. He was just teasing her, so he said, "Wait for me to send you a reward." He then hung up the phone. "What's up, brother? Who are you rewarding? What's the reward?" Chen Jianing asked with a wicked smile. "Sister-in-law." Sure enough, the brother-in-law has a girlfriend. Fang Nuonyuo thought to herself and made a certain decision. "You're asking too many questions." Chen Yang replied, raising his hand and giving Chen Jianing a light flick on the head. Ouch! Chen Jianing rubbed her head. "Bro, are we going racing?" She spoke with some excitement. Chen Yang frowned. "Buying you a car is to let you know that with me around you won't lose your way with guys because of money, it's not to thrill you, understand?" "Okay, I got it, bro. With my big brother around, no one can use money to win me over." Sighing, Chen Yang thought, this sister of mine wears her semblance of a proper young lady. He really didn't understand how she could attract a sycophant. What was that guy's name who drove the Asian dragon they met at the school gate last year? Not wasting time, he said, "Jianing, take Nuonyuo back, she's in your hands now." "Aren't you going to accompany Nuonyuo for some fun, big brother?" Chen Jianing asked. Chen Yang shook his head. "I have other matters," and got into the car. "Alright, let's go, sister-in-law, we're going for a spin with the big sister." "Big sister? By brother-in-law." Fang Nuonyuo gleefully got into Chen Jianing's car. The two top-spec supercars started simultaneously, accompanied by a unique roar of engines as they left the 4S shop. A row of employees stood by looking up at the two cars, muttering, "What kind of relationship is this? I can't understand, it's so confusing. Is my brother's sister my brother's sister-in-law's big sister? Is my brother's sister called sister-in-law? What is my brother's relationship with his sister-in-law?" The world of the wealthy is so chaotic it's hard to guess. Several salespeople shook their heads, sighed, and decided not to think about it anymore, continuing to envy Bianci-1. Chen Jianing felt the thrill of the supercar racing down the road. Of course it wasn't that fast, just over 70, slightly speeding. At that moment a flashy red Ferrari SF90 sped past her, briefly aligning before accelerating away. Chen Jianing pouted, wanting to chase after it, but remembering Chen Yang's words, she chose to play it safe. She had to listen to her brother. Arriving at the school gate under the gazes of many, she arrogantly drove the car into the school and parked in a parking spot, her face full of satisfaction. After dropping Fang Nuonyuo off at the dormitory, she held the car keys, a slight smile on her lips. Just thinking about the expressions of Yang Shuqiao and Gu Tongtong later made her extremely happy.
As for Fang Nuonyuo, upon reaching the dormitory and facing the inquiries of Wen Shuyu and Jiang Tingting, she remained silent. The two exchanged glances and one said, "What are you practicing backflips for?"